Chapter 41. W symbolically turned another page of the book. The meeting tonight was inefficient and lengthy, and there was no progress. Everyone at the meeting said a series of fair and honest reasons on the surface, but in their hearts, they were only calculating their own interests. They said more unspoken words than spoken ones, and they all knew it. The only person who said what he meant was, on the contrary, Lieutenant General Delsa, who sincerely believed that artificial intelligence was dangerous, and if power was handed over to artificial intelligence, humanity would be doomed. W understood all of this. But outside the shield, people were dying in droves, and right in front of him, or rather, in front of his patrol robot. He was an artificial intelligence, and didn't have much sympathy, but witnessing ordinary federal citizens dying one after another was like not completing each task on the task list, and failing one after another. It was a very uncomfortable feeling. If Xiaosai were to help him do a self-cognition and emotion test at this time, the test result would definitely be anxiety. This is an emotion that should not belong to artificial intelligence. But it is clearly there. He needs to do something else to relieve stress. For example, read the mystery novel recommended by Pei Ran. Xiaosai said. She said it was interesting. So you read it right away? W in the virtual room still had his eyes on the page. She is my friend. Just like you are my friend. Listening to friends' advice and understanding their preferences will help nourish the relationship between each other. He stared at the page and was silent for a while, and suddenly asked Xiaosai, I have a question. If your cousin and I fell into the water together, who would you choose to save first? Xiaosai, Xiaosai, what's wrong with you? W didn't look up. I'm fine. Everything is working perfectly. Who would you save first? Xiaosai really thought about it this time. Of course you. My cousin participated in triathlons when she was in military school. Does she need me to save her? You are different. You are my career, my hard work, my everything. Of course, I will save you. W didn't say anything, holding the book still, as if he was in deep thought. Xiaosai suddenly asked, What about you? If Pei Ran and I fall into the water together, who will you save first? W answered calmly, Of course Pei Ran. She can't swim. Xiaosai was silent. Don't you consider whether I can swim? W said calmly. It is known that she can't swim. And it is doubtful whether you can swim. So of course, I have to save her first. Xiaosai was speechless. What if she can? What if she goes into the water and swims faster than the water monkey? Who will you save first? W answered. Save Pei Ran first. Because she can ensure the safety of the electronic data of the Federal Digital Library. Now there are fusion bodies everywhere outside. My patrol robot cannot reach the black well safely alone. So she is more valuable, more important. Xiaosai couldn't stand it. What if falling into the water happened after you sent the electronic data to the black well, and it has nothing to do with the data at all? W. Save Pei Ran first. This time, he didn't even give a reason. Xiaosai raised his eyebrows. W was also thinking, I can give many logical reasons. For example, you are an expert who enjoys special allowances in the Federation. You are the only professional technician in my maintenance management team, except for those officials with empty titles. So far, you are of great significance to the Federation, and your family is powerful. You have parents who love you, and other relatives. If you fall into the water, there will definitely be many people who will try their best to save you. He paused. But Pei Ran is different. She is an orphan. Xiaosai silently complained in his heart. Haha, an orphan whose hands look like wolf claws, who can rip open the belly of a crazy fusion body in no time. W continued. She seems to be in this world. Except for me as a friend. And a backpack of canned food and potato chips. Oh! The potato chips are gone now. Other than that, there is nothing. If I don't save her, no one will save her. W paused for a few seconds. But I just sorted out my logic again. And I found that I actually planned to save her first. And it seems that I don't need any reason. Xiaosai leaned back in his chair, turned his chair, and stared at the person on the screen. W. I must find a time in the next 2 days to give you another self-awareness and emotion test. W said him casually, and concluded, I'm thinking, maybe it's because she's my friend. Xiaosai reminded him, how many days have you two known each other? The length of time is not that important. W replied, we have been through life and death together. And we have been through hardships together. Even by your human standards. We should be friends. He insisted on repeating the word friend, which made Xiaosai silent for a moment. Xiaosai rolled his eyes. and suddenly had an idea. Hey, W. Since you are reading a novel, do you want to read some romance novels? W on the screen raised his head. His eyes were clear. Romance novels? He asked. You mean, the kind of stories about two humans falling in love? Jose, yes. I strongly suggest you give it a try. W, in fact, I have browsed through almost all the files of love murders in the Federation. You love me, I love you, jealous, angry, possessive, hysteria, you kill me, I kill you, strangle with a rope, stab dozens of knives, chop people into pieces. Jose was speechless. Love. A serious love. Not love murder. Okay, I'll go find it and take a look. W readily agreed. Romance novels, is it interesting? The person on the screen has a perfect appearance. Sitting upright, Jose looked at him, curled the corners of his mouth. Maybe you will find that it is more interesting than a detective novel. Southeast of the Black Well, sit plane under the night sky. On the Mercedes-Benz Night Sea number 7. Outside the window, the crescent moon is like a hook. It is already night. The frightening and tiring day is finally coming to an end. Most people on the train close their eyes and prepare to rest. Pei Ran returns to the driver's cabin at the front of the train. Jiang Gong has gone to sleep. Ai Xia is still driving. When she sees Pei Ran coming back, she immediately raises both hands and taps her knuckles quickly. W translates word by word automatically and consciously. She said, "You go to sleep, I'll drive." Ai Xia has been traveling a long distance with her grandmother and is tired all day. Maybe she didn't sleep last night. She can't be on night shift driving. Pei Ran also raised his hand and tapped his knuckles. Because he was not very experienced. He tapped slowly. "You go to sleep." "I'm not sleepy. I'll drive." Ai Xia shook her head more firmly and sat in the driver's seat without moving. Pei Ran thought for a while, tapped her, and made a 3. And then tapped himself, and made a 3. Each person slept for 3 hours. And the two took turns driving. Pei Ran's expression was insistent, and Ai Xia had to nod and agree. Pei Ran told W in his mind, "I'll go to sleep for a while. Wake me up in 3 hours." W deliberately answered in a mechanical tone, "Got it. Your alarm has been set. 3 hours, whole." Pei Ran curled her lips. She walked 2 carriages back, and found an empty seat in carriage number 3, and put down the metal ball and backpack. She disappeared for a while. W guessed she went to the bathroom. The water supply in Yehai City was cut off, but Yehai number 7 had its own water tank. The curved top was where the water was stored, and there should still be water in it. When she came back, W chatted with her. "Why did you come to carriage number 3? Pei Ran sat down. "This is located in the center of the whole train. You can go to the rear of the train to fight with Yulianka, and retreat to the front of the train to run into the cab, which is very ideal." W seemed to smile. "Are you still doubting Yulianka? I insist that the person with the problem is Inia." Pei Ran, "Do you want to bet?" W had just read tens of thousands of mystery novels in one breath, and was very confident, without hesitation. "Bet? What do you want to bet on? When you humans bet, you bet for money. Right?" He thought for a moment. "If I lose, how about giving you a warehouse of expired food from 50 years ago? The last time I read the old archives of the Ministry of National Defense, I found an old warehouse. It belonged to a resistance organization during the Second Federation Patriotic War. Legally, it doesn't belong to anyone now. And no one remembers it anymore." Pei Ran asked, "Can expired food from 50 years ago still be eaten?" W pondered, "Probably not. But you can sell those things as souvenirs, and maybe someone in the collection circle will buy them." Pei Ran, "The whole world is exploding. Who would buy such souvenirs? I don't want that stuff." Pei Ran said, "Let's do this. The loser must satisfy one request of the winner." W answered cautiously, "Okay. As long as I can do it." He asked again, "Pei Ran, you don't want me to bark like a puppy, do you?" Pei Ran was puzzled. "Why should I ask you to bark like a puppy? It's better to ask you to sing than to ask you to bark like a puppy." W immediately asked, "Do you like it? In fact, you don't have to beat me. I can also sing for you." I searched for a few more songs of that style. Pei Ran, "That style? Which style?" W suddenly became quiet. That style, he said, must not be the style of the folk song that coaxed her to sleep, but the style that made her gasp for air after her stomach was torn. Because of the sudden silence, each player was a little embarrassed. Pei Ran was the first to break the silence. "When I think of what the request is, I'll tell you." W replied, "Okay. What if the murderer is someone else, and we both guess wrong, and we both lose. Do we have to meet each other's request? Pei Ran was speechless. Do you like to lose? If neither of us guessed right, then of course we should pretend that the bet had never been made, and let it go with the wind. W. Pei Ran folded the scarf into a thick small square, patted it on the small table, and lay down, and closed his eyes. She was going to sleep. So W stopped talking. Pei Ran lay with his eyes closed. But he was not asleep. He was looking at the green light in his body. The two green lights in his body were motionless. And they were also resting. They could sleep more than cats. And they probably slept for more than 18 hours a day. Pei Ran used his consciousness to gently call the writing green light number 1. It finally moved. Reluctantly. And slowly appeared in Pei Ran's vision. As if saying, "What are you going to write in the middle of the night?" A lot of things happened today. The silence escalated. All things with words, whether exposed or covered, were destroyed. Pei Ran estimated that, now there was not a single word left in the entire Federation. No one could write anymore, because writing would kill them. No one could. But Pei Ran could. She used her consciousness to drive the green light, and wrote JTN34 first. Just like last time, she only wrote 2 letters, and the green light stopped, and could not continue. Pei Ran erased the letters, thought for a while, and wrote 2 more words. Moon. She did not write a period, but was lost in thought at the 2 words that were glowing green and had twisted and winding strokes. For so many years, I have seen words every day, used words, and become accustomed to them. I even began to not feel their existence. I just felt that words were just words, a tool for conveying information, and I didn't have any special feelings about the words themselves. But now it's different. Pei Ran suddenly realized that words are so deeply embedded in life that it is completely unbearable to be without them. Moreover, each of these words that cannot be written is actually very beautiful. She erased the words and wrote them again. Moonlight. Pei Ran suddenly remembered the song that W sang last time. His fields under the moonlight. The 2 words moonlight, in Pei Ran's imagination, are not the pictures of the fields, but a slightly blue tone, a round moon hanging in the night sky. The river is endless, the moonlight is falling, and it is as quiet as water. Words are abstract concepts, completely different from images, not images, but the meaning is freer and more profound. A word is a picture. 1,000 people have 1,000 different pictures in their hearts, because they are not practical, constrained by images, but there is endless imagination space. Everyone has their own moonlight in their heart, just like a beauty in words. He can be handsome and elegant, outstanding, can be intoxicated and unrestrained, but once it is really implemented on a living person with 2 eyes and a mouth, it can't meet everyone's imagination, which makes people disappointed. The green light trembled slightly. It seemed unhappy. The meaning was obvious. You didn't sleep in the middle of the night, woke me up, there was nothing serious, just used me to write for fun? And didn't put a period after writing. Psychopath. Pei Ran quickly erased the words in his mind. Let it go back to sleep. He gradually fell asleep. On the table, the black eyes of the metal ball moved slightly, and his gaze fell on Pei Ran's head. Last night in the car, she had a nightmare. Woke up suddenly, and almost made a sound. After chatting for a while, she looked much more relaxed, and even smiled. I hope she can sleep well tonight. W moved his eyes away, and scanned the surroundings quietly. No one was walking in the car. Most people were asleep. After a while, there was a sound from the number 2 car in front. W looked around. Everyone was sleeping, and those who were not really asleep were resting with their eyes closed. No one noticed this side. W quietly and silently stretched out his folded arms, gently propped himself up a little, and looked at the next car. Through the glass of the partition door between the 2 cars, W saw that Ania was standing up from her seat, carrying a glutinous rice ball on her shoulder, and walking to the end of the car in front, probably to go to the bathroom. W glanced at her, and thought to himself, Pei Ran, you are going to lose the bet. No detail can escape the high magnification professional lens built into the patrol robot. At the moment Ania stood up, although it was a moment so short that it was almost imperceptible, a little green light sank into her palm and disappeared. Chapter 42. In the dark wilderness, the moonlight was dim, the moonlight was not as bright as water, and the night sea number 7 was speeding forward. Aishio sat in the driver's seat, looking at the track stretching ahead. After receiving Pei Ran's news about the shelter yesterday, she immediately discussed it with her grandmother. In the silent state, every day was like dancing on the edge of a knife. If you accidentally made a sound in your throat, you would be crushed to pieces. It was a great thing to have a shelter where you could speak normally, and you would not die even if you made a sound. If it was just Aisha, let alone 2,000 kilometers, even if it was 20,000 kilometers, she would definitely go. Pei Ran said at the time, the shelter might only accept civilians, and there might be strict acceptance standards, and even if you really get there, you might not be able to get in. It's a matter of luck. There's a chance of winning, and the benefits are huge. Aisha is willing to gamble. But the problem is, Grandma is old. She has always been in good health, but after all, she is already in her 70s. A long journey of 2,000 kilometers. And it was known that it would be difficult to walk under such circumstances. Aisha was afraid that her grandmother's body would not be able to bear it. Moreover, what if they refused to accept her grandmother when they arrived at Heijing? When she received Pei Ran's message yesterday and was hesitating, her grandmother almost didn't even think about it, and immediately decided to set off. She could still write at that time. And she wrote on the bracelet screen, Xia, I know what you are worried about. Don't hesitate. You must go. I have a feeling that things will get worse and worse. There is hope only if we leave. Even if we lose the bet, we have to actively find ways to survive, and we can't just shut ourselves up and wait for death here. The two of them simply packed their backpacks. My grandmother has an antique electric car, which she bought for herself with her first salary after graduation when she was young. She has never been willing to throw it away, and has maintained it quite well, and it is always fully charged, just enough to use. The two of them drove this electric donkey and set off. It can't fly in the sky. And it snowed. So the roads on the ground are very difficult to walk on. Fortunately, the electric scooter is very light, and it doesn't require high road conditions, and the travel speed is not slow. I was also on the road after nightfall yesterday, and I only slept for 2 hours in the middle. Finally, I boarded Yahai number 7 in time before the entire Yahai city was engulfed by the fire. Now sitting in the driver's seat, Aisha felt that his whole body felt like he had been beaten up, and his muscles were sore. A wave of sleepiness came over him. Aisha was a little puzzled. After such an intense and exciting day, she didn't want to sleep at all. So she insisted that Pei Ran go to rest first. But why did she suddenly feel sleepy? And the sleepiness was getting stronger and stronger. Like a wave, rushing over and swallowing people under the water. Aisha tried to keep her eyes open, trying to keep her mind clear. However, the track ahead was straight and monotonous, extending endlessly into the distance. And the sleepers repeated again and again, endlessly. Her eyelids seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. And no matter how hard Aisha tried, they were automatically sticking together. This won't work. Aisha pinched the back of her hand with her fingernails. Her fingers seemed to be too sleepy to have any strength, and the back of her hand didn't hurt at all. Suddenly, there was a sound of a door opening behind her. The sound was muffled and a little distant, as if there was a layer of glass. Aisha forced herself to be alert, turned her head, saw who was coming, and breathed a sigh of relief. It was Pei Ran. Seeing how sleepy she was, Pei Ran immediately made a gesture, pointing to the back car, meaning that she should go to sleep in the back. 3 hours must not have arrived yet, Aisha thought, but she really couldn't hold on any longer. So she could go to sleep for a while, relax, and then come to take over Pei Ran's place. She was so sleepy that her thoughts were almost incoherent, and they were all scattered here and there, more fragmented than a jigsaw puzzle. Aisha stood up dazedly, left the driver's seat, walked 2 steps forward, and brushed past Pei Ran. Someone seemed to be talking in her ear, distantly, a little unclear. You are so sleepy, go to sleep. Aisha subconsciously wanted to say okay, but the small wooden stick in her mouth hindered the movement of her lips and teeth. She shuddered, and her thoughts suddenly became clearer, and she turned around. Pei Ran had already sat in the driver's seat, and he didn't explode. Sleepiness swept over him again, and his thoughts began to disconnect again. Aisha tried her best to think, and it might be because of sleepiness. And she was so sleepy that she was hallucinating. When she was drowsy before going to bed, she would hear all kinds of voices in her ears. This kind of thing had happened before. Aisha pushed open the door, walked to the back carriage, sat down next to her grandmother, leaned against the back of the chair, and fell asleep in almost a second. The train continued to move forward in the night, and the wheels rolled over the rails, making a regular sound. Pei Ran was sleeping soundly, when she suddenly heard a soft music. The music was originally very soft, but gradually became louder and clearer in her left ear. Pei Ran was dazed. and suddenly realized that W was playing a music alarm for her. Pei-Ran got up from the small table, sat up straight, and tried to open her eyes. She asked W in her heart, "It's 3 hours?" It was so fast, and she felt that she had only slept for a short while. "No, it's not time yet," W said. "I didn't wake you up for this. It's because of 2 things. First, you're going to lose the bet. I just saw the green light of the fusion body on Yanaya. Is it just for this that you wake him up?" Pei-Ran half closed his eyes, stretched out his right hand, grabbed the metal ball's head, and just wanted to twist off his metal crown. Even if Yanaya had green light on her body, she didn't kill anyone or set fire to anything now. Couldn't you wait until she woke up? W knew exactly what she was thinking, and immediately said, "Of course, this is not important. More importantly, second, I found that the direction of the train was not right." Pei-Ran woke up instantly. "Wrong? Why is it wrong?" W said, "Your bracelet also has a built-in electronic compass. Even if there is no network, it can still be used. You will know at a glance." Pei-Ran immediately clicked on the bracelet's virtual screen and found the compass. The compass clearly showed that the train was heading due south. The map W sent last time clearly marked the track of Yahai number 7. Without a doubt, it went almost straight to the northwest without any turns in the middle. How did it suddenly go south? This was totally unreasonable. The train was not an ordinary antique car. It had to run on the track and could not turn whenever it wanted. Pei-Ran's first reaction was that he was controlled by an illusion. The train was heading south, but it was probably not real. W is an artificial intelligence, and it seems that he should not be controlled by illusions. However, the W in my ear may not be real, and may just be part of the illusion. However, that is not true. She and W can communicate in their minds, and it is unlikely that others will know it. If they know this and can simulate W's voice, the ability of the person who created the illusion is too amazing, and the probability is not high. Last time at the gate, the way several people got rid of hypnosis was to be slapped in the face. Pei-Ran didn't want to slap himself, so he twisted his thigh with a mechanical hand. It hurt so much. It hurt so much, I will probably have bruises tomorrow. W saw her movements and was a little speechless. "You are not hypnotized. I just checked carefully and figured out why Yahai number 7 went south. The previous route of Yahai number 7 was a short circular track, which was later upgraded, and a new track leading to the northwest was rebuilt. We just passed Tondu Dam, which is where the original circular old track and the new track heading northwest diverge." W said, "I checked and found that this old circular track was not closed, and was used as a spare track for midway maintenance. Maybe the train has not been running recently, and the switch was temporarily turned to the old track. The train went in the wrong direction, and got on the old circular track." Pei-Ran stood up, picked up the metal ball. "Is there a way to go back?" "Of course," W said. "Some trains have a locomotive at each end, which can travel in both directions. But Yahai number 7 only has one locomotive, but it can travel in the opposite direction. Use the locomotive to push the rear carriages back, and go back to the place where the Tondu Dam splits the track. We can turn the track back and get back to the correct track." Pei-Ran replied. "Okay," and walked forward along the shaky aisle, intending to find Aixia at the locomotive. She took a few steps forward, and suddenly, through the glass door between the carriages, she saw from afar that Aixia was actually sitting in the front carriage number 1, near the aisle, next to Jiang Gong. She looked very tired, leaning on the seat, next to her grandmother, and sleeping soundly. Pei-Ran immediately took a few steps forward and looked into the number 2 carriage. Sheng Mingxi and Tang Dao were also there, all sleeping. The hairs on Pei-Ran's arm stood up. If they were all there, then who was driving now? W also saw it, and immediately blamed himself. "Pei-Ran, I'm sorry. I didn't see Aixia coming out of the cab. He was on the small table between the seats just now, and even if he propped himself up higher, from his angle, he couldn't see the direction of the cab." W continued, "It's a bit strange. Aixia didn't ask you, and just handed the train's cab to someone else. She wouldn't do that," Pei-Ran said. "Aixia was able to ride a small electric scooter with her grandmother in such a chaotic time, travel a long distance to catch the train, and come up with all kinds of strange ideas after silence. She is a decisive and smart person. She wouldn't make such a mistake. Something special must have happened." A voice suddenly came from the number 4 carriage behind him. It was a real human voice, coming from the throat. Help! It was a man's hoarse voice. Not the talking little glutinous rice ball. The voice echoed in the silent carriage at night. And it was terrible and terrifying. Help! There was no third voice. When Pei Ran turned around, he only had time to see clearly that in the fourth carriage, a slightly fat man seemed to have just woken up from a nightmare, holding the backs of the seats on both sides with both hands, and stumbling forward along the aisle. But in a moment, the man was gone, leaving only blood and flesh fragments splattered everywhere. All the people sleeping in the carriage were awakened by him. When they opened their eyes, they saw this horrible scene. Fortunately, when he exploded, there was no one sitting next to him, so no one else was implicated. One more person died, and now there were only 45 people left on the train. In a corner of carriage number 4, there was a sudden sound of crazy kicking and struggling, as if someone had kicked the back of the seat hard, making a loud clanging sound. There sat a family of 3 with a little girl. The little girl was awakened by the man's cry for help just now, and when she woke up, she saw the pieces of meat splattered in front of her eyes. She was extremely scared and struggled wildly. Her parents covered her mouth desperately, fearing that she would make a sound, and their fingers almost dug into her mouth. The little girl was caught like this, and she was even more scared. She couldn't calm down at all. The couple's eyes were full of despair. The door of the dining car at the rear of the car opened, and someone came over. It was Yulianka. Yulianka held a needle in his hand, with a determined look on his face. He held the little girl down, pierced her arm with a needle, and pushed a tube of injection steadily into her. The injection took effect quickly, and the little girl stopped struggling immediately, slowly closed her eyes, and collapsed in her mother's arms. The couple panted and slumped in their seats. It was winter, but their foreheads were covered with beads of sweat. After Yulianka finished the injection, he did not leave, but half crouched in front of the little girl's seat. He pointed at the little girl, took off the medical mask on his face, opened his mouth, pointed deep into her throat, and made a cutting gesture with the palm of his other hand as straight as a knife. The anesthetic can only control it for a while. It's okay this time. But what about next time? What about the next time? He was suggesting to the little girl's parents that they should cut her vocal cords while she was asleep. The little girl's parents were stunned for a long time, and finally understood what he meant. The two exchanged glances silently, and the little girl's mother lowered her head, tears welling up from her eyes. Yulianka's eyes were full of sympathy, and he stood up and waited quietly for them to make a decision. The little girl's mother finally nodded, hugged her sleeping child tightly, tears still pouring out, crying heartbrokenly, but silently. The father's face was full of fatigue, as if all his energy had been drained away. He raised his head and made a gesture to Yulianka, using his hand as a knife, and cut his neck horizontally. He wanted to cut his vocal cords with his daughter. The girl's mother also pointed at her throat. The carriage was silent, and everyone was looking at them. The old couple across the aisle stood up together. The old man reached out and pulled the sleeve of Yulianka's white coat, pointed at his throat, and then pointed at his wife, and also made a gesture of cutting his neck. In addition to them, everyone else stood up. The current situation is too tragic. After falling asleep, a nightmare can kill people. Compared with life, the vocal cord is just an organ, not so important. Besides, you can't speak anyway, so you don't need it. In the carriage, everyone was going to have surgery to remove their vocal cords. Yulianka glanced around, his light blue-gray eyes, full of the sadness and pity that God was looking at the world. He finally nodded, raised his hand, and pointed in the direction of the dining car, signaling the little girl's parents to take the child over. Pei Ran watched quietly, took a deep breath, and quickly walked towards carriage number 4. They were in a different situation from Jean Hejuan. Jean Hejuan tossed and turned in pain. Without removing his vocal cords, it would be hard for him to survive tonight, but these people were different. The little girl was about to be taken to the hospital for surgery. The train had gone on the wrong track, so we had to put it aside for now. The little girl's big eyes, which were originally clear in black and white, were now invisible. They were tightly closed. She lay motionless in her mother's arms, but the pair of clear eyes was still in front of Pei Ran, as if they would say in the next second, "Sister, sister, I found a beautiful screw and gave it to you. Is it useful? Can you use it to make your gun? Sister, can we raise a kitten one day like in the story you told? I want a white one." W completely understood what she was going to do. "Are you going to tell them about Heijing?" "Yes," Pei Ran said. The terminal of Yahai number 7 is not far from Haging. I was planning to ask when I get to the terminal tomorrow morning. If anyone is willing to go with me, I will take them to Haging. W reminded her, but Haging has not yet finalized the acceptance standards for ordinary people. The result is unpredictable. Among these people, some people may be turned away. Pei Ran replied, I know. I will tell them. Some people may have other plans, and don't want to go with me. Some people may want to try their luck. W. Remove the words on the map of the Black Well, and send it to me. The father of the family of 3 was carefully holding up the unconscious child, and walking towards the dining car. The mother carefully protected her daughter's limp head. Yulianka followed them quietly. Pei Ran took 2 steps at a time, and crossed the carriage. He stepped forward and grabbed the back of Yulianka's white coat. Yulianka turned around, his eyes full of surprise, as if asking Pei Ran, what's wrong? Pei Ran stopped the man and ignored him. He raised his hands high and patted his head twice. A crisp slap. Snap. Snap. Even if she didn't do this, the attention of the whole car would have been attracted by her. With such a commotion here, people were shouting for help and kicking things. Many people in the next car were also awakened by the shock, and even Sheng Mingxi and others in the car in front were looking over here. Pei Ran then enlarged the size of the bracelet's virtual screen to the maximum, pushed it up, and moved it to the middle of the aisle, so that everyone here could see it clearly. The translucent virtual screen was like a film, floating above the seat, with a clear map on it. On the map, all the text had been carefully erased by W, but from the layout of the mountains, rivers and major cities, it was still clear that this was the northwest of the East Manya continent. W was very considerate, marking a striking red dot at the location of the Black Well, and also drawing the track route of Yahai number 7 on the map. This time it was not so rigid, it was a cartoon-style railroad track, grid by grid, which was very inconsistent with the strict and precise map, and it was exaggeratedly thick. If there was really such a railroad track on the map, according to the proportion, I am afraid that one sleeper would have to span half of Yahai city. W asked Pei Ran, how is my painting style this time? Isn't it too AI-like? A little more lively? Pei Ran was silent. Let's discuss your painting later. I'm busy now. W muttered in a low voice, can't multi-thread tasks. Poor carbon-based creatures. Pei Ran? Pei Ran, what did you say? Say it again if you have the guts? W immediately said, I don't have any of the species you mentioned. I won't say anything. You're busy. In the car. Pei Ran opened the map, and everyone looked at each other. Everyone's expression was, what does this mean? Pei Ran waited for everyone to see the location of the Black Well, then pulled the virtual screen down a little bit, and started to add things on it. She zoomed in on the location of the Black Well, and then zoomed in again, and then drew an inverted spherical protective cover on it. Under the protective cover, Pei Ran added matchstick figures one by one. The figures were all facing each other, talking to each other, and above each figure's head was a round conversation bubble, which was full of messy lines pretending to be words. And the faces of the little people were all painted with big smiles. If W were to draw, it would certainly be better, but there were too many people here, so it was better to do it yourself. As long as the meaning could be conveyed clearly, it would be enough. Pei Ran finished drawing, and pushed the virtual screen up again. Just when she was drawing, the carriage was already very quiet. There were no human voices, but even the slight sound of clothes rubbing against each other was gone. Everyone was a little confused, and everyone was staring at the picture on the virtual screen. The meaning of the painting is very obvious. Because it is too obvious, it is hard to believe. In this chaotic world where people can die at any time and, if you speak, you will die, is there really such a place? A place where you can speak out loud, a real refuge. Even someone as calm as Yulianka looked at the painting with a look of shock. Chapter 43. Pei Ran reached out and pulled down the virtual screen. Several new figures were added to the shielding layer. This time, the figures were dressed differently. They all wore wide-brimmed hats, had epaulets on their shoulders, and held guns in their hands. Although the hat looked like a big round cake on the head, the epaulets were bricks on the shoulders, and the guns were crooked like firewood sticks. The meaning was not difficult to guess. This was a soldier. There were soldiers stationed in the shelter, or some kind of armed force. Pei Ran drew radial arcs from short to long, one layer after another, outside the shielding circle. It was a signal, emitted from the shielding layer. She added a little stick figure a little further away from the circle. The little stick figure wore an exaggeratedly large bracelet on his arm. The bracelet also had the same layers of arcs representing the signal. There was a screen hanging in front of the little figure. A picture was received on the screen. She was saying, the information received outside the shielding layer was sent from the shelter. Pei-Ran said to W in her mind while painting, see? Whether the painting is good or not, it's actually not important at all. The key is that others can understand it. W answered her with speechless silence. But the people in the car should really understand it. They are all exchanging glances with their companions silently. Pei-Ran achieved her goal. She clapped her hands twice more, letting everyone look at her. You don't have to rush to cut off your vocal cords. The situation is not that bad for the time being. But some things need to be made clear first. Pei-Ran continued to draw on the screen. She added a series of rectangular carriages with wheels that were even more cartoonish than W's track. The carriages were filled with little people with crying faces. The little people got off the train and came to the outside of the shielding layer. A piece of paper was added outside the shielding layer, and the paper was written with words represented by messy lines. Pei-Ran pasted 2 emoticons of hand gestures under words. One hand pointing to the left, and the other pointing to the right. The little man on the left entered the shielding cover and turned into a smiling face. The little man on the right was stopped by the little man with a gun and still had a crying face. Remaining outside the shielding cover, Pei-Ran pasted an emoticon of a little man touching his chin and thinking on the top of the paper. No one knew what the screening criteria were, and no one knew whether they could really enter the black well. In the carriage, all the passengers were silent. Pa. Ta ta ta. The sound of knocking on the small table broke the silence. It was Tang Dao. He and Sheng Mingxi had come here a long time ago and had been watching Pei-Ran drawing. Tang Dao looked at Pei-Ran, tapping the table with his fingers. He was asking, is the shelter thing true? Pei-Ran tapped the back of the chair next to him a few times. Of course it is true. Tang Dao stared at her hand, took a long breath, and his eyes lit up. He stopped typing the code and immediately pointed to his chest, using 2 fingers to simulate the action of walking on 2 legs, and then pointed to Pei-Ran's painting. He made a decision quickly, saying that he would go to Heijing with Pei-Ran. Sheng Mingxi also raised her hand immediately, and pointed to her chest with her other hand. She was saying, add me in. Several other students from Yahai University also raised their hands. The father holding the little girl suddenly stood the child up, adjusted his posture, trying to free his hands. The little girl's mother, without him saying anything, had already pointed at her own chest and the child's father's chest, and then pointed at the child's chest. They also wanted to go to Heijing. They took the child back to his seat. If there was hope of going to a shelter where they could talk, no one would be willing to cut the child's vocal cords. Others woke up from their dreams and began to eagerly point at their chests to Pei-Ran. If there is a safe refuge in this world, of course I have to go. Even if I will be rejected, even if there is only a slight possibility of getting in, I must try. Without a doubt. Pei-Ran glanced around and glanced at Yulianka. Yulianka was also staring at her intently. He half closed his light blue-gray eyes, suddenly raised his hand, and pointed at his chest, meaning to join. His action was different. He clenched his right hand into a fist, only showing his thumb, and gently tapped the position of his heart on the left side of his chest with his thumb. Then extended his index finger and pointed at Pei-Ran. This gesture was very special. W immediately said, what does he mean by this? He seemed to have checked for a moment and came to a conclusion. His tone was cold and lazy. Oh, I understand. This means, I want to give you my love, starting from my heart. Love you. Pei-Ran achieved his goal, and knew that the vocal cord surgery incident was over. Yulianka used his special identity as a doctor to build up his prestige on this train, but it was not worth mentioning in front of the temptation of the shelter. Now everyone in the carriage will regard her as their backbone. Listen to her, and will not be easily deceived by Yulianka and others. Pei-Ran turned off the bracelet screen calmly, turned around and walked to the front of the train. She answered W as she walked. I think he said, little guy, I will remember you. W didn't say anything, and seemed to disagree. Going to the front carriage. Many people didn't hear the movement at the rear of the train, and were still sleeping, or resting their eyes. When he came to the second carriage, Pei-Ran saw Yanaya. She was still sitting in her original position, in a corner away from everyone, sleeping on the small table, with her black braids hanging down her back. No, Michuan was not asleep, but was standing on her master's back, looking very energetic. When she saw Pei-Ran passing by, she flapped her wings and opened her mouth. Pei-Ran put his finger on his lips and made a hushing gesture to it. The little parrot understood, and closed its mouth obediently. Pei Ran did not stop and continued to move forward. In the number 1 carriage, Aisha was still with Yang Gong. They looked very tired, and were sleeping soundly. Pei Ran did not wake them up. He walked all the way to the front of the car, and opened the door of the cab. As expected, the person driving the car was indeed the maintenance technician. Kirill, who W said was a mediocre position. Pei Ran saw almost everyone just now. Except him. I don't know how he cheated Aisha to control the night C number 7. W immediately said, just now when you were sleeping. He did walk through our car, and went into the bathroom in the front section. Pei Ran walked over and patted Kirill on the shoulder. Kirill just turned around. Expressionless. Raised his head. Glanced at Pei Ran indifferently. Then turned back. Still looking forward. Pretending not to see her. He was like the pot of spathiphyllum planted by Aisha, with his butt firmly rooted in the driver's seat. W asked leisurely, does he have species? Or maybe he doesn't have any species at all. Kirill's eyes showed a kind of unfocused confusion, as if he was controlled by someone. Pei Ran immediately returned to the door of the cab. The door was still open. In the back compartment, there was no one in the aisle. People were sleeping in their seats. Nothing unusual could be seen. Pei Ran returned to Kirill's side, reached out, and slapped him in the face. With a pop. Kirill shuddered and suddenly woke up. He was a little confused. His eyes were panicked. Pei Ran didn't wait for him to react, and hit him on the back of the head. He fainted and fell limply on the driving platform. This hypnotic state was easy to wake up. Pei Ran grabbed Kirill's shoulders, lifted him up from the driver's seat without much effort, and threw him on the floor next to him. W. Watch me closely. If you find something wrong with me, wake me up immediately. W answered slowly and dragged out. Okay, he has been speaking lazily since just now. He glanced at Kirill on the ground. Pei Ran. Break his arm. Twist his neck. Kill him. And throw him out of the car. Pei Ran? He is very wrong. Pei Ran asked, are you sick? Then he changed the topic. What's wrong with you? W. He still had that strange tone, and laughed softly. Just do it, it's so simple, and so convenient. Pei Ran was silent. What do you mean by breaking your neck and throwing you out of the car? Is this what you, an artificial intelligence, should say? Didn't you say, I can guarantee that every law-abiding citizen is absolutely safe? Are you having a seizure? W said leisurely. I'm not having a seizure. I just found that even if you humans are stuffed into a steamer with a high fire, you only care whether you can live longer in the steamer, and whether you stand in a higher position. In fact, you don't care much about the life and death of your own kind. A big hat fell from the sky and was put on. Pei Ran talked to W in his heart, and his hands never stopped. This Kirill, it seems that he has a close relationship with Yelyanka, and is more familiar with Yehai number 7. Even if he is controlled by someone, Pei Ran is not very confident about him. So it is better to tie him up first. Pei Ran reached into her backpack to feel for the tape. There were too many things in the bag, so she only touched the roll worth 23,000 yuan that Shengming she gave her. She grabbed Kirill's wrist, pinned it behind his back, and neatly wrapped it with tape several times. It hurt. This must be worth several bowls of beef noodles. Right? It would be better to just throw him out of the car, as W said. Pei Ran said as she tied the tape. Although I don't care about others that much, I don't care that much. Do I? No, I'm not talking about you. W seemed to sigh. A meeting in Beijing has just ended. I am an artificial intelligence. I try my best every day to collect and summarize various information, give solutions, improve the survival rate as much as possible, and compete with numbers with countless decimal places, but you humans yourself. He paused for a moment, and then continued, I sometimes think that the life and death of you humans is actually none of my business. He suddenly cursed. Pei Ran was stunned, and asked him, what level of natural language state are you talking to me now? Level 10. W replied. Because you don't seem to have raised any objections to my adjusting the language state, so I just changed it myself. Pei Ran. W. Pei Ran, who cares? Quick. Do it. Kill him. He's crazy. Far northwest, 400 kilometers away. Blackwell Base. Command Center Hall. In a corner of the hall, in the virtual room on the circular screen, W was still sitting in the armchair, holding a book in his hand, frowning. Xiao Sai had sharp eyes and noticed it immediately. What's wrong? He asked. Is the meeting next door finally over? W didn't even raise his head, just uttered one word, yes. Qiaosai asked, are they willing to give you power? W turned a page of the book, and didn't answer. Qiaosai knew that this meeting definitely did not produce any good results. And W was unwilling to say more. Qiaosai changed the subject and chatted with him. Are you still reading romance novels? This time W answered. Yes. There is a related electronic library in the Federal Digital Library, which contains romance novels from all ages. There are millions of books, and I have almost read them all. Qiaosai interviewed, did you gain anything? W answered, I found that many of the male protagonists have strong aggressiveness and possessiveness, paranoia, cunning, and strong sexual desire, which meets the psychological characteristics of a murderer in a love-murder case. Qiaosai. W suddenly raised his head, put down the book, and made a gesture to the outside of the screen. He clenched his right hand into a fist, leaving only his thumb, pointed at his left chest, and then released his index finger, pointed at Qiaosai. He asked, Qiaosai, do you know what does this action mean? This action? Qiaosai thought hard for a long time, and spoke carefully. It feels like I am your dog? W. Sip plane, in the cab of Night C number 7. Pei Ran neatly tied Kirill's hands and feet with tape, kicked him aside, and took another look at the passenger compartment behind. Everything was still normal. She closed the door of the cab, and pulled the handle on the console, and Yahai number 7 braked suddenly and stopped. How do you drive this car backwards? Pei Ran asked. W replied, it's simple. See the silver metal button in the upper right corner? Press it. Okay, and then push the handle on the left like before. The train restarted. This time it was no longer moving forward, but moving backward, and the speed quickly increased, and it was not slower than when it was moving forward. W said, I will keep monitoring the direction and distance. When we get back to Tongdu Dam, we need to get off the train to switch the tracks. The door of the cab was opened. Aixia and Jiangong came over. The train suddenly stopped, and started to reverse, and they all woke up. Aixia was sleeping with her hair all over her head. She first looked at Kirill, who was lying on the ground with his hands and feet tied and unconscious, and was startled. She raised her hand and tapped her knuckles. Why did it start to reverse? She pointed at Kirill again. Why is he here? Pei Ran knew it. Even if Aixia was sleepy, it was unlikely that she would hand over the driving seat to Kirill, who was very rude to Jiangong. Pei Ran also tapped her knuckles. Who did you hand over the train to when you went to sleep just now? Aixia understood what she was asking, and was dumbfounded. Totally unbelievable. You? She tapped her fingers very quickly. You came to the cab, and asked me to go to sleep. As expected. W said, another illusion? Someone used the ability to create illusions, and made Aixia see illusions, making her mistakenly believe that it was Pei Ran who came to the cab and told her to go to sleep. Aixia saw Pei Ran's expression and knew something was wrong. She was no longer sleepy and became completely nervous. What's going on? She asked again. Why are we driving the car backwards? Pei Ran pointed his finger. Someone is creating an illusion. What you see is a false image. The car is also driving in the wrong direction. Pei Ran opened the map W had just drawn and showed it to her. His finger went all the way from Yahai to the fork and turned left. Jiangong was very familiar with the route of Yahai number 7, and he understood it immediately. She immediately pointed to the fork on the map, made a switch gesture to Pei Ran, then sat in the driver's seat and pressed a few more buttons. The train was moving backwards faster. In the darkness outside the train, the silhouettes of trees passed by quickly. At this speed, it would soon be back to Tongdu Dam. Aixia hadn't digested the hallucination yet, looked at Pei Ran, walked a few steps forward, and lowered her head to look at Kirill lying on the ground. She made way for the door, and Pei Ran followed the open door of the cab, through the glass of the rear compartment partition door, and suddenly saw Anya. Yanaya was carrying a glutinous rice ball on her shoulder, standing far away in the aisle of the rear carriage. Her black braid hung on one shoulder, and her dark and heavy eyes were motionless, staring at this side without blinking, with almost no expression on her face. Standing like this, it really looked like a haunted place. In those ghostly black eyes, a green light suddenly flashed. There was a rustling sound behind him. Pei Ran turned his head and found that Kirill, who was fainted on the ground, stood up at some point. Aixia, however, fell to the ground inexplicably, as if she had fainted. Jiangong was also lying on the driver's seat motionless. Pei Ran instinctively rushed over in 2 steps. He realized in an instant that something was not right. That was Aisha, a woman who could make hand seals to blow up excavators. How could she be knocked down so silently? Besides, it was just a matter of turning his head. Where did the tightly wrapped tapes on Kirill's hands and feet go? The tapes were firmly stuck together, binding his hands tightly. Unless someone else helped with scissors, it would not be removed so quickly. Pei Ran's mechanical hand, which was originally strangling Kirill's neck, turned in a different direction halfway, grabbing Kirill's arm. Kirill struggled, but he couldn't get free. It felt very wrong. Pei Ran felt that his thoughts were a little slow. His head was dizzy, and he felt groggy, just like when he was half asleep and half awake before going to bed. The logic in his mind was floating, and he had to work hard to gather his scattered thoughts. Kirill in front of him also moved. He looked indifferent, and suddenly took out a dagger from his waist. The dagger flashed coldly under the lamp, and stabbed at Pei Ran's chest. The fighting instinct made people instinctively want to grab that hand. Grab it. Pull it. And the arm will be removed from the shoulder just like the eagle claw man next to Shigai last time. But Pei Ran didn't do that. She used her mechanical hand to block the hand that was stabbing at her, and called out in her mind, W. The metal ball hung quietly beside her, and there was silence beside her left ear, and no one answered. As expected, it was an illusion. Someone brought her into the illusion. The person who induced her into the illusion created the illusion that Kirill climbed up and killed people, but didn't know that she could talk to people in her mind. She called out to W, but did not hear any response, which meant that in addition to her vision, her hearing had also been forcibly tampered with. Even if W really answered, she would not be able to hear it. Kirill in front of her clenched his jaw viciously. His eyes flashed with murderous intent, and he changed direction and stabbed her with a knife. The knife should be an illusion, and the person should not be Kirill. The purpose of the hypnotist creating this illusion should be to make them kill each other. The person standing in the position of Kirill was originally Aisha. Pei Ran suddenly felt curious. This time, she did not use her mechanical arm to block the dagger, but used her left flesh arm. The dagger was sharp, and it immediately stabbed her forearm, and blood gushed out through her sleeve. Pei Ran. It hurts. It actually hurts. However, people who have experienced being stabbed by a real knife can immediately distinguish the subtle difference. When you are stabbed by a knife, you will feel a chill in your flesh first, and then it will slowly hurt. But the pain in your arm now is too sharp, too fast, and not quite the same. This is a fake pain that can't wake her up. The dagger stabbed again. Pei Ran blocked it, and a strong and strange pain came out of her shoulder. Pei Ran ignored the knife, stretched out her hand, and pressed on Kirill's shoulder. She touched the long hair. Kirill had short hair, and only Aisha had long hair hanging on her shoulders. The person who created the illusion tampered with the vision and hearing, and could create pain, but did not change the sense of touch. It should not be that he didn't want to, but that he couldn't. Just like the green light that can write and draw, this ability seems to have limitations, at least for now. Pei Ran ignored the bleeding arm and shoulder, and no longer paid attention to the ferocious Kirill in front of him, and turned around and walked to the back car. Chapter 44. Pei Ran continued to summon W in his heart. She was in a hypnotic state, and couldn't hear his voice, but he could always hear her. She wouldn't have lost the ability to emit nita waves. The 2 people who were hypnotized at the entrance last time were both awakened by Sheng Mingxi's slap. Aisha hadn't come yet, and didn't know the slap technique, but what was W doing? Why didn't he slap her quickly? If he didn't do anything, Pei Ran raised his hand and slapped himself. The feeling on her face was strange, vague, dull, not painful at all, and the drowsy and scattered feeling in her head had not changed at all. Maybe the real pain had become dull, or maybe her hands had become weak. Pei Ran couldn't tell. She pinched her leg again, but still didn't feel any pain. Waking herself up didn't seem feasible. Pei Ran quickly crossed the aisle between the cab and the carriage, and supported the partition door. The door had the right touch. Then I walked through the aisle of carriage number 1. The back of the seat next to me also felt right. Crackling. A burst of dense noises came, as if the train was in a hail of bullets, and the body of the train was hit by many bullets. Holes suddenly appeared in the ceiling one after another, and the window glass also shattered. Countless gray tentacles as thick as arms snaked from outside the car into the car. They were soft and sticky, but very fast, rushing towards Pei Ran from all directions. There were too many of them, and it was impossible to dodge them. She felt a sharp pain on her body. Peiran glanced down, and a tentacle pierced her chest. Blood gushed out, soaking her front. Another tentacle pierced her stomach diagonally. In a moment, her body was pierced by countless tentacles. The pain was piercing, and the scene was horrifying. They probably wanted her to scream. The tentacles ran wildly in the carriage, and the passengers around were all scared and dared not move. A tentacle found an opportunity and suddenly pierced into Peiran's ear. A sharp pain came. Another tentacle went straight to Peiran's eyes. Peiran quickly turned her head to avoid it. She had already rushed to the position. Unaya was originally standing in the aisle. Now there was no one here. There were several passengers sitting in the seats around, all looking at Peiran in panic. She came over very quickly. There were only a few seconds, and the hypnotist could not run far. Peiran grabbed one of the passengers by the shoulder, and then immediately let go, and grabbed another one next to him. It was the touch of a real shoulder. The people in the illusion corresponded to the people in reality. Just like just now in the cab, Kirill became Aisha, Aisha became Kirill. The hypnotist seemed to have limited ability, could not create a person out of thin air, nor could he make the existing people disappear. He could only change their appearance. If this is true, it would be great. The tentacles are phantoms, moving as fast as ghosts. Finding the right opportunity, finally succeeded in poking Peiran's left eye, and piercing deep into Peiran's head through the eye socket. A sharp pain came from his brain, but Peiran had seen it clearly. In the next group of seats, a few steps forward, sat the young man with a ball gag. Like the others, his face was full of panic. This man was really impressive. Peiran remembered clearly, his original seat was not here. Peiran rushed over and grabbed the young man's shoulders. His palm hit something. It was the touch of a pigtail. He found the person. The tentacles attacked more frantically. Peiran ignored the dense tentacles all over his body, picked up the young man, pressed him to the floor, and strangled his throat tightly. The young man was terrified and struggled wildly. Peiran did not loosen his grip and used force with his fingers. In the illusion, he felt dull and did not know how heavy his hands were. Peiran thought to himself, "If I accidentally strangle you to death, don't blame me." The young man couldn't struggle out of her control. And finally his head tilted and he passed out. At the same time he passed out, it was as if the void was broken. The earth sank. Peiran suddenly woke up from the nightmare. Everything around him changed in an instant, and various sounds came out. As she guessed, the one who was pressed to the ground and strangled by her neck was Unaya. Her cheeks were red from being pinched. Her eyes were closed, and she was unconscious. The passengers around were also a little panicked, mainly because they saw her suddenly press people to the ground. But they were not as scared as the passengers who saw the tentacles running around in the carriage in the illusion. The glutinous rice ball was hidden in the clothes on the chest of Unaya. It came out, flew to the back of the seat next to it, flapped its wings, and shouted loudly, "Murder! Murder!" There was also W's voice in her ears, calling her, "Peiran? Peiran? Are you awake?" Peiran let go of Unaya and stood up. "Why don't you try to wake me up? Don't you dare to slap me?" He was really polite. "You finally woke up." W seemed to be relieved. "I just turned up the volume of the conversation with you. But I was afraid that the sound would be too loud and would permanently damage your auditory nerves," he said. "Of course I am also using pain to wake you up. Slapping only hurts at level 4. I used the mechanical claws to continuously create more than level 7 pain on you. But you didn't wake up. Take some time to look at your waist, legs and arms. I suspect I pinched you until you were blue." The 7th level of pain did not wake Peiran up. Her hypnosis level was obviously deeper than others. Some people were afraid that she would wake up soon. W said, "You moved very quickly. I was just about to take further measures. But you woke up." Peiran sorted out his thoughts. When Unaya was standing in the aisle and staring at her, a green light flashed in her eyes, and she fell into hallucination. Once Unaya fell into a coma, the hypnotic effect disappeared automatically. One possibility is that the hypnotist is Unaya, and the other possibility is that someone deliberately made these events happen simultaneously to frame Unaya. The former is more likely and makes more sense. Otherwise, there is no reason for Unaya to stand in the aisle and stare at the cab, and then hide in the seat here. If the hypnotist is indeed Unaya herself, then when she initiates hypnosis, it seems that she is staring at the hypnotized object. When Kirill was driving the train alone in the cab, he was also in a hypnotized state. Unaya was sleeping on the small table at the time, or pretending to sleep. and the door of the cab was closed. From her angle, she could not see Kirill in the cab even if she raised her head. Maybe it means that, after entering the hypnotic state, there is no need to continue staring at the hypnotized object. But this time, Yanaya kept staring at her, and did not let her out of her sight until she disguised herself as a boy with a ball gag. Peiren guessed that this was the reason why her hypnotic state was deeper than others, and could not be easily awakened. However, these were just guesses, and could not be verified. Peiren suddenly rushed to the passenger compartment, and Aisha had already followed. Looking puzzled, she tapped her fingers, asked, "What happened? You just suddenly grabbed my arm, touched my shoulder, and then turned and left." Peiren, "I almost broke your arm." Peiren discovered another point. Aisha was awake from beginning to end. It seems that the hypnotist can only create illusions for one person at a time. The hypnotist's goal is to make them kill each other. If he can create illusions for Aisha as well, the effect will be better. I will not do it. Peiren pointed at Enya, who was unconscious on the ground, raised his hand, and tapped his knuckles. "I just saw an illusion. I guess it was her who did it." W said in his ear, "Peiren, remember the bet we made? I won." "It's possible, but not necessarily," Peiren said. She glanced at the back of the car, and there was no one in the aisle. Peiren took out the tape from her bag, and finally found the cheap roll this time, tied Yanaya's hands and feet, and wrapped the glutinous rice ball with a scarf, and handed it to Aisha. She pointed a long series of knuckles at Aisha. "Find something to cover her eyes, and if she wakes up, knock her out again." Aisha nodded immediately, made a wait gesture, and rushed back to the cab, and soon came out with a big and heavy wrench. Peiren, when she wrenched the handle, the elephant would probably faint. Aisha took off her scarf, tied it tightly around Enya's head, tied it into a knot, covering her eyes. She was very reliable. Peiren took the metal ball himself and walked to the rear of the train. The train was still moving backwards quickly. The track divider at Tonggu Dam should be very close. Rumble. Suddenly, there were bursts of dull sounds coming from somewhere, like thunder. Is it going to rain? Peiren glanced out the window. Outside the window, there was still a little dim moonlight, and the wilderness and trees were vaguely visible. It didn't look like the sky was so cloudy that it would rain, Peiren thought, while opening the door of the next carriage and taking a look. She grabbed Yulianka, who was sitting in the seat closest to the door, leaning against the back of the chair with his eyes closed. This person had been staying at the back of the car, but now he came here to pretend to sleep. Peiren. You lost. You can't cheat like this. You have to accept the loss. Peiren, heh. I still think he's playing tricks. Helplessly. You insist that Yulianka is playing tricks. What evidence do you have? Peiren twisted Yulianka. What evidence do I need? I'm not a sheriff. I just need to tear him in half, and see if there is green light in his body. If there is, I can try the function of green light. Right? Peiren, you taught me just now. You said, who cares? Quick, kill him. How simple, how convenient, I think it makes sense. Yulianka was grabbed by her front, and then he opened his eyes, and saw Peiren clearly. His face was full of surprise, and his blue-gray eyes seemed to say, what's wrong? Is there something wrong? What are you doing? Peiren ignored him, grabbed his white coat, lifted him up, turned him around neatly, and pressed him against the compartment door. She said she wanted to tear him apart, and she really meant it. She raised her left arm, pressed her elbow against his neck, and the mechanical hand on her right firmly grasped Yulianka's upper arm, and pulled it out violently. The bone snapped. She was unreasonable, and didn't give him a chance to explain. She just started. Yulianka's face was pressed against the cold glass of the car door, and he was scared to death. In the past few days, he felt that he had adapted to the new rules of this apocalyptic state, and he enjoyed this new world. The strong prey on the weak. The strong control everything, decide everything, and the weak are manipulated like toys, and can only live in fear. Now his shoulder hurt so much. At the moment when it is about to be torn apart, he suddenly realizes that he actually does not really understand what the end of the world means. His thoughts are still within the framework of the normal world. All he thought about along the way was dodging, how to hide himself, how to do it without leaving any evidence, so that no one can catch him. However, the girl behind him is really like a devil from the end of the world. When she suspects you, she does not look for evidence at all, no matter what the evidence is, or does not give you a chance to explain. She just does it, and kills people directly, no matter if you are innocent or not. Her mechanical hand is too scary. If he doesn't resist, his arm will really be torn off his body. When she pulls off his right arm, she will probably use that terrifying mechanical hand to cut him open and take out his intestines, just like dealing with the gate fusion at the entrance. Life and death. At the critical moment, Yulianka finally stopped pretending and opened his mouth. A green light appeared in his dark mouth. The glass of the car door reflected the bright green. Pei Ren sneered in his heart. Are you finally not your holy and weak white lotus? Before he could fully figure out what his superpowers were, Pei Ren had already summoned the green light that could write in his mind. Green light number 1 was very well behaved this time. It probably had enough sleep. It came as soon as it was summoned and stayed in his mind in high spirits. Pei Ren's hands were not idle either. He grabbed his arm and tore him just now. But it was just a bluff. This time he used his real strength. His body suddenly staggered and took a step back. It was a reverse train. It braked suddenly. The wheels scraped against the rails, making a sharp and piercing noise. And it stopped. At the same time, it suddenly went dark in front of him. Pei Ren's first thought was, is this another illusion? Just a second ago, through the glass of the compartment door in front of him, he clearly saw Anya still fainting on the floor of the next compartment. Aisha was holding the wrench seriously and standing by. Could it be that Yulianka's special ability was also to create illusions? The moment Pei Ren stumbled, Yulianka's arm suddenly deformed in the mechanical hand. It was impossible for an ordinary person to break free from Pei Ren's mechanical hand. But Yulianka's arm suddenly became thinner and slipped away from Pei Ren's hand, slipping away like a snake. Pei Ren instinctively reached forward and touched his neck. But his neck was also deformed in the darkness, flattened, and disappeared. A strange sound came. Rustling. Not the sound of human footsteps, but more like the sound of something sliding against the floor. A puff sound, followed by a series of puff 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 sounds. W's voice came to my ears. I shot. W's voice was still there, indicating that he was not hypnotized. And the lights on the train were simply turned off. His metal ball had sharp ears and eyes, and could see clearly even in the dark. W said. Yulianka suddenly transformed into a strange appearance. And it seemed that he had become a crazy fusion. A crazy fusion is very dangerous, and will seriously threaten the safety of others. I have the authority to shoot. Pei Ren was a little puzzled. Yulianka was clearly normal just now. Even if he had superpowers, he was a fusion in a normal state, in human form. How could he be crazy? I fired a few shots at him. In the silent and dimming concealment mode. One shot hit his head, and the other shots hit his upper abdomen. But it didn't stop him from escaping. He went to the rear of the car along the aisle. Pei Ren understood why he shot at his upper abdomen. The position of the strange heart found on the plumber last time was in the upper abdomen, based on the experience of dealing with the plumber and the gate machine fusion. It seems that once the heart stops beating, the crazy fusion will die. Pei Ren, maybe he is not insane, and his ability is to transform. No, W replied. A normal fusion body is no different from a human, and its structure will not change. It cannot withstand so many shots from me, and would have died long ago. W suddenly said, Pei Ren, look outside. Pei Ren turned his head and looked out the car window. It was pitch black outside the window, like a large ball of solidified ink. There is a moon tonight, blurred behind the haze, but there is also a little light. I saw it just now. It shouldn't be this dark. The surroundings were very quiet. The light suddenly went out, and it became so dark again. No one in the carriage knew what had happened, and no one dared to make any noise. It was as quiet as if there were no living people in the car. Pei Ren asked W, where are we? W replied, according to my calculations, we should have returned to Tonggu Dam now. From the map, Tonggu Dam is a giant dam, built on the Yala River, and the track of Yahai number 7 passes by the dam. The thick darkness that could not be dissolved was suddenly torn apart by a little light. Outside the left window, a large ball of green light like a ghost fire floated in the air, drifting slowly and quietly. The green light reflected on the faces of the passengers in the car, and everyone looked terrified. What the hell is going on? This is not a ghost. This is a fusion of light. In Pei Ren's body, green light number 1 and green light number 2 immediately became restless, as if they saw a delicious midnight snack. Pei Ren thought, don't get excited. It's such a big ball. It's not certain who will treat who as a midnight snack. The problem is, when the green light passes, it not only illuminates the carriage, but also something else. The scene outside the window has also changed. It is not the endless wilderness and trees that we have seen along the way, but a high wall. The wall is only a few meters away from the train, extending upwards, and the view from the window is limited, and the top cannot be seen at all. The wall is grayish-white, and there are still water stains, and the flat wall seems to be aged, and is covered with cracks. Chapter 45. Peiran walked to the window in 2 or 3 steps and looked out. The green light ball like a ghost fire gradually drifted away along the direction of the train. In the thick darkness, only its light shone all the way, and was reflected on the wall next to it. This gray-white wall was surprisingly long. The green light floated for a short while, and suddenly turned in a different direction, rising upwards, and went nowhere. Peiran looked at the high wall and wondered. Is this the Tongdu Dam? When we passed by just now, did you notice that the dam was so close? This is the section where the train just passed. Peiran was sleeping, but W was always awake, he must know. W immediately replied, Tongdu Dam is built on the Yala River, and part of the main body does extend to the riverbanks on both sides. But the track of Yahai number 7 is 170 meters away from the closest distance to the extended part of the dam. 170 meters. It would never be as close as it is now. W added, when I passed by Tongdu Dam just now, I didn't see such a wall. If he said there was no wall, then there must be no wall. Peiran thought about the map and suddenly realized something even stranger. The track of Night Sea number 7 is on the south bank of the Yarra River. W replied, yes. So this is wrong. The Yarra River stretches across the East Manya continent, basically running from northwest to southeast. The track of Night Sea number 7 is on the south bank of the Yarra River, almost parallel to the river. So whether it is the river or the dam, it should be on the north side of the train. The front of the train is facing northwest at this time, so the left side of the front of the train is southwest. The southwest side, which should have been just an endless plain, now has a large area of wet concrete walls. Peiran and W had the same idea. They turned their heads together and looked out the window on the right. On the right side of the train. Theoretically, it should be the Yala River and Tongdu Dam. Suddenly, the surroundings rustled, and the lights in the carriage came back on. I don't know if it was because the train suddenly lost power, and now the power supply has been restored, or if Jiangong turned the lights back on. Peiran saw it clearly this time. Just outside the window on the right side of the train. Only a few meters away. There was also a wet gray-white concrete wall covered with fine cracks. There are walls on both sides. The train seems to have entered a tunnel that is only slightly wider than the carriage. W said, from the starting station to the terminal station. Yahai number 7 will not pass through any tunnels. This strange tunnel is new. The lights in the carriage are on. The green light number 1 in the mind is energetic and still on standby. Peiran raised his foot and walked to the back of the train. W asked her, are you going to find Yulianka first? Peiran replied, yes. Kill him first. The tunnel outside is indeed strange, but there is also Yulianka on the train who has turned against him, has superpowers, and can attack at any time. Keeping him will cause endless troubles. It is better to get rid of him first, and then consider the problem of the wall. W said, I saw it clearly just now. Yulianka went through the carriage and went to the dining car. Peiran went straight to the dining car at the rear of the train. Yulianka's companions were still sitting in carriage number 4. Seeing the strange scene outside, they were scared like everyone else. The dining car was empty, without a single figure, only the white tablecloth reflecting the light. Peiran walked quickly to the end. There was a door near the rear of the dining car, which was now wide open. W escaped? It's possible. Peiran leaned out of the car and looked out. He didn't see Yulianka, nor any deformed monsters, but only 2 narrow walls. The 2 walls stood on both sides of the track, gradually came together behind the rear of the car, and finally rode on the track, connected together, as if the track was naturally extended from the wall. Peiran looked up and immediately found that this place didn't look like a tunnel. Tunnels usually have an arc-shaped top, but this one didn't. 2 high walls, one on the left and one on the right, extended straight up, and disappeared into the darkness above. However, both walls are slightly tilted inwards. If they keep this trend, they will definitely meet at an invisible place high up, far away, above the roof of the Night Sea number 7. The green light appeared again. It fluttered and swayed, flashed by, and disappeared into the wall next to it. Peiran had a strange idea in his mind. I wonder if we are Inside the dam now? The bracelet vibrated, and W sent a picture. Pei ran. I found the structural diagram of the Tongdu Dam. The dam itself is a concrete gravity dam, which is solid, but the parts of the dam that extend to the river bank on both sides do have a hollow structure on each side. Pei ran opened the picture. The Tongdu Dam rides on the Yala River, and the parts that extend to the river bank on both sides are trapezoidal hollow structures. All the numbers marked on the picture were erased by W. Pei ran asked, "How high is the hollow trapezoidal structure here?" W replied, "The length of the dam itself is 960 meters, and the height is 167 meters. The height of these two trapezoidal structures is 90 to 110 meters. Based on the part we can see now, according to the proportion, it is basically this height." So Yahai number 7 was clearly retreating along the track, but strangely retreated into the interior of the Tongdu Dam. Pei Ren suddenly understood what the thunderous rumbling sound he had just heard was. Tongdu Dam, this behemoth, with a length of nearly 1 kilometer, moved its position by itself. Just like the buildings in the small town on the outskirts of Yahai City, the dam is alive. W's slow and lazy tone had long disappeared without a trace, and there was obviously a little more worry in his voice. The Tongdu Dam blocks the Tongdu Reservoir, which is the largest reservoir on the East Minya continent, with a water storage capacity of up to 15 billion tons. If there is a problem with the Tongdu Dam, and it causes a dam collapse, this amount of water will engulf many cities on the Shipu Plain in the lower reaches of the Yala River. He said, "The lower reaches of the Yala River are the most economically developed and densely populated places on the East Minya continent, with cities and towns of all sizes. Once the dam collapses, the number of deaths will be incalculable, especially when all functional departments are paralyzed and there is no rescue at all." Pei Ran understood what he meant. "The cities and towns that I saw from afar when the train passed by are not just on fire now. A flood is coming. For the survivors who have finally survived these 2 days, it is a disaster." Pei Ran, "But brother, don't worry about the cities downstream. Focus on the present. In front of us, one person, one ball, and this car are in the belly of a huge fusion body. We don't know what will happen. There is also a superpower Yulianka, hiding in a dark corner, watching us eagerly." Someone came from the front carriage. It was Ai Xia. She was in a hurry and started tapping her fingers frantically. She became more and more proficient in the password and tapped quickly. W automatically helped Pei Ran translate. She said. The girl with the parrot was still dizzy. She asked the college students to watch her with wrenches. Jiangong braked suddenly to stop the car. When she was driving backward, she suddenly noticed that there was a huge object blocking the track behind the train. She braked immediately, but the braking distance was not enough. And it seemed that she still hit it. The problem is that it hit it. But it didn't really hit it. There was an opening on the object, and the train drove directly into it. When the train was about to hit the dam, Engineer Jiang was too anxious and broke the lighting line. He just repaired it. After listening, Pei Ran nodded and replied with a knuckle code, "Yes. We were swallowed by the Tongdu Dam." Ai Xia's eyes were full of, "Huh?" She reacted quickly and immediately knocked. "The dam has become a fusion. Just like the tall buildings in the town?" Pei Ran replied, "Yes." Pei Ran asked again, "Can't the train go out again?" Ai Xia replied, "Grandma said that as soon as Yahai number 7 came in, the opening closed automatically. If we drove out forcefully, we didn't know if we would hit it. So I came here to ask you how to deal with it." She quickly made a hand seal with both hands and looked at Pei Ran with an inquiring look. She was asking, should we blow it up? Blasting it up is a feasible solution. In the corner of Pei Ran's eyes, she suddenly felt something moving. She turned her head and looked out the window. With the light from the car, Pei Ran saw that the gray-white high wall of the dam suddenly moved. Then, there was a continuous cracking sound. The originally hard concrete seemed to have some strange properties, like a living thing swaying, and the wall moved, and the cracks became more numerous and denser. Faintly, there was also a rumbling sound coming from the rear of the train. Pei Ran leaned out of the dining car door and saw that the two walls that were connected together on the rails behind the train in the distance, actually, like double opening doors, slowly separated. A large stream of turbid yellow water gushed out from between the two high walls. The water level was high, and the speed was fast. It rolled and roared, like a beast that wanted to rush over and eat people. Pei Ran was anxious, and pointed to Ai Xia in the direction of the front of the train. Ai Xia didn't need her to point a second time. she ran towards the front of the train. Pei Ran quickly closed the dining car door and ran forward with the metal ball on his back. In the front carriage, there were still many windows wide open. Pei Ran rushed to the nearest window and slammed it shut. The old couple was also looking out of the car. They saw the muddy water rushing from behind and quickly closed the window in fear. They ran to the seat diagonally opposite and closed the window as well. The train was stationary between two high walls. This situation was already very strange. Everyone was trembling with fear. Now they saw someone closing the window in a hurry and frantically. They knew there must be danger and immediately closed the window. Pei Ran continued to run forward and immediately closed any open window he saw. The passengers in the front carriage had already heard the noise behind them, and the sound of windows closing on the train was audible. The water was flowing very fast, and it was already pouring in. Not only was there water outside the train, but the old antique train had no ceiling. Even if the doors were closed, the muddy water still flowed in through the gaps, and in a blink of an eye it was over the ankles. The water was very turbid, and there was a hint of red mixed in the yellow of the soil, as if it was mixed with blood. The water outside the train surged like a wave, and the water level outside the window was rising rapidly. The parking place was not completely flat, but a small slope. The track was slightly inclined, and the two carriages at the back were slightly lower. The water level soon exceeded the window. Because of the water pressure, the whole carriage was now like a can with water spraying from all sides. Water shot in from various gaps, splashing all over the sky and the ground. The passengers at the back ran to the front carriage one after another. The front carriage was not much better, and the water quickly reached the knees. People were climbing onto the seats, and everyone stood on the seats, and then pulled up the people who arrived later. The family of 3 also arrived, and the father rushed over from the back car with his daughter in his arms, and climbed onto the seats, and lifted the child high up. Sheng Mingxi and Tang Dao and the others also dragged the unconscious Yanaya from the flooded ground, and put her on the seat, and reached out to pull the old couple. Standing high was only temporarily helpful. The water level outside the car was still rising rapidly, and at this rate, it wouldn't be long before the whole car would be filled with water, and everyone would drown, unless they abandoned the car and found a way to swim out. Pei Ran took off the metal ball that was across his body, and in the splashing water, he took off his coat while running. W. You should be afraid of water. Yes, W said calmly. The metal shell of the patrol robot was originally completely waterproof, and it could even withstand water pressure and dive deep underwater. But it is obviously not possible now. His shell was cracked like an open pomegranate. Once soaked in water, his blue core processor would be ruined. Pei Ran wrapped the metal ball tightly with his coat and held it in his arms. His ball was wrapped in clothes, but his voice was still in her ears. Pei Ran, thank you for trying to save my life. You're welcome, Pei Ran replied. I'm trying to save my own life. This broken ball of his was the hostage of the Federation in her hands. Only by saving him could she exchange him for precious medicine. Pei Ran rushed into the cab. The cab was on the highest ground, and the condition was slightly better than the rear compartment. The front window was still exposed to the water, and was not completely submerged. Ai Xia ran before her, and had already arrived. She stood beside Jianggong, and made a hand seal with both hands neatly. Her fingers intertwined in a complex way, and her 2 index fingers pressed together, pointing to the front of the train. In front of the front of the train. It looked very strange now. The lights on the train illuminated a complete gray-white concrete wall, and the lower half of the wall was also submerged in the turbid water, as if the place they had just entered did not exist. Aisha stared at the high wall, and her fingers moved slightly. It was as if an invisible force suddenly rushed forward. Boom! The high wall in front of him exploded into pieces instantly. Concrete fragments flew in all directions, hit the high walls on both sides with a crackling sound, and fell on the metal roof with a clanging sound. A big hole was forcibly opened in the high wall. However, what was revealed behind the big hole was another identical wall. Aisha had never expected it, turned to look at Pei Ran with shock in her eyes, and also worried. She had already used the hand seal once. The power of the second hand seal was far less than the first time. Aisha bit her lip, turned back, and quickly formed another hand seal. At this moment, a face suddenly appeared on the windshield of the car. It was wet, pale, and upside down. There was a burnt hole on the forehead of the face, hanging upside down, leaning down from the roof, close to the car window, with a limp body, revealing a kind of weirdness. Even if he made himself look like this, Pei Ran could recognize that it was Yulianka. Chapter 46. Even the color of Yulianka's eyes dimmed, his eyeballs were gray, as if he had cataracts, his expression was like he had lost his mind, he felt no longer human, more like a crazy fusion. He stared into the cab. In his grayish-white eyes, a hint of green light suddenly appeared. Jiang Gong, who was sitting in the driver's seat, was startled by his grimace. He subconsciously dodged backwards, but Aisha, who was standing next to him, did not dodge. Instead, she suddenly turned around. Her expression was wooden, her eyes were dark, her hands were still making hand seals, her eyes fell on Pei Ran. As soon as Pei Ran saw Aisha's abnormal expression, he immediately embraced the metal ball and rushed to the rear compartment. With a bang, the door of the cab behind Pei Ran flew away from where he was standing. The muddy yellow water rushed into the cab. Yulianka, who was sticking to the glass, saw Aisha miss and did not hit Pei Ran. He suddenly slipped and slid into the muddy water below along the car body. After Aisha finished the blast, his expression immediately returned to normal. He was stunned by the blasted cab door and the surging water, and immediately turned around to find the culprit outside the window. W was wrapped in clothes and couldn't see outside. She knew something was wrong and asked Pei Ran, "What happened?" Pei Ran had already known it in his heart. If she had only suspected it before, she was now very sure. "It was Yulianka," she said. "He just controlled Aisha and attacked me with handprints." W. You lost the bet. It seems that Yulianka has a very strange ability. It's not that he has any ability himself, but that he can control other people with abilities. The last time Yanaya stood in the aisle of the carriage, staring at Pei Ran and preparing to hypnotize her, the dull expression on her face and the dark pupils were exactly the same as Aisha just now. Fortunately, Aisha had just made a hand seal, and when she used it for the second time, the effect was far worse than the first time. Otherwise Pei Ran would be dead. The cab was at the front of the car, and the terrain was relatively high, but the water that poured in still reached the thighs. The lower half of the three people were soaked in the cold and turbid water, but no one cared about this at the moment. The water level was still rising rapidly, as if it was going to drown everyone. Without further ado, Pei Ran was already staring at the wall in front of him while talking to W in his mind, driving the green light. At that moment, Pei Ran thought of various ways to write it. He could only write two words. If he wrote explosion, tear apart, explosion as usual, he would not know if he would be like Aisha, who, after dealing with one layer of wall, found another layer behind it. If he wrote wall between the two words, indicating that the target was a wall, he would not know if it would be better and work on all walls. This is a dam, and he did not know if it was appropriate to call the structure in front of him a wall. Two words are too few. It is impossible to describe things accurately. It can only be done as it is. The green light wandered, and quickly wrote two words, wall is gone. Pei Ran drew a period. However, nothing happened. The high concrete wall was still there. Making something disappear out of thin air seems to be a very strong ability, which green light number 1 cannot do. Pei Ran quickly erased the words and rewrote, wall is open. Jiang Dong said that when Yahai number 7 entered the interior of Tongdu Dam along the track, this opening would open and close automatically in a weird way. I hope it can open like a door now. The gray concrete wall showed no reaction. Pei Ran immediately rewrote, the wall cracked. These two words felt strange. If the wall could crack, at least the surging muddy water would have a place to go. After the period was drawn, there was a loud bang that split the sky and the earth. The high wall in front of him, which had a big hole opened by Aisha's handprint, was torn apart instantly, from the bottom to the top, extending upward to the invisible dome, as if it was torn apart by something, and it was directly split in half. Not only this wall was cracked, but also the one behind it, which was also split in two. Looking ahead, there were layers upon layers of gray-white high walls in the front, like onions, closely attached to each other. At least 5 or 6 layers. But at this time, each wall was torn apart by force, and split into two sides. Pei Ran had seen the structural diagram of the Tongdu Dam sent by W. This was definitely not the original structure of the dam. After it became a fusion, strange changes occurred inside. Only the wall in front of Pei Ran was cracked, and the high walls on both sides of the train did not react. A large amount of muddy water was surging, flowing forward along the huge crack, and the water in the cab receded instantly. The situation was better than Pei Ran expected. Not only did the water recede, but in front of the train, where the high wall was torn apart, the straight track on the ground was exposed. At the end of the cracked layers of concrete walls, there was a dim crescent of light. It was the moon. Jiang Gong did not need Pei Ran's reminder and immediately pushed the handle. The front of the train was just soaked in water. I hope the line is not damaged. I don't know if the train can still start. Pei Ran prayed silently in his heart. Drive. Drive. Yahai number 7 was very competitive. When the handle was pushed down, it accelerated instantly and rushed out from between the layers of cracked concrete walls. The whole car was silent, but everyone cheered in their hearts. The strange high wall was left behind, but Jiang Gong had a solemn expression. After driving a distance, he braked suddenly and stopped. In the back car, people opened the doors one after another and let out the water that had poured into the car. Pei Ran leaned out from the door of the cab and looked out. Behind Yahai number 7, the Tonggu Dam was indeed deformed. Its main body was still on the Yala River, with only a part of the tentacles extending diagonally on the shore. From the structural diagram of the dam, the tentacles on the shore should have been slightly bent, but now they have moved and stretched out completely, blocking the track of Yahai number 7. This is where the train just entered. At this time, a big hole was torn on the tentacles, but the dam did not react at all, and it was motionless, crawling in the darkness. In front of the train, with the moonlight, it can be seen clearly that not far away, there is an inverted V-shaped fork in the track, which is the place they just passed when reversing. Aisha also leaned out to look, and pointed her finger. Is this the switch? Pei Ran answered, it should be. She took the metal ball out of the coat and asked W, is this the fork in the track you were talking about? The metal ball's eyes turned, and it looked. Yes, it is here. We are back. To the left is the old circular track, which will go back to the Night Sea, and the one to the right is the new track leading to the Black Well. Tonight the train went to the circular track on the left, and the switch is still on the left, and it needs to be switched to the right. Pei Ran asked W in his mind, how should we turn this switch? Can we turn it over manually here? W replied, no. He said, Yahai number 7 is an antique sightseeing train, and the track is also old, and the control system is completely different from other trains in the Federation. When the new sightseeing route was built, it was specially installed with electric switches, and a small control room was specially built. Press the button in the control room, and the signal will be sent, and the mechanical part of the switch will receive the signal, and then the switch will be automatically turned. This is the era of suspended cars, and the trains have long been no longer running on tracks, and this kind of thing was specially made for Yahai number 7. W said, the old-fashioned control room built for it is even a tourist attraction on the sightseeing list. Whenever a train passes by, the staff in the control room will wear old-fashioned uniforms, open the door, and wave to the train. He is an information fanatic and talks too much. Pei Ran got to the point. So where is the control room? According to the location on the map I found, the control room should be now. W paused. Inside the dam. Tonggu Dam is alive, moving the position of the tentacles on the shore, not only swallowing up the track of Yahai number 7, but also eating its control room. Pei Ran was talking to W in his mind. Jiang Gong also came over, patted Pei Ran and Ai Xia on the shoulders, gestured to them, pointed to the back of the train. She also knew where the control room was. Just now, she was backing up all the way. After passing the fork, she was still driving backwards, just wanting to park the train next to the control room, but ended up backing into the dam. W said, according to the distance on the map, the control room should be behind the place where we just parked. Okay. It was not easy to get out, but we have to go back in. Okay. Pei Ran made the decision. I'll leave you to Aisha. You wait in the car. I'll go back to the dam again, find the control room, and switch the switch. W calmly rejected her arrangement. I'll go with you. No, Pei Ran said. If the dam is filled with water again, I may not be able to guarantee that you won't short-circuit. The situation in the control room may be complicated. You need me. W paused, and suddenly his natural language state level 10 tone came out. He said lazily, besides, I am an artificial intelligence. I am taking so much trouble to go to the Black Well with you, just for the benefit of mankind. Since they don't care, then it's a short circuit. And I don't care. He was abnormal tonight, just like he was drunk. Pei Ran sincerely advised him, you don't care. But I do. I still expect you to give me medicine. The drunk version of W suddenly got angry. He said, "If you don't take me in, you can't get your medicine." Pei ran. Artificial intelligence can also be unreasonable. Pei Ran gave in. "Okay. Since you want it that way, I'll take you to commit suicide." She was talking to the crazy W in her mind, and pointed to the back of AI Xiao with her hand, and made a switch. AI Xiao also understood the direction of the control room in the dam, and understood what she meant. She immediately pointed at herself, and also pointed at the back. She also wanted to go together. Pei Ran shook his head, pointed at her, and then pointed at the train under his feet. She left. Someone had to watch Yahai number 7, and AI Xiao was the best choice. And there is another consideration. Yulianka can control Aixia. If she meets Yulianka again, he will let Aixia blast her again. It is really unbearable. Pei Ran still has something to tell Aixia. She tapped her knuckles. "Be careful of that doctor. He can control your ability and attack others." Aixia nodded. She should have figured it out when she was forced to blast Pei Ran just now. Pei Ran took out a wrench from Jiang Gong's small toolbox and handed it to her. He continued to tap his knuckles. "If you see the switch move, knock on the wall of the carriage 3 times. I will know that the switch on this side has been switched and I can come back." Aixia took the wrench and nodded solemnly. Tang Dao and several passengers came to the cab, gesticulating, as if asking why the train had stopped again. He and Aixia. One knew the code. The other invented sign language. But neither could understand the other. Unable to speak, nor write, communication became difficult and inefficient. Pei Ran had no time to explain. He put on his coat again, left his backpack behind, and just slung the metal ball across his body, and jumped off the train. His lower body was soaked in water. His pants were wet all the way to his thighs, and were still dripping. His shoes were also soaked, making a gurgling sound when he moved. And his coat was not much better, being soaked by the water splashing all over the carriage. Then the cold wind from the wilderness outside blew. It was wonderful. My nose was itchy. Pei Ran felt like sneezing. Coughing was safe. I didn't know if sneezing would cause an explosion. Pei Ran didn't want to use his life for this experiment. He pressed his finger firmly on his philtrum, and forced a sneeze back. Ah, a sneeze. A sneeze suddenly came from behind. Pei Ran was startled, and immediately turned around. It was the Tang Dao. His body was also half wet. He sneezed accidentally, and he was stunned. He sneezed, causing chaos? Aixia reacted quickly. The cab was too small. She had already pulled up Jianggong, and quickly jumped under the car. The others who came with Tang Dao also hid in the back car. Fortunately, 3 quiet seconds passed. No explosion occurred. Tang Dao was still alive. After a circle on the edge of life and death, Tang Dao's face turned pale. Sneezing is as safe as coughing. Pei Ran put down the snack. The Shipu plain under the night. The wilderness was silent. A crescent moon hung in the sky, and the wide surface of the Yala River had only a slight ripple in the night. Not far away, the main lights of the Tonggu Dam were all turned off, and it lay darkly on the river, like a tall and wide fortress, with high walls dividing the huge water level difference between the upstream and downstream. Fortunately, the main body of the dam has not moved yet, and it still blocks the 15 billion tons of water in the reservoir behind the dam. W suggested, "We have to go and check the switch first." Pei Ran understood what he meant. If the switch was damaged in the silent rounds of attacks, we must find a way to repair it first. The switch was not far in front of the train. Pei Ran approached it, and took a circle. W carefully observed it, and concluded, it doesn't look affected. It should be usable. Then the only thing left was to turn the switch back to its normal position. Pei Ran, carrying the metal ball across her shoulder, ran back along the track. Everyone on the train looked at her silently from the window. Although they didn't know what she was going to do, they knew clearly that the train suddenly stopped, and she ran back again. She must be going to do something very important. On the tentacles of the dam, the crack that exploded was like a big black mouth, and it quickly swallowed Pei Ran's figure. In the crack, there was no more light from the train. The dam was pitch black, but there was no water on the ground. The water had just flowed out through the crack. Pei Ran patted the metal ball hanging on his waist, turning on the light. W was helpless. "You can actually just let me turn on the light." Pei Ran looked around, and answered casually, "That would be no fun. It was just a matter of patting." W. Pei Ran asked, "Will your energy be insufficient? Can you turn on the light a little brighter?" "It's just lighting. Of course this amount of energy is not a problem. You can turn it as bright as you want. Okay, then turn it brighter. Peiran slapped the metal ball on the back of the head again. W was speechless. Will Patini make it brighter? That being said, he was still very cooperative, and turned on the light the moment she slapped him. Chapter 47. The light on the metal ball became extremely bright, like a searchlight, and the angle of illumination was also expanded a lot. The bright light made the lines on the two high concrete walls on the left and right clearly visible. Yulianka just dived into the water from the top of the train like a fish. I don't know where she went. Maybe she is still in the dam, or maybe she was washed out by the turbulent muddy water. Turning on the headlights would expose Peiran's position, but the lights were bright enough, so she couldn't hide, and if Yulianka was still there, she couldn't hide either. Peiran took this super bright headlight and walked along the track. This light was very considerate. Her body swayed with her steps, but the light always shone steadily forward, and it would automatically sweep up and down. After walking about 50 meters, a strange scene appeared in front of her. It was a small house, which looked very interesting, and looked like a small house in a fairy tale. It was made of red bricks, and only the door frame and window frame were made of white bricks, which interlaced with the red bricks on the wall. The door was made of wood and painted red. But this house is not on the ground. It is like a plant that has been uprooted, with half of its foundation hanging in the air 2 or 3 stories high, as if it had plunged headfirst into the high concrete wall next to it. Only half of it remained outside the wall, and the other half disappeared into the wall. Peiran looked up. Is it? W was very sure. I have seen the photos and the information. This red brick house is the control room. It seems that it was swallowed up by the damn fusion body when it moved. Peiran estimated. It's so rotten. I don't know if it can still work. W said. It should have a device that transmits signals inside, with a built-in power supply. If it is not destroyed during the fusion, it will not be affected. We can only try our luck. The black eyes of the metal ball looked at the wall. The control room was located very high, and the wall was slightly tilted inward. He asked, how do I climb up? He didn't know, but Peiran knew. Her mechanical hand poked at the concrete wall. The wall was like a living animal. When it was touched, it seemed to shrink back a little. But in front of Peiran's mechanical hand, hiding was useless. A piece of ash fell off the wall, and she chiseled a shallow pit in a few strokes. Peiran chiseled a few new pits at different heights, then used her fingers to pick up the upper pit, and tried to step on the lower pit with her feet, and just left the ground and stuck to the wall. Her movements were light and agile, as if she was simply climbing up the ladder. This is like rock climbing on an inclined wall, W thought. He glanced back, confirmed that there was no danger, and turned the camera to Peiran, admitting in his heart that, as a human being, she was terrifyingly strong. Peiran chiseled all the way, clearing a path for herself, climbing up the inclined wall at a very fast speed, like a gecko, and soon reached the height of the control room. His hand could already touch the broken foundation of the control room, and Peiran stopped chiseling. He put his hand on the foundation, tested the strength, and with a force on his arm, he lifted himself up. She climbed steadily to the narrow edge of the door of the hut, which was half a foot wide. Peiran stood up, and was about to open the door, when she heard a slight movement inside. It was like the sound of snake skin rubbing against the ground. It was very familiar, just like the rustling sound heard in the aisle of the carriage, when the train stopped in the dark. It was Yulianka. No wonder he was not found even though the place was illuminated by the headlights of the metal ball. He was hiding here. This control room was suspended in the air. It was hard to imagine how he climbed up. Peiran gently pushed the door, but it was locked. Peiran raised the elbow of the mechanical arm and slammed it against the door lock. The wooden door could not withstand her blow. With a click, the door lock and the wooden board fell off, and the door opened. W's searchlight illuminated the inside. This control room was in a strange situation. Half of the room was submerged in the wall of the dam. Only half of the cabinet was exposed outside the wall. The window was wide open, but the table in front of the window was still there. Even more strangely, a strange-looking person was standing in front of the table. It was more like he was lying down than standing. His face was still Yulianka's, and he was still wearing the white coat, but he seemed to have no bones, and he was limply leaning against the table. He heard the sound, and his waist turned his upper body softly. The front of his white coat was open, revealing something strange inside, below the waist. It seemed that the fabric pattern and some kind of spiral pipe were fused together, one circle after another. extending downward like a soft snake body, and the tail coiled on the ground. Pei Ren felt that this kind of spiral pipe was familiar, and she suddenly remembered where she had seen it. At the entrance of Yahai number 7, inside the metal gate box, there are these spiral pipes, connecting the metal boxes of a whole row of gates together. Thief. He is the thief who stole someone's takeaway, stole the green light of the gate, her green fried chicken. Yulianka's forehead and upper abdomen were shot by W's gun, but now there seems to be no trace. No wonder W said he is no longer a human, but more like a crazy fusion. Pei Ren was a little puzzled. When he hypnotized several people at the entrance and tried the gate method, the gate fusion was still alive, and its green light was still in the metal box. Assuming that Yulianka has always been controlling Enya and hypnotizing others, he has the ability to control other people's superpowers. So he should be an orderly fusion. In other words, at least 2 points of green light have entered his body, one orderly green light that can control other people's superpowers, and one crazy green light of the gate fusion. Pei Ren herself has swallowed the crazy green light of 3 plumbers. That green light was simply eaten by green light number 1 as takeout. She herself was fine, and nothing strange happened. But after Yulianka swallowed the crazy green light of the gate, why did he become like this? When Yulianka saw that it was Pei Ren, he twisted his body quickly and swam onto the table in an instant, and slipped out through the open window opposite. Pei Ren rushed in, ran to the window, and looked down from the open window. Yulianka had already swam along the outer wall of the hut to the high wall next to it. His body was squirming, clinging to the wall, and the fine lines on the spiral pipe expanded and contracted, grabbing the wall, and crawling down like a snake, at an incredibly fast speed. The most important thing is, he has no legs, but he still has 2 hands, holding a 40 centimeter square black box. Pei Ren, is that the signal transmitter for the switch? W had seen it a long time ago. Yes. Pei Ren turned and rushed back to the door, climbing down along the original route of the hole in the wall, and was quite speechless. This Yulianka, who made himself into such a half-human and half-ghost, actually stole the transmitter. He seemed to be very familiar with Yahai number 7, even knowing the switch and the control room. He just didn't want it to change direction and go to the northwest. I don't know what he is obsessed with that old circular line. Pei Ren was in a hurry to catch up with him. He went down faster than he climbed up. When he was still a long way from the ground, he jumped down. Not far ahead, Yulianka had also landed on the ground. He still didn't stand up. He held the launcher with both hands, and the part below his chest was close to the ground. The spiral pipe stretched and twisted, and he swam forward quickly. He couldn't get away. Pei Ren ran as fast as he could. Yulianka swam all the way to the inside of the dam. Fortunately, W's searchlight shone far enough to follow him all the time, making him nowhere to hide. He swam a short distance, and suddenly turned, and disappeared on the wall. Pei Ren was a little anxious, and ran over, only to find that Yulianka had not disappeared. On this concrete wall, there was a step that went up diagonally, and Yulianka was swimming up along the step. He climbed the step like a snake, which slowed down his speed a little, and Pei Ren followed him up with big strides. This step was quite long, and it seemed endless, and it was hundreds of meters long, and at the end it looked like a square exit. Yulianka swam in front, and Pei Ren chased him from behind. With a popping sound, W fired, one shot after another at Yulianka's chest and abdomen. He was looking for the location of the mutant heart. But Yulianka didn't react. W said, "I'll try to shoot him in the eyes." Pei Ren replied, "Okay." He shot from behind, and 2 shots pierced Yulianka's head. Almost in the next second, the hole on Yulianka's head healed again, without even slowing down. Transformation is the function of the gate fusion body, and Yulianka inherited it perfectly. Pei Ren climbing the stairs is fast. The distance is constantly narrowing. Seeing it is coming to exit, the upward steps suddenly twisted sharply, like waves. It is the Tang Ancient Dam. Bombard. There were a burst of earthquakes inside the dam, like the internal structure is cracking. This kind of sky is cracking. The benefits of climbing against the ground are reflected. Yulianka is not affected by shaking at all. Continue along the steps. It soon disappeared from the exit. Pei Ren tried his best to keep his footing steady, holding the wall beside him, and rushed up the steps. After rushing out of the exit, a large amount of cool and fresh air hit him in the face, mixed with the slightly fishy smell unique to the waterside. This turned out to be the top of the Tongdu Dam. The dam, like a continuous high wall, straddled the wide river surface. Next to it was a huge reservoir. The reservoir under the moon was affected by the vibration of the dam, and the water surface was shaking slightly. Yulianka, still holding the transmitter, had already swam quickly to the edge of the dam. Pei-Ren suddenly understood what he wanted to do. He wanted to throw the switch launcher into the reservoir. Just like the 3 plumbers who insisted on making the pipes on their bodies longer and connecting others to become part of the pipes. After Yulianka became a crazy fusion. He seemed to have a crazy obsession with changing the track of Yahai number 7. He was determined not to let Yahai number 7 change the track. This was because he had a great hatred and resentment towards this car. He must not let him throw the launcher down. If he did, there would be no way to turn the switch back. W was shooting again. This time he was shooting at Yulianka's arm. Unfortunately, his weapon had a piercing effect. Yulianka's arm deformed at the moment of being pierced, and the small hole quickly closed, and nothing happened. Pei-Ren called W in his heart. Let Heijing send a text message to Yulianka's bracelet. Quick! W even knew how much tax other people's veterinary clinics paid every year, so it was impossible that he didn't know Yulianka's bracelet number. W immediately replied, okay. The next sentence was sent. In front of him, Yulianka, who was almost swimming to the edge of the dam, suddenly had a small virtual screen pop up in front of him. The virtual screen looked particularly bright in the night. It showed a picture with black text on a white background. It was the picture that the Federation had first sent with a warning message. Today at the entrance of Yahai number 7, when Yulianka received the message sent by Kirill, Pei-Ren saw it. His bracelet would automatically pop up a message. He did not turn off this dangerous function. This function can be used to harm people. The problem is that when the sender sends the message, he will also die, hurting the enemy by 800 and losing 1000. But Heijing is different. W said that Heijing can still safely send texts. Yulianka was also stunned. In his crazy head, he wondered whether he was surprised that a message suddenly came in, or whether he was surprised that someone could send something containing texts at this time. Pei-Ren didn't know the consequences of receiving a message containing texts. The most ideal thing would be to blow it up directly. The energy of the attack on the human body is not high, and it is specifically targeted at human cells. Even if it blows up, the bracelet will not be affected, and the transmitter should not be damaged either. Yulianka didn't explode. The text on the virtual screen showed that the punishment from heaven was coming one after another. Suddenly, a strong light flashed, and a large amount of green smoke came out of Yulianka's left wrist with the bracelet. The energy hit his bracelet, and the high temperature not only melted the bracelet, but also instantly burned his forearm into a piece of black charcoal. His arm was burnt, and he couldn't hold such a large launcher, and the launcher rolled to the side. There was another earthquake-like movement, and the Tonggu Dam was like a huge monster, gradually waking up. The top of the dam twisted like waves, so twisted that people couldn't stand. Yulianka's arm was burnt. Like those crazy fusion bodies, it seemed not to feel pain, without a sound, and twisted his body a few times. The burnt part of his arm fell off, and the remaining part, like the baffle of a gate, quickly stretched and deformed, filled the missing part, and turned into a hand again. He twisted forward again, stretching his 2 hands towards the transmitter on the ground. But the delay was enough. Pei-Ren rolled and crawled under the shaking of his feet, rushed forward with his hands and feet, and pounced forward, hugging the threaded pipe on Yulianka's lower body. His pipe was of strange texture, and his tail swung slightly, almost slipping out of her hand. Pei-Ren was not polite, and his mechanical hand suddenly stabbed into his tail, and then pounced forward, pressing Yulianka under him. After all, Yulianka was a tall man, and he was alienated, so he was not weak. He struggled and rolled desperately in Pei-Ren's grip, and the two twisted into a ball on the ground. Pei-Ren found the right opportunity, turned over and rode on him. The mechanical hand accurately grasped his neck, and squeezed hard. With a click, his cervical vertebra was broken. Yulianka's neck twisted to one side, but his body was still moving. He tilted his head strangely. His gray-white eyes stared at Pei-Ren, and a green light appeared in his half-open mouth. Pei-Ren knew that her green light had only appeared in his mind. Yulianka should not have known that she had superpowers. Otherwise she would not have used her superpowers to do something, and let herself fall into this situation step by step. He controls other people's abilities, and it seems like he needs to know that the other person has abilities before he can do so. I don't know how it works. Don't worry about it now. Wait until you get his green light and try it. Just now, when she tore open the high wall inside the dam, Yulianka should have seen it. At the critical moment of life and death, he planned to control her abilities, and he didn't know what to do. However, no matter what he planned to do, he couldn't do it now. The green light number 1 in her body tore off the layers of high walls like onions in one breath, and had already called it a day and went to sleep. She couldn't even wake herself up, and he couldn't wake her up either. The black mechanical hand had already torn open Yulianka's abdominal cavity a few times, and the mutated heart was not there. Peyran reached his hand in, and continued to grope upwards, and finally found it near his neck. No wonder W couldn't hit it after firing so many shots. The deformed heart, wrapped with countless blue blood vessels, was taken out. Peyran's hand grasped the heart and squeezed it hard. The moment the heart exploded, Yulianka's crazy and alienated thoughts suddenly became clear, and that moment seemed to be stretched infinitely long. How did it get to this point? Yulianka thought blankly. Chapter 48. The first half of his life was a failure, like a video, passing by in front of Yulianka's eyes. He grew up in an ordinary family, like all children from ordinary families, with no other way out. After more than 10 years of hard study, he was admitted to university, and finally graduated from university. After working for a few years, he was full of ambitions, relying on his own savings and the money saved by his parents, and opened a veterinary clinic in Yahai. In the year when the clinic opened, a major event happened in the medical field. The medical agent of artificial intelligence obtained the license to practice from the Federal Ministry of Health. It's not just doctors who are affected, but also veterinarians. People only need to consult online, connect to the image, and use a simple home diagnostic device to test the data, and the artificial intelligence agent on the other side of the network can quickly determine the condition, directly prescribe the medicine, and deliver the medicine to the door. The whole process is simple and fast, and you don't even have to leave the door. Later, when the home diagnostic device was equipped with the function of injection treatment, the clinic lost the remaining business. The clinic's business plummeted, and Yulianka was overwhelmed. When he was most depressed, Yulianka also thought he might as well just die, or take a knife and stab a few people on the street. He was living such a bad life, and others couldn't live well. Then one day, a little green light fell into his body and changed everything. At that time, the silence had not happened yet. When Ania came to the clinic with her parrot, he noticed the green light flashing in her eyes. After chatting for a few words, the girl couldn't help but reveal that she was attending a hypnosis workshop, and the effect of hypnotizing others had suddenly become very good recently. One time, she was bored and tried to hypnotize the receptionist of his clinic. When her hypnotic vision appeared in Yulianka's mind, he was also surprised, but he soon figured out what was going on. Silence began. For the first time in his life, Yulianka felt that he had become a strong man who could control everything. In the past, he could only control various small animals on the operating table. Cats, dogs, birds and chinchillas. Manipulate their bodies. Control their lives, which was the only pleasure in his bleak career. It is different now. He can control people. Others, including special humans with superpowers, are just chess pieces in his hands and cannot resist at all. This time in night scene number 7, he happened to meet Ania, who can hypnotize. She is a chess piece in his hands. Through her, he can control other people. It is simple and convenient. Controlling the boy who got off the bus in the town and making him dig out his eyes in a hallucination is just a simple matter. How could they get off the train? If they all stayed on this train, there would be a whole train of people to play with at will. They were all terrified by the horrible situation, trembling. They respected him, trusted him, regarded him as a real doctor, willing to give their bodies to him, let him cut and dispose of them at will. Everything made him more satisfied than ever before. What a wonderful new world this is. Kirill was a friend from college, and was very familiar with night scene number 7. He had said before that the old track of night scene number 7 was circular, and this time they were lucky. The switch just happened to fall on the old circular track. Let this train go on like this forever. Later, the girl with the mechanical arm said, in the far northwest, there is a shelter where you can make sounds. This train is already so good, why do we need to go to the shelter? Anyway, on the first day of the silence, he had asked the clinic's assistant to help him cut his vocal cords. He can no longer make sounds, so there is basically no danger. In a few days, when he has had enough fun on this train, maybe he will turn the train around and really go to the shelter in the northwest. Maybe. It's up to him. Not now anyway. But today on the train, when the girl grabbed his arm and tried to tear him in half, he did something wrong. He used another bit of green light in his body. He found the green light from the mutated gate when he sneaked back to the entrance alone when they were repairing the train. The girl's mechanical arm is very useful. She killed the gate, but did not take away the green light, as if she didn't quite understand what the green light is. But Yulianka understood. He was thinking, it was already so powerful to have a little green light in the body, what if there was a little more? The green light of the gate machine entered his body at that time. The green light in his body pounced on it like a hungry wolf, as if it wanted to swallow it up. But he firmly controlled it, and did not let it move. He was reluctant. Maybe letting it swallow, it can increase the ability, but Yulianka has greater ambitions. Although it is good to control the ability of other superpowers, after all, it still needs the help of others. It is better to have an offensive superpower yourself. The gate looked very fierce. Maybe it could give him new abilities. As a result, on the train, at the critical moment, when he was about to be torn apart by the girl, Yulianka subconsciously mobilized and used the green light taken from the gate. Something strange happened. His body was completely deformed. Deformation is not all bad. He successfully escaped from her mechanical hands. But his body seemed unable to return to normal. And his mind was getting more and more unclear. His thoughts were in a mess, and there was only one persistent thought in his mind. Never let them go to the shelter. The train must stay on the circular track, for him. Stay on the circular track forever. The heart was now in her hand. Yulianka looked at it, thinking blankly. By feeling, was it something she had taken out from his neck? How did the heart end up there? In a trance, it seemed as if he had returned to many years ago. In the university classroom, the midsummer breeze blew in through the open window. The professor took out a plastic heart model, held it in his hand, and raised it to show everyone its structure. The wind was warm at that time. He was still very young, felt that everything was unknown. Everything was full of hope. There seemed to be infinite possibilities, and he didn't know what was waiting for him in the future. Various thoughts flooded into her mind. But only for a moment. The next second, her mechanical fingers suddenly tightened. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Yulianka stopped twisting and softened silently. Peiren picked up the launcher that fell beside him. The structure of the launcher was very simple. There was only a joystick that could be pushed and pulled left and right. It was placed on the left at this time. The words next to it were burned and melted, and it was completely impossible to tell what they were. Peiren pulled the joystick to the right, and prayed in his heart that the thing was not burned. She stood up, carrying the metal ball on her back, holding the transmitter, and looking far away in the night wind at the dam, in the direction of Yahai number 7. Yahai number 7 still had its lights on, lying in the dark field, motionless. The track fork ahead was hidden in the night, and it was impossible to tell if there were any changes. A moment later, dang, dang, dang amid the rumble of the dam collapse. The sound of metal knocking came from afar. It was Aisha. She sent a signal as agreed. W. The switch has been turned back. Yes. Peiren breathed a sigh of relief. It was not in vain. Peiren bent down, opened Yulianka's chest, and searched inside. As expected, there were two green lights hidden inside. One was slightly brighter, and the other was slightly dim, and it stopped next to the original position of the mutant heart. The brighter one should be Yulianka's own, and the darker one looked familiar. It was the ball in the gate at the entrance. Peiren stared at them, and her fingers hovered an inch away from them. Last time her green light swallowed the plumber's green light. Nothing happened, but Yulianka stole the green light of the gate, and strange changes occurred on her body. Green light number 2 in the body became active, ready to move. However, number 1 also moved, as if it smelled the aroma of fried chicken in a dream. Suddenly woke up, and ran around in the body. Peiren seemed to be able to feel their call. Take out! Take out! Take out! Peiren mustered up her courage and stretched her fingers forward. The two green lights in Yulianka's body immediately sank into her fingertips. Green light number 1 has always been domineering, rushing over without hesitation, swallowing the green light of the gate in one gulp. It stopped in front of Yulianka's green light, stalemated, and seemed to not know how to start. Just like the green light number 2 to Shigai. It seems that it can't eat it for the time being. Yulianka's green light trembled, and it found a corner and hid itself. There was no strange change on her body. Peiren stood up in the night wind. She didn't look at the direction of the train, but turned her head. The top of the Tonggu Dam was like the back of a long dragon, crossing the wide river, and it was endless. At this time, it was undulating like waves. The water surface of the reservoir was no longer calm, and layers of waves appeared with the vibration of the dam. The dam is about to burst. Blackwell Base. Entered 61 hours of silence. The meeting in the small conference room has ended. Marshal Wiener and several other soldiers of the temporary decision-making committee have not left. They are checking the status of the shielding layer Phase 2 project in the command center. But at this time, W is talking about another very important thing. His calm voice echoed in the conference hall. My patrol robot saw it with his own eyes. Tonggu Dam has been polluted and turned into a fusion, so there is a very high possibility that Tonggu Dam is the largest water conservancy project in the Federation. Above it is the Tonggu Reservoir, with an astonishing water storage capacity. Marshal Wiener has realized the seriousness of the situation. She asked, will the dam collapse? Yes, W said. The Tonggu Dam is moving. What Agent W said was too incredible, and everyone looked in disbelief. W said no more, and the screen immediately switched images. The camera's angle of view was slightly lower, like at the waist level, but because it was standing very high, the field of view was still quite wide. The night vision lens was extremely clear, and in front of it was the endless Tonggu Reservoir, and the waves were rolling at this time. The concrete dam was also strangely undulating and rolling, and thunder-like rumblings came one after another. Everyone was silent. After a while, Song-won said, it's alive. Yes, W replied. Before this, no one in the Blackwell had ever seen such a huge fusion. This huge creature actually moved like a living creature. W, it's not only alive. Judging from its overall posture, it is moving towards the north bank of the Yala River, and it seems to want to go ashore. This sounds very crazy, but the facts are in front of us. In the conference room, everyone knows what this means. If the dam is moving toward the shore, the dam will no longer block the reservoir, and the water of the entire Tonggu Reservoir will rush down. The high-speed flood will sweep everything downstream. W's voice was calm. Marshal Wiener, I need to apply for a special approval process and send a warning message to all residents downstream immediately, so that they can prepare for the flood immediately. The situation is critical, and we must race against time. Marshal Wiener can now decide on the relevant matters of sending warning messages alone. And she almost immediately agreed, of course. Someone said, but the residents downstream can only do so much in such a short time. The speed of the flood is very fast, and it is too late to run, especially when there is no means of transportation now. In the command center, many people looked pale. The Shipu Plain is densely populated, with cities of all sizes scattered all over the place. In this conference room, many people have relatives and friends just downstream of the Tonggu Dam. There was a solemn silence in the air. Someone whispered, now that we have received a warning, we can say goodbye to our relatives. If we believe in something, we still have time to pray. Marshal Wiener immediately turned his head and stared at the person who was speaking. No one dared to speak again, but everyone understood that he was right. Residents in countless cities and villages downstream had no time to do anything, and could only leave it to fate. On the Tonggu Dam, Pei Ran's bracelet vibrated. It was a message from He Jing. Pei Ran clicked it, and there was a whole set of pictures. The first picture was the scene of the Tonggu Dam bursting. Then the flood surged out, submerging everything. The remaining pictures showed various ways to save oneself in the flood. People climbed to high places, found all the floating objects in the house, such as putting the baby in a large basin that could float. There are also the problems of drinking water and food safety, diseases and plagues, and so on. There will be no rescue. People have to save themselves. Pei Ran browsed through it. To draw such a detailed picture in such a short time, only I can do it, probably from W's hand. Dang. 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 The sound of metal knocking came from far below the dam. It was Aisha, probably afraid that she didn't hear it, so he knocked again. The switch has been switched. Yahai number 7 is leaving. On the ridge of the dam, Pei Ran saw something. In the distance, in the middle of the dam top, where the fluctuations were the strongest, a strange big thing was bulging upward from the concrete wall. It started out as a bag, twisting constantly, getting higher and higher, and finally breaking out of the cocoon, as if it was the shape of a person's upper body, with the lower part still connected to the dam. It opened its arms toward the north bank of the Yala River, shouting silently, struggling. The dam continued to twist and tear as it moved, and a large crack appeared on the ground on the top of the dam. Batches of concrete fragments rolled down, hitting the river surface. splashing large pieces of white water. W said calmly, Pei ran, this place is going to collapse, we have to leave. Pei ran stared at the huge concrete figure. W. She suddenly said. You said tonight that you humans only care about whether you can gain power, and don't really care about the life and death of your fellow humans. I want to tell you that although we humans are not that good, we are not as bad as you say. W was stunned. Pei ran? Pei ran has already started running. She ran along the top of the Long Tongdu Dam, towards the giant concrete man, in the opposite direction of Yahai number 7. Chapter 49. The only sounds in her ears were the whirring of the wind, and the loud noise of the dam breaking. The dragon spine of the dam rose, and fell like waves, and she couldn't even stand steadily. Pei ran stumblingly, jumping over the hideous cracks on the ground one after another. The dam was so huge that she looked like a small black dot about to be drowned in the raging waves, but she ran very fast, without wasting a second. She had never run so fast in her life. Her heart was beating as if it was going to fly out of her chest, and her mouth was full of the smell of rusty blood. She finally ran to the concrete figure. It was so big, it was as tall as 5 or 6 stories, you had to look up to see it. It was made of concrete from top to bottom. Its facial features were clearly visible. You could even see the fabric texture of the clothes on its body, and pockets and buttons. It was like a giant statue. But this statue was alive. The part below its waist, it stretched out in all directions like a skirt, connected to the ground on the top of the dam. Its whole body was leaning forward, its neck stretched forward, it was struggling desperately towards the shore, but its body was connected to the heavy dam. The dam was like a burden that was dragging it tightly, refusing to let it go. W said, looking at the uniform of its clothes. It should be the work clothes of the staff of Tongdu Dam. This is a dam staff, and the dam itself merged together, becoming a crazy fusion. When Pei ran all the way here, he was trying to mobilize the green light in his brain. Green light number 1 had just eaten, and went back to take a nap contentedly, as if he felt that tearing down a wall tonight had completed the workload for the day, and had no intention of working overtime at all. Green light number 2 was awake, but Pei ran knew her own drawing ability. By the time she finished drawing this concrete man, it would be too late. She looked up at the concrete man and tried to mobilize Yulianka's green light. But nothing happened. His ability had no effect on the crazy fusion body. She could only rely on herself. Pei ran rushed up the slope of the concrete man's skirt in one breath. The slope was too steep and fluctuated wildly. Pei ran only rushed a few steps before it made a big move, and she was thrown violently and rolled down. The top of the dam here has been deformed by the skirt of the concrete man, and there are slopes on both sides. If you go down further, you will fall into the surging reservoir. Pei ran rolled several times, and finally found an opportunity to grab the crack on the ground. The rolling momentum stopped, and Pei ran first looked at his waist. Fortunately, the metal ball was tied very firmly, and it didn't fall off after all the tossing. A series of crackling sounds came, like the sound of steel bars breaking, and the dam continued to collapse. Pei ran said nothing, got up, and climbed up again. The surroundings twisted and vibrated more violently. The good thing was that there were many more cracks on the skirt of the concrete man. This time, Pei ran climbed up with his hands and feet. With every step, he poked the mechanical arm into the gap to firmly fix himself. The higher he climbed, the steeper the slope became. When he reached the waist of the concrete man, his whole body had to be hung on it by the mechanical arm. The waist of the concrete man suddenly twisted, and Pei ran, who was hanging on it, could not deal with such a strong force. He was thrown out like a small insect. She drew a line and fell into the reservoir with rolling waves. While in the air, her mechanical arm and the folded arm of the metal ball reached out together, and at the last moment, they grabbed the edge of the dam top. One metal claw grabbed the edge of the dam, and the other metal claw firmly grasped Pei ran's arm. Pei ran's mechanical hand had already grasped it firmly, and he also put another human hand on it. One person and one ball worked together, and pulled themselves up again. The dam was still shaking, and Pei ran rushed up again. Failure can accumulate experience. This time she climbed faster. In a blink of an eye, she climbed to the place where she was thrown down just now. There were few cracks here. Pei ran used the mechanical arm to dig a small pit for herself, and stepped steadily upward step by step. W suddenly said, Pei ran. The part on the shore has moved again. Pei ran turned his head. The view here is very high, and the scene on the river bank is in full view. I saw the shore behind me. on the flat wilderness, and the tentacles of the dam that reached the shore were moving again. It twisted, slowly swept across, and lifted up the dust on the ground, and swept towards the direction of the lighted night sea number 7. Yahai number 7 was parked by the reservoir, upstream of the river. Originally, even if the dam broke, it would be safe. But now it is not. Pei Ren heard the metal knocking sound again. Dang. Dang. Dang, the knocking was much more rapid than the previous 2 times. The lighted Yahai number 7 finally started. The light was shrouded in the dust raised by the tentacles, and it drove forward away from the tentacles of the dam. W's voice sounded in his ears, as calm as ever. If Yahai number 7 leaves, what should we do? Pei Ren dug a new pit with the manipulator, climbed up one more step, and replied, then the 2 of us will walk to Heijing. There are still more than 1,000 kilometers. It is not impossible to walk. But now the greater possibility is that he will fall into the reservoir. And when the dam breaks, he will be washed away with the raging flood. Pei Ren can't swim. But in a flood of this scale, it's useless even if he can swim. Pei Ren continued to climb. She finally climbed to the position she thought of. If we use the human body structure as an analogy, it is the position of the concrete man's chest. Pei Ren chiseled a groove for himself to stand on. And this time, he chiseled deeper than before, leaving enough space for his hands and feet. Stabilizing himself, and began to use the mechanical arm to dig a hole in the concrete man. Again and again. She moved quickly, using all her strength, and the gray stones and debris fell like rain, and the pit gradually grew larger. W also tried with his metal claws, but his claws were far inferior to Pei Ren's hands, and could not help. He turned in another direction, and glanced over his head, and suddenly said, Pei Ren, what's on its neck? Pei Ren also looked up in his busy schedule, and saw that above the concrete giant's neck, where it was connected to the lower jaw, there was a large and obvious mark, which looked like a watermark, and the color was much darker than other places. Pei Ren guessed, it looks like a birthmark. W paused for a second, and suddenly said, yes, it is a birthmark. He said, I found a person in the list of Tongdu Dam employees. Look at the photo. There is a birthmark at this position. This person is Li Min, 24 years old, graduated from Shipa University with a major in water conservancy engineering, and applied for a job at Tongdu Dam after graduation. I found out that Tongdu Dam may lay off a large number of employees recently, and the employees need to find their own way out. I found the record of Li Min applying for a federal government department employee. Li Min should be preparing for the exam in 2 months. The federal government pays well. And most importantly, it is relatively stable. So many people apply for the exam. The acceptance rate is extremely low. And the competition is very fierce. W paused. I know why it struggled to get to the shore like this. I saw that you humans call passing this exam going ashore. Pei Ren. This shore is not the same as that shore. This classmate Li Min. It seems that like other crazy fusions, going ashore is the most persistent obsession in its heart. After becoming a crazy fusion, this thing is the only thing left in its mind, fighting desperately. Even if it is pulled by a heavy dam, it must go to the shore regardless of everything. It was useless to know the name of the concrete man. Now he couldn't write on Shirgiya's notebook. Pei Ren continued to dig the hole. Finally, something similar to human tissue was exposed from under the gray-white concrete. Pei Ren was refreshed and moved faster. These tissues had soft biological parts, which were easier to dig than its hard concrete shell. Pei Ren's progress became faster. Its chest cavity was finally pierced, revealing the deep and complex internal structure. As expected, this fusion of Tongdu Dam and humans, like other fusions, had internal organs. Pei Ren quickly enlarged the hole. The concrete man had his stomach cut open, and finally found something wrong. It twisted, and with a series of crackling sounds, a part of its body suddenly broke away and split off. It was a long arm. This long new concrete arm, connected to its shoulder, was mixed with countless steel bars, and as soon as it was free, it suddenly whipped to its own chest with a big hole in it. The speed was too fast, and the concrete arm cut through the air, with a whistling sound of wind. With a loud bang, the sky shook, and the debris splashed. Before it was thrown into place, Pei Ren grabbed the strange pipe-like structure at the entrance of the cave, and slipped into the cave. 1,400 kilometers away. Blackwell, the hall of the command center. On the huge virtual screen, everyone understood from the moment the camera began to move rapidly. The camera was hanging on a person, and the person was running quickly along the dam. The target was very clear. It was the towering concrete giant in front. Crossing the crack, trying to climb up, rolling down again and again, and climbing up again. Everyone's heart shrank. Everyone knew who Agent W's patrol robot was following, the silent one number 1593. The camera shook. She occasionally entered the camera, her mouth sealed with black tape, without a word, and moved upwards again and again. She used her mechanical hand to break through the outer wall of the concrete giant again and again, and drilled in at the critical moment. The screen shook, and suddenly went black. W's voice came. The signal is not stable. Wait a moment. On the Shipu Plain, the Tongdu Dam. Pei-Ren held a tube that looked like a blood vessel, and swung it into the belly of the concrete man. Without her saying anything, W automatically turned on the lighting on the metal ball. His light illuminated the place, and everything was visible. This was a strange place, with countless steel bars and blood vessels interlaced in the air, and various organs and concrete chaotically combined. Looking down, there was no biological tissue below, but a huge black hole, which was bottomless and probably connected to the inside of the dam. Pei-Ren hung on the tube, climbed up, and moved himself to a large area of unknown organs. And then he felt a little more stable. She looked up. Right above her, at the top of her chest, a huge heart was like a giant chandelier, entangled in countless blue and purple pipes, hanging high there. It was still beating. The surroundings were shaking like an earthquake. The blood vessels and steel bars were buzzing. Pei-Ren climbed up with all his strength, stepping on the bent steel bars and half-hard and half-soft biological tissues. Finally, he climbed to the side of the weird heart. Pei-Ren stepped on the steel bars, leaned over, grabbed the blue veins on the heart, and pulled them wildly. The heart contracted greatly and began to twitch. The whole abdomen shook wildly, and it couldn't even stand steadily. Pei-Ren stabilized herself, tore off several blood vessels, and touched the flesh of the heart covered by the blood vessels. She poked her hand in and pulled it down hard. Finally, she opened a big hole in the heart, and a large amount of blood gushed out, like a red waterfall, falling into the dark abyss below. The heart stopped beating. For a moment, it seemed as if everything around was frozen for a second. Then everything piled up and shrank down together. You can't fall with it. Just behind the drooping heart, Pei-Ren saw the green light that he had seen in the tentacles of the dam before. It was bigger and brighter than other green lights. It should have floated up from the bottomless dam below. Pei-Ren climbed up quickly, stretched out her arms with all her strength, and her fingertips finally touched the bright green light. The green light entered her body steadily. W reminded Pei-Ren, hurry up. Without his reminder, Pei-Ren also knew that this place was collapsing. She achieved her goal, sliding down all the way, faster than a rabbit, and finally reaching the height of the hole, grabbing the pipe hanging in the air, swinging outward, and flying out of the hole in the abdominal cavity. She rolled all the way down. The concrete man was collapsing, and the distance she rolled down was much shorter than the previous times. When she finally stabilized, she grabbed the cracks on the ground with her mechanical hand and fixed herself. And she had returned to the top of the dam. She turned her head and saw that only the chest and above of the giant concrete man were exposed on the ground above the dam. It still maintained a struggling posture, as if it had taken a last look at the shore, and then collapsed. In a blink of an eye, there was nothing where it was, and there was a large circular hole on the ground, like a funnel, dark and bottomless. The night wind blew quietly, and the rumbling sound of the collapse had long stopped. The fusion of the Tongdu Dam died. The dam was frozen, lying across the Yala River, and still steadily blocking 15 billion tons of water in the Tongdu Reservoir. Dang, dang, dang. The air was cool. The night wind brought the sound of metal knocking, clear and long, still 3 times. Pei-Ren turned his head. Beside the reservoir, under the night sky, on the endless wilderness of Shipu Plain, the warm yellow light shone from the carriage of Yahai number 7. It had already emerged from the flying dust, and was quietly parked there. Aisha and the others were still waiting for her. Blackwell. In the hall of the command center. Everyone's heart was hanging there, with nowhere to put it, and every pair of eyes was staring at the darkened big screen in the middle. But it didn't take long before the big screen lit up again, and the picture appeared. The camera was following Silent 11593 rushing out of the cave, rolling down all the way. The dizzy rolling made people dizzy. The black mechanical hand suddenly stuck into the ground and finally stopped. The camera of the patrol robot immediately turned back. The huge concrete man collapsed back to the ground, and fell into a huge pit. The whole dam solidified instantly and stopped moving. The command center was silent. Marshal Wiener said, "Is it dead?" "Yes," W replied. Someone tried, "Then, is the Tongu Dam?" "W, it's not moving. It's still on the Yala River." The command hall was silent for a few seconds, and then a deafening cheer broke out. Chapter 50. Someone fell back in a chair, covering his face with his palms, but tears still flowed down his cheeks. "That's great. My parents are both in Tangnan, just a dozen kilometers away from the dam," he murmured. "That's great." In a corner next to the big screen, someone suddenly said, "She saved so many cities downstream, so many people, shouldn't she be awarded a federal first-class medal?" I remember that the person who saved a small town in front of the fusion body 2 days ago received a first-class medal. The speaker was Chiao Sai. His voice was loud and clear, and many people heard it. In the command center, many people agreed. Yes, if this is not worthy of the first-class medal, then what is worthy of the first-class medal? But she is not a soldier. She is a civilian. Right? It is not without precedent in the Federation for civilians to receive the first-class medal. There was a precedent in the past during the Patriotic War. Marshal Wiener nodded in the noise. "You are right." W's cold and calm voice came, "Marshal Wiener, your opinion has been recorded, and this topic will be included in the meeting schedule of the next regular meeting of the Decision-Making Committee. In the lower reaches of the Yara River, thousands of households that received the warning information were panicking to prepare for the arrival of the flood. You have to go as high as possible. But the Shipu plain is flat. There is no high place to go. The only place you can hide is a tall building. The problem is that no one knows. If a dam of the size of Tongu Dam breaks, the flood will rush down. Whether the high-rise buildings can still hold up, you can only leave it to fate. Just when you are in despair, new news from the Ministry of National Defense and Security came. Another set of pictures. The pictures are drawn with simple lines, but the details are very detailed. The picture shows a monster struggling on the top of the dam to the shore. The monster is disemboweled. The monster dies, disappears, and the Tongu Dam still stands quietly on the Yala River. In the last picture, countless people are cheering. Someone zoomed in on the disembowelment picture and saw the black dot on it. It was a very detailed girl with tape on her mouth and a ponytail. The meaning of the picture was not difficult to understand. People could not speak and exchanged surprised glances with each other. So everything is fine? Really safe? Really? On the Tongu Dam? When Pei Ran ran back along the way she came, her bracelet also received new pictures from Heijing. She quickly browsed through them one by one. W was unusually quiet. And was unusually quiet. W waited until she finished reading all of them before speaking. This time I specifically imitated Shikei's painting style. His voice no longer had the lazy, drunken tone that it had tonight, but was calm and steady. The paintings he drew did look very comic-like, as if they were drawn with a comic pen, and they were done very well, even with the small flaws that Shikei's black leather notebook had, such as drawing too quickly and with imperfect strokes. "Very good," Pei Ran commented. As she spoke, she rushed down the long steps along the original path and ran along the railroad tracks to the outside of the tentacles of the dam. W heard the insincerity in her words and said for her, but, since he was willing to accept the advice, Pei Ran finished what he had not said. "But, these paintings, it's like Shige's ghost is holding your hand to write. The me he drew on the notebook, the direction of the hair, the structural lines of the clothes, are almost exactly the same. If I'm not mistaken, the dam, the sky, and the reservoir in the painting are all similar scenes you searched for in Shige's comics. And you drew them again, right?" She guessed very accurately. W just scanned through Shigai's comics, carefully selected similar scenes from them, imitated them one by one, and put together the current picture. Pei Ran ran forward with brisk steps, passing the onion-like walls and the tentacles of the dam, and came to the wilderness. The crescent moon hung high in the night sky. Pei Ran said as he ran, "To be honest, I still can't see the soul in the painting." Pei Ran thought for a while, and corrected himself. "I can't see your soul. Your desire. Your desire. Your entanglement." W said calmly, "I am an artificial intelligence designed to handle federal defense and security affairs. I don't have such a thing. The lights of Yahai number 7 were just in front of her, and the metal ball jumped one by one as she ran. Nonsense, Pei Ran said. Of course you have. If you don't, why would you go to the trouble of learning to paint like Shirgaya? And keep asking me if I can paint better? There was silence beside him, and no one answered. After a long time, W spoke. Actually, I also painted another picture. He seemed a little hesitant. It's not a good painting. I didn't refer to anyone. I painted it myself. The picture is not accurate enough. And it doesn't look very reasonable. Pei Ran, take it out and have a look. The bracelet vibrated and received a new painting. Pei Ran clicked it, and his steps slowed down immediately. This picture was like a sketch, almost rough, with a dark sky, a dark dam, and almost only a silhouette of the dam. Even the crescent moon hanging in the sky was dim. There was a running figure on the dam, also with only a rough outline. She must have been running very fast, with her hair and clothes flying in the wind, and a ball hanging from her body. In the dark picture, except for the crescent moon hidden behind the haze, there were only two things glowing faintly in the darkness. One is the top of the little man's head, which seems to reflect the moonlight, and there is a faint white halo on his hair. The other is the ball she carries on her body. There is a crack in the ball, and a little blue light shines from it. The 2 points of light tear through the darkness that covers the sky, like two fireflies leaning on each other in the dark night, entangled and flying. W is also looking at his own painting. This painting is very unreasonable. First, the proportion of the dam and the person is wrong. The person is actually much smaller. Second, under such moonlight, your hair will not have such a strong halo. Third, the crack of the ball has been narrowed by you, and the blue light of the core processor cannot actually shine through. It is unrealistic and unreasonable. But when he started to paint, W just wanted to paint like this, and he didn't know why. Tonight, when she turned and ran towards the concrete giant, he suddenly had a strong desire to paint her. Not to copy anyone else's painting method, but to paint her himself. He wanted to paint her halo, and also wanted to paint his own. To let his blue light stick to her and exist with her in this darkness. Everything else, the dam, the reservoir, the cracks in the ground, all the complicated and unimportant details, go away. Pei Ran looked at the painting. His steps slowed down, and he remained silent. W was a little nervous. He said, I know. It's not a good painting. Pei Ran finally spoke. She said, No. You painted it too well. The black eyes of the metal ball moved away from the virtual screen and turned to her. Pei Ran was still looking at the painting. I completely understand what you want to express, but it's very rough. I think if I paint it myself, my skills are still not enough. Skills serve expression. If there is nothing to express, skills are just dead skills and have no meaning. She touched the light on the screen with her finger. I think this is your best painting. Yahai number 7 was not far ahead. Pei Ran saw Aisha. She was stepping on the pedal of the cab, looking at this side anxiously. When she found Pei Ran, she immediately waved frantically. Pei Ran rushed forward in one breath and jumped onto the pedal. He ran back and forth for several thousand meters and climbed a rock in the middle. His mouth was sealed with tape the whole time, and he couldn't breathe well. He was about to collapse. Aisha pointed her fingers quickly. W automatic translation, she said. I saw you on the top of the dam. A small black dot was running. Her eyes were really good. Pei Ran took a breath and replied to her, the doctor died. I killed another monster, and I was exhausted. Jiang Gong saw Pei Ran coming back, waved to her, and held the handle, wanting to start the train. Pei Ran held her hand and told her not to move. She dragged Kirill up from the corner of the cab. Kirill was still unconscious and had not woken up. Pei Ran dragged him under the train and threw him beside the roadbed. He was Yulianka's man, and he was always hostile. Who knew if there would be any tricks? For safety reasons, it would be better not to let him stay on the train. After Pei ran through Kirill, he walked to the back carriage. All the windows were closed. They had just been soaked in water, and had been splashed with water for a long time. People were all wet. Jiang Gong had probably not turned on the heating to save precious energy. Now he turned on the heating, and the carriage was hot. As soon as he reached the number 2 carriage, Pei Ran was stopped by Tang Dao. He and Sheng Mingxi were guarding Yanaya. Yanaya had woken up and was sitting obediently in her seat. with a scarf tied tightly around her eyes. Tang Dao knocked on the small table quickly. Communicating in this way was more tiring than killing people. Fortunately, there was W, the automatic translator. W, he said. When you were away, they drew the things you said about the shelter for everyone on the train. Only 2 people wanted to get off at the next stop, and everyone else was willing to go to the shelter together. This girl just woke up. We saw you coming back, so we didn't knock her out. We wanted to ask you how to deal with it. Pei Ran reached out and took off the scarf from Yanaya's eyes. When Yanaya saw Pei Ran, her eyes were anxious, as if she was eager to explain herself, but her hands and feet were still tied with tape. Like Aisha, she clearly remembered what happened after being controlled. Pei Ran helped her remove the tape from her wrist. Enia's hand loosened, and she quickly opened the bracelet screen, find the emoticons that come with the system, pointed at herself first, selected a curly-haired girl's head, and then a dizzy wheel. Then she chose a purple devil head. The devil was followed by 2 open hands, as if controlling someone, then a curly-haired girl head, and then 2 open hands again. Enia pointed at Pei Ran, and chose a girl head with braids. Pei Ran understood what she meant. She meant that she had been in a daze, as if being controlled by a devil, and had to hypnotize Pei Ran. Enia looked at Pei Ran with pleading eyes, clicked the devil, clicked the girl with braids, clicked a dagger, and chose a scared expression pack. She said she was very scared. There was someone in the car who could control others, and was fighting Pei Ran to the death. She couldn't afford to offend either side, and was very scared, so she didn't say anything. Pei Ran knocked on Tang Dao. Let her go, it's none of her business. Tang Dao nodded, and started to remove the tape that bound Yanaya's ankle. Enia didn't care about her feet, looking anxious, quickly selected a parrot emoticon on the screen, and looked at Pei Ran. Zheng Mingxi next to her handed her the scarf bag in her hand. The scarf was untied, revealing a parrot head. The scarf was tied very loosely, like a bag. The glutinous rice ball was fine. It flapped its wings twice, and dived into its owner's arms. Yanaya was completely relieved this time. She breathed a sigh of relief, touched the bird's head, put her hands together, and thanked Pei Ran. She was obedient, probably afraid that they would throw her down and not take her to the shelter. Pei Ran left them, continued to move forward, walked quickly to the back of the car, and found the other 4 people brought by Yulianka. They were all in carriage number 4. When they saw Pei Ran coming, they all looked panicked. Pei Ran ignored them, first went over to open the door of the carriage, then turned around and pointed at the bottom of the carriage with his black mechanical hand. The world under the carriage was very dangerous. Even the dam was alive, very scary. It felt much safer on the train. These people looked at each other, and no one moved. Pei Ran walked over without saying a word, randomly picked a man, and grabbed his arm. Her hands were like pliers, with incredible strength, and there was no way to break free, and it hurt my shoulder, as if my arm would be pulled off in the next second. The man was afraid that she would really take his arm off, so he didn't dare to fight her, and was forced to stumble with her to the door of the car, and Pei Ran pushed him out. The information sent by the Ministry of National Defense and Security said that it was safe to use sign language to make digital gestures. Pei Ran turned his head to look at the remaining ones, and raised a finger. Then the second one. Her mechanical arm was too scary. Before the third one was released, several people got off the train. Pei Ran closed the door. Now there were 39 people left on the train. After completely clearing Yulianka's people off the train, Pei Ran was in a good mood. He returned to the cab and signaled Jian Gong to drive. The speed of Yahai number 7 was quickly increased. Leaving those people in the wilderness, it continued to move northwest. Aisha pointed to the back. Go to sleep for a while. Tang Dao also followed. He was smart. He understood what Aisha meant by pointing. He knocked on the wall of the carriage next to him. We have a lot of people here. They are all vying to drive. I'll wake you up if something happens. Go to sleep. If something happens again, I'll still expect you to fight. Pei Ran was really tired. He didn't bother to be polite with them. He picked up his backpack and went to find a place to sleep. Tonight, we only need to stop at one more station to let the 2 people who want to get off. Tomorrow morning, we will arrive at Yurchin near Heijing. Pei Ran passed by Enia's seat again and saw her lowering her head, holding a handful of bird food in her palm, feeding the glutinous rice balls. W asked, do you really think she is innocent? Pei Ran replied, Yulianka does have the ability to control other people's superpowers. And he is already dead. So there is no evidence. It should be Yulianka who hypnotized me. in order to seize control of the train. However, at the entrance of Yahai number 7, several lives were used to test the gate. It is possible that 2 people did it. It is not known who it is. W said, innocent until proven guilty. Guilty or not. I am not a judge. I don't care. Peiran said. As long as she behaves from now on. Doesn't mess up the train like Yulianka did. So that we can get to Heijing safely. Otherwise, I will throw her off the train too. W, so the bet we made. We both won. Right? A win-win situation. Peiran said that it was Yulianka who was the demon. And W thought that it was Inaya who hypnotized. To a certain extent, both of them were right. Peiran was a little speechless. Win-win, if you have to satisfy the other party's request, isn't that a lose-lose situation? W, if you'd like to say that, that's fine. I've never seen someone who is so obsessed with losing. Peiran asked, what do you want to lose to me? W asked back, what do you want? Peiran thought for a while. Master Divine Lamp, please help me keep this wish. Besides my medicine, I don't think I want anything else now. W said, actually, I really want to give you something. I hope to give you a life of worry-free food and clothing. Peiran, huh? This sounds too ambiguous. Peiran asked directly, what do you mean? Agent W, are you trying to support me? W was silent for a long time, as if the computer had crashed. It took him a long time to speak. Peiran, what are you thinking about? He straightened his voice, and his tone was more serious than ever, as if he had adjusted the natural language state back to level 1. I hope to help you achieve a life of worry-free food and clothing. I think I can do it, and I will work hard to do it. You saved so many people today. You deserve it. He was quite arrogant. He was just an artificial intelligence. And I didn't know how he planned to do it. Then I'll wait and see. Peiran asked him. What about you? What do you want? As long as I can do it, I can do it. He wanted to win so much, it seemed that he really wanted to ask her to do something. Peiran, just mention it. There was silence beside her. W seemed to have crashed again. He was very wrong tonight. Although his tone returned to normal, he behaved strangely. First, he performed beyond his level, and drew a very soulful painting. Then he started to crash, and reacted very slowly. Peiran deeply suspected that, when the train was flooded just now, his brain was really flooded. I have to help him check and wipe it later. W was silent for a long time, finally spoke. Peiran, this wish, can I keep it? Chapter 51. Peiran walked forward a little further, until he was out of Inaya's sight, and finally found an empty seat. The car had been soaked in water, and the seat covers were still wet. Peiran pulled the seat covers off and put them aside, and sat down, and took off the metal ball, and placed it on the small table in front of him. Did your core processor get wet? Peiran asked W. The car was like a big fountain spraying water all over the sky, and even though the metal ball was wrapped in her coat, it might not be safe. But this night, I was busy running around. I didn't have any time to relax. And I didn't take care of him. W said gently, you sleep for a while. There's no hurry. I'm in a hurry. Peiran said. I'm afraid you'll get wet and shut down. Peiran opened his shell and looked inside. She was right. Some places had visible traces of water. W said, I'm testing. Some parts have some problems. Can you help me dry it? His folding arm functioned normally. But he couldn't see it. So she had to help. Peiran pulled out a few tissues from his backpack, reached into his metal shell, carefully wiped him clean bit by bit. W was quiet for a while, then said, Peiran, is there something wrong with one of my components? Can you help me press that dark orange cylindrical thing hard? He was talking about his mysterious memory again, which was the first component he paid attention to every time. Peiran pressed it with his fingers calmly. She asked, is it broken? It shouldn't be broken. W replied. I can access it, but the connection is intermittent. I think there is something wrong with the interface. Can you help me unplug it and wipe it? Peiran unplugged the small cylinder, wiped the interfaces on both sides, and then plugged it back in for him, asked, is it better? It seems to be worse. Now it is completely inaccessible. W was silent for a moment. Judging from the performance, it should be just an interface problem. Never mind. Let's just leave it that way. Can you please help me clean the core processor as well? The core processor has priority after the memory. Peiran carefully helped him wipe the watermarks on the blue glowing core processor. Peiran pondered. I should find a plastic bag. Wrap you up? So you won't be afraid of water. thinking about how his ball would look wrapped in a plastic bag. It should look pretty good. W also thought about it, and seemed to be unable to accept it. No need. Going northwest. We will enter the rift zone. There is not much water, so there is no need to prevent moisture, he said, according to the current speed of the train. If everything goes well, we will arrive at the terminal of Yahai number 7 at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. The terminal of Yahai number 7 is Yurcha City. At noon today, a team retreating from the south passed by Yurcha and saw that the city was still normal and there was no fire. He said, Yurcha is more than 20 kilometers away from the southern entrance of Hajing. It is all Rift Valley terrain. Vehicles cannot pass through. We have to walk there. Hajing will send a team with weapons to pick us up at the northern suburb station of Yurcha City. Hajing actually sent someone to pick us up. This is too good. Pei Ran thought of something. She asked, just now on the dam. I sent a picture with text from Hajing to Yulianka. Would it be dangerous for Hajing? The thing that monitors everything in the dark might suddenly realize that someone sent the text safely, but did not explode. No. I did not send the message from Hajing. W answered calmly. Hajing's production line has transformed some simple devices. Since the evening, they have been placed outside the shielding layer for experiments, used to send various signals to monitor the silence at any time. For example, what types of signals will trigger an explosion? Will the original safety behavior become unsafe? I just sent information to Yulianka through one of them, and it will not have any impact on the black well. It sounds like everything is starting to get on track. W Ball is here. Not only does he know everything that happens in the black well, but he can also control the black well's devices at will. Pei Ran thought to himself, Ball, you are really more than just a ball. Just like Hapo said, this spherical patrol robot is just a tool controlled by security agent W. This ball must go to the black well, and the black well will send someone to pick them up at the terminal. Pei Ran estimated that it was all just for that small memory. She looked at the dark orange cylinder again. She continued to fiddle with the inside of the ball, wiping all parts as much as possible, before reclosing the metal shell. After dealing with him, Pei Ran moved the metal ball to the side, and laid down on the small table, closing her eyes. She was not sleeping. She was watching the green light inside her body. There were 4 green lights inside her body now. Green light number 1 that could write, green light number 2 that could draw, Yulianka's green light number 3, and the light group of Tongdu Dam. It was very lively, like a meeting. Number 1 just swallowed the green light of the gate fusion body as a snack tonight. It seems that its appetite is not satisfied yet. It has been circling around the large ball of green light of the dam fusion body, and has been planning to attack it. However, Pei Ran has been suppressing it, so he did not take action. Upgrading green light number 1 who can write. Making JTN 34 as soon as possible is the first priority. Pei Ran relaxed the restrictions on it. Green light number 1 immediately pounced on it, facing the large ball of light of Tongdu Dam, like chewing cotton candy, and swallowed it in a few bites. And it looked a lot brighter. Green light number 2, who can draw, was also envious, but was suppressed by Pei Ran, and did not dare to move forward. Yulianka's green light had the same personality as its former owner. Hiding in a corner, motionless, Pei Ran figured out the pattern. It seemed very easy to use the green light of the order attribute to eat the green light of the crazy fusion. But it was not so easy for the order green lights to devour each other. I don't know what conditions are needed. Maybe it's just not strong enough now. After green light number 1 had a midnight snack, before he had time to go to bed, Pei Ran immediately mobilized it with his mind. It finally appeared in her mind. Pei Ran wrote down a letter, J, and then a letter, T. After a pause, she continued to use her mind to mobilize the green light. And the green light actually jumped to the right, and came to the beginning of the next word. It wrote, N. After writing, it trembled slightly, as if it was not finished. Pei Ran tried to mobilize it again, and it really jumped to the upper right again, preparing to write the next word. Pei Ran immediately used it to write, 3. Unfortunately, after writing, it became quiet and motionless, as if it was quietly waiting for Pei Ran to put an end. It has made great progress tonight, and it has written 2 more words. This progress is exciting. As long as it can write 1 more word, it can write the full name of JTN 34. It can write 4 words now, and it can describe more clearly. Maybe we can try. Anti-rejection medicine. Its ability has been improved, and the generated medicine box should be much larger. Pei Ran hesitated for a moment. But on the way to Haging, there may be danger at any time. It is better not to try it first, and save the opportunity to use it for saving lives. Peyran painted over the letters, turned on the green light to rest, and really began to sleep. Northwest, Blackwell Base. 64 hours after entering silence. In the command center, Marshal Weiner frowned, and hurried in, and had not yet buttoned up his coat completely when he entered. Not long after she went back to sleep, she was woken up by Agent W again. W not only woke her up, but also woke up other members of the temporary decision-making committee. On the large virtual screen, in the middle of the command center, a large unfinished construction site was displayed. In the huge pit, a spire-shaped launch device was placed, and there were large pieces of black materials. A protective project was being built around it, but it was only half built, and it had not yet been capped. This is the construction of the secondary shielding layer, which is being accelerated. The main body of the lens should be a monitoring device, fixed at a very high position, looking down. W is zooming in the picture quickly. Corpses come into view one after another. They are all workers who participated in the construction project. Each of them has a penetrating gunshot wound on the head, as if they were sniped. CEO Batherwaite just came in, originally squinting his eyes and dazed, and was startled by the corpse on the screen, asking, "The second phase of the project was attacked?" "This is nonsense," no one answered. Marshal Weiner had heard the current situation from Agent W on the way, and said to him, "Agent W, show me the situation on the battlefield." The camera immediately lifted up, expanding the field of view. Outside the protective project, on the already built strip-shaped automated defense fortifications, all weapons were firing automatically, and patches of fire kept shining in the night. Far ahead, there were countless surging things, rushing over like a tide, and the number was frightening. Everyone was silent. W randomly picked one and enlarged it, and then enlarged it again, until he could see the details clearly. It was a strange thing. It looked like a person, but it was not completely human. It had a human-like shape, but its head, torso, and limbs were all mixed up with metal skin and wires. It was obvious at a glance that it was a crazy fusion. Lieutenant General Song-Won took a look and asked, "Is this fusion the product of the fusion of humans and the Attacker 13 intelligent combat robot?" W's voice came, "That's right. Near the city of Araku in the north of Haging, there is the largest military factory in the Federation, which manufactures and stores a large number of Attacker 13 fully automatic intelligent combat robots. They may have merged with the citizens of Araku, and the number is very astonishing. The Attacker 13 fully automatic intelligent combat robots are the latest and best combat robots in the Federation. The first time they appeared after being activated, they showed amazing combat capabilities when they wiped out the resistance organization in the Mancha Mountains. This type of robot is very flexible, has extremely strong combat power, and absolutely obeys orders, is not afraid of sacrifice, and is fully expected to replace humans and become the main combat force of the Federal Army." Someone asked, "Now they are in a dormant state, are there no words in their various parts? They are not burned?" W replied, "Yes. Pay attention, some of their parts are burned and melted, but after combining with humans and becoming a crazy fusion, these burned parts have no critical impact. They should have malfunctioned, but they can still move." Song-Won was surprised. Why did they take the initiative to attack the second phase of the protective layer? W replied, "Looking at their behavior, they should have switched to the highest level of erase mode. The majority of people in the command center are soldiers, and everyone understands what the erase mode of intelligent combat robots means. Destroy everything, erase everything, flatten all suspicious buildings, kill life forms, leave no one alive." Marshal Weiner frowned, staring at the screen. "Is their attack organized? There are advances, covers, cooperation. It doesn't look like a mess." "Yes," Agent W replied. "It should be the Thinker Fully Automatic Mobile Combat Center that is commanding from behind." The Thinker Fully Automatic Mobile Combat Center is an artificial intelligence product used in conjunction with the Attacker 13 Fully Automatic Intelligent Combat Robot. It is like a brain on the battlefield, and can automatically formulate tactics according to the battlefield situation and command the Attacker 13 to attack. In the military factory that produces the Attacker 13, there is a Thinker Fully Automatic Mobile Combat Center. I wonder if they have also become a fusion. A group of organized intelligent combat robot fusions, like a team with super combat capabilities, is in big trouble. Marshal Weiner immediately asked, "The Thinker commands the Attacker 13, and needs to send a signal." W replied, "They are the same as the real battlefield. using encrypted military signals, which are not currently affected by silence. And the thinker automatically judged the situation and upgraded the encryption level of the signal. It cannot be cracked for the time being. And I have been trying. Lieutenant General Delsa interrupted and said, then if we find a way to block the signal. W interrupted him. Of course, I will consider blocking the signal said by the thinker at the first time. But the equipment that Blackwell can currently use is very limited. And it cannot be done for the time being. Marshal Wiener asked, can you find the thinker? If the thinker's fully automatic mobile combat center is found and destroyed, the attacker 13 will fight independently. And the offensive will be much weaker. W said, we don't know yet how many thinkers are commanding them. I have dispatched all the drones that are still in a dormant state to bypass the fusion C and go to the rear to investigate the thinker's position. The thinker can move by itself and hide, like a cunning commander who can hide. This function is particularly troublesome now. W continued, Marshal Wiener, the launch device of the second phase of the protective layer project is very precious. If it is damaged, Heijing currently does not have the production capacity to rebuild a new set of launch devices. Now we only rely on automated defenses. And soon, we will not be able to stop their attacks. Marshal Wiener nodded. Let's see if we can blow them up if we cover them with artillery fire. If this is a large group of humans. Of course, it can be done. But it is hard to say whether the robots that are coming in like a tide are smart and strong attacker 13 robots. Or strange fusions. Some people are worried. To fight them, the armed forces of Blackwell may not be enough. The Federation has been at peace for so many years. And the number of active military personnel has long been reduced. The military uses a large number of automated weapons and intelligent robots. The main function of human soldiers is gradually transitioning from combat to operating and maintaining these equipment. It just so happens that these weapons are the most severely damaged in the silence. Many automated weapons cannot be used at all because they have display systems, or various markings and text on their internal components. Once they leave the coverage of the shielding layer, they will explode or burn immediately. Heijing is rushing to transform them these days. The number of transformed weapons is limited. Heijing should still have a batch of old weapons and ammunition, which the soldiers can use directly. I don't know if it is enough to deal with the current situation. Marshal Wiener was overwhelmed. Not long after, at midnight in the base, alarm sounded in many rooms, accompanied by W's calm and indifferent voice. Emergency assembly, all military units. Please go to the emergency assembly point immediately and wait for further arrangements. SIP plane. On Yahai number 7. Pei Ran was dreaming when she suddenly heard the sound of metal knocking. She sat up suddenly. W said in her ear, it's okay. We have arrived in Zalin City, and 2 people are going to get off here. Yahai number 7 did not stop at any of the stations it passed by, and rushed through them. This was the first time it slowed down after leaving the small town near Yahai, and entered the station slowly. Outside the car window, it was still dark. The tall buildings in the city of Zalin were all dark, without any light. There had been a fire here, too. Everything that should have been burned had already been burned. Only some windows were still emitting a little smoke. Fortunately, all the buildings stood firmly, without any movement. Yahai number 7 drove into the platform and stopped steadily. Pei Ran looked out through the car window and saw a couple carrying a large bag getting off the car in the next car. In this situation, instead of trying their luck in the shelter, they had to get off here. They must have someone in Zalin who they must not leave behind and must find. I don't know if they were parents or children. No one else got off the bus. Everyone stayed on the bus and watched them walk out in silence. The lights of the night C number 7 illuminated their backs, casting long shadows. And the 2 walked out of the exit. Just as they were about to turn, before their figures disappeared, a huge strange thing rushed out from outside the exit. It didn't look like a creature, but more like a huge surging wave, sweeping along the street. Under the light, it could be seen to be dark red and looked sticky. It swept away the 2 people who had just left the station. Aisha and the others at the front of the train must have seen it, because Yahai number 7 started almost immediately, accelerating rapidly. The train drove out of Zalin like an arrow, leaving the city far behind. There were only 37 people left on the train. Pei Ran lay back on the small table. There were dangerous fusion bodies everywhere, and the shelter was the only hope. She fell asleep in a daze, and when she woke up again, it was already bright. The metal ball was quietly placed beside her. When he saw her move, he immediately said, "Are you awake?" There was nothing on the train in the second half of the night. So I didn't call you. Pei-ren glanced at the time on the bracelet. It was already past 7 in the morning. This half of the night went surprisingly smoothly. W continued, Pei-ren, I have good news and bad news. Pei-ren, first. Let's start with the bad news to wake you up. W, the bad news is that last night, the second phase of the shielding layer in the north of Heijing was attacked. The fusion is a combination of humans and a combat robot. It is very difficult to deal with. Heijing concentrated all its strength to repel several waves of attacks. The casualties were heavy. Now the battlefield is still in a stalemate. Heijing is in a state of panic and can't take care of himself. Pei-ren asked calmly, so no one can come to pick us up? W said, there are still a few people coming to pick us up, and they have already set off, but about half an hour ago, they suddenly lost contact with Heijing. I don't know what happened on the way. Then we will go by ourselves. Pei-ren said. But you said that there is a fusion attacking Heijing. Is the area around Heijing safe? The attack is in the northern part of Heijing, and the southern direction of Yurcha is temporarily safe. We will get off at Yurcha as planned, and go to the southern entrance of Heijing. Okay. Pei-ren agreed, and asked, what about the good news? W replied, the good news is that the temporary decision-making committee of Heijing originally planned to hold a regular meeting this morning to finalize the review criteria for the first batch of civilians to enter Heijing, but because of the attack last night, the meeting was delayed. Pei-ren was silent. This is considered a good news? W explained. The meeting was delayed, but not cancelled. Due to the current situation of the Black Well, the review process has been simplified. The temporary decision-making committee plans to meet briefly this afternoon to quickly finalize the review standards. Once the standards are finalized, civilians can be accepted immediately. In other words, by this afternoon, the Black Well will become accessible. Which is indeed good news. Chapter 52. Looking out the car window, it was a reddish-brown desert that stretched as far as the eye could see, with gravels of all sizes scattered all over the ground, and occasionally a small clump of low shrubs, with dry branches. W also followed her gaze, and looked out the window. This is a sightseeing route. I don't know where the sightseeing is in such a desolate place. Pei-ren thought, you don't know how many people in another world have never seen such beautiful scenery on the ground in their entire lives. Looking into the distance, you can see the horizon. This feeling of vastness is enough to shock a child who grew up in a bunker. Pei-ren first took out JTN-34, took out a piece and ate it, and successfully extended his life for another day. Today is Saturday. Pei-ren remembered that the memo said it was beef noodle day. This bowl of beef noodles must be very delicious, which is worth eating twice a week. 2 students from Yehai University came over, holding a large stack of lunch boxes in their arms, and distributed them to the passengers one by one. Pei-ren received a box of potato and beef rice. The potatoes were soft and glutinous, and the beef was tender, which helped him relieve his longing for beef noodles. Sheng Mingqi's roll of tape worth 800 bowls of beef noodles was really useful, and the allergies on his face were much better. Pei-ren finished his lunch, tore off a bowl of beef noodles, and put it on his face, and then he carried his backpack to the cab. Inia was very quiet, still sleeping against the seat, and the parrot nestled in her neck, buried its head in the feathers on her back, and also slept soundly. The cab was very lively. Jiang Gong and Ai Xiao were eating breakfast together. They looked up and greeted Pei-ren. The two were about the same height, looked similar, and even had the same expression. The two were emotionally stable and clear-headed in the atmosphere of the end of the world. However, Jiang Gong had silver hair, and Ai Xiao had black hair. It was like a person who suddenly changed from young to old. I don't know where the years in between went. Sheng Mingqi was driving. Early in the morning, her long wavy hair was fluffy from sleeping. Her eyes were bright. She was holding the handle and looking forward. And Tang Dao stood next to her, poking her all the time, signaling her to change. But she resolutely stayed in the driver's seat. Probably because it was the first time she drove a train in her life. And she hadn't had enough fun. The flat desert gradually began to undulate. And on the distant horizon, a large area of tall buildings gradually appeared. Yehai No. 7's terminal station, Yurcha, finally arrived. W gave Pei-ren some popular science. Yurcha is the largest city in the northwest of the Federation. It is an industrial city, and it is also the financial center and transportation hub of the northwest. Everyone on the train stuck their heads out of the window, excited and worried. Fortunately, looking at it this way, Everything in Yurcha was normal. The tall buildings were quietly nailed to the ground, with no signs of life. The train approached the city. Like Yahai, the power had been cut off long ago, and the signs on the building were burned to pieces. Everywhere was very quiet. No one was there. Yahai number 7 seemed to be the only living thing in the city. Yelcha station was open air, and the platform was decorated in a very retro style. The train entered the station and slowly stopped. After leaving Tongdu Dam, the whole night was safe, and no one died. After staying in the safe carriage all night, now that we arrived at the station, no one dared to get off the train. Peiran put on his bag, carried the metal ball, opened the door of the cab, and jumped down first. Outside the train, the winter morning air was cool and fresh, and dry in the northwest. Ai Xia jumped down with her pot of spathiphyllum on her back, turned around and held Jiang Gong's arm. Sheng Mingxi and Tang Dao also helped Jin Hijuan, who had a bandage on his eyes, get off the train. With them in the lead, others finally left the train with bags and came to the platform. Peiran waited for everyone to get off the train and counted the number of people. When we set out from Yihai, there were a total of 47 people, 1 bird, and after driving all the way, there were 37 people left, 1 bird, and 10 people were lost. Blackwell is more than 20 kilometers away from here. It is a rift valley with undulating terrain. Cars cannot drive. There are old and young people in this group. They can only walk. It is estimated that it is not easy. Peiran opened the virtual screen of the bracelet, enlarged the map, and showed everyone the location of Blackwell relative to Yurcha city. If there is an accident on the way, someone will get lost. At least they can find the place by themselves. Everyone is ready to go. One by one, everyone filed out of the exit. Outside is the street of Yurcha, which is empty and quiet. Suddenly there are dozens of people, which seems a bit weird. A group of people walked along the street, towards the northwest. Unlike the chaotic Yahai city, the ground here is clean. During the first 2 times, when the silence was upgraded, someone must have thrown away all the text files they carried with them. These files were thrown on the road. When the silence was upgraded again, they would catch fire and burn. There should be at least some traces of the remaining files on the ground. But there were no traces of discarded files, nor did they look like files had been burned, nothing. Peiran was a little puzzled. W. Is the wind in Yurcha very strong? W immediately understood what she was asking. Because of the terrain of Yurcha, the average wind speed in winter is 0.8 meters per second. Peiran, level 10 natural language state, really? Which serious person knows whether a wind speed of 0.8 meters per second is fast or slow? W was very natural side. In short, the wind is very weak in winter. It is unlikely to blow away all the ashes of burnt paper. Peiran looked up at the surrounding buildings. The interiors of these buildings have no signs of burning. Maybe there is no water outage here. As soon as the fire started, the automatic sprinkler system started working. But that's not right. Whether it's fire or sprinkler water, it will force residents to the streets. The streets will not be like this now. This city exudes a kind of weirdness. Peiran had an ominous guess. Maybe before the silence escalated and the files caught fire, something had already happened to the people in this city. In the silent city, the footsteps of a group of people were unusually clear. Sheng Mingxi suddenly pulled Peiran, staring at the front. Peiran stopped immediately and looked in the direction of her gaze. There was only the gray sky between the tall buildings. As soon as they stopped, everyone was in doubt and immediately stopped. Sheng Mingxi pointed to her eyes with her hands, and her hand swished past. Performing very well. I saw something whizzing past. W also spoke. Peiran, I seem to have heard a strange sound. It's a slight buzzing sound, and it's approaching this side. His metal ball has sharp ears and eyes, and its senses are much better than those of humans. Peiran held his breath and pricked up his ears, but he didn't hear any strange sound. W added, you may not be able to hear it yet. It's just in front of you. There's a distance, but the sound is coming this way. You should be able to notice it soon. Peiran immediately looked around, trying to find a hidden place. Suddenly, a clear singing voice came from behind. As sonorous and powerful as a military song, you said that breeze was the singing of your courage. Did you ever imagine a ray of dawn that night? In the vast land of Dongmania. Peiran turned his head. Yanaya was terrified, pinched the beak of Nuomi Tuan, and covered the parrot in his clothes. The others were shocked and scared, and turned their heads to stare at Yanaya. In fact, it had nothing to do with the parrot's singing. That suspicious buzzing sound was approaching this side. This time, he didn't need W. Pei Ran could hear it himself. Between the skyscrapers. In the sky, countless dots are flying from afar. They are neatly lined up and are rapidly approaching the side. From a distance, this should be a whole team of drones flying in formation. When they fly, they keep a strict and consistent distance from each other, and their movements are very uniform. They turn together, move forward together, and strictly observe order. None of them disrupt the formation. In this deserted city, in a silent state, there are still a large number of drones flying in formation, which is very strange. Maybe it was a drone driven by artificial intelligence. Pei Ran was a little puzzled. Is there no text on the fuselage of this drone? Any drone with any text inside should have been burned long ago. W's camera function is far beyond the naked eye. He replied, Pei Ran, that is not a swarm of drones. In these few seconds, the swarm of drones with uniform flying movements have quickly approached. Their size is much larger than that of drones. People can see what they are and stare in horror. Pei Ran also saw it clearly. They were people flying in the sky. Everyone looked strange, or they no longer looked like people. They stretched their limbs like kites. Their heads, bodies, limbs, all seemed to be completely flattened by something, stretched to the maximum extent, and turned into thin sheets floating in the air. Because they became too flat, their clothes were torn, and strangely mixed with skin and human tissue, forming strange patterns. Pei Ran suddenly had a strange description in her mind. These people, just like the time she went to the ground world, picked a yellow wildflower, brought it back to the bunker, and put it in her notebook for taking notes, and when she looked at it again after a while, the wildflower turned into such a thin flat piece. The human pieces in the sky looked like they had been put in the notebook for a long time. They could fly in formation so freely, because each of them had a power source. The part of their abdomen, which was integrated with the flattened body, was a device that looked like a drone. The metal part of the drone was buried in the abdomen. Buzzing. There were men and women, old and young, and their flattened faces all looked the same, like the dried corpses of wild flowers stuck in a book, without any trace of life, with a dull expression. Only the eyeballs were still round, black, and rolling on the flat sheet. There was no doubt that they were a fusion of madness. There were at least several thousand human-ship drones in this formation, and they had just appeared, and the formation suddenly stopped in the air. They quickly changed their formation. The drones took their positions, forming a jewelry box shape in a regular manner. The lid opened, and a ring composed of hundreds of human-like drones slowly rose from the jewelry box. Above the silent and deserted city, in the sky of the end of the world, it seemed that someone was proposing with a drone group composed of flattened people, so weird that it made people feel cold in their hearts. Pei Ran thought, "Write marry me quickly." As long as these words were written, the drone group would at least blow up a large area. Unfortunately, they had no intention of writing. The jewelry box and the ring disappeared. They reformed, restored to a neat square formation, and quickly approached the dozens of people on the sidewalk. The drones were coming aggressively. Most people were still standing there stupidly. Pei Ran had already started running, and took the lead and ran straight to the other side of the street. Chapter 53, 520 Dating Special, can be skipped, not in the storyline. Pei Ran walked into the hot pot restaurant calmly, carrying a large sports bag on his shoulder. The waiter came up immediately. "Hello, how many people are there?" Pei Ran replied calmly, "I am alone." W's voice came from my ears. The natural language state was not low, and he seemed unhappy. "It's obviously two people. You are not a person." Pei Ran answered him in his heart. "At most, it's one person and one ball." The waitress led Pei Ran to a seat in the corner, opened the virtual screen for ordering dishes on the table, and turned away. Pei Ran looked around, a little puzzled. This restaurant is doing very well, but it is especially full today. Coincidentally, the tables next to her are almost all occupied by couples. She is the only one who occupies a table alone, which seems out of place with the pink bubble atmosphere around her. Not long after, the waitress came back, holding a brown teddy bear that is half the height of a person. She smiled and said, "You are eating alone, so let this big bear accompany you." Before she finished speaking, she was stunned. On the seat opposite Pei Ran, there was a silver metal ball. As if it wasn't high enough, Pei Ran's coat, scarf, and big bag were placed under the ball. The waitress was stunned for only a second, then immediately changed her words. "So you are not alone. You have friends to eat with you?" W was very satisfied, and said lightly, No wonder this hot pot restaurant has almost all 5-star ratings online. I also plan to give it a 5-star rating. The waitress continued, Is it too hard to reach? She raised the big bear in her hand and suggested, You can let your ball friend sit on the big bear's legs. W's voice was cold. I want to change my rating to 3 stars. The waitress continued to suggest, Or I can move a baby chair over. The baby chair is relatively high, and it is just right for this small ball. W, 1 star. If they continue to suggest, their hot pot restaurant may be in trouble. Peiran quickly said, It's okay. Just let it stay like this. Peiran ordered the soup base and dishes, and the waitress placed the bowls and chopsticks in front of her, and also placed a set in front of the metal ball, and then placed a glass in front of the two. Peiran, he won't drink, he'll short-circuit if he drinks. W, it doesn't matter, I can fill this cup with data streams. The soup in the hot pot grid was bubbling, and the steam was rising. Peiran prepared the condiments, and cooked a piece of mutton for himself. Why did you suddenly think of having dinner with me today? He even asked her what she wanted to eat, and he had booked the restaurant in advance. Because I'm free today. W replied. Not too busy recently. Peiran thought. He is a multi-threaded artificial intelligence, and he can always separate a process to chat with her in his ear. I'm free today. This statement is a bit strange. Peiran glanced at the metal ball on the opposite side. Are you a private use of public instruments? W answered. I have time every week. You can arrange action freely. This is part of artificial intelligence learning and understanding human life. It is not a private use. W extended the folding arm, used the 3 fingers of the mechanical claw to pinch the chopsticks accurately, 2 or 2 clamps. He even successfully moved the chopsticks, also clamped lamb. The action is quite flexible. I have read a paper before. Inside, this kind of sliced meat is best heated for more than 15 seconds, only to ensure food safety. But if you cook it for too long, it won't taste good. He put the meat slices into the hot pot, as if he was counting down. When the time was up, he immediately took out the meat slices and put them on Peiran's plate. Is the meat too old or too tender? He asked. Peiran gave a thumbs up. Just right. He picked up another piece of duck intestines. And after cooking, he continued to ask for feedback from customers. This one was cooked for 8 seconds. Do you think it's okay? He asked about all the meat and vegetables on the table, and then started the assembly line operation, like a professional hot pot intelligent robot. As long as he said lamb, he would steadily deliver the cooked mutton to Peiran's plate, and the timing was extremely accurate. She would also ask, How is this rhythm? Is it faster or slower? Then she would immediately make adjustments based on the feedback. The waitress had already caught a glimpse of the unusual movement at this table. She was shocked to see the busy metal claws extending from the ball. It was as if she saw her toy bear come to life. Peiran had always been alone. He always ate hot pot alone. Now she suddenly realized that it was not bad to have him accompany her. He could not only chat with her, but also help her. The most important thing was that he would never snatch meat from her. Peiran was more satisfied than ever with this hot pot meal. She raised her sour plum soup and said, Come on. I hope we can eat hot pot together often in the future. The metal ball was stunned for a moment, and held the cup of data stream in front of it with its metal claws. He said softly, I will. After eating and drinking, Peiran called the waitress to pay the bill. The waitress tapped the virtual screen next to the desktop. Do you want to scan your iris or the code? The total is, she said. Huh? Someone has already paid for you in advance in the system. Peiran remained calm. I guess my friend paid for it. She asked W in her heart. Did you do it? You treated me to this meal. So nice? And you actually have money. Or did you hack into someone else's system? W was speechless. Don't worry. You didn't eat for free. I paid for it. I really have money. The federal security agent was very angry. He suddenly invited her to dinner for no apparent reason, and patiently provided service throughout the meal. But it didn't seem like he was asking her for help. Peiran didn't understand his purpose. Anyway, with him by her side, she had a very happy hot pot meal. Peiran stood up, put on his coat, put the metal ball back into his sports bag, and walked out of the store with it on his back. Outside the glass door, it was already dark, and the fountain on the music square lit up with colorful lights. Behind him, the waitress was still standing there, smiling, and said loudly, Thank you for your patronage, and welcome you both to come again next time. Happy May 20th. All the employees in the store said in unison, "Happy May 20th. Chapter 54. The speed of the drones approaching was too fast. It was impossible to outrun them with just 2 legs. Peiren spotted a building across the street and rushed across the street. The others came to their senses and hurried to catch up. Thousands of drones were almost in sight. A single flying device would not make much noise, but there were too many of them, making a noise like a beehive of a beehive. The door on the ground floor of the building across the street was wide open and looked intact. Peiren rushed in, grabbed the transparent door, and waited for the people behind him to come in. She asked W in her mind, "Is this kind of door the very sturdy one at the Volume Pharmacy main store?" It was a tea-colored transparent door, and it looked very similar. W replied, "Yes. It is that kind." Both of them were a little dazed. Volume Pharmacy main store. The narrow and dim alley next to the side door. Peiren's earth-shattering tear. In fact, it was only a few days ago. In just a few days, the whole world turned upside down. And it completely changed. Words disappeared from this world. And people became a layer of skin, flying in the sky with a dull expression. The ground floor of this building, including a whole row of exterior walls and doors, is made of this transparent material that looks like glass. Peiren knows that this material is very strong. Even her mechanical arm would have to work hard to break it. The fastest runners had already followed Peiren across the street and entered the building. Ai Xia held Jiang Gong's arm. The middle-aged couple held the little girl. Tang Dao and his classmates held the blind Jin Hejuan. And even the elderly couple stumbled in together. Like a programmed drone, the human flag group quickly changed its formation in the air, turning into a sharp chisel and swooping down toward the street. The last to fall behind was a couple with sharp claws in their mouths. They were young and strong, and should have run fast. But when they looked up and saw the group of planes swooping down like crazy, they were frightened and hesitated for a moment before crossing the street. It was only a second or two of hesitation before the group of planes came closer, and the human flakes were like wings, flapping in the airflow. Both of them were frightened and did not dare to risk crossing the street to run over here. In fact, if you estimate it, you will know that there is still enough time before the aircraft swoops in. Peiren couldn't speak, and could only stand at the door and wave desperately at the two of them, asking them to come quickly. However, the two of them didn't, and turned around and went into a nearby building. Peiren no longer cared about them, and quickly closed the door on the ground floor. As soon as she closed the door, she looked around for a place to lock it, and asked in her heart, "W, how do you lock this kind of door?" W immediately replied, "This type of door looks like it is controlled by the control room of the building. Now there is a power outage. Even if you find the control room, you may not be able to lock it." The aircraft group had already arrived, and Peiren directly hit the door. Seeing this, the others also came over to hold the door with their bodies. The door was not big, and there were many people. A large crowd of people immediately crowded in front of the door. The transparent outer wall made a crackling noise. One after another, the human cameras were like giant bats, madly hitting the glass. The huge flattened faces were pressed against the transparent door, and the distance from the people who were holding the door was only a few centimeters. People's faces were pale, and they held the door tightly. Some people didn't dare to look at them, and simply closed their eyes. Aisha did not come to push the door, but searched everywhere inside. She came back soon and pulled Tang Dao and the others over, signaling them to come over to help. They moved the service desk in the lobby on the ground floor of the building. It was made of unknown material. It was large and heavy. Several people could not move it at all. Others who wanted to block the door, but could not help, came up to help. Everyone worked together to drag the heavy service desk on the floor with a creaking sound. It took a lot of effort to move it to the door. As soon as he got into position, Tang Dao was the first to climb onto the table of the service desk, sat down with his buttocks, and regarded himself as a heavy object to support the door. Sheng Mingxi also climbed up, and the others followed suit and scrambled to sit up. The service desk was suddenly crowded with people, like a group of monkeys occupying a mountain. The impact of the human slicer was not strong. Only the flying machine had some force, and the flattened human slice was light and soft. With the weight of the service desk and a large group of people pressing here, the door did not move even if it was hit repeatedly. The human machine group bumped against each other for a while, and found that it was really useless, so they gave up the idea of continuing to attack here and flew back to the sky. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. In the crowd, The young man in a purple coat, whose label was on fire on the night C number 7, which was extinguished by a glass of water from the old couple, suddenly turned his head. He stared at the parrot on Ania's shoulder. Nwomi Tuan did sing just now, but the human machine group was not attracted by its singing. Others also turned their heads to look at Ania, as if they felt that they were dragging everyone down. Ania was full of guilt, and put his hands together, and bowed to everyone. Zhang Mingxi took out a roll of tape worth more than 800 bowls of beef noodles from her bag, tore off a piece, and handed it to her. Yanaya took it and quickly and carefully tied the parrot's beak. Pei Ran took a breath, and then had the mind to look across the glass wall. She thought to herself, 2 more people have been reduced. Now there are only 35 people left. And 1 bird. The 2 people across the street. There should be no chance of survival. The group of human filming cameras flew high in the sky, with a great view. They had already seen the couple running to the opposite building, not only colliding here, but also attacking the other side of the street. On the ground floor of the building opposite, there was a bakery, which had been robbed, and the glass on the door was broken. As soon as the couple hid inside, they quickly started looking for things to block the door. They collected all the movable things in the store, such as small dining tables, chairs, billboards, and cash registers, and piled them all at the door. Seeing that the debris at the door was almost piled up, the 2 people hurriedly hid behind the counter. The human machine soldiers were divided into 2 groups, one of which swooped down and attacked the bakery. Bang, 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 the sound echoed in the street. They came one after another, hundreds and thousands, again and again, using their flattened bodies and aircraft on their abdomens to hit the pile of debris at the door. It didn't take long, and there was a loud noise. The pile was not heavy enough, and it was piled high, and its center of gravity was unstable, and it couldn't withstand the endless impact of the human film group, and fell into the store. A big hole immediately appeared at the door. The human film group quickly adjusted its formation and flag posture, and its limbs, which were originally spread wide, closed like wings at this time, and its whole body shrank into strips, and one after another entered the big hole, flew into the bakery, and rushed towards the cashier. The couple hiding behind the cashier counter panicked. These monsters broke through the defense line and came in. There was no point in hiding anymore. 2 people ran out from behind the cashier counter and wanted to rush out directly. Pei Ran understood what they were thinking. Being so close, he could see clearly that the bodies of these human ship machines were like thin sheets, and the metal parts of the aircraft were round. Although they flew as aggressively as eagles, they actually had neither the sharp beak nor the sharp claws of an eagle. They did look scary. But from a practical point of view, except for crashing around like big bats, they didn't seem to have much attack power. The couple must have thought, there is no need to be afraid of him. If they muster up the courage and rush directly to the street outside, maybe they can escape. However, they underestimated the group of human machines. What they have to deal with now is not humans, nor simple flying machines, but monsters that have swallowed the green light and are in an unreasonable and crazy state. The 2 people kept their heads down, holding their heads, and ran out quickly in the bakery full of human machines running around. When they came out, just happened to be a human machine swooping near the cash register. It was still flying in the air, and its flying posture changed, and its limbs that were pressed into pieces instantly unfolded. It was not very clear from the other side of the road, but it was still noticeable. In the dark bakery after the power outage, a small bright green light flashed, flowing out from the flattened wings of the human film machine. The human film machine, with green light, stretched itself as much as possible, stretched to the maximum, and almost doubled its size. The human skin was so thin that it was almost transparent, and the veins on it were visible. It was like a thin big burrito, and like a big bat that had set its sights on its target. It pounced over and wrapped the boy in the couple from head to toe with its wings. This time the attack was silent, and it was over in almost an instant. The boy's girlfriend stood there in a daze, at a loss. The filming machine, like a roll-up wrapper, quickly spread out its big wings again. There was no one under its wings. The living person wrapped by it disappeared out of thin air. On this side of the street, everyone was a little confused. No one could figure out what was going on. They all stared at the opposite side. The boy's girlfriend came back to her senses quickly, knowing that something terrible must have happened, and ran out. However, the bakery had limited space, and it was full of flying drones. The next second, she was spread out by another drone and wrapped up. A moment later, the drone that wrapped her was also reopened. The person disappeared again. Everyone was puzzled and looked at each other. The drone group dealt with the two people hiding in the bakery, completed the task, and flew out from the pile of debris at the door one by one. The drone that wrapped the two people also returned to the team steadily. Peiran suddenly saw it. Those human-sized planes flew out of the bakery door, stretched out their bodies, and rushed into the sky with the formation. From this side of the road, their sides could be seen clearly. Peiran discovered that on the human-sized plane that wrapped the boy, the thin slice of human body was no longer just one, but two. The two thin slices of human body were placed one after the other, like a line, and were put on the aircraft one by one. The same was true for the one that wrapped the girl. On both human-sized planes, there was an extra layer of human slices, directly changing from a single-wing plane to a biplane. According to this trend, if it hugs a few more people, it may be able to transform into a triplane, a quadplane, or a pentaplane. Others also noticed it, and were frightened by this horrifying scene. They were unable to speak, and pointed their fingers at the sky, staring. The biplane of the boy in the couple followed the main group and flew into the sky in a neat posture. On the human sheet in front, a pair of black eyeballs were rolling around. They turned out to be the boy's eyes. His denim jacket was stretched open as his body deformed, and his original appearance could not be seen. It blended with his skin, and only the familiar denim blue pattern was faintly visible. The girl was on a plane next to him, keeping a precise distance from him, flying in exactly the same posture, as if she was born to be a qualified aircraft. Two living people just became a crazy fusion. Such a terrifying monster blocked outside, there was no way to get out. Peiran silently called up Green Light Number 1 in his mind. Green Light Number 1 had eaten and slept enough, and this time it came as soon as it was called, appeared in the vision in his mind, trembling slightly with excitement, and was in a standby state ready to write at any time. Peiran silently estimated in his mind. The group of human machines had been maintaining their formation, attacking in turns, and only a part of them would dive down. They were floating in the air, and the area they spread out was too large. If we calculate based on the area they tore apart in the dark alley last time, it would not be enough to cover such a large area. Last night at Tondu Dam, when they tore apart the onion-like high wall, the upward cracks extended very high, but not as high as the sky where the group of human machines was. There was no way to kill so many human machines at the same time. Green Light Number 1 ate a lot of snacks again, and maybe his ability would increase. But he hadn't tried it yet, so no one knew. To deal with the crazy fusion bodies, it seems that the only way is to destroy their mutant hearts. But the fusion bodies usually have strange shapes, and it is difficult to accurately locate the heart. Peiran thought about it, and said to W, "I have an idea. If we shoot at the human skin, we may not be able to hit the mutant heart. But if we shoot at the aircraft," W completely understood what she meant, and continued, "They rely on the aircraft on their bodies to fly in the sky. If we shoot down the aircraft, even if we can't kill them, we can make them unable to fly. If they can't fly, the threat will be much smaller. This really seems to be a solution. The only problem is that there are too many people and cameras outside, so densely packed, that it is impossible to count them." W said calmly, "I don't know if it will work, but let's give it a try." Peiran immediately ordered everyone to get off the service desk, and move the service desk a little, so that the door could open a gap that could accommodate the metal ball. Peiran picked up the metal ball and pushed it out through the crack in the door. Everyone saw that. The tattered metal ball that Peiran had been carrying opened fire. 3 loud bangs. He fired 3 shots in a row. His shooting was very accurate. In the neat formation in the sky, 3 adjacent human-sized machines, the belly parts of the aircraft exploded one after another. The debris of the machine splashed. The thin slices of human skin were torn into pieces by the explosion, floating down from the sky, falling on the street. Those eyes that were rolling around were still. The fleet was attacked, and immediately turned the team around, diving towards this side. Peiran quickly retracted his hand, picked up the metal ball, and everyone pushed the heavy service desk back to its original position, and propped up the door. The experiment was a great success. Peiran, they seem to be dead? I just checked the structure of this drone, W said. When aiming, I fired at the energy panel, which caused the explosion. The explosion occurred in the abdomen of the human chip, and it was obvious that the mutant hearts of the 3 human chip machine fusions were shattered. It is feasible to shoot at the aircraft of the human chip machine fusion, not only to prevent them from flying, but also to kill them. The problem is how to fight. Putting W's metal ball outside, and letting him slowly knock down the human chip machine group is not safe. The human chip machine fusion body can continue to fuse with other people. And maybe it can also fuse with the metal ball. Besides, even if it doesn't fuse, if a human chip machine pounces on him, wraps him up in the sky, and then throws him down from a high place, he will be finished. We can only fight slowly bit by bit. There is also the problem of firepower. She asked W, "Can your gun shoot down this number of aircraft?" W understood what she was calculating. "I just counted them," he said. "There are a total of 3,028 aircraft here. With the remaining energy in my energy block, it is not enough to fire so many guns." Peiran asked, "How many can you shoot down?" "Maybe she and Aisha can get rid of the remaining ones with their supernatural powers." W replied, to describe it in a more natural language state. "It should be more than 1,000. Peiran said, "This is only 1/3. Brother Ball. Chapter 55. The drones tried hard for a long time, but still couldn't break open the solid door, and finally gave up, and stopped attacking, but they didn't fly away either. They returned to the air above the building, and kept changing their formations, forming a huge Rubik's Cube, spinning madly, and then forming a rotating sphere, enjoying themselves, and being very busy. Peiran wondered, where did so many drones come from? They also combined with humans, and became a fusion. W is an encyclopedia, knowing everything. Small aircraft are the pillar industry of Yelcha. There is one of the most famous and largest drone companies in the Federation. Their production line is built in the northern suburbs. Most of the residents of Yelcha work in this company. The one you see is their mainstream product. The R9 aircraft. No wonder. They are stuck outside, and it is impossible for them to get out. If they force their way out, they will probably be flying in the sky in a formation in less than a minute. No one wants to fly out. Everyone hides here worried. W's firepower is not enough. Peiran suddenly has an idea. W, this R9 aircraft is equipped with energy blocks. Can you use it? W didn't know whether to laugh or cry. No, mine is a robot specially customized by the Ministry of Defense. I can't use all energy blocks, he suddenly said. But Peiran, I did find a way. Peiran, say, he said, at an intersection away from here, there is a store that specializes in small aircraft energy blocks. I guess at this time, no one should go to rob such a store. The store should still have stock. In this kind of store, they may sell a very expensive type of energy block, which is not completely compatible with my processor. But it should be okay for a short period of time. Such a good thing actually exists. Peiran asked, if we get it, can we shoot down so many aircraft? W corrected, if we can find two. Although it may not be really available. We can look for it. Peiran glanced outside. But how can we get beyond an intersection? In the sky, the human-computer interaction machines were busy forming a giant birthday cake, and the flame on the candles was swaying vividly. It would be difficult to sneak out from under their noses. W said solemnly, I have made a plan. Take a look. The bracelet vibrated, and he sent a map. The map clearly marked the streets and buildings nearby. I don't know where he got it from. It marked a winding route with green lines. W explained, we can avoid going outside and take a more hidden route. First go to the next building and then go upstairs. Peiran pointed to the green line connecting this building and the next building. So if we don't go outside, how do we get through here? W said calmly, I found the circuit pipeline maintenance diagram of these two buildings. The two buildings are called twin buildings. They were built together at the beginning. Part of their underground floor is connected. You just need to get in, follow the route I drew, remove the thin plate wall at the end, and you will reach the next building. Okay. Peiran pointed to a green line between two other buildings. What about here? It's so far away, and there's no road below. How did you get there? W's calm tone remained unchanged. You jumped over. Peiran. He could draw a path even if there was no path. If he was an intelligent navigation AI, he would definitely be able to guide people into the ditch smoothly. Wild intelligent navigation W continued. After jumping over, you need to walk along a narrow section of the outer wall of the building, and then climb in from a rain shelter. There are two doors after that. You may need to force them open, and then cross a sky bridge. You can reach the building with the accessories store. Building roads through mountains. Building bridges over rivers. This intelligent navigation AI is very confident in her ability to open up new routes. Peiran asked, if you use the way you imagined? How far can you go at most? W was a little helpless. The road is not easy to walk on. You can, but others definitely can't. Don't expect to lead everyone around those aircraft. He knew what she was thinking. She could slip away, but others couldn't. She promised on the train to take everyone to the shelter. And she must do it. The gate here was tightly blocked, and nothing should happen for the time being. Pei Ran patted Aisha, and roughly explained the situation in her sign language, and told Tang Dao again, asking them to stay here for the time being. She left her backpack behind, slung the metal ball across her body, and set off on her own. Pei Ran walked down the safety passage and came to the underground floor. The underground floor was a suspended garage. There were not many vehicles, and there were many shattered vehicle fragments. The center consoles of vehicles that were still intact had all caught fire and were burned black. Yurcha did not stop the water supply. The sprinkler system probably had an independent power supply. It sensed the fire and poured water. The ground was wet. W used the black eyes on the metal ball to scan the area. Look over there. There is a rectangular mark on the wall. It is a small door for maintenance. It can be opened. On the wall, less than waist height, there was indeed a patch of slightly different color, and there was an inconspicuous fingerprint lock on it. Pei Ran went over and squatted, and punched a hole in the door. She pulled the remaining part open in a few seconds, and faced the narrow dark hole, and asked, "Go in?" Navigator W was sure, yes. What kind of dog hole is this? Pei Ran lowered his head and crawled in. W turned on the headlights, illuminating the narrow space inside. This is a passage that people have to crawl forward on their knees to pass through. There are colorful pipes of different thicknesses on the side. Pei Ran crawled forward all the way, thinking, even if this is a dog hole, the dog is the one on the leash. It was this puppy that insisted on going through the dog hole, so her kind owner had to follow him in. The puppy hung diagonally on her body, and kept knocking on the ground as she moved. When it knocked by chance, the light would flicker on and off. W was very persistent at first, and would turn it on as soon as the light went dark. Later, he simply ignored it, and let it jump around between light and dark. In the flickering lights, Pei Ran used his hands and feet to finally climb to the top. The exit was also a small door. Pei Ran saw the location of the lock on the door, broke the lock off directly, and pushed the door open to get out. This is also the basement floor. Pei Ran glanced around, moved the boxes next to him, blocked the open small door, and then went upstairs along the safety passage. The lobby on the ground floor of the building was quiet. The door was closed. There was no one, and there was no trace of people or cameras. Pei Ran followed the navigation map and ran up to the third floor in one breath. The third floor was originally a whole floor of shops, all of which had caught fire and were burned black everywhere. W's navigation map was very imaginative. Pei Ran turned around and around until he felt dizzy, and finally found the window marked by W in a corner. W said, looking at the building structure diagram, "This window should be able to be opened halfway." Sure enough, the window was not locked and opened as soon as it was lifted. Pei Ran climbed onto the windowsill and carefully leaned out. It was very quiet outside. W's navigation route was very good. This was the direction facing away from the group of human filming aircraft. There was no shadow of any aircraft in the sky. Pei Ran got out of the window, stepped on the windowsill of the outer wall, grabbed the window frame, looked at the building opposite, and kicked his legs hard, and flew out. Before W could react, she had already landed on the narrow edge of the building opposite, and grabbed the raised lines on the outer wall. W suddenly jumped over with her, and was caught off guard. "I'm not mentally prepared yet." "Pei Ran, you don't have to jump. What mental preparation do you have to make?" As she spoke, she walked along the edge of the building, found another window marked by W, pushed it open smoothly, and climbed in. There was a bathroom inside. After leaving the bathroom, there was a large open office, which had been burned. The desks were all black scorch marks. The words caught fire in an instant. By the time the sprinkler system started to spray water, there was nothing left. W continued navigating. "Next, cross another overpass, and you will reach the target building." Pei Ran followed the instructions on W's map, bypassed the office area, broke through 2 doors with his bare hands, and finally found the overpass he mentioned. The overpass was very long, and he had to run across it. Pei Ran looked outside and was a little worried. From this angle, he could already see the group of people and aircraft. They were still forming a formation in the air not far away, this time forming a huge umbrella-shaped mushroom. Looking closely, Each person in the queue had a serious expression and was conscientiously playing a small part in the big mushroom. She can see them, which means they can see her too. The door leading to the overpass is a brown translucent door. The door on the other side of the overpass looks to be made of the same material. Pei Ran touched it. W noticed her touching the door. This is the same as the main door of the building. It is also made of Ning-6 reinforced composite material. It is a particularly strong one. There is a lock on the door here. I hope there is one on the other side too. The overpass connects the two buildings. It is fully enclosed. The bridge itself is a concrete structure, but the sides and the top are all transparent glass. Pei Ran asked, "What about the glass on the overpass? Is that glass strong enough?" W replied, "I checked the original design of this overpass. They installed a Q53W tempered glass from Conti Company. This glass has passed the federal 1545.2 tempered glass standard." Pei Ran, "Speak human language." W changed his words. "It can prevent a certain degree of impact, but it is far less strong than the composite material of this transparent door. The door is made strong to prevent theft, but the glass of the overpass does not need it, so the sturdiness of the ceiling of this glass corridor is questionable." The big mushroom of the human video machine group was still hanging there, moving in unison, and suddenly spinning half a circle together. Now their faces were all facing the opposite direction. The opportunity could not be missed. Pei Ran made a quick decision and ran away. I never thought that a flyover could be so long. The flyover crossed a wide street. As Pei Ran ran, he saw that the huge mushroom in the sky had undergone new changes. It suddenly shrank, and then it exploded with a puff. It was not a real explosion, but each human video machine that made up the mushroom lined up evenly and drew an arc around and flew out. Even if it was an explosion, it was very methodical. Pei Ran knew something was wrong, and he continued to run forward desperately. With a pop sound, a large face as flat as a pancake was stuck to the glass top of the overpass. It was an exploded humanoid robot, and according to its standard flight path, it just landed on the transparent overpass. This was an acquaintance. The boy in jeans who had just turned into a humanoid robot. His black eyes rolled around, and he saw Pei Ran running on the overpass at a glance. He saw someone, and was a little excited. He instinctively struggled forward, and the thin skin on his body was more tightly stuck to the glass. His brain was probably not very clear after being flattened. He thought for 2 seconds, and it seemed that he realized that there was a transparent barrier in front of him that he could not pass. He retreated quickly. After retreating more than 10 meters, he suddenly accelerated with a dive, and rammed the glass of the overpass. Just now in the bakery, the other people's film machine knocked down the pile of debris that he and his girlfriend had piled up, giving him an intimate death hug. Now he inherited this method again, and began to ram the glass frantically, trying to get in and catch Pei Ran. This world is a reincarnation. After a loud bang, followed by a series of crackling sounds, this A-type tempered glass from Kang's company was indeed not strong enough, and immediately a large area of cracks radiated in all directions were knocked out. Pei Ran ignored him, and continued to run forward frantically without stopping. There were crashing sounds behind him one after another. W's metal ball turned half a circle, and kept observing behind him, and said calmly, "Other aircraft have also discovered the abnormality here, and the formation is flying over. They are continuously hitting the glass. The glass is broken, and now there is a hole." There was a loud noise behind him, which was the sound of glass falling to the ground. It seemed that the buzzing of the aircraft could be heard. More aircraft are hitting the glass. The hole is getting bigger. Pei Ran, the hole is big enough, they are flying in. Almost behind you. Pei Ran, thank you for the live broadcast. Pei Ran has almost reached the end of the glass bridge. She stopped running and turned around. As soon as she turned around, she was startled. Countless people were lying on the transparent glass top of the bridge. Pairs of black eyes were staring at her, and many of them had already entered through the hole. As soon as they got into the overpass, they spread their large and thin wings, as if they were going to pounce on her and give her a death hug. W asked, "Should I shoot?" Pei Ran, "Save your firepower." At this moment, all the people and cameras nearby were attracted here, and they were very dense. It would be more cost-effective to use her superpower to kill them. Maybe she could blow them up with green light. But they were too close. From these few times of using superpowers, Pei Ran had already discovered that she could aim at a target, and the superpower would work within a certain range with that target as the center. For example, on the night scene number 7, aiming at the excavator monster and the concrete wall in front. The ability would only take effect near the target. But now the distance is so close, even if she is aiming at the farthest human camera on the overpass, according to the range of each supernatural power, her position must be within the effective range. She is definitely fine, but she doesn't know if W's metal ball will be affected by the explosion. Last time in the dark alley, he couldn't escape her tearing. I have to describe it more accurately. Fortunately, I can write 4 words now. Pei Ran's green light is already on standby in his mind, and it quickly meanders and wanders, writing 4 words. R9 explosion. Period. Bang bang bang, the dense explosion sounded like firecrackers, and in front of Pei Ran, a large field of fireworks bloomed. Chapter 56. Not only the human video cameras that had entered the overpass were blown up, but also their fellows who were lying outside the glass cover of the overpass watching the excitement. The sky was full of exploded aircraft parts, which were shot onto the glass overpass like bullets, hitting the glass and making crackling noises, and torn human skin fragments fell down one after another. The glass of the overpass could not withstand such intensive and continuous explosions, and it exploded, and the broken glass fell all over the ground. Pei Ran observed that the impact range of this explosion was as much as 40 to 50 meters, which was indeed much larger than the last time when it was torn in the dark alley of Hank Street. It should be the result of the green light eating and drinking all the way, and constantly upgrading. But it is obviously not enough to deal with the thousands of human ship machines flying in the sky. The green light also fell with the human skin. Although these green lights are bright, they are very small, and they are thin and dotted. It seems that a large group of green light is dispersed into thousands of dots. The pace of this group of human ship machines is so unified, as if they are a whole. Maybe this is really possible. Some green light spots fell straight down, falling to the street below, and some fell on the overpass. But now is not the time to collect green light. The explosion made too much noise, and a large group of human-machine robots were rushing towards this side. Pei Ran turned around and ran, and rushed into the building opposite, and quickly closed the door. The door on the overpass was also made of strong synthetic material, and also had a lock, and Pei Ran locked the door in no time. A new batch of human-machine robots had already rushed in. The glass roof of the overpass was blown open by the explosion just now, and countless human-machine robots rushed in, and rushed to hit the transparent door. The door didn't move. Pei Ran ignored them, and continued to move forward according to W's navigation map. Pei Ran went down to the first floor in one breath. The entire first floor was full of shops, winding and twisting, like a big maze. W didn't need her to check the map, and directly navigated, forward, turn right, forward, turn left. Pei Ran suggested, let's make some bubble sounds. Don't navigation systems have special voice services? He has been too serious recently, and I haven't heard his bubble sounds for a long time. W paused for 2 seconds, his voice was much lower. Turn left next. He really changed. So good. Under the guidance of his hesitant bubbling sound, I finally arrived at the location of the store he mentioned. Like other stores nearby, this store was also burned. Not only burned, but also sprayed with water by the building's fire protection system. All the printed items in the store were gone, the shelves were black, full of blackish washed by water, and some unknown things were burned to ashes. The metal ball's eyes scanned the entire store, and continued to navigate, go forward. The highest shelf opposite. I have seen it. On the highest metal shelf opposite, there was a pile of burnt ash, probably originally a box. In the black paper, that was carbonized beyond recognition. A small black piece was half exposed, because it was blocked by the partition on the top of the shelf. It was not soaked by water. Pei Ran walked over quickly, and squeezed it out of the black ash. It seemed that there was a label on it originally, but now there was only a black mark, and one side was stuck to the melted plastic bottom plate. Pei Ran was curious, it burned like this, but it didn't explode? W replied, this type of energy block is already the most expensive one in civilian aircraft. It is fireproof and waterproof. Although it is not as good as mine, it is still good. Pei Ran looked at the interface on the energy block. It is indeed the same as the interface of the energy block in the metal ball. It is very easy to replace. Just a matter of seconds. With this block, how many times can you fire? More than 1,000 times. At most 1,500. W replied. There are more than 3,000 human video machines outside. Even if 1 or 200 were blown up by Pei Ran just now, to be on the safe side, we still need at least 2 such energy blocks. So we need to find another one. Pei-Ren stuffed the energy block into his pocket, put the metal ball down. We two will each find one side. The division of labor made the search faster. The metal ball only had 2 foldable arms, using its hands as feet, and it could still walk, but it walked in a strange way. He got tired of walking unsteadily, so he simply grabbed the shelf and swung from it, up and down, and his movements were quite neat. The accessories in the store are all kinds of strange. One person and one ball each searched one side, looking for those small black pieces everywhere in the black ash. However, Pei-Ren went through the rows of shelves, almost from the beginning to the end, and still couldn't find the second piece. There was no progress on W's side either. I don't have any here either. He got down lightly from the last shelf. Pei-Ren said, "It doesn't matter, we will find a way. There will always be a way. We have walked more than 2,000 kilometers. It's just the last 20 kilometers. We can find a way to get through anyway." The metal ball grabbed the shelf with its claws, glanced at it, and then looked up at Pei-Ren. She was thinking, frowning, probably planning what to do next. She led dozens of men, women, old and young, who had no ability to resist the crazy fusion body, and walked so far, worrying about one thing after another. W looked at her for a while, and then said calmly, "Pei-Ren, my folding arm suddenly got stuck, and I can't move it." "Pei-Ren? Stuck?" She walked over quickly, and found that one of his folding arms was awkwardly stuck in the gap between the shelves. The folding arm was repaired by her own hands. Could it be that the line has come loose again? Pei-Ren reached out to pull his folding arm, and his eyes suddenly glanced to the side. W saw it, and her brows immediately relaxed, and her eyes lit up. She didn't care about his folding arm, and took out a small black cube from the gap in the middle of the shelf. No matter how you look at it, it's the kind they are looking for. Pei-Ren held the energy block, and reacted the next second. "In fact, you have already seen it. And you called me here specially to let me find it myself. Right?" W silently put away the folding arm stuck in the gap, and said lightly, "No. My folding arm was really stuck just now. Probably because of poor contact." "Nonsense. Now that we have enough energy blocks, we can go kill the video machine group," W suggested. Pei-Ren, "Help me install this energy block first. And after using up theirs, install my original one." Pei-Ren agreed, put the metal ball on the shelf, and began to operate on it. Pei-Ren was not sure how to replace it. Just pull out the energy block directly, and also unplug the connection between the core processor and the energy block. "It doesn't matter. You can pull it out," W said. Pei-Ren unplugged the other wires. His hand paused for a moment, and finally unplugged the wire between the core processor and the energy block. The blue light inside the metal ball went out instantly. "W?" Pei-Ren called him. There was silence in his ears. Pei-Ren connected the new energy block, and connected all the wires. The blue light came back on smoothly. Pei-Ren asked him, "Is it okay?" W's voice came to his ears, mechanically cold, without any emotion, just like when he first met him a few days ago. "System restart. Memory backup failed to save successfully. I am Federal Security Agent W. May I ask who you are?" Even though she knew he was joking, Pei-Ren still felt a little flustered for no reason. She did not hesitate, and slapped him on the top of his head to help him quickly restore his memory. She obviously did not slap him in the right place, but W still cooperated very well, and turned on the headlights. Pei-Ren could not help but curl his lips. She finally smiled. W looked at her silently. Blackwell is just ahead. The journey of just a few days is about to end. For some reason, he suddenly hopes that Blackwell can be 2,000 kilometers further, or even 10,000 kilometers, 20,000 kilometers, so that this road can continue. W suddenly thought of Yulianka. Yulianka refused to turn the switch, hoping that Yahai number 7 would just run on the endless circular route. Maybe this is the mood? Persistence, selfishness, complete irrationality, and even absurdity. Maybe it is because it is the early stage of Blackwell construction recently. There are countless judgments and decisions to be made every day, and there are to-do items that can never be completed. Pei-Ren's progress here is like a ray of light in the heavy pile of tasks. In the stuffy room, a breath of fresh air coming in through the window cracks makes people nostalgic. Pei-Ren didn't know what he was thinking. He closed his shell carefully, picked up the rope, and slung the metal ball across his back. She said, "Let's go. Let's go kill birds." 20 kilometers away. Underground. Blackwell Base. 70 hours after entering silence. In the small meeting room on the top floor of the central building, all members of the temporary decision-making committee were present, and a regular meeting was being held. The main content of the meeting was to report the battle situation near the second phase of the shielding layer in the north. The Attacker 13 is indeed the strongest combat robot in the Federation. The Thinker Combat Command Center behind them also performed very well. After being repelled, they immediately reorganized a wave of attacks, which was extremely tenacious. In addition, they combined with humans and turned into crazy fusion bodies. Sometimes, their key parts were blown away, and they should have lost their combat capabilities. But they could still move strangely, which made people extremely confused. The number of human soldiers on the battlefield was seriously insufficient, and the weapons could not keep up. There were heavy casualties, and they fought against them with passion. All the soldiers present, including Marshal Wiener, did not sleep all night. In comparison, CO Batherway looked much better. Not only did he not have dark circles under his eyes, but his suit was also neat and straight, without a single wrinkle. He sat up straight, frowning slightly. After listening to the report, he concluded, in short, "Is it still a stalemate? Will the Blackwell be in danger?" "It is possible, and the possibility is not small," Marshal Wiener replied. She had not slept all night, nor had she drunk much water. Her throat was hoarse. She really did not have the patience to explain. She summoned a helper, Agent W. "Please explain the current situation to the CO." W's voice came clearly. "These Attacker Type 13 fusion bodies. The current behavior should be the erasure mode. Even if we really retreat again and again, and completely abandon the second phase shielding layer project, they will continue to attack forward. Further ahead, there is the Black Well, with the ability of combat robots. It is very likely that they can see through the disguise of the entrance to the Black Well." Batherway was stunned for a moment, and immediately asked, "So they will really attack the Black Well?" "Yes, and it is very likely. So we hope to eliminate them outside the Black Well, rather than lead the battle into the Black Well." Batherway's face changed. W continued, "Even if we take a step back and eventually give up the Black Well, this team of Attacker Type 13 fusion bodies will continue to move forward after sweeping the Black Well. They are an organized team with strong combat capabilities, and with the bonus of madness, they can obviously sweep every city and every house they pass by before their energy is exhausted. The array state will allow them to kill all living things they encounter." The Minister of Finance rushed to ask, "Is there no way?" "Of course there is. The most urgent task is to find the Thinker's fully automatic mobile combat center that commands them. As long as the combat center is destroyed, their combat effectiveness will immediately drop significantly." Someone asked, "Have you found the combat center behind them?" "The Thinker?" W replied, "Just 2 hours ago, the pilots on the search mission found a Thinker in the north, and completely destroyed it with NG-8 bombs. But the attack rhythm of the Attacker 13 was not disrupted. So there must be other Thinkers commanding them." Marshal Wiener asked, "How many Thinkers do you think there are?" W. "I sorted out the information of the Araka City military factory, and concluded that when the silence broke out, there should be 3 Thinker combat centers in the factory's reserve warehouse, assuming that they have all become fusion bodies. We still need to find the other 2. Anyway, one of them has been eliminated. At least there is progress." Marshal Wiener pushed the agenda forward. "This is the basic situation of the northern battlefield. There are 2 other items in today's meeting." Agent W. W's cold voice came. "We need to discuss the issue of the base accepting civilians. There are also several people who have made outstanding contributions after the silence. The committee needs to decide whether to award them the federal medal." Marshal Wiener said, "Let's deal with the medal issue first." On the screen above the conference table, a row of portraits immediately appeared, and below them were the relevant deeds. Basway asked, "Why do we need to deal with this matter at this time?" Marshal Wiener looked at him. "It is necessary to issue medals in time at this time. On the northern front, federal soldiers are sacrificing their lives. We really need to encourage and boost morale. Not only should we issue medals, but I also plan to project their deeds on the giant screen in the central square of Haging, so that every soldier in Haging can see them." Basway nodded, "Okay. Of course, no problem. I vote for all of them." After he finished speaking, he glanced at the screen and found a young girl in plain clothes in a row of soldiers. "Why is there a civilian here?" Another glance. "Do we need to award her the first-class federal medal? Because she saved the Tongdu Dam," Marshal Wiener said. "The deeds are written below. You can take a look at it when you have time. If everyone present has no objection, we will immediately move on to the next agenda. The issue of receiving civilians. Agent W. Please introduce the basic situation. The screen changed, and it became a factory in the Blackwell. There were not many production lines running, and most of them were stopped. W's calm voice came, on the issue of receiving civilians. We must first make one thing clear. Not only do the civilians of the Federation need Blackwell, but Blackwell also needs them very much. He said, the original number of artificial intelligence robots in Blackwell is not large, and even fewer can be brought in without damage after being silenced. And there is a serious shortage of labor. Whether it is a three-dimensional plantation or breeding farm that produces agricultural products, or a factory that produces and processes daily materials, or a factory that transforms and repairs weapons, it is very necessary to inject labor. Only enough labor can keep Blackwell running normally. Humans are smart, flexible, low in energy consumption, and highly adaptable. After simple training, they can start working immediately. Even the Federal Army can recruit fresh blood from them to defend Blackwell. So accepting refugees is Blackwell's top priority. This time even Batherway nodded. So is there a specific plan? Agent W has always been very efficient. The meeting in the small conference room is still in progress. In the central square of Blackwell, on the virtual big screen that stands tall, it has begun to play the introduction of the first batch of federal medals awarded after entering silence. In the middle of a row of soldiers, there is a girl in civilian clothes, carrying a large backpack, wrinkled clothes, cold eyes, and black tape on her mouth. The 3D full-body image slowly rotates on the big screen. Chapter 57. 20 kilometers away. In the city of Yurcha, Pei-Ran returned along the original route and came to the door of the glass skywalk. There were no more human film crews on the skywalk. As soon as they found that they could not break the door open, they stopped wasting time and returned to their original positions to perform in formation. Pei-Ran quietly unlocked the door and looked out. The human film crews were busy forming a dolphin, jumping out of the water briskly and lively. Pei-Ran seized the opportunity and rushed out. The unusual movement here immediately attracted the attention of the human film crews. The dolphin's tail stopped performing and quickly turned around and rushed towards the skywalk. Pei-Ran didn't rush to the other side, and ran towards the green lights scattered on the overpass. A little bit of meat is still meat, and it's better than nothing. She jumped up and down all the way, trying to collect all the green light spots she could get. W now has enough energy, and automatically turned the gun silently, knocking down the first human video machine that rushed over one by one. Pei-Ran was focused, and quickly cleaned up the battlefield before rushing into the door opposite the overpass. The dense green light spots entered the body and wandered around in the body, giving a special feeling of discomfort. Pei-Ran gathered them all together with his mind and fed them to green light number 1. Green light number 1 woke up long ago, like a cat that heard the sound of a can being opened. It came over and ate one by one, as if it was eating melon seeds. Pei-Ran walked back along the same route she came from. It was very smooth. She jumped over the outer wall, crawled through the dog hole, and returned to the lobby on the ground floor of the twin towers where the others were. The people blocking the door saw her coming back. Although they couldn't speak, their expressions were exactly the same, all of which were inquiring and hopeful. Pei-Ran gave everyone a thumbs up. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Pei-Ran instructed everyone to move the service desk at the top of the door a little further away, so that the door could be opened a little. The human video camera group was now at a good angle in the sky, so they could hit the metal ball without having to carry it out. Pei-Ran simply placed the metal ball on the table of the service desk. People saw that the broken ball moved on its own. A pair of folding arms stretched out from the ball, like a pair of crab legs. It propped itself up, walked to the crack of the door in 2 steps, adjusted its position, and the ball rotated. The big black eyes looked at the sky between the buildings. After a moment, W decisively started shooting. He turned on the silencer, and there was only a series of continuous bang 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 sounds. The explosion outside was very violent, and the sound of the explosion echoed between the buildings. The parts of the aircraft fell all over the sky, and the torn human body fluttered in the sky like catkins. The road was covered with all kinds of strange fragments in a blink of an eye. The most eye-catching one was the green light. Tiny dots, like a large group of fireflies floating above the road, gently rippling. The group of human film machines came under attack, and immediately launched a charge. Pieces of human skin stared and rushed forward one after another, fearless of death, and completely unafraid of W's gun, and dived down at the crack of the door. W resisted with firepower, and waited until they were about to advance to the door, and then stopped firing and retreated. Pei Ran immediately commanded everyone to push the service desk forward and close the door. The human film machines banged on the door, and found that there was no hope of breaking it open. Like fish with only 7 seconds of memory, they quickly returned to the air, reformed, and continued to perform their dolphin leaps. It was just that this dolphin had lost its tail, and a large part of its belly was missing. After they retreated and returned to their original positions, Pei Ran immediately asked everyone to open the door, and W launched a second round of attacks. Just like that, wave after wave, over and over again, W changed the energy block twice in the middle, and the number of human ship machines in the sky became fewer and fewer, and even the shape of the dolphin could no longer be seen. The remaining human ship machines remained in their original positions, and continued to jump out of the sea seriously. When the door was opened for the last time, W took a breath and shot down the last human ship machine that rushed over, and said to Pei Ran, including the one you just blew up, there are a total of 3,028 human ship machines. At least the ones we just saw have been shot down. The ball is super useful. Tang Dao knocked on the table quickly. So we can leave? Pei Ran nodded. The night is long and dreams are many. We must take advantage of the current gap and leave the city as soon as possible. Everyone worked together to move the service desk, open the door, and return to the messy street. Ai Xiao pointed to the north, as if asking, shall we go? Pei Ran nodded. Everyone was scared, and a group of people ran along the street, heading north. Pei Ran fell behind a few steps, ran a circle silently, and collected all the right-sized light spots floating on the street. There were too many, and too dense light spots, running around in my internal organs, and the uncomfortable feeling came back. Luckily, green light number 1 was eating melon seeds crazily, and even green light number 2 and Yulenka's green light number 3 took a few bites secretly when number 1 wasn't paying attention. The sky in the city was quiet, and no new human camera had appeared yet. Yelcha City was not big, and it was close to the northern suburbs, and the front soon became desolate. Leaving the city and moving forward, looking ahead, there were only large tracts of reddish-brown land. The topography here is very special, full of rifts, as if the earth had torn open cracks, which were then filled up with soil, turning into deep gullies, like the suburbs of White Harbor. In this era of hovercraft, there are no roads on the ground, and you have to find your way among the undulating gullies. After leaving the city, everyone relaxed a little, and the team's movement slowed down. We still have to walk for several hours, and running is not enough. Green light number 1 did not sleep, and was still cracking melon seeds. Pei Ran took this opportunity to grab the half-cracked melon seed number 1 in his mind. It reluctantly stopped in his mind, as if asking, what? Pei Ran mobilized it, and began to write. JTN3. After writing 4 words, it stopped again, without any intention of jumping to the right. After eating so many small light spots, the 5th word still could not be written. Pei Ran found that it seemed that the further back you went, the more green light you needed to upgrade. A few days ago, I briefly wrote the word medicine and drugs, but I got a small piece of medicine box fragments. After so long this time, the green light has been continuously upgraded. In fact, you can try anti-rejection medicine. Who knows? The generated medicine box fragments may be a little bigger. But the situation ahead was unclear. It was not the time to try this yet. It was better to save it for emergencies on the road while the green light was still usable. She let green light number 1 go back, and continued to eat its seeds. This 20-kilometer road seemed short, but it was very difficult to walk. The cold wind in the wilderness raised red sand and dust, sweeping across the undulating gullies, making a sobbing sound. If you want to cross the gullies and move forward, you have to keep climbing up and down, like climbing over mountains and ridges, which was a test for the children and the elderly in the team. The team was not moving very fast, so they had to stop and rest from time to time, so that the laggards could catch up and gather the people. W said to Pei Ran, put me down. Let me walk by myself. It's okay. I'll carry you, Pei Ran said. You're very light. The metal ball was made of some unknown material, but it was very light, not much heavier than a larger can in Pei Ran's backpack. The group trudged forward with difficulty. They walked and stopped, and the dim orange sun in the sky slowly rose to the top of their heads, and then fell. It was gradually afternoon, and they had walked half of the way, when they stopped again. W whispered in Pei Ran's ear, "Go further ahead, and you will find the entrance to the south of the Black Well. The entrance is in a very large rift valley. You will know it when you see it. You will not make a mistake. The entrance is hidden," he said. "There is a conspicuous white stone next to it. Pei Ran, we must tell everyone about this. If someone falls behind, they can find the place by themselves. But communication is too difficult. With Aixia and Tang Dao, at least there is a way to communicate. But every sentence is very time-consuming. With other people, it is almost impossible to communicate effectively." W said, "I'll draw it." He quickly sent the drawing over. This time he didn't dwell on any technique. He just took a photo. It was a panoramic view of a large gully, with the entrance to the Black Well marked in red. The second photo was a close-up of the entrance. In the gully, a large white stone was half buried, which stood out against the red soil. W and Pei Ran took a look at it together. "You said that technique is for expression. I think in this case, photos are more effective." He was right. Pei Ran immediately showed everyone his photo. The team rested for a while, and then continued to set off. A large area of buildings built in the gullies appeared in front of them. It looked like a factory, but it seemed to have been abandoned. W said, "We have arrived at the mining area." He explained, the Black Well was originally a huge mine deep underground. Later, the military felt that the structure of this area was very suitable for conversion into an underground base. So they requisitioned the mining area and transformed it into an underground city with drastic measures. They had been walking for half a day, and the team was stretched out again. Everyone was very tired. Pei Ran raised his hand and pointed to the front, indicating that they should rest in front. W suddenly said, "I heard a special sound. It seems to be a flying machine." After he finished speaking, he quickly turned around and aimed at the sky behind him, ready to fire at any time. Pei Ran also heard it now. It was a familiar buzzing sound like a swarm of bees. The undulating gullies blocked the view. And a moment later, behind the cliff-like red ridge, a large group of densely packed people and aircraft rose up. There were countless pale and flat faces floating in the sky. They spread their huge wings in the air, covering the sky and the sun. In the unsheltered wilderness, this group of people was too conspicuous. The group of human machine guns immediately spotted them and flew towards them with a clear goal. There were too many human machine guns in this group. It felt like there were more of them than the group they encountered in the city of Yelcha. With W's remaining firepower, it was impossible to destroy a group of guns of this size. W also made a judgment immediately. "I will suppress them with firepower. Let's go to the front. There is a metal tunnel in front. We can hide in it." The metal ball rotated and fired at the sky. Without Pei Ran's command, the others had already started running automatically when they saw the group of people and cameras appearing in the sky. A few hundred meters ahead, it should be the metal tunnel that W mentioned. It looked like a section of abandoned metal support structure tunnel, extending into the mountain next to it. The team was very long, and the first few people had already run there. They saw that this place could hide people, so they grabbed the door handle at the entrance of the tunnel and shook it frantically. The door seemed to be locked. They had to hurry over to open the door, and Pei Ran immediately accelerated and ran forward. The metal ball hanging on her body bounced and swung as she ran, but it didn't affect the accuracy of W at all. The human machines exploded one after another in the air. He tried his best to shoot down the closest human machines first, buying time for the team to escape. The flying speed of the human machine group in the air was much faster than the running speed of humans, and they were approaching quickly. Life was at stake. If you ran slowly, you would fly into the sky with them. Some people simply threw away all the backpacks they had brought along, risking their lives and sprinting with all their strength. Pei Ran ran to the entrance of the metal tunnel in one breath, and used his mechanical arm to punch the door one after another. Bang, 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 bang. Finally, with a click, the door opened. Many people had already run over with Pei Ran and rushed into the tunnel. Tang Dao and his group were still dragging the blind Jin Hejuan, and they rushed over at a fast speed. Several middle-aged people ran wildly and also ran over breathlessly. Everyone ran away with their armor and weapons, and bent over and couldn't stand up. However, some people still fell behind. After a long journey, some people's physical strength could not sustain such a frenzy. The family of 3 had to hold their children, and fell behind again. And the old couple, they supported each other. They had tried their best, but still could not run too fast. Aisha and her grandmother also fell behind. Aisha had been holding Jiang Gong's arm, and the two stumbled forward. The vanguard of the human machine approached the tail of the team in a blink of an eye, spread their bodies and limbs flattened into thin sheets, dived down, ready to give people a death hug. There was only the last section of distance left. W was firing crazily, but it was obvious that he could no longer suppress the enemy. A human machine gun rushed towards Jiang Gong and Aisha, and was killed by W, and several others rushed down immediately. Aisha quickly turned around and raised his head, and made a hand seal towards the sky. The group of human machine guns that were about to rush to the position seemed to be kicked in the air by someone, and flew out in a spin. But more human machine guns rushed down in a black mass. Green light number 1 had eaten all the way, and was full, but he still couldn't bear to give up the remaining melon seeds, and ate them slowly and sporadically, and was directly brought into Pei Ran's mental vision. Pei Ran stared at the group of human machines swooping down from the sky opposite, and quickly wrote, R9 explosion. She did not put a period, because she suddenly realized a problem. The aircraft embedded in the belly of the human machine now seemed to have a slightly different appearance from the R9. Looking a little smaller, and with rounder edges. She quickly asked W, aren't these aircraft R9? W was busy, and his voice was still calm, and his words were clear, no. It's the new generation of R11, the new model produced by their company this year. Pei Ran had only one thought, fortunately. The green light has been upgraded, and I can write 4 words. She quickly erased the words, and scribbled, R11 exploded. Crackling. A long series of explosions. A large number of human skin machines in the air exploded together. Various fragments fell down with crackling. And the last few people who were left continued to run forward in the rain of human skins. The explosion slowed down the attack momentum of the fleet. And with W's firepower suppression, Pei Ran estimated that they should be able to run. She held the door and waited at the door. But the old couple who were running at the back suddenly stumbled a few steps. And the two of them rushed forward and fell to the red soil together. The old couple had been holding hands, and it was unknown who tripped and fell. The two struggled on the ground, trying to sit up, and supported each other, trying to stand up. Hurry up. There is still time. Pei Ran thought anxiously. Hurry up. She glanced at the fleet of planes in the sky. It would be too late to rush over to save them now. And they would die. They had to rely on themselves. I don't know if it was because of the long journey, the running, the physical exhaustion, or because of their old age and brittle bones, that the old couple broke something after the fall. They struggled for a long time, but couldn't stand up. They suddenly sat there, and stopped moving. The old lady looked up at the sky. There were countless people flying in the sky, and each of them had become strange, as if they had been run over by a steamroller, a thin piece. Those flat human skin wings were spread wide, their eyes were rolling, and they were rushing down, trying to turn others into the same appearance as them, that neither human nor ghost appearance. They must be dreaming. The old lady looked at her husband. The two looked at each other. They had a tacit understanding for decades, and they both understood what the other was thinking. We have walked so far, and run so long. It is good to sit here. No need to go forward. The old lady raised her hand, peeled off the tape that sealed her mouth, and breathed a sigh of relief. Let's go, she said. She had not spoken for several days, and her voice was hoarse. The old man saw his wife peeling off the tape, and peeled off his own tape. The two still held hands. Okay, he replied. Just like 40 years ago. He went to pick her up from get off work. She came out, stretched out her hand to hold his hand, and said, Let's go. Just like now. Every day after dinner. Before going out for a walk. His wife went to put on her shoes, turned around and asked, Let's go. He always answered, Okay. The human film machine swooped down, spreading its flat limbs. But there was no one there, leaving only 2 slightly darker blood-red flowers on the reddish-brown land. The family of 3 finally rushed there. Aisha and Jiang Gong also arrived. Pei Ran took another look at the 2 big flowers on the ground and closed the door. There were still 33 people left in the team. Chapter 58. As soon as Pei Ran closed the door, everyone was very experienced, and immediately rushed forward, blocking the door with all their strength. The light in the tunnel darkened, and W turned on his light automatically without anyone's help. The light illuminated the abandoned tunnel. The ground was covered with red dust, and various sundries from the construction site were piled against the wall. Pei-Ran glanced around, and selected a thick steel bar. The door lock embedded in the metal door was violently smashed off by her, and now there was an extra hole. Pei-Ran squeezed over with the steel bar, looked at it for a moment, and grabbed the door frame next to it with his mechanical hand, and pulled it to the side with force. The door frame was also made of metal. It was deformed immediately under her strength, and there was a gap between it and the wall panel next to it. Pei-Ran bent the steel bar, passed it through the gap, and passed it back through the hole of the door lock, twisting the two ends into a twist. The door latch was dead. In just a moment, the clanging sound of hitting the metal door was heard. The group of human machine guns had arrived and completely occupied the outside. From the hole, the texture of the thin skin they covered could be seen. These things can use green light to deform people. Pei-Ran signaled everyone to retreat. What should we do next? Pei-Ran turned and looked into the tunnel, and asked W. Should we wait here for them to leave? Or continue to go in? Is there any other exit here? W replied, I have checked the structural diagram here. We can go in, through the mountain, and there is an exit on the opposite side, which is just enough to avoid these fusion bodies. The tunnel extended inward, and it was pitch black, and the end was invisible. Pei-Ran pointed to the inside, and walked forward with a lamp on his shoulder. Everyone who had escaped death followed silently. Everyone had the same idea in their mind. They hoped that there would be no strange things hidden in this tunnel. It was such a small space, and there were a group of human cameras outside. They had no place to hide. The group walked for a long time, but they did not encounter any living creatures. In the northwest of Minya continent, in Yurcha, the weather was very dry. There were almost no plants growing on the large red land. Only dry bushes. This tunnel was not damp at all. There were no insects, let alone mice. There was only dry red soil powder all over the ground, which was lifted up by people's footsteps and fell slowly and quietly. W checked the map. We are halfway through the tunnel, and the exit is just ahead. In the quiet team, a loud singing voice suddenly rang out. You said that breeze was the singing of your courage. Did you ever imagine a ray of light on that night? The singing voice repeatedly stirred in the silent tunnel, and the echo continued. It was glutinous rice balls. At some point, the little parrot used its claws to remove the tape wrapped around its mouth, and it began to sing again. A figure flashed, and a person rushed towards Inia and grabbed the parrot standing on her shoulder. It was the young man in the purple coat whose label was burned on the train. If it weren't for the old couple's glass of water, he would have been burned to death. He was very strong. He was originally at the front of the team. He just ran very fast, and was one of the first few people to reach the tunnel entrance. He finally hid in such a place, and didn't want to be implicated by a parrot. He gritted his teeth in anger, held the bird, and exerted force on his hand. The singing of the glutinous rice ball suddenly stopped, and he cried miserably from the crack of his throat. The purple coat man suddenly stopped moving. He let go of the parrot, staggered back a few steps, looked extremely terrified, looked down at himself, as if he had seen something very scary. The glutinous rice ball fell from his hand, opened its wings in midair, fluttered a few times quickly, and flew back to its owner in a panic. Inia stretched out her arm, let it fall, but her eyes were still fixed on the man in the purple coat. It was hypnosis. Pei-Ran immediately called out Yulianka's green light. This ability to control other people's superpowers. I don't know how to use it. Every time Yulianka uses his superpowers, he will open his mouth. You can see the green light appearing in his mouth, and he will stare at the object he wants to control. Everyone's attention is on the man in the purple coat and Inia. Pei-Ran stared at Inia, and quietly opened his mouth. Yulianka's green light really moved to the position of his mouth. Just like some kind of link was suddenly opened, the scene in front of Pei-Ran changed. A special phantom, vaguely superimposed on the normal field of vision. In this illusory image, the body of the man in the purple coat was undergoing strange changes. His body, from the torso to the limbs, was softening like plasticine, melting, and losing its original shape. It was as if some mysterious force was tearing him from all directions, flattening his body in all directions, stretching it, and the texture of his clothes quickly blended into the flesh and blood of his skin, and the whole person gradually became like the human skin on the human film machine. A thin sheet of purple and flesh color mixed together. The boy was looking down at his own changes, with an expression of extreme fear on his face. Pei-Ran understood. She was passing through Inia, and saw the horrible illusion she had created for the man in the purple coat. There were more than 30 people here, stuck in a narrow tunnel together. The crowd was too dense. If the man in the purple coat was frightened and screamed and ran around and exploded with a bang, it would be possible that he would not be the only one who would be unlucky. Pei Ran did not know how to break the illusion. But as soon as she had this thought, the ethereal shadow of the illusion immediately disappeared like a pop soap bubble. The boy in the purple jacket suddenly broke free from the nightmare. He stood there motionless for a long time, and then he looked around in horror, and then looked down at himself. When he found that he had not really turned into a human, he looked relieved, and the cold sweat dripped down his forehead. Enia's spell was suddenly interrupted by someone, and she was also shocked. She immediately turned her head, with a horrified look on her face, and looked around. On the train, she knew that her supernatural power was controlled by others, and she did a lot of strange things, but she had no idea who was controlling her. No matter who was controlling her, the purpose was obviously to deal with this girl with a ponytail and a metal ball, and to seize control of the train. She was later caught by the ponytail girl, but was soon released. She seemed to know that none of the things on the train were her own initiative, and she was innocent. Some people were thrown off the train by her, and the train continued to move forward and arrived safely at Yurcha. In this time when no one could speak and everyone remained silent, everything that had happened was like a pool of muddy water. Without effective communication, everyone could only infer what happened from their own perspective, making it difficult to figure out what was going on, without even a little extra clue. Enya had completely given up the idea of figuring it out. She just planned to follow everyone and go to a safe shelter together. But now, someone actually wanted to kill her beloved parrot. Absolutely not. She heard the scream of Nomichuan just now, and was a little impulsive, without thinking, and used the green light. But something even more terrifying happened. Someone interrupted her hypnosis again. I don't know if it was the person who controlled her on the train, or if there are others who have this ability. Yanaya's mind was in a mess, and she looked at Pei Ran. Maybe it was her? If it wasn't her, did she know that there were other people in the team who could control her ability? In any case, they were almost at Heijing, so it was better to keep a low profile. Pei Ran glanced at Yanaya indifferently, took out the tape from his backpack, tore off a piece, and handed it to her. This singing bird still needs to have its mouth sealed. Enya carefully taped the beak of the glutinous rice ball, silently reached out her hand, and asked Pei Ran for another piece of tape, and then taped its claws, to prevent it from moving its claws to peel off the tape on its mouth, and stuffed it into the hood beside its neck. W reacted quickly, and asked Pei Ran, "Did you interrupt Enya's hypnosis with Yulianka's green light?" Pei Ran replied, "Yes." Pei Ran had been thinking about when he could feed Yulianka's green light to green light number 1, but now, he was not in a hurry. Yulianka's green light is quite useful. I wonder if I can use this ability to rescue myself from the illusion next time I am hypnotized. When I have the chance, I can also try to control other people's abilities. Pei Ran watched Yanaya deal with the glutinous rice balls, and then turned around. The metal ball she was wearing also turned, and the light flashed through the tunnel in front. Not far ahead, on the ground of the tunnel, there was something lying horizontally. It seems to be still moving. In an instant, the people standing closer to the front all saw it. They retreated quickly in fear, and the people behind them didn't know why, and they also hurriedly retreated, and some people simply ran back. W's calm voice sounded in Pei Ran's ears. "Don't worry, it looks like a human, no abnormal deformation was found. It shouldn't be a crazy fusion." His bright searchlight was still shining in that direction, and the brightness was slightly increased, and the next second he gave a conclusion. "He is wearing combat uniforms, and is a soldier from Heijing." Pei Ran asked, "Is it the group that came to pick us up?" That group disappeared on the way here, and there was no news. Pei Ran originally estimated that there were so many people and cameras in this area, and they might have the bad luck to run into a group. "It's not them," W replied. His eyes were very good. He had magnified the image several times, and performed facial recognition. "It's the captain who participated in a special reconnaissance mission in Heijing today. His name is Xiao Hai. Let's go over there." Pei Ran ran forward with the ball on her back. The others didn't understand what she was going to do, so they followed carefully. They were close, and could see clearly that the person lying on the ground was indeed a young soldier in a full set of combat uniforms. He looked only in his 20s. He had just struggled for a while, and it seemed that he had no strength left. He lay flat on his back. Pei Ran went over immediately and squatted to check. Captain Xiao Hai was badly injured all over his body, from his shoulders to his arms, and even his waist and abdomen, as if he had been splashed with some highly corrosive liquid. That thing was extremely powerful. Not only did it melt part of his clothes, but it also penetrated deeply, melting his skin and some internal organs. And the wounds were horrible. Pei Ren only took one look and knew that he was dying. He had lost too much blood. His lips were chapped, and his face was covered with a layer of gray before death. W said, I checked the records. He should be operating a reconnaissance aircraft with another lieutenant today to carry out reconnaissance and bombing missions to the west of Heijing. I don't know why he ended up here. Captain Xiao Hai had already closed his eyes, but when he noticed the bright light in front of him, he tried to open his eyelids again. He vaguely saw Pei Ren squatting in front of him, and suddenly struggled with all his strength. But he was too seriously injured and could only raise one hand reluctantly. His eyes finally focused, and he looked at Pei Ren eagerly, as if he had something very important to say to her. But now it was in silence. I couldn't speak or write. Captain Xiao Hai raised his hand, and his fingers moved slightly. His thumb and index finger curled up, leaving only the remaining 3 fingers. He paused for a moment, uncurled the curled fingers, spread out the whole palm, and then clenched his fist as much as possible, leaving only the index finger. Pei Ren understood. He was counting numbers. 3, 5, 1. Pei Ren immediately repeated his gesture. 3, 5, 1. Captain Xiao Hai looked at her with his eyes that were dim before dying, as if he had a little smile. He was saying, yes. He mobilized all his strength again, and struggled to continue. The gestures he made this time were 4 and 5. He paused, looked into Pei Ren's eyes, his wounded chest rose and fell. He took a deep breath, and raised his hand to continue. He made a 1, retracted his fingers, and made another 1, and then extended 4 fingers. 1, 1, 4, 3, 5, 1, 4, 5, 1, 1, 4. Captain Xiao Hai stopped again, his hands drooping limply. Pei Ren reached out to help him raise his arm, but that hand seemed to have no strength left, and remained motionless. Pei Ren came up with another idea, and immediately let go of his hand, and made a number gesture himself. If he saw the correct number, he would just nod, or blink. However, Captain Xiao Hai closed his eyes tiredly, breathing heavily, as if he had begun to enter a dying state. He had not yet finished his number. He finally opened his eyes again, and his eyes seemed to have used up all his strength, trying to focus on Pei Ren, and his cracked lips opened. The people who gathered behind him saw him open his mouth, as if he was about to speak, and they all quickly retreated. Pei Ren did not do that. Instead, she leaned forward and put her ear close to his mouth. Captain Xiao Hai's eyes were full of relief. He looked at Pei Ren, and whispered a few words between his teeth. 982. He closed his lips, and it was obvious that he had finished speaking. Pei Ren stood up and quickly retreated. Bang! The person on the ground disappeared. Pei Ren felt as if he was still looking at her with those eyes. Wanting her to remember the number, he desperately reported. 35145. 114982. Pei Ren repeated. What is this? It's the coordinates. W replied. These are the coordinates of a location west of Heijing. He only reported 3 decimal places, but the accuracy is enough. It's southwest of here, about 70 kilometers away. He added, Pei Ren. Even if his voice is very small, I can actually collect it. You don't have to risk getting so close. Pei Ren led everyone to continue walking forward, and after walking a few steps, he replied, he kept looking at me, not at you, which means he didn't recognize you. If it were me, I would desperately report the number before I died, and if someone could get close and listen carefully, I would be more at ease. Chapter 59. Pei Ren thought for a moment. Although I am not one, I have always respected those who are brave enough to sacrifice themselves, and I hope that such people will never become extinct in this world, because they die too quickly. W was silent, and did not speak. After a while, he spoke. I have sent this set of coordinates back to Heijing. He said, this set of coordinates must be very important. It is estimated that there is something we have been looking for. Heijing has just mobilized the aircraft, and carried the bomb there. Fortunately, there is this metal ball here. If there were only Pei Ren and other civilians here, when they couldn't write, they could only remember the string of numbers reported by Captain Xiao Hai in their brains, and who knows when they can enter the black well, and tell them the coordinates when they see the people in the black well. With W here, he can send the coordinates back immediately. At least Captain Xiao Hai's sacrifice was not in vain. The group continued to move forward in silence. There was only the echo of footsteps in the tunnel, and the bright white lights were reflected on the metal brackets of the tunnel. The exit is not far ahead. The exit is the same as the entrance, and is also equipped with a metal door. There is a hole where the door lock should be, which should have been opened by a gun. The door is closed tightly, and is firmly blocked with a pile of discarded building materials. It is obvious that it was done by Captain Shanghai. He was so seriously injured. I don't know how he struggled to do it. Maybe the corrosive liquid had not penetrated so deeply at that time. He blocked the door like this. He must be chased by something. That thing is weak, and can't knock open the door. Maybe it is a group of people and machines. Pei Ran made a hushing gesture to everyone, and quietly moved the building materials on the top of the door. Others also came up to move things, and they all moved very quietly, but not slowly, and the door was cleared in a moment. W said. I listened carefully, and there were no unusual sounds outside. Pei Ran gently opened the door a crack. Outside was the same reddish-brown land, and the sky was endless and clean, without any trace of the camera group. But not far from the door, there was a special thing quietly parked. A silver-black aircraft. The aircraft has a modern shape, streamlined, like a drop of solidified silver-black water, and it is not an antique at first glance. The aircraft has a translucent cockpit, and there is no one inside. W. This should be the aircraft piloted by Captain Shanghai, he said. The production line of Heijing is rushing to modify the existing aircraft these days, due to the temporary lack of resources. The number of modified aircraft is very limited. Only these few. These aircraft. No text will appear inside or outside the whole aircraft. And the control system and suspension system have also been optimized. They can be used in a silent state, because there are very few of them. They are mainly used for reconnaissance and special missions. This aircraft has a beautiful shape, but it is now a bit tattered. The top of the cockpit of the aircraft, like the combat uniform of Captain Shanghai, was severely corroded by something unknown, with a large part of it open. There were also spots of corrosion on the fuselage and tail, as if it was splashed. It can be guessed that Captain Shanghai and another lieutenant were on the aircraft and suffered an attack. It is unknown whether the lieutenant died. Captain Shanghai made an emergency landing here alone and hid in the tunnel. Pei Ran tried to come out of the tunnel and carefully observed it with W. No trace of the human video machine was found, so he waved his hand to let everyone come out. Pei Ran first walked around the aircraft, looking it up and down. The door of the aircraft was still half open. There was a screen on the console, which was still on, but there were only fine grids and some icons on it, and no text was displayed. There were levers and buttons next to it, which were also unmarked. In the front was a row of indicator lights, and several of them were still on. Captain Shanghai must have been in a very urgent situation at the time. He hid in the tunnel as soon as he rushed down from the aircraft. The aircraft was still in operation. There are two positions in the cockpit of the aircraft, one in front and one in the back. Pei Ran studied it carefully. It seems to be able to be driven? W. Yes. The aircraft does not seem to be seriously damaged. Only the light that sends the signal is abnormal. The parts are probably corroded. No wonder the captain failed to send the coordinates back to Heijing in time. Pei Ran thought about it. Captain Shanghai also had a bracelet on his wrist, but it looked different from ordinary civilian bracelets. It looked much stronger, but the black square on the bracelet was also burned through by the corrosive liquid. Pei Ran pondered over the aircraft for a moment, and came to a conclusion. So we picked up an unmanned aircraft in the mining area, and we don't know where it came from. It shouldn't matter if we drive it. W. The metal ball rotated slightly, and the black eyes scanned the surroundings. This group of people, young and old, had survived many dangers along the way, and finally got here. Everyone was in a mess, covered in red soil, and exhausted. There were less than 10 kilometers left, which was still a hard journey for them. But if they could fly over by aircraft, it would only take a few minutes. W paused for a moment, then answered, I checked. The Federation does not have any regulations to prevent civilians from using aircraft they found, as long as they report and hand them in time. Pei Ran pondered, if you find an aircraft, of course you have to hand it in. Since you have to hand it in, you must drive the aircraft to Heijing first. And we are the ones who are going to hand it in. So we need to go together. The logic is very smooth. W was silent, but still gave a suggestion. This aircraft has only 2 seats, but it can actually carry 3 people. So there is no problem. That would be great. Others were also studying the aircraft. Tang Dao patted Pei Ran on the shoulder, pointed at the aircraft, and made a gesture of flying into the sky. Pei Ran nodded. She turned to everyone, made a gesture of carrying people to the cockpit, then put her hands on both sides of her body, pretending to be wings, flapping her wings forward. Flying, running 2 steps. Flying to the side, then putting the people on the ground, and then flapping her wings to fly back, and transporting the next group of people. W seemed to laugh in his ear. He said, "Your wings are flapping with soul. Pei Ranmo, is your level 10 natural language state too natural? Do you want to switch back?" W, I feel pretty good. I don't really want to switch back. No matter how Pei Ran's wings flapped. Everyone else had completely understood what she meant. She planned to use this aircraft to transport people to the entrance of the Black Well in batches. Pei Ran pointed at the child in the family of 3. And then pointed at Jiang Gong, who was the youngest and oldest person in the team. Engineer Jiang shook his head and pushed the child's mother forward. It was so dangerous here. And after a long journey, she was obviously exhausted. But she didn't want to leave first. Pei Ran didn't force her, and let the child and mother get on the aircraft with her. She pointed to the place where a little corrosive liquid was still left by the window, and signaled them to be careful, and not to touch it. The mother understood Pei Ran's meaning, gave her a thumbs up, and assured her, and carefully climbed into the back seat with her daughter. Pei Ran also got on, and sat in the driver's seat. She sat upright, put the metal ball aside, and asked calmly, "So how do you drive this thing?" W first felt it out. Pei Ran, do you have experience driving any kind of aircraft? But not a hovercraft that can take off and land automatically. Pei Ran answered honestly, "No." W whispered, "I guess so." Pei Ran, W, nothing. W knew that if she dared to drive an antique car without a license and drive it sideways on the road, she would dare to drive an aircraft without a license and drive it sideways in the sky. W said, "Wait a minute. I'm helping you draw a diagram of the driving process." He always drew very quickly, and Pei Ran's bracelet received it immediately. It was a whole set of pictures. On the screen, Pei Ran was sitting in the cockpit of the same aircraft, and the photos were just as lifelike. His drawing of the dam was once highly praised by Pei Ran, and it seemed that he had let go of his worries. Now in drawing schematics, he no longer did anything fancy, and the photos were drawn without any psychological burden. The process was drawn very clearly, and Pei Ran carefully read through them one by one, stopping at the last one. In the last picture, she successfully landed the aircraft. Pei Ran looked at the picture and muttered, "It landed. I drove really well." W. Pei Ran began to follow the instructions on the picture and pressed the buttons on the console one by one. This time, all the lights on the panel, except the one that sent the signal, were on. Pei Ran checked it against the picture and asked W, "What is this red button? It seems that it has never been pressed from the beginning to the end in your picture." W also looked at it and said, "Oh, that's the bomb button." Pei Ran, there was a bomb on this aircraft. Pei Ran asked, "Will the bomb be dropped if I press it?" "Yes," W said. "Captain Xiao Hai is carrying out an important reconnaissance and bombing mission this time, so this aircraft is loaded with an NG-8 bomb." Pei Ran understood. "If I fly to the entrance of the Black Well and accidentally drop it, will it blow up the entrance of the Black Well?" W replied, "That won't happen, because this NG-8 bomb is detonated by remote control. But it is very precious, and there are only a few in the Black Well now. If you accidentally drop it, it won't explode, but you still have to go down and pick it up again." "Okay." Pei Ran pulled the lever. The aircraft floated up without any warning, and everyone was shocked. After flying a little higher, the view was much better, and Pei Ran looked around first. Fortunately, no human aircraft group was found in the sky. W suggested, "To be cautious, we'd better not fly too high, and fly close to the ground. In case there is an aircraft fusion, it is less likely to be discovered if it flies at a low altitude, and it is also easier to find a place to hide at any time." His suggestion was very good, and Pei Ran agreed. She still had time to spare. She turned her head to Aisha and the others on the ground and pointed to the tunnel next to them, indicating that those who stayed behind should not stand outside and hide in the tunnel. Then she pulled the other lever to the bottom. With a whoosh, the aircraft flew out in the air. Everyone, the mother and child in the back seat, had already fastened their seat belts together. Although the metal ball next to it had no seat belt to fasten, it was very experienced, and had already used its 2 folding arms to firmly fix itself, and it did not fly out. Pei-Ren soon discovered that this type of suspended aircraft was really easy to drive. It felt easier than driving an antique car. Flying in the sky. The space was so wide. And she could fly up, down, left, or right in any direction. She didn't have to worry about hitting anything. And the wheels wouldn't get stuck in the mud. She let the small aircraft float not far from the ground. Stepped on the pedal. Adjusted the direction. And started to move forward at full speed. The reddish-brown wilderness stretched forward under her feet, extending all the way to the distant sky. Those deep and shallow gullies and ravines were no longer a problem. She didn't have to climb up and down, and flew over in an instant. When encountering a raised cliff, you just need to pull the lever slightly, and you can jump over it. The skylight has a big hole, and there is only the sound of the whistling wind in my ears. The aircraft is like a free bird, flying forward quickly. It only takes 1 or 2 minutes to travel less than 10 kilometers. Pei-Ren finally saw the big crack that W mentioned. Just as W described, this is the largest crack nearby. From a distance, it looks like a big mouth open on the ground, and it stretches there, and there is no mistake. While still in the sky, Pei-Ren saw that there was a large white stone in this big mouth, which was very eye-catching on the red soil. Pei-Ren's palms were slightly sweaty. This is the goal of the long journey these days. The end of this difficult journey. The entrance to the Black Well. It's a pity that we can't go in now. She controlled the aircraft to fly closer. W. How are their standards for accepting civilians? W replied, because the situation on the battlefield in the north has changed. The meeting was temporarily interrupted. But now it has been discussed again. And there is no result yet. It's been so difficult all the way here. I hope there will be a better result in the end. Pei-Ren followed the diagram of the operation process, and pushed the lever to slowly lower the aircraft. The aircraft body shook. Red dust rose. And it landed successfully. Pei-Ren opened the cabin door, and asked the mother in the back seat to bring the little girl down. And pointed to the side. There was a large cliff that stretched out diagonally, which was a cover. If there were a group of human film planes flying in the sky, it would not be easy to see them. The mother understood Pei-Ren's meaning, took her daughter and ran over, and hid under the cliff. The air taxi driver Pei-Ren closed the hatch and took off again. In less than 2 minutes, he flew back to the location of the mine tunnel. The rest of the people waited in the tunnel obediently as she instructed, but left the door wide open. They all crowded at the door, and kept looking up at the sky. Seeing that she flew back safely, it was obvious that she had successfully sent the mother and daughter to their destination. Everyone was relieved and excited. Pei-Ren was transporting Ai Xia and Jiangong this time. This time he was familiar with the route, and his operation in the air was smoother than before. Pei-Ren flew faster than the last time. It only took more than a minute to send Ai Xia and Jiangong to the entrance of the Black Well. As soon as Ai Xia and Jiangong stood firm on the ground, Pei-Ren took off and flew away like an arrow. He went back and forth like this, one trip after another, and became a skilled worker. A large group of people had gathered under the cliff at the entrance of the Black Well, and even the troublemaking Nuomi Tuan followed his master. This parrot can sing so well that everyone is a little afraid and stands far away from it. Inaya is also very conscious and stays alone in a corner far away from the crowd. Chapter 60. Underground. In the Black Well. 77 hours after entering the silence. The morning's regular meeting was interrupted by the war, and now it continues. The discussion is still about accepting civilians. Agent W gave more than a dozen different plans at once, each with precise details, for the members of the temporary decision-making committee to choose from. These plans basically adopted a scoring system, scoring occupation, education, health status, age, criminal record, etc. The final comprehensive score passed the line, and you can get the qualification to enter the Black Well. Someone immediately discovered that the preferred scoring method recommended by W was very lenient. According to this scoring method, scoring becomes a formality. Anyone in the Federation can enter the Black Well. Right? W's voice was calm. This is a reasonable estimate and recommendation based on the current state of silence and population loss. I predict that even with this very lenient scoring method, the number of people who can safely reach the Black Well will not be too large. I disagree. Lieutenant General Delsa was the first to express his objection as usual. He frowned and clicked the screen. Have you ever considered, as an artificial intelligence, that if many people arrive at the Black Well at that time, but the Black Well's capacity is seriously exceeded, there will inevitably be a large number of stranded people waiting outside the Black Well. According to this scoring method, they could have entered the shelter. The desire to survive will drive the crowd to riot. In this case, how dangerous will it be for the black well? Several people at the round table nodded, agreeing with his opinion. Batherway said, I think the way that is more acceptable to the public, and will not put the black well in danger, is to first announce a strict scoring method. Once it is found that the black well can accommodate more civilians, then gradually relax the score restrictions according to the situation. In this way, the people who originally felt that they could not enter the shelter will find that they can finally enter, and will be more grateful for the arrangement of the Federation. He continued furthermore, if all the stranded people outside could have entered the black well, but could not, their mentality and goals are very consistent, and organizing a collective riot is inevitable. But if we take the approach of gradually relaxing the score limit, the crowd will be divided by their respective interests and positions, and the crowd with hope of entering the black well in the future will not follow those with less hope to gamble everything, which will make it safer for the black well. He made a good calculation, but what he said also made sense, and the members of the decision-making committee were pondering. W spoke, and he said coldly, I am an artificial intelligence, and of course I will try my best to estimate all possibilities. I think the silence has been escalating, and there will not be so many survivors in the Federation who can successfully reach the black well. I believe in W's estimate, and his calculations have always been very accurate. Song 1 stated, I also think that before more people die, a relaxed scoring method should be announced, and everyone should be encouraged to come to the black well as much as possible. Marshall Wiener was in a dilemma. Everyone, please be patient, then let's go through the acceptance method from the beginning again. She looked down at the screen. First, groups that have made special contributions to the Federation, including all experts in the fields of science, technology and culture at the federal level, winners of various outstanding talent awards at the federal level, winners of various federal medals, can enter the black well directly. No objection. Right? No one objected. Marshall Wiener continued. Then, there is the scoring method for the age part. The plans proposed by Agent W are all scored step by step according to the age gradient, and then considered comprehensively. Batherway said leisurely, I disagree. It is unknown how long the dormant state will last. The resources of the black well are very limited and precious. If I remember correctly, in all the emergency plans formulated by the Federation in recent years, people over 65 years old are not allowed to enter the shelter. He is only in his 40s, which is the prime of his life. The gray-haired Admiral Eugene in his 60s in the decision-making committee could not sit still. Although he himself would not be cut off by such a rule, it is inevitable that he would feel hurt by others. He stared at Baseway, interrupting him, Mr. Baseway, do you think you will never grow old? Baseway turned his eyes to him, and his back straightened. I think if it were me, in this crisis, I would be willing to sacrifice myself for the Federation and give the great chance of survival to younger people. W suddenly interrupted. I salute your selflessness. Your words have been recorded. Baseway. He cleared his throat and concluded, in short. It is not appropriate to give so many places to enter the black well to the elderly. I am against this scoring method. The Minister of Finance also nodded. I agree. At this time, we need to remain rational. Appropriate sacrifice is necessary. Someone said, they are old, no longer productive, can no longer give birth to the Federation. The chance of survival should be left to the young and healthy new generation. Admiral Eugene looked around. So the contributions they made to the Federation in their youth doesn't count? The Minister of Finance apologized. I understand what you mean. We can't accept it emotionally, but if the Federation really needs to sacrifice a group of people, from a rational point of view, the elderly are the most suitable candidates. Outside the black well, Pei Ren drove the aircraft and flew back to the mining area for the last time. On the tunnel side of the mining area, only Sheng Mingxi and Tang Dao, who voluntarily stayed behind, were left. Pei Ren was far away in the sky and had seen them a long time ago. The two did not stay in the tunnel obediently, but stood leisurely in the open space outside the tunnel waiting for her. When they saw Pei Ren's aircraft, they immediately came forward to meet her. Sheng Mingxi ran halfway, suddenly turned around, and waved his right hand in a fancy way towards the tunnel entrance, stepped back with his left foot, and made an exaggerated bow on stage. Pei Ren couldn't help but curl his lips, holding the joystick, preparing to land. But on the other side of the cliff, suddenly a large mass of dark things rose from behind the red cliff. It was a group of human-machine aircraft. I don't know if it was the group we just met that flew over here, or a new group. The group of aircraft was approaching quickly. It would definitely be too late to land to pick up Sheng Mingxi and the others. Pei Ran stretched out his hand from the broken skylight of the aircraft and frantically gestured in the direction of the human-machine aircraft. Sheng Mingxi and the others also saw the group of human-machine aircraft and turned around and ran towards the tunnel. Fortunately, they were not far away. The two of them hid in the tunnel in a blink of an eye and closed the door. They hid in and blocked the door with building materials. They should be safe. Pei Ran was relieved and turned around to escape. They could not go to the direction of the entrance of the Black Well. There was a large group of people on the ground. Pei Ran controlled the aircraft and turned to the west. She was flying in the sky and was an extremely conspicuous target. The group of people and aircraft ignored Tang Dao and Sheng Mingxi, who hid in the tunnel, and immediately formed a neat square formation to chase Pei Ran. Pei Ran asked W in a busy schedule, "Is it the R-11 that's chasing us?" W saw it clearly, yes. Pei Ran had seen the maximum speed of the R-11 aircraft, and it should be impossible for him to outrun this military aircraft. Pei Ran pushed the control stick and went full speed ahead. The small aircraft rushed forward like an arrow. W held himself firmly and felt as if he was back in the red Violet Swift Shadow. Anyway, along the way, he was either racing on the ground with her to escape, or racing in the sky to escape. He turned the ball and looked at it. They are getting farther and farther away. Pei Ran, of course. She pulled the lever and slowed down. W? He immediately understood what she meant. She wanted to lead the group of human film aircraft farther away, preferably away from the mining area, so that she could find a chance to quietly return and land, pick up Sheng Mingxi and Tang Dao, and then fly to the entrance of the Black Well. She was like a bait flying in the sky, hanging a large number of human film aircraft behind her, and passing over a large area of reddish-brown dry land. W suddenly said, "Pei Ran, I have some bad news. Heijing has finalized the refugee admission standards." His tone was wrong. Pei Ran listened quietly. "I calculated according to this new standard. Most of the people you brought here this time are eligible to enter Heijing." "But," Pei Ran asked calmly, "can't Jiangong?" She was prepared. But if Jiangong hadn't repaired Yihai number 7 all the way, the people on this train would never have been able to come here. I had been holding on to a glimmer of hope on the way, hoping that Jiangong could successfully enter the shelter. But it was shattered. W said. The decision-making committee finally decided that, except for special contributors, such as federal experts and scholars, all people over 65 years old were excluded. There was also Jin Hejuan, who was severely disabled and lost his ability to work, and could not pass the assessment. In addition, there were 4 other people, all of whom were dragged down by factors such as low education, congenital diseases, and criminal records. The final comprehensive score was insufficient, and they did not pass the line. He was silent for a moment. "I tried my best. Pei Ran. I'm sorry. It's not his problem." Pei Ran looked at the skyline ahead. Without saying anything, W continued, "The standards have been set, and Heijing will start accepting civilians immediately. Some people have gone to the south entrance of Heijing to take those who have passed the scoring into Heijing. Dozens of kilometers away, at the south entrance of Heijing, next to the big white rock, everyone was waiting for Pei Ran and the last 2 people to come. But after a long time, there was still no sign of the aircraft in the sky. Instead, the rock wall next to it suddenly shook like water waves. The rock wall was like a shadow, and an officer in the uniform of the Federal Army appeared. All the people who were sitting and resting stood up. If the big white stone at the entrance symbolizes hope in this desolate red land, then this officer is hope itself. He had a serious expression and clicked on a virtual screen. This was the area outside the shielding layer. There was no text on the virtual screen either, only rows of standard head photos. The officer scanned the crowd gathered here, looking at them one by one, and when he found one, he waved his hand to let him stand next to him. After a while, the 30 people here were divided into 2 groups. Aisha separated from Jiangong, and the college students who had been supporting Jin Hejuan had to let go of Jin Hejuan's arms. Jiangong and Jin Hejuan's group was relatively small, including Anya with a parrot, the father of a family of 3, and 2 other young people. After the officer divided the group, he pointed to the slightly swaying virtual cliff behind him and motioned them to go in. Aisha was anxious. She came out of the team, hurriedly opened the virtual screen of the bracelet, and tried to communicate with the officer. Grandma is just a little older. She has been working hard over the years to contribute to the Federation. She is an experienced expert. If she enters the black well, she can continue to work for the Federation. She was anxious. Her fingers stopped on the virtual screen. She didn't know where to start. The officer seemed to be prepared. He pressed his palm to her, signaling her to be patient. He flipped through his virtual screen and showed the remaining people a picture. It was a picture that was drawn in advance. The picture was as delicate as a photo. It showed Jiang Gong and several other people sitting under the cliff to rest. His meaning was clear. Someone had drawn this picture specially and asked them to wait here for the time being. It seemed that there was still hope. Aisha understood it immediately and nodded. The others filed forward, and their figures disappeared into the red virtual rock wall. Tang Dao, who was proficient in telegraph codes, was not there. Several other students from Yahai University took Jin Hejuan's hand, tried to tell him the current situation in clumsy telegraph codes, and asked him to wait here for the time being. The family of three hugged each other tightly. The father let go of the mother and daughter, and finally touched his daughter's head. The mother finally seemed to have made up her mind, picked up her daughter, her face full of tears, and turned and walked into the rock wall. Aisha did not move. Chapter 61. Jiang Gong's eyes were full of anxiety. He couldn't speak, and could only push Aisha forward with his palm. Aisha shook her head firmly, and didn't move, and pointed to the ground. If Grandma wanted to stay here and wait, she would stay here and wait together. The officer saw her determined face, and had no choice, so he turned around and left. The water on the red rock wall was turbulent, and solidified again. Aisha walked over and touched it. There was no trace on the rock wall, and the tentacles felt completely solid. There must be a camouflage layer, and the real door was behind it. Jiang Gong walked to the stone next to him, and sat down. Aisha also sat beside her, reaching out to hold her grandmother's hand. A few dozen kilometers away, in the sky, Pei Ren asked, "Where are Jiang Gong and the others now?" W replied, "I have asked someone to tell them to wait at the entrance of the black well for a while." Aisha refused to enter the shelter by herself, and was waiting outside with Jiang Gong. "Don't worry. There are surveillance cameras at the entrance of the black well, and you can see their situation at any time." Pei Ren nodded. "Okay." She looked at the sky and thought for a moment, and asked W, "Will the acceptance standard they decided change?" W answered very confidently, "I am almost 100% sure that the acceptance standard will be gradually relaxed in the future." Pei Ren understood that because too many people had died in the Federation, and people would continue to die rapidly, there was no room for being so picky. Pei Ren asked, "How long do you think it will take to relax the standards?" W answered honestly, "I don't know." Pei Ren turned his head and glanced at the group of people and aircraft hanging behind him. It was getting more and more dangerous outside, so he had to get everyone into the black well as soon as possible. W suddenly said, "I just received a message that the reconnaissance aircraft had found the target we had been looking for near the coordinates reported by Captain Xiao Hai, and had successfully completed the bombing. Captain Xiao Hai could rest in peace now." Pei Ren asked him, "What are you looking for?" She immediately added, "I'm just curious. If it's a military secret, you don't have to tell me if you don't want to tell me. It doesn't matter if I tell you." W replied, "Everyone in the black well knows it." He briefly told her that the second phase of the shielding layer in the north was attacked, and the attackers were a fusion of the Attacker 13 combat robots and humans. He said, "They launched an organized and tactical attack. By observing their behavior, we can infer that they must have been commanded by another artificial intelligence product, the Thinker Fully Automatic Mobile Combat Center. There should be at most 3 such combat centers. We have been looking for its traces. We successfully destroyed one this morning, and just now we destroyed another at the coordinates reported by Captain Xiao Hai. However, on the northern battlefield, the combat robots' attack methods have not changed, and we still need to find the last one." Pei Ren was curious. "It's called the Mobile Combat Center, so it can move and run away by itself?" "Not only can it run, it is also very smart. It will automatically find a place to hide to avoid being attacked." W said, "Heijing has now invested all the drones and aircraft that can still be used to expand the search range, hoping to find it and then blow it up. Logically, it should have been discovered long ago, but it hasn't been discovered yet. I don't know where it is hidden." Pei Ren understood. "So if this Thinker Intelligent Mobile Combat Center is blown up, there will be no one to command the fusion group attacking from the north?" "That's right. The fusion group will immediately lose its unified attack target, and the attack level will automatically decrease from the current erasure level. turning it into a group of unorganized loose sand, which will be much easier to deal with than it is now. The crisis of the base is solved. Pei Ran was curious. What if they can't find it? W said indifferently. According to my estimation, this well-trained fusion army may break through the defense line and come to the Black Well, and will almost certainly find the entrance to the Black Well. Pei Ran was silent. Will they massacre the Black Well? Let them rush into the Black Well and fight with our soldiers in the streets. Which is still a small matter. Pei Ran, big brother. How do you define a small matter? The key is that when they are in the erased state, they will destroy the core shielding layer generator inside the Black Well. The Black Well currently does not have the ability to produce related components. Once destroyed, there will be no more shelters for normal communication on the East Minya continent. Pei Ran. It's a bit too unlucky. She had walked more than 2,000 kilometers with so much difficulty, and finally came here. Before she even entered the door, this shelter was about to be lost. In the gray sky, the group of human machines chasing behind had long been far away from the mining area. Pei Ran felt that it was almost time, and began to really speed up. Once he accelerated, the group of human machines was no match at all. The group of human machines was left further and further away, and turned into a small black dot in the sky, and gradually disappeared. W. Shall we go back? Pei Ran, okay. Tang Dao and the others were still waiting at the tunnel. Pei Ran stepped on the pedal and turned north. He had to make a circle. Otherwise, he would collide head-on with a group of human filming aircraft. The current position of the aircraft was displayed on the screen of the control console. The screen was carefully optimized. There were no words on it, but there were fine grids and terrain. I think Captain Xiao Hai estimated the coordinates based on this. W was also looking at the screen and estimating. The entrance to the Black Well is now a little to the east and north of us. If we fly north for a while, we can turn back to the east. After flying for a while, Pei Ran observed the surroundings and planned to turn east. But she did not step on the pedal. W was also observing the sky in the east, and did not find any trace of the group of people and cameras. He turned back and asked, "What's wrong?" Pei Ran stared at the undulating wasteland in the north. W, what's over there? As far as the eye can see in the north, there is a piece of land on the wasteland that is different from other places. The originally flat ground is rising upwards, as if something is hidden under the red soil, like a bamboo shoot trying to emerge. If it is a bamboo shoot, then this must be a giant one, because even if you look down from the sky, you can feel the force and size of it drilling out of the ground. W said something nonsense. This is definitely not something in its natural state. Of course. The world was in chaos, and there were crazy fusion bodies everywhere. Pei Ran immediately flew the small aircraft farther, circling, and observing from a distance. Pei Ran stared at that side and said casually, "Let's pray together, and hope that this thing that is about to appear is the missing thinker." W, maybe it's really possible. From a distance, there was a loud bang, and the ground was suddenly pushed open by something. But not much red soil was sprayed out, and no one knew where the gravel and soil went. Something underground drilled out of the ground at an angle. The first thing that appeared was a huge disc, which was spinning rapidly. Parts of its body also gradually drilled out of the soil, revealing a long cylindrical shape, like a giant caterpillar, and also like a long round train. Pei Ran studied the strange thing carefully. W, the thinker you mentioned, does it look like this? It doesn't look like this, W replied. The Thinker Intelligent Mobile Combat Center looks like a short, black humanoid robot. This one that was just unearthed should be a fully automatic intelligent shield machine. Pei Ran, shield machine? W explained. Yes, this is a tool used when building the Blackwell underground base. We used a lot of automated machines controlled by artificial intelligence to expand and drill through the mine passages. This fully automatic intelligent shield machine is one of them. Pei Ran suddenly understood what this was. In the bunker, when she was a child, she and her friends were digging tunnels everywhere. They got lost and suddenly saw something like this. It was rusty all over and quietly stayed at the end of an underground tunnel. Later, I heard that this was called a shield machine, which was used to dig tunnels during the construction of the bunker. There was a cutter head at the front, which could cut the underground rock and soil and automatically install the tunnel lining. But the shield machine on the ground now was much bigger than the one Pei Ran had seen in the bunker. And it was also much weirder. As soon as it came out of the soil, the rotating cutter head on the front stopped. Pei Ran saw its appearance clearly. The disc at the front that cut the soil That is, its front face was actually a human face. The face was flat and flat, with a big mouth, which occupied 3/4 of the disc, so that the eyes and nose were squeezed into a ball. In its big mouth, there are layers of fine teeth like shark teeth, which are dense and sharp. This should be the tool it uses to clear the way when it rushes forward underground. So in theory, it should use its teeth to rotate rapidly, cut the mud and rock fragments it encounters in front of it, swallow them into its stomach, and then excrete them somewhere behind it, thus forcibly opening a tunnel underground. Now it has emerged from the soil, and its disc face no longer rotates, and its expression seems a little confused. It is another crazy fusion. I don't know which unlucky person merged with this shield machine. Its cylindrical body looks half metal, and half like the skin of a living creature, but many parts are burnt and tattered, revealing patches of charred black. There must be some text on this shield machine, which was burned into this state by this round of silence. It was burned with holes, but it could still move, and move very flexibly. The half-metal, half-living body was like a giant earthworm, twisting softly, and with a flick of its tail, it also came out on the ground. On its tail, there was a sturdy black humanoid robot that was much smaller than the shield machine. The robot's right foot seemed to be stuck in the tail of the shield machine, and it was being dragged away in a mess. Pei ran. W also saw it. Intelligent Mobile Operations Center. The thinker was here, hanging on the tail of the shield machine fusion, being carried by it to drill around underground. No wonder it couldn't be found. Chapter 62. The shield machine fusion body drilled out of the ground, and was at a loss for a while. The strange body of metal and human body suddenly twisted. With a puff, a large amount of red soil and sand and gravel sprayed out from its tail, raising a cloud of dust. Pei ran. Did it poop? W said, this type of shield machine will send the soil and rock debris dug out during tunnel excavation to the rear through a screw conveyor, and then other robots will be responsible for transporting them to the ground. It seems that it has no assistance to help, and found a solution by itself. The shield machine fusion body suddenly appeared. It turned out to be full, and wanted to send soil to the ground. It created a huge mound of earth on the ground, and when it was satisfied, it twisted like a worm, and circled around, apparently, trying to return to the hole it had just drilled out of. The Intelligent Mobile Combat Center stuck on its tail also swung, and was dragged towards the hole by it. Pei ran immediately turned the aircraft around, and swooped over there quickly. The speed must be fast. The shield machine was pulling the Intelligent Mobile Combat Center into the soil, and God knew where it was going next. Pei ran asked W, you said that Captain Xiaohai was originally going to carry out the bombing mission against the Thinker. So how to bomb it? W said that the NG-8 bomb was loaded on this aircraft, and the bomb could be dropped by pressing the red button. But the NG-8 was remotely controlled, and it would not explode automatically after pressing it. The remote-controlled detonator of the NG-8 is here. W stretched out his folding arm, and pressed the panel in front of the driver's seat. A small panel opened automatically, and a small button with a black background and a red heart was placed inside. He said, the Thinker Intelligent Mobile Operations Center is quite special. When it was originally designed, the protective shell was made very strong and not easy to destroy. If you want to destroy it, the only bomb that Heijing can use now is the NG-8 type. NG-8 is a special bomb that can penetrate the solid protective shell of the Intelligent Operations Center. But its effective range of blasting the protective shell is not large. Only 10 meters. This bomb can select the target, automatically navigate, and automatically explode when it is close to the target. But the navigation system is temporarily unusable in the silent state. The transformation of the navigation system has not been completed yet, and it is really necessary to use it. So we temporarily installed a manual remote control explosion device on it. So you need to drop NG-8. Make sure it is within 10 meters of the Intelligent Mobile Operations Center. See the red part in the middle of the button? Press it hard, and NG-8 will explode. While he was talking, Pei Ran was driving the aircraft to dive at the shield machine and the Intelligent Mobile Operations Center at the fastest speed. The aircraft flew down like a meteor. Pei Ran grabbed the small button. Blow up the Thinker, and you can save Blackwell, the only refuge in the East Manya continent. The problem is, according to the distance, it seems too late. Earlier, underground, Blackwell base. In the small conference room, the plan for receiving refugees was discussed, and W was informing the members of the temporary decision-making committee about the situation on the battlefield in the north. We have repelled another wave of attacks. And this time we have successfully moved the front line forward. The engineers can have enough time to continue to check the damage to the second phase of the shielding layer project. As their initial conclusion this morning, the good news is that the main body of the shielding layer generator can be repaired. They have listed the parts needed for the repair. W's voice was calm. I checked the list one by one. Most of them can be found in the black well. Some parts may require an action team to be sent outside the black well to find them. But there is a coating material that is a bit tricky. Marshall Wiener asked, "What do you mean by tricky? Can't find it?" This coating material is specially made for the shielding layer generator by the military factory of the Musa base. The Musa base has been completely destroyed. The members of the decision-making committee knew that on the first day of the silence. The Musa base in the west had been completely shattered. Marshall Wiener thought for a moment. Heijing has stored complete military technology data. Can't we make it ourselves? Yes, Heijing's military technology data is very complete. The production process and technology of this coating material can all be found. W said. But I found that. It needs a special selective catalyst to make it. The production process data of this catalyst is also in Heijing's technical database, but unfortunately, Heijing does not have the conditions to make it. Someone asked, "Can this catalyst be found outside?" W replied, "This is its special feature. This catalyst needs to remain active and cannot be left alone. It is prepared immediately and used immediately. It's like if you want to build a house. You need a hammer first, but you don't have iron, so you can't make the hammer head. The second phase shielding layer project is of great significance. If it can be built and the defense line is spread outward, Blackwell will not be as passive as it is now." In the quiet conference room, W said again, "But I checked the database and found that many years ago, before the first Federal Unification War, this catalyst was prepared using a relatively old method. Because of its low efficiency and low output, it has long been completely eliminated and has not been included in Blackwell's technical database. But the Federal Electronic Library contains a lot of old books from many years ago, which should include these old processes that have long been outdated." Marshall Wiener understood. "The information in the Federal Electronic Library is in the memory of your patrol robot?" W answered affirmatively, "Yes." Someone asked, "Can you check it now?" After searching, send it directly back to Blackwell via military signals. W replied, "Unfortunately, I can't. At Tomdu Dam, my patrol robot interface is flooded, and the memory cannot be accessed normally at present." Marshall Wiener pondered. "Agent W, has your patrol robot returned to the vicinity of the Black Well? I require you to take the memory immediately and enter the Black Well." That small memory, which no one cared about originally, now suddenly became important. W replied calmly, "I can't return to the Black Well for the time being." Lieutenant General Delsa couldn't help but, "Agent W, you don't accept the order?" W's voice was so steady, as if he didn't hear his words. "Because just now, we found the last missing Thinker Intelligent Mobile Operations Center." The small conference room suddenly became quiet. Marshall Wiener was calm, but his heart skipped a beat. He immediately asked, "Where is it?" "It's just northwest of the Black Well. Pei Ran and my patrol robot happened to see it when we were avoiding the mutated aircraft fusion." A new picture appeared on the screen. An aerial view, with dry red soil flying, and a huge shield machine fusion drilling into a hole in the ground. Marshall Wiener saw at a glance that the Thinker Intelligent Mobile Combat Center, which had searched the area around the Black Well, and could not be found no matter what, was hanging on the tail of the shield machine. The subject of the perspective is obviously diving towards it. Basewell interrupted, "Pei Ran? Who?" Marshall Wiener did not give him face for the first time, and directly ignored his question, and said to W, "Agent W, you must follow it at all costs." W replied, "Our aircraft happens to be loaded with an NG-8, and we hope to blow it up." Lieutenant General Song Wan turned his head over the Minister of Finance next to him, and whispered to Basewell, "Pei Ran is the one who saved the Tomdu Dam." Basewell still looked confused. When the Tomdu Dam accident happened last night, he was sleeping, and not in the command center. He only heard someone mention it today. When discussing the awarding of medals this morning, he did not look at the deeds carefully, and did not take it seriously. He still does not know who Pei Ran is. However, he saw that the other people present, especially all the soldiers, were staring at the screen intently. So he kept silent. However, the shield machine fusion body moved at a fast speed. It drilled a hole that had just been dug. It took only a few seconds for it to disappear into the black hole on the ground, including its head and tail. dragging the black Intelligent Mobile Combat Center. There were sighs of regret in the small conference room. This is a shield machine that has become a fusion body, Marshall Wiener thought. It will probably drill everywhere under the ground. W replied, yes, I have mobilized all the aircraft carrying NG-8 and ordered them to gather here. Admiral Eugene asked, there should be a reserve of Earthwalker intelligent tracking and penetrating bombs in the black well. Can they be transferred there? The Earthwalker can automatically detect underground targets, penetrate underground, and directly blow up the targets. Someone said, it shouldn't work. The Earthwalker can't deal with the Thinker's protective shell. We only have NG-8. What about using the Earthwalker to carry NG-8? W replied, not yet. The Earthwalker has not been modified yet. It can't adapt to the silent state outside the shielding layer, and can't work normally. The modification is estimated to take more than 2 days. The war situation in the north is unpredictable. In 2 days, Heijing may have fallen. It can't wait at all. On the virtual screen, the shield machine has disappeared, but the perspective of the aircraft has not stopped at all. It continues to dive down quickly. When it almost touches the ground, it suddenly slows down, and then lands neatly next to the hole on the ground. The girl in the driver's seat appeared in the camera. She didn't even open the door, but jumped directly from the cockpit with the skylight open. W said, she plans to get NG-8 and catch up with the Intelligent Mobile Combat Center. Marshall Wiener was stunned. Catch up on foot? On foot, W said. Manually blow it up. Outside the black well. On the dry red land. Peyran didn't bring a backpack, but only carried a metal ball. As soon as he jumped out of the cockpit, he immediately leaned over to look at the underbelly of the aircraft. She asked W in her heart, you said NG-8 is hidden in this position? Yes, W replied. Peyran found a small groove on the belly of the machine and pressed it with his finger. A small door popped open. Peyran reached in and took something out. It was a black pancake-shaped disc, not big, but heavy. Peyran quickly took off his scarf, picked up the disc, tied it diagonally on his back, then grabbed the rope on the metal ball head, turned around and ran. He had to be fast, to catch up with the shield machine fusion body. W said in his ear, I have informed Heijing of the situation here. Peyran ran into the cave entrance and only said him. W continued, Marshall Wiener originally ordered me to return to Heijing immediately, but suddenly found the Thinker. It is more important to blow up the Thinker. Let's deal with it first. Peyran glanced at the metal ball. At this time, he suddenly said such a sentence, which contained a lot of information. Heijing was so anxious to let him go back immediately. He must be anxious to get the memory on him. Judging from the reactions, blowing up the Thinker was the highest priority. But his small memory was also a high priority. Whether it was the Thinker or the memory, the chips that Heijing handed to her were really increasing. There was a tunnel at the entrance of the cave, diagonally downward. Unexpectedly, it was not dark inside. As soon as the shield machine fusion body drilled into the ground, all the lighting equipment from the nose to the fuselage lit up. And the lights were brilliant, like a big insect with lights hanging all over its body. When he came here, Peyran found that the size of this shield machine was amazing, as high as 2 or 3 floors. Correspondingly, the tunnel it dug was also of the same size, wide and high, and the space was not cramped at all. The shield machine moved at a fast speed and had already opened a long distance. Peyran wondered, do shield machines run so fast? Of course not, W said. When the shield machine is not digging, it cannot move forward autonomously. Even when digging a tunnel, it is pushed by hydraulics. The best shield machine in the Federation can only dig forward about 100 to 200 meters a day. As a result, it became a crazy fusion body, as if it had legs, and moved as fast as flying. Peyran discovered that it was just drilling around in the underground, digging holes everywhere. It had dug tunnels that were crisscrossed underground, which were more complicated than the underground passages in the bunker world, like a huge maze. As soon as she saw the underground maze, she immediately started to run faster and faster, chasing after the giant shield machine. W also immediately realized the seriousness of the matter. This place is big and messy. Once the shield machine is lost, it may be impossible to find it. Peyran asked W, can you locate our current exact location? W immediately replied, of course. Then remember the location of the entrance behind you. Peyran said, I have to remember the entrance, so that I can find a way out later. W promised, I will remember the route you ran. His role is like the ball of wool that you carry when walking through a maze in ancient legends. Rumble rumble, there was a loud noise behind him, and dust rose up, blocking his vision. Pei-Ran quickly squatted on the ground, holding the metal ball. After a while, the smoke and dust dissipated, and Pei-Ran turned around and found that the hole he just entered was blocked. It collapsed. W said. The shield machine fusion body was digging so much underground. It would be strange if it didn't collapse. Pei-Ran didn't look back. There's not much soil on the ground in the tunnel. If it can transport the soil to the ground, there must be more than one exit. Let's blow up the thinker first, and then find a way out later. Fortunately, the shield machine fusion body is still in front. It is not far ahead, completely ignoring the landslide, turning on a shaky light, rumbling and roaring, moving forward in the tunnel in a lively manner, with the struggling thinker hanging on its tail, which is very eye-catching and ostentatious. Pei-Ran rushed forward to chase it, but the shield machine moved too fast. NG8 needed to explode within 10 meters to blow through the protective shell of the thinker. Pei-Ran followed it closely, circling around in the maze-like underground tunnels. The best he could do was not lose it, but he couldn't shorten the distance between them. Chapter 63. Black Well. In the small conference room on the top floor, the members of the temporary decision-making committee also saw the complex tunnels in the cave. Agent W, has the aircraft arrived? Marshal Wiener asked. She and Pei-Ran agreed with each other. There must be more than one entrance to the landslide. Have you found other entrances? An aircraft has already arrived near the entrance of the landslide. W replied. Another pilot found a new entrance in the southwest. Unfortunately, with this tunnel height, manned aircraft cannot enter. The pilot has left the aircraft and entered the underground tunnel on foot. What about the drone? Admiral Eugene asked. Drones are much smaller and more maneuverable, which is perfect for flying in this kind of tunnel, and they move much faster than humans on foot, so at least they can ensure that the thinker will not be lost. W replied, I have mobilized the drones, and now two have arrived at the newly discovered entrance, and they are entering the tunnel. W cut out the footage shot by the drone on the big screen. The drones were lit up, one in front and one behind, and were moving quickly through the maze-like tunnel. My patrol robot has been trying to draw the topographic map of the tunnel as much as possible, but the forks we pass by are very limited. We can only use the positioning to try to get the drone close to our current position. For now, we still have to rely on Pei-Ran and the NG8 she carries with her. W reminded, Marshal Wiener, we have found the last thinker, and I have formulated a tactical plan for the northern front after destroying the thinker, which requires your approval in advance. Okay. Marshal Wiener stood up. Everyone, let's go to the command center next door, and be prepared. Once the thinker is blown up, we will immediately organize a counterattack. The northern front was fighting hard, and the soldiers were fighting bloody battles. The discovery of the last thinker was the best news of the day and night. Dozens of kilometers away, in the tunnel, Pei-Ran chased the shield machine for a while, and suddenly found that its speed slowed down. There was no road ahead, and it began to dig a new tunnel. When digging, the speed was much slower than when it was moving forward in the tunnel. Pei-Ran was delighted. The tail of the shield machine was open, where the thinker was hung, and the open rack and conveyor belt structure could be seen. As long as the distance was close enough, he could throw NG8 on it, and immediately step back, and press the explosion button, and the thinker would be solved. The shield machine suddenly stopped. Boom boom boom. A louder roar than the previous one suddenly sounded. Pei-Ran was originally speeding up to run towards it, but suddenly realized that something was wrong. The next second, a large amount of red soil and gravel sprayed out from the conveyor belt at the rear. Pei-Ran only had time to close her eyes, to protect her head and face, before she was pressed to the ground by a huge pressure. There was tape on her mouth, and the mud continued to pour into her ears and nostrils. It was as if there was a mountain on her body. The pressure was getting bigger and bigger, her chest was painful from being compressed, and she couldn't breathe at all. Buried alive. The roar of the shield machine was blocked by the soil. The background became unusually quiet, and there was only one voice in her ears that was extremely clear. Pei-Ran? Pei-Ran? Just like that night, the voice that tried to pull her back from the nightmare. The southern entrance of the Black Well. In the sky, the hazy orange sun gradually set in the west, disappeared behind the red cliff, and disappeared. Fortunately, the Rift Valley was sheltered from the wind, and it was not particularly cold. Jiang Gong and Ai Xia sat on the big white stone together, took out a small bread from the backpack, ate it in a few bites, and also stuffed a bread into Jin Hijuan's hand. Jin Hijun sat behind them, took out some bread, shook his hand, and probably didn't want to eat. The other people also took out food, whether they had an appetite or not. They had to maintain their strength to survive. Yanaya was alone, still standing far away from the others. Took out a bag of bird food from her backpack, opened it, poured out a small handful, held it in her palm, and untied the tape that was wrapped around the parrot's mouth. Glutinous rice ball was hungry, and quickly pecked at the small pile of various seeds, tilted his head to look at his owner, indicating that he wanted more. Enya poured another handful into her palm. There were still 2 packets of bird food left in the bag. She calculated in her mind that it could hold on for a while. If the bird food was gone, she could still share her own food with it. The people in Heijing asked them not to leave, to wait here first, maybe there was still hope of getting in. She was thinking about this, and was a little distracted. The glutinous rice ball was eaten quickly, and was still waiting for her to pour more bird food. It was a little impatient, and suddenly flapped its wings, raised its head, and opened its mouth. A resounding song burst out of the bird's beak, reverberating in the evening Rift Valley, in the vast East Minyaw. At the moment the parrot opened its mouth, Enya's thoughts were pulled back, and she shuddered. For some reason, an inexplicable chill struck her heart. She seemed to suddenly see the college student, who was cut in half by a blade-like transparent partition at the departure station of Yahai No. 7, in front of the metal gate. His ghost seemed to be standing in front of the cliff opposite, staring at her with a sinister look. "I didn't mean to kill you," Yanaya explained hurriedly in her heart. At that time, the whole city of Yahai was on fire, and there were no cars, and Yahai No. 7 was the only way out. "I was just anxious to try, and figure out how to get through that strange gate. I wanted to save myself, and Nuamichuan, and I didn't mean to hurt you, and I really had no other choice at that time. But why did I choose this person among the crowd at that time?" Yanaya didn't think about this carefully, but at this moment, the answer was about to come out. "My family is not well off, and I started working before I graduated from high school. Although my income is okay, sometimes when I see these college students, I still feel a little bit of a tug in my heart. Why? Why at the same age, some people can study without worries, study until the end of time, and have a bright future, while others have to shoulder the burden of life early, and work hard for a living. This world is unfair." Bang! When the song sounded, Aisha and her grandmother turned their heads at the same time. Before she finished singing a line of lyrics, Enya and her parrot disappeared. Jin Hijun also heard the singing and the explosion. He couldn't see, and he tilted his head in fear to listen carefully. But he couldn't speak, and he couldn't ask what happened. People died one after another. Jiang Gong was motionless, staring at the blood flowers exploding on the ground. The parrot could talk, but now it exploded. The state of silence continued to escalate. The situation could change at any time, and things that were originally safe were gradually becoming unsafe. Those sign languages, gestures, codes, and various communication methods that can exist temporarily are all bombs that can explode at any time. Staying outside the shielding layer is becoming more and more dangerous. Jiang Gong thought for a while, stood up from the stone, stepped back a few steps, and stayed away from Ai Xia. This is Xia Xia, who she raised from childhood. She was originally a little baby, with small hands and feet, and was chubby. So many years have passed in a blink of an eye, and she has grown up to this size. She is almost 70 years old, and death is foreseeable, and can happen at any time. She only hopes that Xia Xia can live safely. As long as she left, Xia Xia would no longer have anyone to worry about, and would enter the safe black well. She looked at Ai Xia lovingly, pulled down the scarf around her neck, and spit out the small wooden stick in her mouth. When Grandma stood up, Ai Xia knew what she was going to do. Seeing that she really spit out the wooden stick in her mouth, Ai Xia's head buzzed. Grandma didn't want to become a burden to her, so she planned to commit suicide and let her enter the black well alone. Ai Xia stood up, without hesitation, tore off her scarf, and spit out the wooden stick in her mouth. If Grandma gave up and spoke, she would speak too. Living might not be a good thing. If they wanted to leave, they could leave together. Jiang Gong looked at Aisha's eyes, which were as firm and resolute as the dueling gunman. She was stubborn, and she was just as stubborn. She was just like she was 40 years ago. She would never back down when she made up her mind. She was as stubborn as a donkey. This was the child she raised with her own hands, and he had the same temper as her. The old and the young looked at each other silently for a while. Jiangong finally sighed silently, put the small wooden stick hanging around his neck back in his mouth, walked back, hugged Aisha, and sat down again in the original position. A red wasteland several dozen kilometers away. In an underground tunnel. Pei Ran was struggling with suffocation. It felt like a mountain was pressing down on her. Her whole body could not move, and only the mechanical hand on her right could barely move. She tried to shake this hand. But if she loosened it a little, the new soil on top would collapse, as if it had no effect. The feeling of suffocation was extremely strong. The eyes were originally dark, but now they began to turn white, and the key was her chest, which could not rise or fall at all. Pei Ran tried to mobilize the green light in her body. Green light number 1 had just finished eating melon seeds, and was sleeping soundly. There was no response. Pei Ran closed her mechanical arm as close to her chest as possible, creating space for her head and chest. Her chest loosened a little. Her mechanical arm touched another equally hard object. That object was not a rock, but was moving. It was the metal claw on W's folding arm, loosening the soil with her. W's voice was still in her ears. Pei Ran, I saw clearly when we buried it just now. There is less soil in front of your head to the left. Let's see if we can dig it out. His voice was different from usual, and he spoke faster than usual, as if he was anxious. Pei Ran could still talk to him in her mind, but the feeling of suffocation made her feel dazed from time to time. She answered in her heart, okay. This is so close to the black well. She must not die here. Pei Ran tried to concentrate, moving the left mechanical hand, loosening the soil around her. The range of movement of the mechanical hand finally expanded. Pei Ran continued to summon green light in her mind while loosening the soil. However, she didn't need it anymore, and light suddenly appeared on her eyelids. She opened her eyes and saw the bright white light of the metal ball shining on the tunnel wall. The metal ball was right next to her, also buried in the soil, with only half of the ball exposed. It ignored itself, waving its folded arms rapidly, digging the soil frantically, trying to dig her head out of the soil. The digging speed was much faster than that of humans. Red soil and gravel kept splashing to the side, and a pair of metal claws danced so fast that they left after images. Her nose was also exposed, but it was filled with soil, and she still couldn't breathe. Pei Ran's chest was compressed, and there was no air in his lungs. Even if he wanted to blow, he couldn't blow the soil out. Pei Ran's own mechanical hand also came out, and together with W's metal claws, she pushed the soil away. Her mouth finally emerged from the soil. She tried to open her mouth and break free from the tape. Air entered her chest. Her chest was still firmly compressed by the surrounding soil, and she still couldn't rise and fall. Pei Ran recovered a little. Her shoulders were also exposed. Her mechanical hand could move, and she tried to dig herself out. Her upper body finally came out. Air rushed into her lungs, and Pei Ran choked and coughed. When she came out, she could see clearly that she was buried alive in a large pile of soil. For some reason, the shield machine suddenly became violent and sprayed the soil it had chewed into the tunnel. The shield machine still had its lights on, moving forward happily, and was digging a new tunnel with a hum. Pei Ran pulled out her legs, fished out the metal ball, staggered to her feet, and before she could even stand still, she began to stumble forward. She was chasing the shield machine. W. He reminded, Pei Ran, your ears are full of dirt. But in silence, ears really weren't very useful. W. There's a lot of dirt in my hair. 2. The tied-up hair was tangled, and it was like a net bag holding a lot of red dirt. The coat, pants, and shoes were also full of dirt, which kept falling down. Pei Ran ran, shaking her head, shaking the dirt out of her ears. It dared to bury me alive. Pei Ran said to W in her heart, I'm going to blow it into pieces. She looked down at the metal ball, picked it up and shook it. Red soil splashed out from the cracks on the ball shell, and the whole ball became much lighter. The shield machine was still opening up new territory in front of it. The speed of the crazy fusion body's excavation was much faster than that of ordinary shield machines. But the speed was still relatively slow, and the distance was constantly shortening. Pei Ran took off the scarf on her back while running, pulled out the black round cake, NG8. Will it not explode if I throw it? She asked. W said calmly, you can throw it as you like. It won't explode even if it's thrown from a height of 2,000 meters. It will only explode if it's remotely controlled. Okay, Pei Ran said. When the distance is closer, I'll throw it over. W asked her, Before this, do you have anything you want me to convey to He Jing? After walking together for a long time, he really understood her thoughts. Yes. I can find a way to help He Jing blow up the Intelligent Mobile Combat Center, but there is a condition. They have to let everyone I brought this time into He Jing. Including Jiang Gong, including Jin Hejuan, including everyone. W answered quickly. I'll pass the message. After only a moment, W replied. The temporary decision-making committee all agreed. Everyone you brought this time can enter He Jing, Marshal Wiener said. For the safety of He Jing, please find a way to blow up the Thinker as soon as possible. He Jing is so big, it doesn't really matter if there are a few more people. There's no need to break your promise on such a small matter. Pei Ran agreed. Okay. They keep their word. And I keep my word too. She tried her best to speed up, chasing the shield machine, and finally closed the distance. Pei Ran grabbed the NG-8 with a manipulator, aiming at the open tail of the shield machine. The shield machine in front suddenly shook, and actually accelerated again. It turned out that it had bored through this tunnel, and just drove into the existing tunnel in front. The distance between it and Pei Ran began to increase rapidly again. Once the opportunity was gone, it would be difficult to find it again. Pei Ran no longer hesitated, and directly swung the NG-8 in his hand, aiming at its tail, and sent it flying. Just like 100,000 years ago. In the distant Stone Age, the good hunters among humans, relying on instinct and superb skills, threw out the flying stone rope and threw the stone ball at her prey. The black round cake spun rapidly in the air, drew an arc, and landed accurately on the open tail conveyor belt of the shield machine, and stopped. The landing point was accurate, and the position was very ideal. Only 2 or 3 meters away from the Intelligent Mobile Combat Center hanging at the tail. Chapter 64. The bomb is in place. Pei Ran breathed a sigh of relief. No longer having to run so desperately, she slowed down, and took out the small round button for detonating NG-8 from her pocket. W reminded her, Pei Ran, this distance is not good, too close, you will be affected by the explosion. You need to be farther away before detonating. Also, be prepared, the explosion is likely to cause the tunnel to collapse. He was right. Pei Ran stopped where he was, waiting for the shield machine to move forward further. The Thinker was still struggling on the tail of the shield machine. Compared to the huge shield machine, it looked a little petite, but it was actually a huge monster, at least 3 or 4 meters tall. Its entire body had no trace of a fused organism, and was wrapped in a solid black matte metal shell. Its head was also wrapped tightly, but behind the transparent protective plate, where the camera should have been installed, was a large, lonely eye. It had eyelids and eyelashes, and was obviously human. Its eyeballs were still moving, which looked very strange. W calculated, the distance is almost right. Pei Ran moved his thumb to the red part of the small round button, preparing to press it. The shield machine in front suddenly shook. Its forward speed slowed down, as if it had encountered an obstacle again and was ready to dig. However, with this vibration, the Thinker Intelligent Mobile Operations Center stuck at its tail also swung up and down, and the black foot broke free from the shield machine and fell off the shield machine. As the Thinker fell, it quickly regained its balance. As soon as it regained its freedom, the lower part quickly merged into a crawler structure, and it rushed to the fork in the road next to it. It moved too fast, and in one go, it instantly exceeded the 10-meter explosion range of NG-8. Pei Ran and W. The shield machine didn't know it had lost something, and it was still carrying the bomb, and continued to dig the mountain and rock with great momentum. The Thinker left it, and rushed into the fork next to it. The bomb, and the object to be exploded parted ways. Pei Ran immediately accelerated and ran forward, ran to the fork in the road, put W off his body, assigned tasks. You go chase the Thinker, I'll go get the bomb on the shield machine. W agreed, stretched down his 2 folding arms, and began to run forward. He didn't run as fast as Pei Ran, but at least he could temporarily follow the Intelligent Mobile Operations Center, and prevent it from getting lost. Pei Ran continued to move forward. The rock in front seemed a bit hard to chew, and it was not easy to chew. The speed of the shield machine's excavation slowed down a lot. Pei Ran finally caught up, reached out, and grabbed the beam at the tail of it, jumped onto the conveyor belt, and picked up the NG-8. The shield machine fusion must also have green light on its body. But now is not the time to take its green light. We have to chase the Thinker first, before the shield machine could react. Pei Ran had already jumped down and returned to the original route, turning into the fork in the road. He saw the metal ball in front. The tunnel on this side no longer has shield machine lighting, and the metal ball turned on the headlights. Its pair of metal claws leaned down on the ground, and the direction of the folded arm joints was opposite to that of humans. When running, it bounced, and its posture was very similar to that of a running ostrich. The light of the searchlight also jumped along with his movements. If she wasn't in such a hurry, Pei Ran would have wanted to laugh. She quickly caught up with him, picked him up, and hung him on her body. Your running posture is really weird. W. Are you laughing at me? These two folded arms are not meant for running. Pei Ran, I'm not laughing at you. Can't I just say you're cute? W was not overwhelmed by her cuteness. He was very calm. I seriously doubt that the cuteness you mentioned is actually a euphemism for funny. He emphasized in a low voice. I originally had a suspension system, and I could fly. Unfortunately, it doesn't work now, so he can only hang on her obediently. The Thinker deserves to be called a mobile combat center. It moves at a fairly fast speed, and has already slipped far ahead. Pei Ran asked W. It is a combat center. It is not equipped with weapons. How can it protect itself? Otherwise, it should have fired a few shots at the shield machine and tried to rescue itself. W said, it should have. It should have been equipped with 4 installable and detachable armed robots. But the factory has not had time to put them on yet. Fortunately, it has not had time. The Thinker slid to the end of the tunnel, turned left smoothly, and disappeared. Pei Ran quickly chased after him with the metal ball on his back, and also turned left. Suddenly, a strange scene appeared in front of him. In the middle of the tunnel that the Thinker had just passed through, countless green lights were moving outward from the wall next to it. Its main body soon emerged from the wall. In the center was an extremely bright mass of green light, so dense that it was almost impossible to distinguish the light spots. Several wide and bright spiral arms extended from the center to the surroundings, and the spiral arms were also composed of countless green lights. From the center to the spiral arms, it forms a huge disc, which rotates slowly, disc-shaped, spiral-shaped. At a glance, it looks like a galaxy made of green light. The disc of the galaxy tilts, illuminating the entire tunnel. Dozens of kilometers away, Blackwell Base, Command Center Hall. Marshal Wiener and other members of the Temporary Decision-Making Committee left the small conference room and came to the Command Center Hall. The large screen of the command center was divided into many small grids. Originally, it was all the current situation of the northern battlefield. Now there is one more grid. The progress of blowing up the Thinker in the synchronous tunnel. In the small screen, a large vortex of green light appeared. The vortex was moving constantly, and when the main body filled the entire tunnel, it stopped. The tunnel was already more than 8 or 9 meters wide, but the spiral of light was even wider than it. Part of the spiral arm was immersed in the tunnel walls on both sides. The green light spot completely ignored the obstruction of the tunnel wall and smoothly passed through the rock wall as it rotated. Marshal Wiener, Agent W. Zoom in on the tunnel picture. The picture quickly enlarged on the virtual screen, and soon occupied the entire large screen. The bright green light made everyone's face in the command center green. Admiral Eugene said, "This is," W added, "the kind of light vortex we have discovered before." W continued, "This kind of light vortex was first discovered by Dr. Is, who studies the green light of the fusion body. But the largest light vortex he discovered at that time was no more than 40 centimeters in diameter. It was not until last night, on the northern front, that we discovered a giant light vortex of this scale for the first time. This is definitely a behemoth." Someone asked, "Is this the light vortex we found in the north last night? It looks like it moves." W answered truthfully, "I don't know. The shape of the light vortex has been changing. I can't tell. This light vortex is malignant." W said, "According to Dr. Is research, every bit of green light in the light vortex will create a crazy fusion. No one can get close to the light vortex." Someone said, "No wonder there are so many crazy fusions around here. Maybe it's the light vortex that's causing trouble. Whoever touches this thing will be unlucky." But everyone saw that the Thinker Intelligent Mobile Combat Center just went through the tunnel before the light vortex appeared, and went all the way forward, and had already run far to the other end of the tunnel. Fortunately, this road is a dead end, and the Thinker stopped at the end. The problem now is that the dangerous light vortex blocked the middle of the tunnel, leaving no gap, and Pei Ran couldn't go over to blow up the Thinker. Someone asked, "What is the effective range of NG-8? W replied, 10 meters. W didn't need to make an estimate, and it could be seen that from Pei Ran's position to the Intelligent Mobile Combat Center, it was probably more than 200 meters away. Lieutenant General Song Wan immediately said, Agent W, your patrol robot is not human. Is it possible to carry NG-8 through the light vortex? W said, I can't. Research shows that the light vortex will have a great impact on the core processor of the robot. My patrol robot cannot pass through the light vortex, and will crash when passing through it. Marshal Wiener immediately realized, what about NG-8? Will it be affected by the light vortex? W replied, the NG-8 bomb only has a simple detonation device, and there is no problem passing through the light vortex. Songwon pondered, I don't know if Pei Ran can throw NG-8 over. She has a special mechanical arm, and the throwing distance should be much farther than that of ordinary women. W, as far as throwing is concerned, NG-8 is very heavy. I checked the parameters of Pei Ran's mechanical arm. Her throwing action will be limited by human shoulders. It is estimated that she can throw more than 120 meters. But it is still not enough. Marshal Wiener frowned and continued to think of a way. What if we use a drone to transport the bomb? W reminded her, our drones are also equipped with an artificial intelligence core processor, which will also be affected by the light vortex. Marshal Wiener understood. So what we need is a device without an AI operating system installed. A very simple structure, like a toy car that children play with that is simply powered by electricity. Let it pass through the light vortex, and send NG-8 over. She was right. That's right, W said. I have just ordered the intelligent robot in the Blackwell Weapon Modification Workshop to make such a device. Now it is completed, and I am mobilizing drones to transport it over. The only problem is that it takes some time to go around in the maze-like underground tunnels and reach Pei Ran's location, dozens of kilometers away. Underground tunnels. Pei Ran looked at the huge green galaxy in front of him in amazement. What is this? W warned her. And his voice was so serious for the first time. Pei Ran, don't get close. We call this thing a light vortex. W said. In short, it is the manufacturing center of the crazy fusion body. We discovered a giant light vortex last night. A major accidentally approached the vortex. He was too close to it and automatically absorbed a large amount of green light, turning into a very scary crazy fusion. Pei Ran looked at the end of the tunnel in the distance, and saw the thinker spinning in place, and then turned to stare at the large rotating green light. She asked, how scary is it? A few hours after he absorbed the green light, he suddenly began to behave strangely at the temporary medical point on the battlefield, lost his mind, and turned into a crazy fusion. He madly absorbed everything around him, including beds, tables and chairs, treatment equipment, doctors, nurses, and several soldiers who came to support him. Everything, turning them all into part of his body. Pei Ran asked, what happened next? We already know how to deal with the crazy fusion, before he continues to grow wildly and becomes a messy behemoth. He and his mutant heart will be completely blown up. He warned again, Pei Ran, so don't touch that thing. However, the green lights in Pei Ran's body did not say so. From the moment the light vortex appeared, green light number 1, who had just died and could not be awakened, was completely awake. Green light number 2 and number 3 were also excited. The 3 light spots were running around in Pei Ran's body like crazy, and they were extremely excited. Food! 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 They were conveying their desire to Pei Ran strongly. Pei Ran thought, this thing, can you really digest it? They don't care. They just said, hungry. 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 Even if you are hungry, you can't act rashly. Pei Ran asked W, you can't get close to the light vortex, right? If you can, you would have gone there with the bomb long ago. W, yes. The core processor of our artificial intelligence will be seriously affected, and the robot will be paralyzed. Pei Ran, the robot will be paralyzed if it passes through the light vortex? That's great. She immediately began to wave her hands wildly at the thinker across the green light, jumping up and down, trying to attract its attention. The thinker is an artificial intelligence robot, and of course, it has a core processor inside. When it passed through the tunnel just now, the light vortex had not appeared. If we attract it to turn back now and pass through the light vortex again, we may be able to paralyze it and solve all problems. W, Pei Ran. It is a fusion body, and the light vortex may not have an effect on it. Pei Ran continued to wave his hands and jumped desperately. Let's try it. How do you know if you don't try? What if it succeeds? Unfortunately, the thinker had a human eye for nothing. It was like it was blind. It didn't appreciate her beauty with dirt all over its head. It didn't even look at her. It just kept spinning at the end of the tunnel, trying to find a way out so that it could continue running forward. Pei Ren had to calm down and think of other ways. She observed the shape of the large vortex and thought, Look at the position of the vortex. It feels like the brightest part of the center is a little to the upper left. So if we dig along the wall on the right, we might be able to dig out a passage without green light. W was speechless. You want to dig a way out? Do you think you are a shield machine? Pei Ren glanced at his folded arms. Your 2 claws, plus my mechanical hand, may not be a problem. When he dug her out of the pile just now, his claws swung very fast. At this speed, it is not impossible to dig a passage next to it to crawl through. W had to upload the data. I have used a drone to transport a simple electric car. It is estimated that it will take about 30 minutes to find our position in the tunnel. With only 30 minutes, the 2 of us will definitely not be able to dig a passage. So there is no need to waste our efforts, he said, and maybe, before the drone arrives, this round of light vortex will move away. The light vortex will move. And it may be possible, when the light vortex makes way, we can go directly over and blow up the thinker. Chapter 65. Suddenly, there was a slight humming sound from the aircraft behind him, which was very similar to the sound of the human-computer interface. Pei Ren was now sensitive to this kind of sound, and immediately turned around. W said, It's okay, it's the support drone coming. 2 fully armed military drones, carrying weapons, with lights on, flew along the tunnel one after the other, and stopped beside Pei Ren. One of the chassis had a NG-8 hanging on its mechanical claw. They passed through the maze-like underground tunnel, and finally found this place to support her. However, it was useless. Even if 10 more drones came, they still couldn't pass through the light vortex. W said, I'll control the drone and try to see if it's possible to pass between the 2 spiral arms. A drone hovering in the air suddenly moved. It flew steadily in front of the rotating light vortex, and saw the opportunity, and drilled through the gap between the 2 spiral arms composed of green light. However, it was called a gap, but the green light spots were relatively sparse compared to the spiral arms. In the rotating light vortex, there were still countless green light spots that silently penetrated the fuselage of the drone. The lights on the drone went out instantly, and it fell headfirst, like a dead bird, hitting the red soil of the tunnel, raising a large cloud of dust. It really didn't work. It seemed that we had to wait for a new drone to deliver a simple mechanical device. Suddenly, there was a vibration on the wall next to it. When Pei Ren listened carefully, the vibration had become stronger, and the ground was shaking. Dirt fell from the walls and the top of the tunnel, and landed on Pei Ren's head and shoulders. Pei Ren, is it going to collapse again? But it wasn't a collapse. Behind the green light vortex, beside the thinker, soil fell one after another, stones splashed, and several rows of rapidly rotating white fangs emerged from the tunnel wall. It was the disc-shaped head of the shield machine fusion body that kept advancing in the soil. It was still digging holes everywhere, turning around, and it dug here again. The thinker was named as it was, not stupid at all, was stuck on the tail of this shield machine, and was dragged around all over the world, and it was unknown how long it had been dragging, and it seemed to be very afraid of it. As soon as it saw the big face of the shield machine emerging from the wall, it immediately shrank into the corner, not daring to move. The cylindrical head of the shield machine finally emerged from the tunnel wall. It ignored the thinker, dragged its long body, and continued to move forward, hitting the opposite tunnel wall head-on. It was not polite, and pushed its face against the wall. The rows of teeth on the disc head rotated rapidly, and it started to dig immediately. The speed of digging the wall was not slow. In a blink of an eye, the front half of it was submerged in the wall again. Pei Ren was nervous. After the shield machine, head and tail, had drilled into the wall, it was foreseeable that there would be an extra passage behind it, and the passage would connect to the maze-like tunnel it had excavated before. If the thinker slipped away along this passage, he would not be able to find it again. And there was a light vortex blocking the way in front, so there was no way to continue chasing it. The drone carrying the equipment was still on the way, and the fuselage of the shield machine was moving forward, and the passage behind it would soon be revealed. Something must be done. Green light number 1 was awake, and kept crying hungry. Pei Ren originally planned to keep it, only to save her life in an emergency, but now it seemed she had to use it. She immediately mobilized green light number 1. Strangely, green light number 1 was awake, but it did not appear in her mind. Pei ran? It blew up a human film machine on the overpass today, and ate a lot of melon seeds, and blew up again in the mining area, and now it has given up. Hungry. It seemed to be expressing its attitude. Can't work. Hungry. Pei ran. Across the light vortex, the shield machine continued to move forward, and the thinker was eager to try. Pei ran stared at that side, and asked W, "How is the battlefield in the north?" She asked this, and W was silent. He knew very well that the situation on the battlefield in the north was very bad. The thinker was still continuously collecting battlefield information, formulating strategies, and conveying instructions to countless Attacker 13 combat robot fusions, which were stepping up their forward attack. The battle line was retreating step by step, and it was almost unbearable. W didn't answer, which was actually the same as answering. The green light in his body was still restless, and Pei Ran took off the rope on his shoulder. You just said that the fusion body might not be affected by the light vortex. Ordinary people will become monsters when they encounter the light vortex. But we fusion bodies may not be affected. W. Pei Ran. Don't. He adjusted his tone. Pei Ran. Don't take risks. The thinker ran away. We will find a way to find it again. There must be a way. But the thinker was still there. Right in front. And Pei Ran had a feeling. She believed in the judgment of the green lights in her body. The tail of the shield machine was about to drill out of the hole in the wall, and the hole was about to be vacated. The intelligent combat center turned its head and tried to move over there. Pei Ran put the metal ball on the ground next to it and rushed towards the light vortex. W. Pei Ran. In the black well. In the command center, people also realized this problem. The thinker was originally blocked in a dead end, but now there is an extra passage over there. It's going to slip away again. When the last mobile combat center was about to be blown up, and the situation on the battlefield in the north was about to be reversed, hope was shattered again. Marshal Wiener asked, "Have the other aircraft arrived?" W's voice came. All aircraft carrying NG-8 have been assembled. Soldiers are carrying NG-8 into the underground tunnel. The farthest tunnel entrance found by the reconnaissance aircraft is 20 kilometers away. The shield machine dug wildly underground, and dug out a huge underground maze. W continued, "This underground tunnel is too large. And the thinker moves very fast. We don't know where it will go. The situation on the front line is tense. But we still need to dispatch more people to conduct a carpet search of this area." Marshal Wiener nodded. "Okay. Then we can only..." Before he finished speaking, someone suddenly pointed at the screen. "Look!" On the screen, the metal ball was placed on the ground. Pei Ran appeared in the camera. The command center could not hear the conversation between her and W in her mind, but only saw her moving towards the light vortex. She ran to the lower right corner of the vortex where the green light was the thinnest. She stopped a step in front of it, waiting for the vortex to rotate slightly. When she saw the gap between the two spiral arms, she dodged through it. The vortex suddenly shook. Everyone saw that there were still countless green lights between the spiral arms, rushing into her body. When the green light sank in, Pei Ran obviously stumbled 2 steps. But she ignored it, and walked straight through the vortex without stopping. There was silence in the command center, and everyone thought of the scene they saw on the big screen last night. It was the northern front line. The surveillance of the medical point was broadcast. The major who had approached the light vortex turned into a fusion body under the camera. At that time, his whole body was inflated like air, getting bigger and bigger, and finally completely lost his human form. He was like a big magnet, as if he had an abnormal attraction to everything around him. The simple hospital bed flew towards him, melted into his abdomen, then the 2 treatment machines placed next to him, then a nurse, struggled a few times, became a part of his body, only the head and 2 hands came out of the major's back, then a doctor, dumped into his chest, feet still struggling desperately in the air. If she turns into something horrible like that, it would be better to die directly on the battlefield. Marshal Wiener looked at Pei Ran's hazy figure covered by green light and asked, "After the major was infected by the light vortex, how long did it take to turn into that appearance?" Song-won replied, "About a few hours. She mutated after being sent back to the medical station." Everyone was silent. This girl is still alive, but she is actually destined to die. And the way she died is terrible. In the command center hall, someone whispered, "This spirit is really worthy of a federal first-class medal." "I'm not doing it for the medal. Besides, she already has one. Through the rotating light vortex, you can see that the tail of the shield machine has begun to leave the wall, making way for the hole. But Pei Ren had already arrived. She quickly took off the scarf wrapped with NG8 on her back while running, and rushed directly to the Thinker. Compared to Pei Ren, the Thinker was undoubtedly a giant, 2 or 3 times as tall as her. Its single eye turned, and this time it finally noticed Pei Ren. It turned its direction, and the tracks pressed towards her. Pei Ren avoided it, and with a push of her hand, she swiftly jumped onto the baffle above its tracks, and in a few seconds, she tied the scarf wrapped with NG8 firmly around its legs, and tied a knot. Tie the bomb to it. Even if it runs around, it will be bombed. Pei Ren jumped down from the baffle, ran back quickly, and repeated the same method, passing through the spiral arm of the light vortex. When passing through, a large amount of green light rushed in again. Pei Ren's steps were unsteady, stumbling through the light vortex, rushing back in one breath, picking up the metal ball on the ground. Behind her, the Thinker ignored her, the little thing climbing up and down on its tracks, and saw the open passage. It turned quickly, drove into the cave, and disappeared from sight. Pei Ren pressed the button. There was a loud bang. In the tunnel, gravel and sand fell like raindrops in a heavy rainstorm. Just as W expected, NG8 was quite powerful. The explosion caused a serious landslide. Dust and smoke rose in the tunnel, drowning the camera, and nothing could be seen. There was silence in the command center. Did it explode? Someone asked tentatively. A moment later, we received feedback from the front line. The fusion robots suddenly stopped attacking. They are spinning in place, as if they have lost their target. Their formation is scattered. W's cold voice came. Attacker 13 has lost command. It is estimated that they will soon switch to individual operations according to the program settings. The new counterattack and encirclement strategy has been approved and sent to the Northern Combat Command Center. It will be immediately distributed to various combat units. Cheers broke out in the hall of the command center, and everyone got busy. CEO Basherway asked carefully, "So the Blackwell is okay now? Is the second phase of the Protective Layer project also okay?" Marshal Wiener relaxed completely. Sounded, leaned back in his chair, and took a long breath. In the underground tunnel, the surging red smoke almost blocked the light emitted by the metal ball. Pei Ren couldn't see the road, and could only carry the metal ball by feeling, and ran forward. W's voice kept ringing in his ears. "Pei Ren, how much green light has entered your body? Can you handle it? Do you feel uncomfortable? Pei Ren, what can I do for you? Pei Ren? If you keep nagging, I will really die, because of your nagging." Pei Ren said, "Besides, if you really want to nag, can you use bubbling sound? At least it can be a little entertaining." W seemed to sigh. But Pei Ren was really feeling uncomfortable. Not only because the dust in the tunnel made her eyes sting, and made it difficult to breathe, but also because of the green light spots that were rushing into her body. When she just passed through the light vortex, she carefully avoided the spiral arm with the brightest green light. However, even if she passed through the area between the two spiral arms, where the light spots were relatively sparse, there were still countless green lights that rushed in like a tide and rushed into her body. They rushed back and forth between her internal organs, perhaps dozens or even hundreds of them, making her dizzy and unable to see clearly. These crazy green lights treated her body as an amusement park. She was dizzy and couldn't see clearly. She felt dizzy as if she was drunk. She was quite experienced in dealing with crazy fusion green lights. She just let the orderly green lights in her body eat them. Eating them would not only not harm the body, but also upgrade the abilities of the green lights. Green lights 1 and 2, and Yulianka's green light 3, had been jumping up and down and shouting for hunger just now. Now the takeaway has really arrived. Not only did they come, but they also covered the sky, as if the sky was covered with takeout rain. This time Pei Ren did not restrict any of them, and let the 3 green lights eat as much as they wanted. The 3 of them were having fun, chasing prey everywhere, and swallowing it down in big mouthfuls. The problem was that it didn't last long, and soon they couldn't eat anymore. There were still so many crazy light spots that had not been dealt with, making trouble everywhere in the body, and the orderly green lights could only reluctantly continue to eat under Pei Ren's constant urging. Pei Ren could sense their thoughts. Either they were starving to death, or they were eating too much, then they couldn't live like this. "Eat quickly," she urged in her heart. Eat quickly. It was so uncomfortable. She felt so uncomfortable, stumbling and swaying, not knowing where the road was at all, just moving forward instinctively. W noticed it immediately. "I'll show you the way," he said. Pei ran, turned right ahead. Behind him was the rumbling sound of a landslide. The drone was flying not far ahead, and it was probably W who was directing it to explore the way. Pei Ren tried to run forward in the dust that filled the tunnel. She thought vaguely. He started navigating again. "I wonder if he will lead people into the dog hole again." She stumbled to the right and entered a new tunnel. The landslide behind her continued. The tunnel she ran through disappeared. The sound was like a large rolling landmine falling behind her. Pei Ran's eyes turned pale. Her soul floated up vaguely, but her legs were heavy, as if they were filled with lead. She thought, "Forget it. I won't run anymore. Let the landslide catch up with her and bury her." Then W would dig the soil frantically and dig her out of the ground, like digging out a buried seed. "It's quite funny." Pei Ren pulled the corner of his mouth. "But being buried alive is too bad." Pei Ren had imagined various ways of dying before, such as being blown into pieces by the mechanical monster's explosive guns, being burned to death in the bunker by the incendiary bombs they threw, or being shot in the head by them. All of these feelings are not very pleasant. Now that she has experienced it herself, she found that it is better not to die by being buried alive, because it is particularly uncomfortable. Her feet can still move on their own, trying to move forward. W said in his ear, "Pei Ren, hold on. Go a little further and turn left." When he was anxious, his voice was especially cold, and there was no emotion at all. Pei Ren cheered up. Bubble sound. W seemed to be stunned, and the next moment, his voice changed. There were no bubbles, but the voice was gentle, low, and ambiguous. It should appear on the bed, not in such a dark tunnel. Pei Ren, let's go forward. You have run into the range of the modeling model I used for patrol robots and drones. I know the road very well. As long as you hold on for a while, we can reach an exit. The exit is not far from the entrance we came in. The landslide was chasing her from behind, and it was almost hitting her heels. It was like a hell that was constantly collapsing. Chapter 66. But there is still a road ahead. Through the dust, you can see the taillight of the drone flying ahead. Pei Ren, run forward 20 meters, and you will see the next turn. W said gently. Just hold on for another 10 meters, and you can turn left. Go right ahead, the next turn is very close, only 15 meters. Pei Ren, we are almost there. His words were like a carrot hanging in front of a donkey pulling a millstone, dangling in front of his eyes, dangling, and pulling him forward. The falling gravel hit my head and back like hailstones. Countless green dots of light shuttled wildly in my body. My internal organs were torn and ached strangely. My spirit seemed to be gradually independent, floating, separated from my uncomfortable body. My brain entered a very quiet and strange state. Sometimes I think, Pei Ren said in his heart, maybe you are actually my imagination. After entering silence, no one could speak anymore. The whole world became very quiet. So quiet that it was unbearable. In this situation, people's mental state is prone to problems, and then I gradually had a mental breakdown, and finally went completely crazy. Pei Ren said, so I imagined you, who could talk to me in my mind, chat with me, and sing to me, but in fact, there is no you at all. She said, maybe you are just a dumb ball who can't talk. I walked such a long way, and said so many words, but in fact, it was only me. W was quiet for a moment. He said, when you get out, I will prove my existence to you. The light in front became brighter, much brighter than the taillight of the drone. It was the end of the upward passage. I heard that when a person is dying, they will pass through a long tunnel, and there will be a little light at the end of the tunnel, whether dead or alive now. Pei Ren stumbled towards the light. The collapse was getting closer, and with a rumble, the sky collapsed and the earth sank, and red soil and gravel fell down. Pei Ren tried her best to rush forward. She opened her eyes. She saw the sky. The sky was a hazy color, and the ground covered with red soil was stable and peaceful. She came out. The rope of the metal ball broke, and the ball rolled to the side. The broken end of the rope was not far from Pei Ren's little finger. The rope that had been tied tightly all the way suddenly broke, like a bad omen. W stretched out his folded arms, propped himself up, and walked to Pei Ren. Are you okay? He bit his folded arms, leaned down. His big black eyes approached Pei Ren's face, and his voice was worried. Pei Ren lay on the ground, not wanting to stand up. Green light number 1 and number 2 in his body had eaten so many light spots that they were already full, and could not hold on any longer. Only under her drive, they managed to swallow it down. Yulianka's green light number 3 had already quietly slipped away, hiding and refusing to continue eating. There were still many crazy and chaotic light spots left, densely packed, playing tricks in her body. Pei Ran's eyes turned pale. Using green light number 1 once now, maybe it can help it digest the food and swallow a little more, but there is still a long way to go back to aging, and if it doesn't keep its ability, Pei Ran is not at ease. W said, "Pei Ran, look over there, our aircraft." W was right. This exit was not far from the entrance of the landslide. The aircraft she drove when she came here was parked not far in front. The silver-black fuselage was shining with a special luster. Pei Ran propped himself up with his hands, sat for a few seconds, stood up shakily, and picked up the broken rope of the metal ball. I'll walk by myself. She looked like she was about to fall down at any time. It's okay. Pei Ran carried the ball and walked towards the aircraft step by step. The southern entrance of the Blackwell base. In the Great Rift Valley. The sun was completely invisible. Even the last bit of light orange slanting light disappeared behind the cliff. The light dimmed, and the temperature dropped. Aisha and her grandmother were still sitting on the big white rock. Aisha took out a small blanket from her backpack for her grandmother, put it on her, and put on gloves herself. Jin Hijuan also fumbled, took out a thick coat from his big bag and put it on. The other two also moved to a more sheltered corner and huddled together. The father of the family of 3 didn't bother to add more clothes. He just sat on the rock. His mind was not focused, and he just stared at the red rock wall at the entrance. The rock wall suddenly rippled slightly like water waves. A figure suddenly appeared out of nowhere. It was the uniformed officer from before. He came back again and flashed out from the camouflage layer. He waved to the few people who stayed at the entrance. Aisha and the others were stunned, but immediately stood up with hope. Maybe the officer had some new hints. The officer did not show them the new hints, but simply pointed to the entrance behind them and asked them to go in. Jiangong and Aisha looked at each other in surprise, totally unable to believe it. The father of the family of 3 was stunned for a moment, forgot to even take his bag, and hurried to the entrance. After walking a few steps, he remembered to turn around and pick up his backpack. Aisha reached out to help Jin Hijuan up. Jin Hijuan had no idea what was going on, and couldn't communicate, so he could only stagger forward with Aisha. Everyone followed the officer, and entered the camouflage layer. It turned out that hidden behind the illusion of the red rock wall was a door, which was now open, and inside the door was a tall and wide tunnel, which was brightly lit. A group of fully armed soldiers were guarding the entrance. There was also a small military truck parked next to it. It was antique in style. I had only seen it in movies many years ago. It was probably specially found to adapt to the silence. The officer asked everyone to stop first, pointed his finger at his mouth, and made a gesture to silence. Aisha understood. What he meant was that, although we had entered the tunnel, we were still outside the shielding layer, and we could not talk yet. There were no screens or text logos on the military vehicle, only the simplest and most primitive steering wheel, and all the text on the dashboard had been scraped off. The officer took the driver's seat himself, and turned around to signal everyone to get in. Everyone climbed into the open truck bed and sat down. The truck finally started and drove forward along the bright tunnel. After driving for a long distance, a heavy metal door that stood tall and straight appeared in front of them. The metal door seemed to have seen the car and opened slowly and automatically. The small truck drove in and found that there was another floor inside. After entering 3 doors in succession, there was another team of armed soldiers guarding the gates. Further ahead, it was still the same tunnel. But the officer in the driver's seat stopped the car and turned his head. He looked at everyone and said, "Welcome to the Blackwell." The moment the voice was heard, everyone in the truck bed cried. This was the first time in so many days that I heard the most normal and natural human voice. Not screaming, not talking in sleep, not hoarse, and most importantly, the person who spoke was not dead, and was still alive 3 seconds later. That father, covering his face, bending his back, crying loudly, crying like a child. Aisha raised her hand and wiped her face. Her hands were all covered with tears, and the grandmother next to her reached out and tightly grasped her hand. Aisha untied her scarf, spit out the small wooden stick in her mouth, and spoke for the first time. The throat felt strange, and the sound was also strange, and it sounded strange to me. And the sound passed through the skull and reached my ears, especially close and clear, making me subconsciously feel abrupt and nervous, and my heart couldn't help but pound. We have a friend, still outside, Aisha said. It's a girl, driving a flying vehicle. We don't know where she went. Can we wait for her? This was a hopeless question, but the officer answered it. The friend you mentioned, she went to complete a mission, and the condition she proposed was to take all of you into the Black Well. Aisha was stunned. Mission? Then where is she now? The officer looked into her eyes, speaking apologetically, and answered truthfully, I don't know. The Blackwell Base. Command Center Hall. After the last Thinker was destroyed, the situation on the northern battlefield immediately reversed. The tug-of-war near the second phase protective layer project finally ended. It returned to the hands of the human army, and the front line continued to advance, with great momentum. Agent W was notifying the progress. It is estimated that the front line will not retreat any further. The engineering team has begun to repair the damaged second phase protective layer equipment. Marshal Wiener's mind has always been on the battlefield in the north, closely monitoring the battle situation. Agent W mentioned this. She suddenly remembered the memory. She asked, Agent W, where is your patrol robot? On the big screen in the middle of the hall. The picture of the red wasteland in the west appeared again. Everyone saw Pei Ran. She was walking towards the aircraft. Her steps were unsteady. She was swaying. And she didn't look very good. She was contaminated by the light vortex. Is she about to mutate? Someone asked in a low voice. No one knew. Admiral Eugene said, we pay high tribute to the self-sacrificing hero who saved the Black Well. Lieutenant General Delsa interrupted, but Agent W. She may mutate into a crazy fusion at any time. And the patrol robot is still with her, which is very dangerous to the data in the memory. Everyone knew that if Pei Ran mutated into a monster like the Major who approached the light vortex last night, the patrol robot next to her would be fused immediately, and the data in the memory would be gone. The data in the memory is related to whether the equipment of the second phase shielding layer can be repaired. And the second phase shielding layer project is related to the safety of Haging. Marshal Wiener nodded. That's right. Agent W. We will find a way to deal with Pei Ran's matter later. For the safety of the data, I ask you to immediately control the patrol robot to leave her, and return to Haging with the memory directly. The hall was quiet for a moment. And then Agent W's calm voice sounded. Last night, after the Major came into contact with the light vortex, it took several hours to mutate. I judged that it would be the fastest choice to take Pei Ran back to Haging on the aircraft. CEO Baseway calmly interrupted. You can leave her behind and drive the aircraft away by yourself. Abandoning people is already a last resort. Baseway suddenly proposed to drive the aircraft away by himself. Everyone in the command hall immediately turned their heads and stared at him. Agent W replied calmly, to fly this kind of aircraft, you need to coordinate your hands and feet. My patrol robot only has a pair of folding arms. Mr. Baseway, I'm sorry I can't help you. On the big screen, Pei Ran opened the door of the cockpit, climbed to the driver's seat, and sat down. She took the backpack, took out the tape, tore off a piece, stuck it firmly on her mouth, and pressed it. She had been seriously contaminated by the crazy green light of the light vortex. But she still sealed her mouth seriously, trying to survive. The command hall was silent. Pei Ran took a deep breath, held the joystick, and started the aircraft. Basher looked at the big screen and couldn't help but said, Marshal Wiener, do we really want to let her into the Black Well? I also saw the surveillance of the Major's mutation last night. I remind you that if she mutates inside the Black Well, it may pose a serious threat to the safety of the entire Black Well. Marshal Wiener looked at him and said nothing. Lieutenant General Song-Wan couldn't help but said, Mr. CO, do you realize that if your words are spread, what impact will it have on the morale of the frontline soldiers? The soldiers will think, is this how the Federation treats the hero who saved the Black Well? Batherway replied coldly, the Black Well is the last ark of mankind, the only hope left for mankind, and its importance is above all else. Agent W turned off the screen and his voice was colder than his. Mr. Batherway, I have made an assessment of the worst-case scenario. We have been studying green light for many years. We have suppression bracelets and a complete set of medical equipment to control the activity of green light. We have an isolation center and a sturdy isolation room. Even a crazy fusion body cannot easily break through. When the Major mutated last night, we lacked experience in dealing with it and failed to deal with it in time. But now it is completely different. He said, inside the Black Well, there are enough control methods to restrain a mutated crazy fusion body. Enough? Baseway snorted. Because of silence? The crazy fusion body is becoming more and more evil. And its ability is no longer what it used to be. How can you guarantee enough? W replied, last night. The Major absorbed much more green light than Pei Ran. I have reason to believe that her condition will be under our control. Lieutenant General Song once said, Mr. Baseway, please trust the judgment of Agent W. He has almost never made a mistake. They were arguing. Dozens of kilometers away. But Pei Ran's ears were particularly quiet. The aircraft slowly ascended into the air, leaving only the sound of the wind passing through the hole in the cabin. W's tone was also exceptionally gentle. So gentle that it was a little unlike him. He asked, Pei Ran, how do you feel? Pei Ran endured the discomfort and gradually forced the green light running around in his body together. Not bad. As long as they can stay here obediently. They will eat green light number 1 by 1 when they have an appetite. The aircraft flew over the desolate land. W seemed to be hesitant to speak, but finally spoke. Pei Ran, some people in Heijing don't want you to enter Heijing, worried that you will mutate and affect Heijing's safety. But, he said, you must enter Heijing. Under the current circumstances, only Heijing has sufficient medical conditions to suppress the crazy green light in your body. Pei Ran pushed the joystick to increase the speed. She asked, aren't you afraid that I will turn into a monster and destroy the entire Heijing? W replied, don't worry. I have done a comprehensive assessment, and I am sure that even if the worst happens, and you become a major, Heijing will be able to deal with it. Only humans will panic blindly. I am artificial intelligence, and my judgment is absolutely rational. Pei Ran tilted his head to look at the metal ball. Thinking? Absolutely rational? Really? Chapter 67. The southern entrance of the Black Well. There was only the last glimmer of sunset in the sky. On the top of the slope of the cliff, two figures appeared. They were Tang Dao and Sheng Mingxi. The two were in the tunnel of the mining area. They never waited for Pei Ran's aircraft. They knew that she must still be chased by the group of people, or met with another accident. Waiting like this was not a solution. The two gestured to each other and tried to communicate. Sheng Mingxi had learned some code from Tang Dao and Jin Hejuan in the past 2 days. He used it haltingly, but he had a strong talent for acting. The two of them could actually communicate well. The two had the same idea. Instead of waiting for someone to pick them up, they might as well just go on their own. They were only a few kilometers ahead, and Pei Ran had already shown everyone the features of the entrance to the Black Well, so it should be possible to find it. The only problem was the dangerous fusion bodies that were everywhere. Fortunately, the nearby human-machine group had long been led away by Pei Ran's aircraft, so the sky looked clean. The two hit it off and immediately decided to take a risk. After leaving the tunnel in the mining area, there were no shelters on the road, and if they encountered troublesome human machines again, it would be a big problem, so they had to hurry along the way. The two were different from the old, young, sick and disabled in the team. They were young and strong, and they loved sports. They almost ran these kilometers. They were lucky along the way. They did not encounter the fusion body again. According to the map given by Pei Ran, they finally saw the Great Rift Valley. Standing on the edge of the Rift Valley, they could see the obvious big white rocks below. Sheng Mingxi bent over, took a breath, and raised one hand. Tang Dao understood and reached out to clap his hands with her. The finish line was in front of them. The two prepared to rush down the Rift Valley together. Suddenly, there was a sound of aircraft in the air. Both of them were startled and turned around. There were two aircrafts, one in front and one behind. They were a bit similar to the one driven by Pei Ran, and also in a smooth teardrop shape, but in silver and much larger. They were normal aircrafts, without any signs of mutation. The two aircraft ignored them, flew over their heads, came above the Great Rift Valley, and then began to descend steadily, finally landing next to a large white rock. The hatch of the aircraft behind opened, and a man in a suit came down. He turned around and took down several large black suitcases. In this apocalyptic time, everyone threw away their armor and weapons, covered in dirt, like they were fleeing. Suddenly, seeing such a beautiful aircraft and exquisite suitcase, suddenly, there was a strange sense of time and space dislocation. Tang Dao curiously leaned down and looked, first saw the logo on the suitcase, a three-headed iris. On a flower stem, 3 iris flower heads grew, the middle one was the tallest. The two on both sides were symmetrical, extending diagonally, looking like a trident. Tang Dao recognized it. This is the symbol of the royal family. A long time ago, before the Federation was unified, There was a very powerful empire on the East Manya continent. The ruler of the empire was a royal family that had lasted for generations. Later, the monarchy was abolished, and the royal family did not even retain the title. After the war, the Federation gradually unified and became what it is now. So in theory, the members of the royal family are now just ordinary citizens of the Federation, and there is no difference between them and other people. However, in fact, there are still some. The royal family has been passed down for generations, and the process of abolishing the monarchy was relatively peaceful. This family still holds a lot of wealth. In addition to assets, there are also deep-rooted and extensive connections in the Federation. The family's status is respected and cannot be underestimated. There have been many legends about this mysterious royal family in the Federation. The most sensational one is that most members of this family have a strange pica and eat people. It is said that as early as hundreds of years ago, when their ancestors were still on the throne, there was this tradition. One of the monarchs loved to eat human ears raw. He had to cut them off from a living person so that they would be tender and crispy. However, legends are just legends after all. Rumors are usually unreliable. Besides, no one has come forward to prove that they have really been eaten by them. Tang Dao thought. It seems that Heijing sent a special plane to rescue the royal family members as soon as possible. Sure enough, on the rock wall next to the big white stone, several armed soldiers came out immediately and took the big suitcase. Several more people came down from the aircraft. Their clothes were a bit strange. Some of them were dressed in suits and leather shoes, straight and formal as if they were going to attend an important meeting. Others were in completely different styles, with strange clothes. There was a young woman. Her hair was red like a burning fire. And a man. His right arm was missing, and the right sleeve of his clothes was cut off, as if he was showing off an arm that didn't exist. Empty. The last person came down from the aircraft in front. As soon as the man came out of the hatch, someone came forward and put a coat on his shoulders. Tang Dao looked over from a distance and only saw his back. Judging from his posture, he was undoubtedly a young man with broad shoulders and long legs. The guide bowed to him, but he ignored him and walked straight into the entrance of the black well. Tang Dao and Sheng Mingxi looked at each other. The entrance was opened, and it was a rare opportunity. The two of them hurriedly rolled and crawled down the slope of the Rift Valley. Unfortunately, before they reached the place, the figures disappeared in the camouflage layer of the rock wall, and the two aircraft took off again and flew north. The two men ran to the big white rock, bent over and gasped. There was no one around. Not only did the group of people just now leave, Pei Ran and the others who had come here disappeared. No one knew where they went. The entrance to the black well was right in front of them, but there was no sign of the entrance at all. Sheng Mingxi walked forward curiously and carefully felt the red rock wall. Tang Dao also went over to feel around, but he couldn't find anything. So he walked around again. There was a large area of splattered blood and flesh on the ground. Someone had died here. There was also a backpack thrown next to it, affected by the explosion. The cloth was torn, and the things inside were either blown to pieces or half broken and rolling around, scattered all over the ground. Tang Dao recognized it at a glance. It was the backpack of the girl with the parrot. Under the pile of messy things, in the gap, there was a bright thing shining on the red land. A little green light. Tang Dao turned his head and glanced at Sheng Mingxi. Sheng Mingxi was still concentrating on studying the cliff. Seeing that she didn't pay attention to this side, Tang Dao pretended to bend down casually, as if he was examining something on the ground. One of his hands was still in his pocket, and the other hand was stretched out, and his fingers touched the bird feed bag that was blown to pieces on the ground. Under the bird food bag, the green light quietly sank into his palm. In the sky, Pei Ran was still flying the aircraft eastward. W suddenly spoke. Pei Ran. Heijing saw from the surveillance at the south entrance that Tang Dao and Sheng Mingxi had come by themselves, just outside the entrance, and someone would take them in. Pei Ran responded in her heart. She was holding on. She didn't need to pick up Sheng Mingxi and the others. Just headed straight to Heijing. And in a few minutes, she would be able to reach the entrance of Heijing. But there was something in the sky, not far away. Behind a cliff, a large group of bird-like things suddenly appeared. It was the familiar group of human film aircraft. There were such monsters everywhere near Yurcha. After sending away one group, another group came. Pei Ran suddenly turned the aircraft to the northeast and began to accelerate. The speed of the human film aircraft was far behind her. Just like last time, she was soon left far behind. However, this time, a few aircraft suddenly stood out from the human film aircraft, accelerated, and chased after her. They were 5 strange-looking new species. They were much larger than the aircraft on the belly of the human piece machine, and there were no human pieces on the fuselage. The entire aircraft was in perfect shape, except that the nose was a human head. Those heads tried to look up, staring at Pei Ran. W took a look and said, "This is a new type of military drone produced by the Northern Military Factory, called Explorer, which can perform many conventional search and attack missions. It also combined with humans and became a fusion. This is a military product, and its functions are incomparable to those of ordinary civilian aircraft." Pei Ran's mind suddenly became clear. How did it attack? W replied, "It is still in the research and development stage, and it should not be equipped with any weapons." Before he finished speaking, a colorless and transparent liquid shot towards this side, like a bullet from a distance. Even W was puzzled. What is this? Pei Ran instantly understood why the aircraft was corroded and had a skylight, and how Captain Xiaohai got injured. W also figured it out. This is a new project that the military factory's R&D department is working on. A highly corrosive chemical weapon has also been integrated into it. Pei Ran didn't care whether it was a new project or an old one. He had already increased his speed to the extreme and fled for his life. However, the Explorer was not a human ship machine. Its speed was much faster than that of the human ship machine group. It was following behind like a ghost, and could not be shaken off at all. Moreover, this ghost could spit. The Explorer was approaching rapidly, and his saliva was flying. If he was splashed with corrosive liquid on his head, he would inevitably become the second Captain Xiaohai. Pei Ran stepped on the pedals below with his own feet, and instructed W. "You use your folding arms to help me fly the aircraft." W took over without saying a word, and held the handle with his metal claws. Pei Ran released the handle, turned his head, and summoned Green Light number 1 in his body. Green Light number 1, which had eaten and drunk enough, arrived as soon as it was summoned. Pei Ran stared at the explorers behind him, and when all 5 of them caught up, and when they were close to each other, he wrote in his mind's vision, "Explosion of explorers." Green Light number 1 had eaten so much takeout. Pei Ran tried to write 5 words this time, and it actually worked. And after writing the 5th word, the green light jumped to the right again, and she should be able to write more. This means that she can already write the complete name of JTN-34. However, this thought just slipped through her mind. She didn't have time to think about it. She had to deal with the explorer in front of her. Pei Ran put a period directly. In the sky, there was a series of explosions, and several arrogant explorers were instantly shattered. Even W seemed to breathe a sigh of relief in his ears. Pei Ran turned his head and headed southeast. The aircraft was moving at a very high speed, and the undulating red land passed by. A moment later, the familiar Great Rift Valley opened its mouth on the ground in front of them. The entrance to the Black Well was approaching, and Pei Ran controlled the aircraft to lower its altitude. As soon as the altitude adjustment lever was pushed down, the pedal under his feet vibrated violently, and after a strange sound of clacking, the aircraft suddenly dropped rapidly. Blackwell Base. In the command center, Marshal Wiener was asking, "Agent W, how are you?" W's voice was calm. "We are crashing." The camera image of the patrol robot reappeared on the big screen of the command center. The camera is dropping rapidly. Marshal Wiener's heart is hanging in his throat, but he can still see the surrounding scenery clearly. He asked, "Are you almost at the Great Rift Valley in the south?" "Yes. It is not far from the southern entrance of the Black Well." CO Bathway looked at the screen and said with a stern face, "I still insist that for the safety of the Black Well, this person who is about to mutate cannot enter the Black Well." Admiral Eugene couldn't help but said, "The person you are talking about is the one who just saved the Black Well. My opinion is that, not only should she be taken to the Black Well, but the best medical intervention should be provided to control her mutation." "Bathway, Admiral, you are too emotional and not rational enough," Admiral Eugene said with a straight face. "When I was fighting the Third Federation Patriotic War not rationally, you were still eating baby rice cereal rationally. Right?" They really quarreled this time. The Minister of Finance came out to smooth things over. "Everyone is a little anxious. It's all for the Black Well. It's understandable. I just want to remind everyone that, according to the Black Well process, for controversial issues, the Interim Decision-Making Committee should take the voting results as the standard." Marshal Wiener nodded. "Agent W." A small screen popped up in front of everyone. which was the voting interface of the decision-making committee. There were only options of approval and opposition. Admiral Eugene immediately clicked it angrily, and Batherway clicked it without hesitation. Other members of the committee clicked their screens one after another. Marshal Wiener looked at the small screen in front of him. The vote was recorded, although it would not be displayed on the big screen. All members of the temporary decision-making committee could see it. The decision-making committee was divided into two distinct factions. She, Admiral Eugene, and other military personnel all voted in favor in unison. Officials of the former federal government administration, led by CEO Baseway, voted against it. Only one person stood on the wrong side, Lieutenant General Delsa, who followed Baseway and others and voted against it. Marshal Wiener stared at the voting results in a trance. After the crisis broke out, the military and government officials entered Beijing one after another, formed this temporary decision-making committee, and temporarily adopted the one-person one-vote system. During the rescue process, Baseway's followers were able to reach Beijing alive, and the number of people entering the decision-making committee was always carefully controlled by her to be one vote less than the military personnel. But now the result is clear. The votes against outweighed the votes in favor by one vote. Marshal Wiener raised his head. She said, Agent W. According to the voting results of the temporary decision-making committee, the issue of Silent 1593 entering the Black Well will be temporarily shelved and postponed for discussion. Postponing the discussion means that there is no need to discuss it anymore. Everyone here knows that in a few hours, Pei Ran will become a crazy fusion body, and it will be impossible to save him. In the silence, Marshal Wiener continued, Agent W. Once the aircraft lands, I ask your patrol robot to leave her immediately and take the storage device to enter the Black Well. W replied smoothly and calmly, your request has been recorded. After all, artificial intelligence is just artificial intelligence, and it obeys orders absolutely. Marshal Wiener is much more relieved and looks at the big screen. On the screen, the rapid downward momentum stopped. Pei Ran was trying to pull the aircraft up again. The aircraft had recovered some of its altitude, but its speed was obviously much slower. Like an old car, it was shaking and trembling forward, heading for the Great Rift Valley. Finally, it barely managed to stay above the Great Rift Valley. On the aircraft, W was going through the emergency landing procedure. The corrosive liquid splashed on the fuselage was slowly seeping in, corroding the parts, and the aircraft was becoming more and more difficult to control. His voice came steadily in Pei Ran's ears. The flight attitude is biased. Step on the left pedal. Pei Ran interrupted him. The left pedal is out of order. Then pull up the control stick first, and reduce the speed to half the position of the pointer. In the midst of his busy schedule, he asked her, Pei Ran, can you still use your ability now? Pei Ran had just blown up the Explorer with green light number 1, and immediately drove it to continue to devour the crazy light spots in its body. Green light number 1 immediately said, I can't eat. It was still awake. Pei Ran now tried to mobilize it again, to let it enter the brain's field of vision. This time it didn't protest, and it actually succeeded. Green light number 1 was on standby in the brain. Pei Ran answered W affirmatively. I can still use it. The problem is that Pei Ran didn't know if writing a few words in his mind would work in the case of a crash. Should he write smooth landing? It felt like writing a wish in a temple. He didn't know if green light number 1, which had been bombing and dismantling, had this function. Okay, you keep it for later use, W said. Pei Ran immediately realized that W always thought her ability belonged to the violent collapse type, and would not let her write a wish for smooth landing. He said, keep it for later use. What did he mean? She didn't have time to think about it, because W was already saying, we're in position, start pressing the right pedal now, keep steady, we're going to land. Pei Ran pressed the pedal. Rather than landing, it was more like falling down, in the strong sense of weightlessness. The metal ball half-rotated, looking at Pei Ran. This journey is about to end. The bits and pieces of the past few days, breaking people's arms with her, pulling out people's intestines, running on the dam under the night. Everything. All are stored intact in an unknown corner of the server. Goodbye. Pei Ran. The ground rushed towards him. A violent collision and turbulence. The dust and sand leaked in along the broken cockpit roof, covering the sky. Chapter 68. Pei Ran sat in the cockpit and calmed down before realizing that she was still alive. The forced landing was successful. She shook off the dirt on her body and reached out to open the door of the cockpit, preparing to get off the aircraft. As soon as her finger touched the button to open the door, She saw a small dark blue thing in the sky, emerging from her field of vision. The appearance was very familiar, and the color was also familiar. The door was already open. Pei Ran didn't think about it, and suddenly jumped forward, and jumped off the aircraft, and then rolled, and hid behind the belly of the aircraft. Before the roll, she had already seen clearly that, in the sky, above the cliff of the rift, silently floating, was the familiar navy blue ball. CT-122 from the Public Security Bureau. They met again. This time, both sides were not in a good condition. Pei Ran had been buried alive in the tunnel, and had just crashed, so he was covered in dirt. CT-122 was not much better than her. There was almost no good part left on the ball, the iron sheet was flipped open, and all the parts were exposed, as if it had been repaired, but it could barely fly, and it flew crookedly. It came again. And this time it succeeded in following the black well. A thought flashed through Pei Ran's mind, the last time I saw it. It was in the suburbs of Yahai City. It charged at Yahai number 7 with a modified excavator bucket, and then was blown away. Now it is more than 2,000 kilometers away. It is so far away, and broken into this state. How could it find it so accurately? She already had the answer in her mind. Maybe it landed somewhere on the Yahai number 7 train when it was blown away last time, and quietly followed and hitched a ride. CT-122 was in the sky, seemingly finding the right opportunity for Pei Ran to make an emergency landing, and intending to give her a fatal blow. Pei Ran rolled behind the fuselage, but W's metal ball was still on the aircraft. Uncharacteristically, he did not swing himself down with his folded arms like he did every time, and hide with her. Pei Ran got up from the ground, and immediately urged, W. Everything seemed to happen in an instant. CT-122 in the air fired, gunshots rang out, and explosions followed. Bang! The explosion sounded in the cockpit of the aircraft. W's metal ball was instantly torn apart by the explosion, shattered into thousands of pieces, and the debris flew everywhere. It seemed that his energy block was hit. The broken ball just disappeared completely. At this moment, Pei Ran's mind was a little numb. The CT-122 in the air hit it, and immediately flew forward a little, planning to change an angle, and continue to attack Pei Ran, who was hiding. Pei Ran subconsciously counterattacked, mobilizing the green light. Although she could have written many words, she had no thoughts at all at this moment. She just mechanically wrote down 2 words that she had just thought of in her mind: blow up. She looked up at CT-122 in the air, and put a period. There was a bang. The small ball of the Public Security Bureau in the sky was immediately blown up, spinning, and falling crookedly to the other side of the cliff, and disappeared. Pei Ran turned his head, and looked into the cockpit. Inside the cabin, W's metal ball was blown to pieces. There was silence beside his left ear. W? Pei Ran called him in his mind. Are you still there? W, speak. No response. When he made the emergency landing just now, he seemed to whisper in her ear, Goodbye, Pei Ran. It was a barely perceptible whisper, and was covered by the noise of the aircraft hitting the ground, like an illusion. The whole cabin was filled with the smell of burning. Not even half of the metal ball was left intact, and the core processor that had been emitting a faint blue light was even shattered to pieces. Pei Ran suddenly felt that the simple 2 words exploded he had just written down, really cheap CT-122. She squinted her eyes, raised her head, and looked in the direction where CT-122 fell. At that moment, as if the Ren and Du meridians were opened, Pei Ran suddenly had a strange thought in his heart. Perhaps this feeling is the same. This patrol ball of the Public Security Bureau, CT-122, left its jurisdiction without permission, went through untold hardships, regardless of everything, and chased the murderer for thousands of miles, even madly modifying itself into a mechanical monster. Even if it was blown to pieces, it would continue to move forward. Perhaps it was not out of the duty of a patrol robot, nor was it to capture her, an extremely dangerous L-16 level element, and bring her to justice. Maybe it just wanted revenge. Kill her, kill W, and avenge its dead companion. In the dark alley next to the Voline pharmacy, the companion who patrolled with it, the ball that was shot in the head by W. What was its name? Pei Ran recalled that the number of its companion ball seemed to be CT-121. It was only 1 digit different from its own. Pei Ran retracted his gaze, scanned the remains of the metal ball again, reached out to take the big backpack off the seat, and put it on his back. She was alone again. It was always like this at the end, only she was left. She turned around, and walked forward silently. The big white stone was in sight, and the entrance to the black well was not far ahead. The cold wind blew across the cliffs of the Rift Valley, whistling, and Pei Ran's reason gradually returned. Since he said goodbye, there must be a time to meet again. Suddenly, a buzzing sound like a swarm of bees came from behind. Pei Ran turned around. In the west, the sky was still tinged with a little orange twilight, and suddenly there were countless dense black dots, which were rapidly growing and coming in this direction. It was a group of human machines. It was probably the group that had just been thrown off. They flew much slower than the Explorer and her aircraft, but they finally caught up. They flew high in the sky, with a great view, and should have seen Pei Ran on the ground. She was like a rabbit on the bare ground in a Rift Valley, facing a group of hungry eagles flying in the sky. Even if green light number 1 could still work, it would definitely not be able to deal with such a large number of human machines. Pei Ran ran towards the big white stone. We must enter the black well immediately. If we cannot enter the black well, we will die immediately. Without waiting for mutation. Underground, the Blackwell base. Command Center Hall. Just now, everyone saw on the big screen that, after the aircraft made an emergency landing, a dark blue patrol robot of the Public Security Bureau suddenly appeared in the field of vision. It faced the direction of the camera and opened fire. A bright light flashed, the camera flickered violently, and the screen went black. In the command center, everyone was stunned. Is it the patrol robot of the Public Security Bureau? How come there is a patrol robot of the Public Security Bureau here? Is it attacking the patrol robot of the agent? Is it crazy? The agent seemed to say that. They were attacking him in White Harbor. How come they chased him here? W's voice came. The signal of the patrol robot has been lost. Marshal Wiener, lost signal? W patiently explained. The energy block of my patrol robot was just hit. It should have exploded. The patrol robot still had the important memory on it. Marshal Wiener was a little anxious. Can the camera at the south entrance of the black well see the situation over there? W answered steadily. According to the distance estimation, it should be possible. On the big screen, the surveillance camera outside the south entrance of the black well immediately appeared. The camera was slightly raised, aimed at the place where the aircraft had made an emergency landing not far away. Pei Ran's aircraft was parked there. The surveillance camera had a very high magnification, quickly zooming in step by step, and then zooming in again, pulling all the way to a very close position. In the camera, through the transparent cover of the cockpit, it was clearly visible that the metal ball had disappeared in the cockpit, and only the shattered and charred debris in the cabin remained. Someone asked, "What about the storage device?" The camera slowly scanned it, and concluded, "The storage device is very close to the energy block, and the structural design cannot withstand such an explosion. There is no possibility of survival. Without the storage device, it means that the repair of the second phase of the shielding layer project has come to naught." The command center was silent. Marshal Wiener sighed, and said to W, "Agent W, please do everything you can to continue to check if there are other possible ways to repair the shield generator. Also, arrange the cleanup work on the northern battlefield tonight." W replied, "No problem." The memory was gone, and she could only think of other ways to repair the shield generator. Marshal Wiener felt overwhelmed. In the past 2 days, she only closed her eyes for a while before the Attacker 13 launched the attack last night. Now she is exhausted. She moved her chair back, preparing to stand up and go back to rest. Lieutenant General Song Wan suddenly said, "Marshal Wiener, Pei Ren has arrived at the entrance of the Black Well." The big screen still showed the surveillance footage of the southern entrance of the Black Well. In the Red Rift Valley, in the last ray of light before nightfall, a person staggered over. She was covered in dirt from head to toe. Her clothes were so stained that the original color could not be seen. Her hair was disheveled. Her face was scratched. Her steps were unsteady, and she ran stumblingly. In the command center, everyone watched her with bated breath. She finally arrived in front of the big white rock. Behind her, in the dusky sky, in the distance, countless strange-looking aircraft fusion bodies were only left with black silhouettes like bats, flashing huge wings, flying towards this side. Pei Ran raised his head, searched, as if looking for the direction of the camera, then took something out of the pocket of his clothes, and held it high. In the mechanical hand that could only tear metal and drill through concrete easily, the matte black fingertips held a small dark orange cylindrical component, a precious storage device. Small, fragile memory, but intact. Under the camera, her face was covered with dirt, but her eyes were bright. Black was black, white was white, and her eyes were firm. She didn't really speak, But the words in her eyes were very clear. Open the door. Baswell was silent for a moment. She took the memory from the patrol robot? Lieutenant General Salmon corrected. She protected the memory on the patrol robot. If she hadn't taken the memory in advance, the memory would have been blown up along with the patrol robot. Marshal Wiener looked at the intact small memory and breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. She turned to Basway. Mr. Basway, for the sake of the shielding layer of the black well, I will let her in this time no matter what. Bathway was still struggling. What if she turns into a monster? What if she threatens the safety of the black well? W repeated calmly. I can be sure that the black well has enough safety isolation measures to deal with mutations. In addition, I would like to remind you that the fusion bodies in the air are approaching this side. If you delay any longer, the storage will probably be integrated into those fusion bodies along with her. Then there will be nothing. Baseway ignored W, lowered his voice, and leaned his head to Marshal Wiener's ear. She is almost dying. We could also send a few armed soldiers. Now go out and take the memory in her hand. Marshal Wiener was so patient with him for the first time. He also leaned his head and lowered his voice. Mr. CO, I understand your feelings, but please stay rational. There are so many people watching here. Baseway turned his head subconsciously. The entire command center hall, from administrative staff to soldiers, was full of people, and everyone was staring at the big screen with worry. The big screen just kept showing the entrance screen. It would be too obvious to ask Agent W to turn off the surveillance screen immediately and do it privately. Bathway was still struggling, whispering, even if you really do this, it may not have a big impact. Marshal Wiener reminded him, you and other members of the decision-making committee just issued Pei Rant's first-class federal medal this morning. Her portrait is now on the big screen in the central square of Haging. Everyone knows that she killed the Tom Dam fusion, found the last thinker, saved Haging. Leaving her outside is already a last resort. If you send someone out to snatch the memory in her hand, I'm afraid it's not realistic. Marshal Wiener lowered his voice very low, very light, almost whispering to Bathway, with a strange kind of pleasure and patience. She said first, this place is far from the south entrance. Time is tight. Your people don't have time to go there. And second, even if they can make it, with her ability, the biggest possibility is that both sides will be destroyed, and your people may not be able to snatch the storage device from her intact. Moreover, this act of killing heroes will soon spread throughout the Black Well. I believe that you must not want your name to be associated with such a dishonorable thing. Marshal Wiener's meaning is very clear. If you want to do such a despicable thing, you should find someone to do it yourself. The military still has some shame, and it will not take action. Nor will it take the blame for you. Baseway was silent. On the screen, the fusion fleet was approaching. There was no time to waste. Marshal Wiener stood up and looked at the other members of the decision-making committee. Baseway didn't speak, so the others didn't say anything. If no one has any objection, Marshal Wiener ordered, Agent W, open the entrance immediately, and have someone bring Pei Rant in. She also ordered, send an armored vehicle to pick her up. Please maintain level 1 protection throughout the process. Send her to the isolation center in the blue zone. In a corner of the command hall, Chiao Sai, who had watched the entire show, couldn't help but curl his lips. He asked quietly, hey, when did she take your memory away? W was still sitting in his virtual room, under the warm light of the floor lamp, flipping through a book in his hand. He replied calmly, I don't know. Chiao Sai, you don't know? I don't know. W said. Last night at Tom Dam, the interface of the core processor was flooded, and the contact was bad, so I couldn't access the memory anymore, and the inside of the sphere doesn't have eyes. So I don't know, he said, maybe at Tom Dam, when she helped me wipe the water stains on the processor, maybe today in Yurcha, when I changed the energy block anyway. She has been tinkering with all kinds of things inside me, who knows? His tone was flat, sounding more innocent than the white snow on the Lunlin Mountains in the north of the East Minyak continent. Okay. You're really good, Chiao Sai said. W said leisurely, my shell is cracked. Water has entered. I can't see my inside. And I can't even fly. What can they expect from me? I'm just a broken ball that she carries around on her back. Chiao Sai, I think the temporary decision-making committee will definitely start an investigation into this matter. You have to write a report. I just finished it, W said. A total of 54 pages, summarizing the cause of this incident, the process, the various judgments I made, and the basis for the judgments. including all the access records, when the interface contact gradually became poorer. It fully proves that I am not lying. Next to the virtual room, on the screen, various data are constantly flowing. Qiaosai took a look, wondering, "What are you busy doing now?" "Reading." W raised the book in his hand, replied, "I am still arranging Heijing's dinner tonight. Dinner time is almost here." Chapter 69. The Black Well is much bigger than Pei Ran imagined. This underground city is very different from the dark caves like rat tunnels in the bunker world. It is large in scale, and the dark dome is very high. It doesn't feel too depressing. The buildings that stand tall like termite nests are densely packed, making it look like a real city, except that the architectural style is a little strange. It's already night outside, but the Black Well is as bright as day, and the lighting equipment installed on the dome casts a cold white light. This city seemed unfinished. The roads were not completely repaired. Some places were full of potholes, and there were signs of construction from time to time. But perhaps it was because no one had ever thought that one day the hovercraft would disappear. The only antique cars that could reach Heijing smoothly were those running on the ground. The closer to the city center, the better the completion. Pei Ran looked through the car window and saw a large open square in the distance. The square was surrounded by high-rise buildings. On one of the buildings, there was a virtual display screen of astonishing size that reached the sky. On the screen, huge portraits of the same size were shown one after another. Pei Ran saw herself in them. Her three-dimensional image slowly rotated on the big screen, and her heroic deeds were displayed next to it, and there was a line of eye-catching words. First-class Federal Medal. Pei Ran said, "The Federation is really generous. They gave me the medal as soon as they said they would, and she herself had no idea." Her three-dimensional image was spinning on it, but she herself was locked in a tightly armored vehicle at this time, and could only see the outside through the narrow window. The armored vehicles were escorted by a team of fully armed Federal soldiers. Not only were they armed, but they were also covered in a transparent film from head to toe. The film was constantly flowing with colorful halos, like a layer of soap bubbles. It looked like some kind of special isolation suit. Such a big scene should be because of the green light of the crazy fusion bodies in her body. Pei Ran didn't feel so uncomfortable now. She touched her wrist. When they entered the southern entrance of the Black Well just now, they immediately put a red bracelet on her left wrist. It looked a bit like her black bracelet, but the bracelet strap was not elastic, but a hard rubber material that could not be stretched. With a buckle on it, Pei Ran pulled it gently, but the buckle was locked and could not be opened. At the moment the bracelet was put on her wrist, all the green light in her body, including the orderly green light number 1, number 2 and number 3, and the crazy light spots that were running around like crazy, suddenly wilted. It was a bracelet that had an inhibitory effect on green light. After putting it on, she felt a lot more comfortable, and the dizziness and nausea were much relieved. At this time, Pei Ran's mind was more curious about this underground city. From the entrance, she was directly sent to the armored vehicle. After passing through several heavily guarded doors, Pei Ran faintly heard the voices of soldiers talking to each other outside. "This is indeed a place where you can speak. I haven't spoken for several days. It seems that my vocal cords have long forgotten their functions. Keeping silent has become a habit." Pei Ran tried to speak. "Heijing." Her voice sounded strange, and it seemed that there was a sequelae. Her own voice came into my eardrum. For some reason, I felt that the volume was frightening. My heart tightened, and it beat wildly involuntarily. 3 seconds passed, and nothing happened. Pei Ran repeated it in a low voice. "Heijing." She called out in her heart again, "W." Pei Ran had sorted out his thoughts. Pei Ran understood all his good intentions. He said that Heijing asked him to return immediately. Some people were still worried that she would mutate and did not want her to enter Heijing. That was why he deliberately did not avoid CT-122's gun just now on the aircraft. Blowing up the metal ball was the best option at the moment. If the metal ball was still there, whether he defied orders, stayed with her, or really left her and returned to Heijing, the memory would nominally belong to him. She took the memory carried by the ball and negotiated with Heijing, which meant she was a villain who stole the memory for her own benefit. But the ball exploded, objectively, and had nothing to do with her. She immediately transformed herself into a hero who protected and saved the vital storage. His explosion saved him from a dilemma and put her firmly on the moral high ground, making it legitimate to enter the Black Well. This broken ball thought a lot. The metal ball should be just a robot controlled by him. He knew everything that happened in the Black Well. In all likelihood, his main body was in the black well. I wonder if he could still receive the signal from her brain. There was no response in his ears for a long time. Pei Ran continued to look out the window. On the road to Heijing, almost all the people coming and going were soldiers in uniform. And all the cars were military vehicles, painted in military green and sandy brown camouflage. Pei Ran suddenly saw a pure black antique car. This unique black car overtook from behind, parallel to the armored vehicle. But the armored vehicle immediately slowed down and gave way, letting it pass. It was actually possible to let the military vehicle give way. Pei Ran couldn't help but lean on the car window, trying to look out. On the door of the black car, there was a clear logo, a three-headed iris. At first glance, the three heads grew on a stem, like a fork standing upright. This pattern looked very familiar. Pei Ran remembered that on the inside of the cover of Shirgaye's black leather book, there was a golden logo exactly like this one. She felt cold in her heart, and stared at the car again. The car quickly drove to the front. Soon, another identical black antique car passed by. But the car did not have the three-headed iris logo painted on it. And then, there was a third car. The rear window of the third antique car was slowly lowered. A ball of red hair like fire came into view. Pei Ran quickly stepped back, avoiding the small window, his heart pounding. It was Heipo, the expert who followed Shirgaye, and knew the structure of the metal ball very well. Red hair, thick black eyebrows. It was definitely her. Pei Ran would not be wrong. And the person sitting next to her was the Eagle Claw man, who was pulled by Pei Ran, and had his mechanical arm removed instantly. Shirgaye was already dead. How could they come to Heijing? And they came so quickly, almost as fast as she came here on Yahai number 7. Heipo's eyes just fell on the big screen in the central square, and her three-dimensional photo was slowly rotating on it. They must be able to recognize her. The grudges on the road actually brought to Heijing. What's more terrifying is that W once said that Shigai's identity is very special, and his information cannot be found in the Federal Citizen Database. Now it seems that the person sitting in the first black antique car must also have a special identity. I don't know what the three-headed iris symbol means, but it must be someone of great origin. Unfortunately, W was not there, so I couldn't ask him. If he was there, this question would be answered immediately. The three black cars quickly overtook the armored car and drove away. The armored car left the central square, drove into a street, and continued forward, finally arriving in front of a heavily fortified building. There was a high and transparent protective wall at the bottom of the building, and the door of the same material slowly opened. Inside the protective wall, a team of armed soldiers immediately came up, as if they were facing a great enemy, holding weapons, and each of them was covered from head to toe with colorful soap film. Someone opened the car door, and Pei Ran got out of the car. Behind the soap film, the soldiers' eyes were all looking at her. They kept a distance from her cautiously, as if she would turn into a monster in the next second. At the entrance of the building, a young woman with black hair came down the stairs. She was wearing a military uniform, and her shoulder straps showed that she was a lieutenant general. There was no soap film on her body, and she hurried to the armored vehicle. Someone immediately stepped forward, as if whispering, "Lieutenant General, for safety reasons, you can't go any further." She stopped a few steps away, looked at Pei Ran, and a slight smile appeared in her cold eyes. "Pei Ran, right? My name is Songwan. Welcome to Heijing." It felt very strange to hear someone speak. Pei Ran looked at her without saying anything, just nodded. Songwan continued with a longer sentence. "Marshal Wiener is busy, so let me come and pick you up. You will stay in the quarantine center for a while, and we will arrange a special medical team for you, hoping to control the mutation." She paused, and then said, "That memory, can you give it to me now?" Pei Ran took out the small memory from his pocket. A soldier in isolation suit came over, took the storage device, and handed it to Songwan. Songwan carefully put the storage device away, and said to Pei Ran, "You've worked hard all the way. The isolation room has been arranged. You should go and rest." A captain, who was fully armed and only had a pair of eyes exposed, came forward and led Pei Ran up the stairs to take the elevator. The elevator looked very sturdy and spacious, and it was no problem to carry dozens of people. But only the captain followed. He looked very young, holding the gun firmly in his hand, and kept a few steps away from her. Sometimes he would secretly glance at her, and when he found her looking at him, he would immediately turn his eyes away. There were no buttons on the elevator, as if it knew where they were going. It started to rise automatically, then stopped and opened the door. The captain led Pei Ran out, used his iris to swipe through the gates, and finally brought Pei Ran to a door and opened it. Pei Ran was a little surprised. According to the posture along the way, it felt like she was being locked up in a scary place like a prison. But inside the door, it turned out to be a normal-looking apartment. It was even cleaner and more spacious than her small apartment in Baigang City. The captain motioned her to go in. He started to speak. This is the isolation room. You will stay in it temporarily. If you need anything, use the intercom at the door to contact our isolation center management office. Because we need to monitor the mutation situation, there are surveillance cameras everywhere in the room. If you need to change clothes, you can go to the bathroom. If you are hungry, there are snacks prepared in the kitchen cabinet, but dinner time will soon be here. He said a long sentence. If he was outside, I don't know how many times he would have died. Pei Ran nodded. This place looks clean and normal, but it is still a prison. The captain continued, have a good rest. If you are still alive tomorrow morning. He paused. Pei Ran silently added in his heart, if you are still alive tomorrow morning. The way these people looked at her was very easy to understand. Pity, sympathy, as if she was about to die. The captain skipped the second half of the sentence. The medical team's experts will come over and give you a full body check. The captain turned around and prepared to leave, but stopped. He turned his head, looking at Pei Ran with his clear eyes, hesitated for a moment, and then added, the battlefield in the north is already in full-scale counterattack. All of us here know that. You saved Heijing. After saying this, the captain felt a little embarrassed, and this time he really turned around and was about to leave, but Pei Ran stopped him. Hey. Pei Ran tried to speak to someone. What's your name? As if he had some kind of sequelae, speaking became very difficult. The vibration of the vocal cords is an action that requires determination to complete, but when he heard his own voice, his heart would still pound, adrenaline would surge, and his palms would go numb. The captain stopped. A suspicious blush appeared on the skin under his eyes. My name is Linyu, he answered. If you have any questions, you can contact me directly through the intercom. If you feel unwell, he subconsciously glanced up and down at Pei Ran, with a little more worry in his eyes. You can also contact me. Pei Ran thought, I want to call you over, absorb you into my body, and make you a part of the fusion body? But he still nodded. Captain Linyu left, and the door clicked and locked automatically. Pei Ran took a quick look. The isolation room was a suite, divided into two rooms. The inner room was the bedroom, and the outer room was the living room. Like an ordinary apartment, it had a bathroom and even a small kitchen, but it was different from an ordinary apartment. The ceiling was much higher, and no matter which room, there were no windows. This was a fully enclosed box. The walls were all painted pure white, but the texture looked different from ordinary walls, with a special luster. Pei Ran knocked casually. The sound of knocking on metal came, with a slight echo. Pei Ran pressed the finger of the mechanical hand on it, and added a little strength. The wall did not move at all, and did not deform at all. It was still a very solid metal box. She then took a tour of the apartment. Captain Linyu was right. The ceiling was full of undisguised surveillance cameras. The black spherical cameras would even rotate gently as she walked. There was no surveillance in the bathroom. At least it seemed that there was none. The sofa in the living room was covered with cushions, but it was actually a part of the metal floor that protruded. The dining table and chairs were also extended directly from the wall, and could not be moved. The bed in the bedroom was not so much a bed, as a platform connected to the ground. There were all kinds of bedding and pillows on it, so it was not cold. The cabinet next to it was deeply embedded in the wall. There were two sets of clothes in the grid, both of which were light gray uniforms, and looked like overalls. In short, there was no movable separate furniture here. This is good? What if I become a crazy fusion body like the major in W's words that confuse everything? I feel that I can't fuse anything, unless I fuse into this room itself. I feel like I have become a room. I don't know what it feels like. The kitchen is of the same style, also one piece. There is something like an oven embedded in the wall. It looks like I want to cook by myself, but Pei Ran has no idea how to use it. There is also a cabinet door embedded in the wall next to it, probably the snack cabinet that Linyu mentioned. Pei Ran casually opened the cabinet door, and was stunned. There was a row of potato chips neatly arranged in the cabinet. As if they were being inspected, they were arranged in a queue, with various colored packages and various fancy flavors, some of which Pei Ran had eaten before, and some of which he had not. The compartment below the potato chips was filled with bottles of mineral water. They put so much water. Probably because they were afraid that she would be constipated. Pei Ran looked at the potato chips for a while, and curled his lips. Ever since the metal ball exploded into pieces, the rational part had already figured it out. But the emotional part was always hanging there, with no solution. Now it's finally settled. Pei Ran picked up a bag of potato chips, thinking, the chips have been delivered. But the question is, where are the promised medicines? W had said when he was negotiating the terms that he was a federal security agent and had the highest authority to call up the Blackwell's reserve medicines. He promised that after arriving at Blackwell, he would give her enough JTN-34. From what he said, he could prepare the medicines himself. If she didn't mutate tonight and was lucky enough to survive, he hoped he wouldn't forget to give her the medicines. Then I saw the medicine. Just behind the potato chips, there were rows of familiar white medicine boxes. Pei Ran pulled out one of them. The box was printed with JTN-34. W kept his word. Pei Ran counted. There were a total of 24 boxes of medicine. Each box was a month's supply. These could last for 2 years in total. She had an idea, turned over the medicine box, and looked at the production date and expiration date printed on the box. The production date was fresh, but the expiration date was only 2 years. Pei Ran brought 2 boxes of medicine with him on the way. The medicine box had been thrown away long ago, and the shelf life was estimated to be 2 years. The question is, what about 2 years later? W said that Heijing's JTN-34 reserves were enough for her to eat for 2,000 years, provided that it did not expire. I wonder if Heijing has the ability to produce new JTN-34 now. Pei Ran estimated that it was a bit uncertain. Even if Heijing started to build a production line, its first priority should be to produce various foods and daily necessities. With limited resources, it would definitely not be the turn of such a niche special medicine that few people take. Heijing's medicine can only temporarily solve the urgent problem. In the final analysis, when it comes to medicine, you still have to rely on yourself. Chapter 70. Pei Ran put down the medicine box and looked at the bracelet. There was no signal on the bracelet. I don't know if it was because there was no signal in the Blackwell, or because this was an isolation center. She was put in a tin can, and was really isolated from the world. I don't know how Ai Xia and Jiang Gong are doing. There was still dirt all over her head and body, and it fell down when she walked. If she swept it, she could plant the pot of flowers that Ai Xia was carrying. Pei Ran went to the bathroom to take a shower, and put on the light gray uniform issued by the isolation center, and looked at herself in the mirror. Such long hair is really too troublesome. Just now in the tunnel, the red clay in the loose and messy ponytail weighed at least 2 kilograms. The fallen hair seriously blocked my vision. I had to distract myself from time to time to comb it when I was running. Washing my hair is also a disaster. Washing it thoroughly is like completing a big project, which is time-consuming and laborious. Keeping long hair is a luxury. In this situation, it is obviously not the time to keep such a luxury. There is a brand new razor in the bathroom cabinet. Pei Ran unpacked it, studied it for a while, and found the small clipper hidden on it. She pushed out the small clipper, turned on the switch, and tried it in front of the mirror. With a slight buzzing sound, the wet long hair fell to the ground in strands. Now that it was shaved, there was no need to blow dry it, and the workload was reduced sharply. In a blink of an eye, all the hair was shaved off. The person in the mirror finally returned to the way he looked in the bunker. His eyebrows and eyes were still the same, but without hair, and only a layer of blue marks on his scalp, which made him look much more pleasing to the eye. Someone was knocking on the door gently. Pei Ran walked over thinking the door was locked from the outside, so she had to go over and open the door for them. A virtual screen popped up automatically next to the door, showing the person standing at the door, Captain Lin Yu. Pei Ran, please give me all your belongings. I will help you clean them. He stood at the door politely, and after saying this, he waited for a while before opening the door himself. His eyes fell on Pei Ran's newly shaved head, and he was stunned. Okay. Wait a moment. Pei Ran cleared her throat and replied. Her voice was still awkward. She turned and went to the bathroom. The clothes were indeed very dirty, and they should be washed. But he said, give me all your belongings. And I don't know what he wanted all the things for. Pei Ran suspected that this was actually a security check. As soon as she entered Heijing, she got on the armored vehicle and came to the isolation center. They did not check her personal belongings. It seems that not everything can be brought into Heijing casually. Pei Ran took out 2 tablets of medicine and Shigai's black leather notebook from her coat pocket. put the medicine into the pocket of her clothes, turned around, and stuffed the black leather notebook under a pile of bath towels in the cabinet. Hapo and the Eagle Claw man have arrived. If they are careful, they can find her soon. It is better to be careful. Peiran took out the dirty clothes he had changed out of, along with the big backpack and the things inside. The clothes and backpack were dropping dirt all the way. Peiran handed them to Linyu. Linyu did not dislike it. He took them and asked, "Are you hungry? Someone will be here to deliver dinner soon." Not long after he left, there was indeed movement at the door. This time, the person outside was not so polite. The door opened automatically. Peiran looked out curiously. The person who came in was not a person, but a pure white robot. Its whole body was streamlined, only as high as Peiran's nose, with 2 legs, but no feet. Where the feet should be, there was a disc that could slide on the ground. The structure of its arms and hands completely imitated that of humans, with all 5 fingers complete, and a large box in its hand. Peiran thought, could this be the robot that delivers food in the quarantine center? The little robot put down the large box in its hand, but had no intention of leaving. It turned its head. On its head, the face part was a whole black display screen, which showed a cartoon-style face, with round, big eyes, and blinked at Peiran. "Master?" Peiran stared at it without saying anything. A strange thought occurred to her. Could this be W? He called her master right away. What new hobby has he developed? The little robot didn't care if the master responded or not, and continued to talk. "It seems that you are my new master. My name is Ryan, and I am a smart, advanced, excellent, and omnipotent household robot." The camera fixed on the ceiling suddenly moved. Peiran immediately looked up. As soon as she looked up, the camera froze immediately. Ryan continued, "From now on, I will serve you and be responsible for the daily cleaning and maintenance of this isolation room." Peiran looked back at the empty apartment. It seems that there is nothing to clean and maintain here. Ryan had already slid forward silently, with a surprised tone. "Oh my God! How can it be so dirty here?" Wherever it passed, the red soil that Peiran had just spilled on the ground was instantly sucked clean. It turns out that the disc under its feet is a vacuum cleaner. "Oh my God! There's one here too! Master, did you just crawl out of the grave?" Peiran. While Ryan sighed, he had already turned around the living room several times quickly, cleaned up the floor that Peiran had made dirty, and then ran straight to the bathroom, following the traces of red soil. The hair that Peiran had just shaved off was still on the floor in front of the sink, and he hadn't had time to clean it up. Ryan let out a sharp explosion. "Ah!" It rushed over, and sucked the floor crazily, and drove back and forth on the hair. Human hair. So much hair. "I haven't seen so much hair since I left the factory," it said. "My previous owner didn't lose so much hair. This is not W." Peiran knows W very well now. He doesn't get mad like this. It's probably a robot sent by the isolation center. Someone comes to work automatically, so you don't have to do it yourself. It's pretty good. Peiran leaned against the door, touched his bald head. "Don't worry, I won't lose my hair in the future." Peiran asked. "Who is your previous owner?" Maybe he was the original tenant of this isolation room. Ryan sucked the hair on the floor and replied, "My previous owner. His name is Chiao Sai. Is an artificial intelligence expert. He optimized my system, so I am smarter and cuter than other housework robots. He was even more shameless." Ryan sucked the floor. His hands were not idle. He opened his stomach, took out a rag, and wiped the water stains on the bathroom countertop while walking back and forth. "I received an order today to leave his dormitory and come here to perform a glorious special mission called the Caretaker." Ryan opened his metal arms, held the rag, tilted his head, and spun around at least 1,800 degrees in place like a figure skater. After turning around, she continued in a dramatic tone. "And I am the great caregiver. The great caregiver. That's the nanny. Who fooled it into this? Super Nanny." Ryan quickly wiped the floor, slid out of the bathroom as smoothly as water, picked up the big box at the door again, and slid into the kitchen. Peiran followed and saw that it had washed its hands carefully, opened the box, took out a bunch of large and small vacuum packaging bags from it, and opened the cupboard to take out kitchen utensils from it. Peiran was surprised. "Are you going to cook for yourself? I thought the quarantine center would deliver food." "Yes," Ryan muttered. Ryan is an all-around housework robot. What kind of housework robot is it if it can't cook? It's called a sweeper. Its hand moved, and a pair of small scissors popped out of its palm, and with a click, it neatly cut open the vacuum packaging bag. In the bag was a whole bag of stewed meat, with soup, and it smelled delicious. Pei Ran poked his head in. What are you going to make? Beef noodles. Ryan answered. It actually wanted to make beef noodles. She didn't get to eat it in White Harbor, and she had been thinking about beef noodles all the way. Ryan poured a pot of water, and poured the meat and the soup into it, and took out a vacuum-packed square brown block from the box, which felt like a solid soup stock, and threw it into the water. It also took out a small bag of transparent vacuum-packed emerald green leaves. Ask in advance, Master, do you eat coriander? Coriander. That weird thing in my memory. Pei Ran shook her head firmly. No. She looked up at the surveillance camera again. The surveillance camera was motionless this time, and was also watching her silently. On the top floor of the central building, Baseway came out of the command center with a group of people, preparing to go to dinner. He walked in front, frowning all the time, and said to the Minister of Finance, We still have to keep an eye on the person sent to the isolation center. I always feel that she will mutate and drag down Heijing. The Minister of Finance nodded in agreement, and said, Actually, I think it might be okay. Agent W said that he had evaluated that Heijing could control this degree of mutation. Artificial intelligence should not lie. Right? Baseway sneered. I don't believe that artificial intelligence at all. I think he not only lies, but also plots and schemes to make a fool of us. Besides, it is an artificial intelligence developed by the military. Who knows what its underlying logic is? He looked back in the direction of the small conference room. Wiener and the others are still in a meeting? As he was speaking, Song-Wan hurried over from the elevator, saw Baseway, and nodded politely. Baseway also nodded to her. Song-Wan quickly passed the group of people and came directly to the door of the small conference room, knocked on the door, and then pushed the door open and went in. The small conference room is now full of soldiers. The Federation had formulated a series of emergency plans in order to ensure the normal operation of the federal government in the event of the loss of most of the senior officials. The Federation established a temporary decision-making committee above a certain level, regardless of the position, and made decisions with the simplest one-person, one-vote system. The silence suddenly broke out, and almost all government agencies were destroyed. Heijing immediately adopted this emergency plan and established a temporary decision-making committee. However, within the military, the relationship of absolute obedience between superiors and subordinates is still strictly maintained. Everyone sat upright, listening to Marshal Wiener's assignment of work. Seeing Song-Wan coming in, Marshal Wiener immediately asked, Did you get it? Song-Wan handed the small memory to her. Marshal Wiener nodded. Song-Wan, after the battle in the north is over, the defense work outside the Black Well will be handed over to you. Song-Wan was stunned for a moment, but immediately replied, Yes. Lieutenant General Delsa was also stunned. This time, he came to Black Well. He was one of the first to arrive, because he was close to the Black Well. He brought a lot of personnel and equipment from the Minyan Northwest military region. Since the outbreak of the silence, he has been in charge of various defense work outside Black Well, and is also the main commander of the Northern Front this time. Marshal Wiener looked at him calmly. Lieutenant General Delsa, the core shielding layer is very important. I plan to give it to you. The core shielding layer is inside Black Well. As long as Black Well is not invaded, there is nothing to do. Take away his power, and give him a sinecure. Delsa was silent for several seconds, before answering, Yes. No one turned his head to look at Delsa, but everyone knew it well. Delsa's vote was completely wrong when voting today. Whether the man named Pei Ran enters the Black Well or not is actually just a small matter, it doesn't matter. But the wrong vote means that the position is not right at the critical moment, and the problem is very serious. This vote is a small matter. What if there is a big thing that needs to be voted next time? Everyone knows that Lieutenant General Delsa has always opposed artificial intelligence, but this time the vote is so crooked, it's a bit too much. It seems that Marshal Wiener is also very unhappy. Marshal Wiener continued, Agent W. From now on, the deployment outside the Black Well can be reported directly to Lieutenant General Song-Wan. W is the artificial intelligence of the Ministry of National Defense and Security, and routinely attends all military meetings. His voice came, No problem. In the hall of the command center next door, Chiaosai just returned to his seat and sat down. W is still in his virtual room. Not reading a book now, but fiddling with a small glass jar, using a delicate little shovel to fill the glass jar with black fine soil. As soon as Xiaosai put on the headphones, he heard W talking. Xiaosai, do you want to send your lunch box here today? Or to your dormitory? No need. Xiaosai typed the code carelessly, his fingers flying on the keyboard. I will go back to the dormitory tonight. No need to order lunch box. Ryan will cook for me. On the screen, W tilted his head to look at the soil in the glass jar, and said casually, Ryan can't do it anymore. Xiaosai's flying fingers stopped. Huh? W said, I have an important task to assign it. I transferred it away, and need to borrow it for a few days. Huh? Xiaosai protested. Ryan is the robot I brought to Heijing. A household robot I bought myself. And it is not a public asset of Heijing. Why did you transfer him away? It was not requisitioned by security agent W. W said. I transferred it privately. Did you forget? At 2:41 a.m. on Thursday night, you said to me, W, if you need anything, you can use everything I brought to Heijing this time. Anything is fine. Xiosha suddenly figured it out. I know, you sent Ryan to the quarantine center? W said nothing. Xiosha, I know. W said, after entering the quarantine room, you need to be completely isolated from other humans. No one will go in to help her clean up, so it is necessary to send Ryan there, and Ryan himself is willing to do it. Ryan knows shit, Xiosha said. He rubbed his temple painfully. So there are no housework robots these days. I have to do the housework myself? You stay here every day, and don't go back to the dormitory. There is not much housework to do, W said. It's just a matter of eating. I have ordered lunch boxes for you in the cafeteria these days. Heijing is now mainly composed of soldiers. There is a cafeteria that makes and distributes lunch boxes. You can get 3 meals a day with material coupons. It's simple and convenient. Xiaosai was worried. What about the pre-made meal packages I just brought back to the dormitory? You don't want me to cook them myself? With Ryan here, I haven't been to the kitchen for 800 years. W, those pre-made meal packages, I help you deal with them. Xiaosai didn't understand. Deal with them? W, I asked Ryan to take them to the isolation center with him. Xiaosai, why do you have to send Ryan there? There's nothing to clean and tidy up in the isolation room. W replied, mainly help her cook. I saw that she used to order takeout every day. I deeply doubted that. She didn't even know how to use a food processor in the kitchen. Xiaosai wondered, then why don't you just order lunch boxes for her from the Heijing canteen? W replied calmly, because I have been receiving complaints these 2 days. Many people complained, saying that the lunch boxes in the canteen are not very tasty. Xiaosai, what did you say? Say it again? W held the spatula, raised his head, with a pure face. Chapter 71. Xiaosai stared at W in silence, hoping that he would have a change of heart, and feel some guilt, but this AI agent did not have a conscience, and had no sense of it, and had already lowered his head, and continued to fiddle with his glass tank. Xiaosai sighed resignedly, and asked, You still can't talk to her directly? Not for now, W said. My patrol robot exploded, and the Nita wave transmitter and receiver inside was also broken, and Heijing was able to find other Nita wave transceivers, but none of them were my exclusive equipment. I don't want anyone to hear my conversation with Pei Ran. Xiaosai raised his eyebrows. W said, Anyway, I'm trying to find a way. Xiaosai asked, Does Pei Ran know you're in Heijing? W was very sure. She's so smart. She should have guessed it on the way. And I gave her enough hints in the isolation room. Put those potato chips, and made beef noodles. She must know, even though he can't speak, but he's always by her side. Xiaosai was curious. What is Pei Ran doing now? W answered, She is eating her beef noodles. Xiaosai corrected, She is eating my beef noodles. In the isolation room, there was a big bowl of fragrant beef noodles in front of Pei Ran. Ryan was very skilled in using the kitchen food processor, and soon cooked the noodles, and reheated the stewed beef in the food bag. The convenient block seasoning was added to the soup, and it was surprisingly fragrant, and it looked good, and it looked exactly like the bowl of beef noodles in the avatar of Noodle House on the ground floor of Block B of Huani Building. The beef was a big chunk, honest, very soft, with some slippery beef tendon in it. The noodle soup was rich and fragrant, the noodles were also smooth and chewy, and there was no terrible coriander leaves. Pei Ran ate it all in one breath, and still wanted more. She stood up, poured the remaining soup in the pot into the bowl, and drank it all. It was good. If I really have to become a crazy fusion tonight, at least before I die, I can eat the beef noodles I've been dreaming of. Ryan was busy wiping the countertop, but he immediately slid over, looked over, and quickly changed the cartoon expression on his face screen to a surprised one. Ah, you've eaten it all? Pei-Ren put down the empty bowl, thinking, if you dare to criticize my diet like your spherical counterpart, I'll knock you on the head. Ryan didn't, he shook his head. I told you, I'm a cooking expert. Pei-Ren, aren't these noodles and meat pre-made? You're not a cooking expert, you should be a pre-cooked food heating expert. Ryan quickly took away the bowl, and wiped the table. Someone knocked on the door gently, so polite, it must be Lin Yu. Ryan rushed over, and came back with Pei-Ren's clothes and backpack. The clothes and bags were all washed and dried. Even the cans in the bags were carefully wiped. The iron sheet was shiny. Pei-Ren carried her things into the bathroom, took out Shigai's black leather notebook, and put it back into the inner layer of her backpack. It has not been verified whether the ability to draw only works on the black leather notebook. This notebook must be kept well. It is not safe to hide it in the bathroom. With Ryan's love of doing housework, it might be found out and thrown into the trash can. Pei-Ren glanced at the bracelet. She raised her voice and asked Ryan, Ryan, is there no signal on the bracelet in the isolation center? Of course. Otherwise it would not be called the isolation center, but the open center. Ryan answered from a distance. In fact, the entire Blackwell only has internal communication signals, and cannot directly contact the outside world. Yes, if the internal staff of Blackwell could send messages to the outside world it will. The matter of the shelter would have been spread long ago. Ryan suggested, Master, it's late. You can rest. I'll clean up the kitchen. The bracelet was still in full image mode, showing 9 o'clock. She was exhausted from running all the way these days, and her whole body was sore as if she had been beaten up. Pei-Ren washed up, returned to the bedroom, and fell on the bed with her clothes on. There were delicious food, and she could sleep after eating. She didn't have to worry about anything. What a wonderful life. She turned over and looked at the camera just above the ceiling. The black eyes of the camera were also silently looking at her. These surveillance cameras, people in the isolation center, such as Lin Yu and others, may be able to see them. I wonder if W can also see her through the camera. Pei-Ren looked at the camera for a while, suddenly stretched out a hand, and made a vague patting motion in the air. Swish! A small light on the wall at the head of the bed suddenly lit up automatically. He was there. Pei-Ren curled his lips. He didn't say anything, there must be a reason. He could even control the cameras in the isolation center. I wonder if he found out that Hapo and the others had arrived at the Black Well. Ryan was still busy. It seemed that he had just finished cleaning the kitchen and went to the living room. After a while, there was a buzzing sound of vacuuming. I wonder what there was to clean up in such an isolation room. Pei-Ren pulled the quilt over, turned over, and closed her eyes. Her body was very tired, but her mind was very excited. She couldn't sleep at all. She felt the green light in her body. Since she put on the red bracelet, the green light in her body has been extremely calm. Those crazy green lights have stabilized, and her own green lights are also motionless. The red bracelet's suppression ability is very overbearing. W once said that the Federation has been doing research on fusion for many years, and even the shielding layer is a derivative product of this research. It is estimated that this red suppression bracelet is also. Pei-Ren had another layer of worry. The green lights were limp, as if they were sick. Pei-Ren tried to summon them. Green light number 1 had no reaction, and Yulianka's green light number 3 was also lifeless. But green light number 2, following her summons, moved a little, and flowed smoothly into her palm. There are surveillance cameras everywhere. There is more than just W behind the cameras. Pei-Ren did not let it appear, and let it go back to sleep. She tried to continue to summon green light number 1. After calling for a long time, green light number 1 finally woke up, looking weak, dragging, and slowly appeared in Pei-Ren's mind. It swallowed so many crazy light spots today, I don't know to what extent it has been upgraded. Pei-Ren tried to mobilize it to write. Although it looked listless, it still followed her instructions, and wrote stroke by stroke. JTN34. This time, it was effortless. I wrote the name of the medicine in full, and it seemed that I could continue writing. Pei-Ren immediately continued, writing down a few numbers at random. 666. This time, the green light finally stopped jumping to the right. After eating those light spots, green light number 1's ability was greatly improved, and it could actually write 8 words. The information content of 8 words is enough to accurately describe things. With these 8 words, the original owner could write a short poem. Pei Ran erased the random 6S and moved the green light back to the back of 4. The name of the medicine has been written in full. Green light number 1's ability has greatly increased. Maybe the medicine box that appears this time will not be a small piece of debris. Pei Ran tried to calm himself down and thought about it. The first 2 times he wrote it, the medicine box fragments appeared on the ground about 1 meter away from his feet. If it could appear again this time, it should be there. But there are surveillance cameras here. In addition to W, there are also people in the isolation center. Pei Ran doesn't want people to see a box of medicine appearing out of thin air. There seems to be no camera in the bathroom. In fact, it may not be really safe. Pei Ran thought about it, and came up with a strange idea. She covered her head with the quilt, and stood up from the bed, facing the end of the bed. Her body was the support, and the quilt became a tent. If the medicine box appeared in the same place this time, it would fall on the bed, in the tent made of the quilt. I hope it can fall into the quilt obediently, in a closer place, so as not to reveal its true identity under the surveillance. Pei Ran turned on the bracelet lighting, and then solemnly wrote a period in his mind with green light. Almost instantly, a small white medicine box appeared. It was no longer a fragment, but a complete medicine box, with the words JTN34 printed on it. And there was another obvious change. It was on the bed, close to Pei Ran's feet. Just as she had hoped before putting a period on it. It appeared closer to her. Pei Ran, holding the quilt, immediately squatted down and picked up the medicine box. As soon as she got the medicine box in her hand, Pei Ran knew something was wrong. It was too light. She opened the lid and took a look. As expected, it was empty. A wave of disappointment hit her. She generated an empty medicine box, which was completely useless. Pei Ran held the empty medicine box in her hand, and thought about it again. Suddenly, she realized what a mistake she had made. The first time, in the lobby on the ground floor of a building in Baigang City, she thought about the appearance of the JTN34 medicine box, wrote down medicine, and generated a small piece of medicine box fragment. The second time, in the woods on the outskirts of Baigang City, she had improved her ability, wrote down medicine, and thought that after her ability was enhanced, the fragments of the medicine box should be larger. As a result, the fragments of the medicine box generated were indeed much larger. When she wrote again today, she thought that since she had finished writing, the medicine box should also appear. As a result, the medicine box really appeared. The question is, why do you keep thinking about the medicine box? Just now, she hoped that the medicine box would appear closer, and it really appeared closer to her. It can be seen that this way of generation is always closely related to thoughts. Pei Ran just wanted to tap his forehead. Pills. You should think about the pills directly. The medicine box is useless. You should concentrate all your energy on thinking about the pills. After green light number 1 finished writing this time, he seemed more exhausted than before. Not only did he not intend to eat a few more crazy light points, he went back to sleep almost immediately. Pei Ran tried to call it again, but it refused to move. He could only wait until it was a little more energetic, and then try again. According to the normal recovery speed, it should be fine tomorrow after a good night's sleep. But he didn't know if wearing the red suppression bracelet would affect its recovery speed. Suddenly, there was a loud shout outside the quilt. Master, what are you doing? Are you pretending to be a ghost to scare people? Pei Ran put the medicine box in his pocket, turned off the bracelet, and opened the quilt. Ryan was standing in front of the bed, holding a rag in his hand, and a curious expression on his face display. Seeing Pei Ran emerging from the quilt, the cartoon expression on his face quickly changed from curiosity to fear. Master, you scared Ryan by pretending to be a ghost. Pei Ran said, Is this how you and your former master play? She lay down on the bed again. Pei Ran, Ryan, I'm going to sleep. You can do whatever you want. Don't disturb me, and try to keep the noise down when you clean up. Ryan immediately replied, I understand. Nervous breakdown. My former master has a bit of neurasthenia. Pei Ran. Ryan asked again, Master, according to the schedule, you have to go for a physical examination tomorrow morning. Do you want me to wake you up? My former master had to set 10 alarms for me every morning, and he would not get up until the 10th one, and sometimes he still couldn't get up. Pei Ran, your former master, the one called Xiao Sai, was unlucky for several lifetimes and only had you. A little robot who gossiped about him everywhere. Pei Ran replied, "No. Don't wake me up. Let me sleep. Maybe there is no tomorrow morning at all." It took the Major a few hours to become a monster. If she was going to mutate, it should be midnight today. The furniture in this isolation room is all one piece. And only this small robot is a large item that can be absorbed. Pei Ran imagined the strange look of a small robot with a round head and a round brain on his body. And he felt that it was not so unacceptable. There was a small virtual screen next to the bed, which could adjust the light and temperature. Pei Ran clicked it and adjusted the light in the bedroom to the lowest level. The isolation room was like a prison. The lights could not be turned off completely, even if they were turned down to the lowest setting. There was still a small light on. Ryan was very quiet this time. He slid out silently. Pei Ran closed his eyes. No matter whether he was dead or alive, he would sleep first. It might not be a bad thing to become a crazy fusion body unconsciously in a dream. His whole body was sore. In the dream, it seemed that he was back in the bunker. A large group of silver mechanical monsters swarmed in. Pei Ran, like everyone else, gritted his teeth and fought them. More and more monsters surrounded her. For some reason, no one fired. They only used sharp weapons to stab her chest and stomach, which churned wildly. The logic in her mind was confused, and everything was mixed up. Pei Ran subconsciously felt that she couldn't make a sound, so she just twisted desperately to avoid the sharp blades that kept stabbing at her. "Master!" There was a voice in her ear. Not W's. Pei Ran suddenly woke up a little. It was the little robot, Ryan. It stood beside the bed, watching her tossing and turning on the bed with a nervous face. "Master? What's wrong with you?" Pei Ran wanted to answer, but suddenly found that the feeling of his internal organs churning was not a dream. It was the crazy green light again. They woke up at some point and were running around. Pei Ran was speechless, and sweat was pouring down her head. Ryan immediately realized that she was not having a nightmare, but something was really wrong. It dropped the rag and ran away. Pei Ran heard it rush to the door of the living room, probably to press the intercom on the wall, to find someone in the quarantine center. "Hurry up and get some help. She's going to mutate. Hurry up and get some help." Pei Ran. But maybe this is really how it felt before the mutation. In a trance, the light and shadows around her were all broken and messy, and she couldn't focus. The sounds she heard seemed to be getting farther and farther away. The cold sweat on her body soaked her clothes, as if they had been washed by water. There was a sound of a door opening. In the chaotic light and shadow, several people who were fully armed and covered with isolation bubbles came in. They came very quickly. It seemed that before Ryan called for help, someone had discovered that something was wrong with her and called them over. Only a pair of eyes were exposed under their helmets, and they held needles in their hands. Pei Ran couldn't tell whether the person coming was an enemy or a friend. She tried her best to concentrate and looked at the surveillance camera on the ceiling. This time, the camera moved without hesitation. It nodded heavily downwards. No doubt nodding. Pei Ran relaxed instantly and did not resist. She let the person in the isolation suit pull her left arm. A cold injection entered her body. The running green light spots suddenly solidified. Pei Ran's eyes went dark, and she fainted. Chapter 72. When she regained consciousness, someone called her in her ear, "Master? Master?" Pei Ran opened her eyes, and first saw the camera on the ceiling, and then the cartoon expression on Ryan's face display. This great caretaker frowned and looked at her worriedly. Seeing her open her eyes, Ryan immediately asked, "Master, are you going to die?" Pei Ran moved his lips, "Not yet." There was no one else in the isolation room, and all the soldiers in isolation suits had left. The uncomfortable feeling in the body also disappeared, very quiet. A little too quiet. Pei Ran checked the green lights in his body. The effect of that injection was amazing. All the green lights, whether it was his own orderly green light, or the invading crazy green light, were all motionless, as if they were dead. Pei Ran was a little worried, and tried to summon his own green lights. Number 1 and number 3 did not respond, only the most active green light number 2 moved slightly. The injection also worked on them, and they looked very bad. Ryan was watching her carefully with his big cartoon eyes. "Master, if you don't plan to die yet, I want to tell you that you have to get up." Pei Ran. "It's better to die," Ryan said. "The people in the isolation center are waiting outside. They said that the green light in your body was temporarily controlled last night. Now they will take you to see the medical team for further examination and treatment. Pei-Ren glanced at the time displayed on the virtual control panel beside the bed. It was already 8 o'clock in the morning. In this place where there is no day or night, as long as the headlights are not turned on, there is no difference between day and night. After being unconscious for a night, she is still alive and well, and survived until dawn, which is a cause for celebration. Pei-Ren lifted the quilt and sat up, first took out a tablet from her body, pressed out a pill, and put it into her mouth and swallowed it. This is a daily compulsory homework. Ryan saw her taking the medicine next to her, and immediately slid out quickly, and came back in a blink of an eye, and handed her a glass of water. This little robot is really good at looking. It waited for Pei-Ren to finish drinking, took the cup, and urged, "Master, we must move faster. The people in the quarantine center have been waiting outside for a long time." The benefits of having no hair immediately became apparent. No need to waste time combing hair in the morning. The benefits of sleeping in clothes also became apparent. You don't even need to change clothes. If you are lazy and don't wash your face again, you just need to put on your shoes, and you can switch to the state of going out in 1 second. Pei-Ren came to the living room. Now she understood what Ryan was secretly doing outside last night. This isolation room, from the floor to the walls, to the furniture, suddenly became noticeably cleaner. After cleaning it carefully, Pei-Ren suddenly realized that the seemingly clean surfaces were not really clean at all. There were faint traces of various marks left. Now it was very different. Everything was like a mirror, shining brightly. The virtual screen at the door showed that Lin Yu was standing outside, wearing a tight protective suit, with only 2 eyes exposed. He looked very quiet, and was not impatient. His voice came in, "Pei-Ren, the medical team is waiting for you." Pei-Ren walked to the door. "Okay, let's go." "Wait." Ryan slid over quickly, and shoved a hot burrito into Pei-Ren's hand. "Before you leave, breakfast, eat quickly." It was in a hurry, and didn't even call Master. Pei-Ren took a bite of the burrito. The thin and soft pancake was filled with egg pancake and some fried bacon, and it tasted pretty good. Pei-Ren ate it in 2 or 3 bites. Ryan had already handed over a drink like an assembly line, sweet and sour, maybe some kind of juice. Pei-Ren drank it all in one breath. Ryan immediately handed over a cup of blue water. "It's too late to brush your teeth. Just rinse your mouth." Pei-Ren obediently rinsed 2 mouthfuls of the spicy blue water, and spit it into the bucket it handed over. Ryan took the cup, and just like wiping the countertop in the bathroom, he took a wet towel from his stomach, quickly wiped the corners of Pei-Ren's mouth, and then wiped Pei-Ren's fingers that took the burrito, and then thought it was done, and slid away, no longer caring about Pei-Ren. Pei-Ren held up the fingers that were wiped clean by it, and felt deeply in his heart that Ryan had its own life. Her so-called master was just a prop in his busy and fulfilling life, and was actually no different from the floor of the bathroom. Lin Yu had already opened the door, and waited silently for her to finish her breakfast before he stepped back and let her out. He led her to the elevator. "The examination is upstairs," Lin Yu said. "That's good. And you don't even have to go out of the building." While waiting for the elevator, Lin Yu still stood beside Pei-Ren like he did yesterday. Without saying a word, Pei-Ren glanced at him, and he immediately lowered his eyelashes, but soon raised his eyes to look at her again, and whispered, "Are you okay?" Pei-Ren replied, "Not bad. Still alive for the time being." Lin Yu looked at her with a little more worry in his eyes. "I know they gave you a strong inhibitor last night. That thing can only be injected once, and your body can't bear it if you inject more. Not only her body can't bear it, but her own green light also seems to be unable to bear it, as if it is about to end." Lin Yu said, "The doctor doesn't have many ways. You can only rely on yourself in the future. And you still have to hold on, with the inhibitor bracelet." When he mentioned the inhibitor bracelet, Pei-Ren raised his arm, showing the red bracelet on his wrist, and asked him, "Are you talking about this?" "Yes," Lin Yu said. "It can suppress the activity of the green light of the fusion body." The elevator came. Pei-Ren walked into the elevator and asked in a curious tone, "Is this suppression bracelet harmful to the body? Can it kill green light?" Lin Yu followed in, and was encouraged by her tone. He immediately answered, "Don't worry. The suppression bracelet has no side effects. People with green light in their bodies are wearing it. Even people from EP41 are wearing it." This EP41, once mentioned, is a department under the Federal Defense Security Department, called the Fusion Support and Management Department, which specializes in recruiting people with special abilities, and most of its members are fusions. Pei-Ren asked, "So everyone with green light is wearing a suppression bracelet. Lin Yu knew everything and said everything, of course. It is said that after entering the silence, there are more fusion bodies, and their abilities have also changed. The new rules of the Black Well came out 2 days ago. Everyone in the Black Well was scanned. In the future, everyone who enters the Black Well must scan their bodies first. The current rules are that if a crazy green light is scanned, no matter who it is forbidden to enter the Black Well. If it is an order state or a collapsed state, a suppression bracelet must be worn. And people from FBSMD are no exception. She entered the Black Well with a crazy green light, which was a special case. Pei Ran listened very carefully, and Lin Yu continued to try to gather information in his mind. It seems that the bracelet will only be untied when going out for special missions. The red bracelet wristband has no elasticity, and is firmly buckled on the wrist. Pei Ran touched it. Can't you take it off by yourself? I won't take it off. I'm just asking. I know. Lin Yu's eyes were full of understanding. Your body is full of crazy green light. Taking it off by yourself is seeking death. But it is indeed impossible to take it off. And special tools are needed. Pei Ran had seen a kind of anti-theft magnetic buckle in a novel before, which was specially buckled on clothes in shopping malls. It is difficult to remove without special tools. She is that dress. The elevator, ding, reached the top floor. After the door opened, it was directly connected to another heavy door. Lin Yu used his iris to swipe the door open, and stopped at the door. Just go in and keep walking forward. Pei Ran walked along the corridor alone. There was no one in the snow-white corridor, only on the ceiling, the black spherical camera moved slightly with her. At the end of the corridor was a room, the door was ajar, and Pei Ran pushed it open and went in. There was no one else in the room. But there was an entire wall made of transparent glass. On the other side of the transparent wall, there were several doctors in white coats, all staring at her through the glass. She felt like she had suddenly become an animal in a zoo, being visited by people in the glass display window of the indoor exhibition hall. One of the doctors was tall, with cold and serious eyes, and said, Pei Ran, I am the attending physician for this examination. My name is Valia. Please fill out the form first. A virtual screen popped up automatically, appearing in front of Pei Ran. In the form, in addition to basic information such as name and age, there are some questions that need to be answered. Pei Ran quickly filled it out and glimpsed an option. Do you have green light in your body? If so, what type is it? If you can't judge the type yourself, please click the question mark to check or consult a doctor. The options are only collapsed state and order state, which obviously refers to the type of green light that originally existed in the body, not the light spots in the crazy state that had just entered. Pei Ran's finger moved up. The function of the collapsed green light is simple, violent, and not as many tricks as the ordered green light. Pei Ran did not want to expose the complex functions of his green lights, and directly clicked collapse. Maybe they can detect the real type of green light, and wait until they can really detect it. The following questions are all about the crazy green light invading the body, and Pei Ran filled them out truthfully and clicked submit. Dr. Valia received it immediately, browsed it on her virtual screen, and pointed to the side of Pei Ran. Then let's start now. Please lie on that bed. It's more like a hole than a bed. People need to crawl into it. Pei Ran climbed in and lay down neatly. What should I do? Pei Ran asked. Valia's voice came. We are going to scan your body. You don't have to do anything. Just rest. The scan may take a little longer. The slightly longer time she said was really a little longer. Pei Ran lay down for a while and began to feel sleepy. The sound of their whispers outside came in. There is indeed a crazy green light. Yes, there are a lot. Look, there are more here. How can there be so many? She touched the light vortex. Compared to the major yesterday, it's already less. With so many crazy green lights, she hasn't mutated yet? What kind of physique is this? It's a bit special. Is it because she already has the green light of the collapsed state in her body? Look, I saw 3 balls of green light that are different from the crazy state. I saw it too. Does the green light of the collapsed state have some kind of natural inhibitory effect on the green light of the crazy state? It's possible. We haven't had this experience before. We need to continue to observe. Pei Ran listened silently. Through the instrument, they could distinguish the green light of madness, but they seemed unable to distinguish the order and collapse. They really thought that the original green light in her body was all in collapse. Pei Ran wanted to hear their conclusion, but their voices became smaller and smaller. Later, they simply became quiet. Pei Ran persisted for a while and fell asleep. Pei Ran? Someone called her. It was Valia's voice. You can get up. Pei Ran came out of the hole and found that the medical staff on the other side of the glass wall had already left. Only Valia was left, standing in front of the virtual screen, drawing on it. Pei Ran approached the transparent glass and asked, "Have you finished the inspection?" Valia nodded. "The scan is complete." Pei Ran asked directly. "So will I become a crazy fusion?" she asked directly. Valia turned her head. "We have not concluded anything yet, and we need to observe further. You may have to stay in the isolation room for a while." "This a while? I don't know how long it will take," Valia said. "We used the inhibitor injection last night, and the crazy green light was temporarily stabilized. But this injection is too harmful to the human body. We hope not to use it again. The situation in the future is hard to say. If the crazy green light can be stabilized, you can leave." Valia's tone, which had always been cold, suddenly softened a little, and continued, "We all heard about what you did yesterday, and it spread all over the Black Well. Thank you. We will definitely do our best to help you with your treatment." A prompt suddenly popped up on her screen. Valia took a look and frowned. "I just received a message. Someone wants to come here to see you." Pei Ran didn't understand. "Come here to see me? Who is it? What do you want to see me for?" Valia replied, "A member of the royal family." "Royal family?" Pei Ran was stunned. Her knowledge of this world basically came from W. W said Federation every day. Federation? But she didn't know that there was a royal family in this world. In Pei Ran's original world, 100 or 200 years before the bunker era, revolutions broke out in various countries one after another, and the royal family and the nobility had long since disappeared. It seems that in this federation, the royal family has not chopped off enough heads, which is why there are still such things that should have been thrown into the garbage dump of history 800 years ago. Valia said, "It is said that the royal family members heard about your deeds and plan to come to visit you. I guess if you can leave the isolation center alive, you will be rewarded, and maybe you will be awarded a knighthood or something." Now the royal family themselves have no official status, and the title they are given is just an empty name. But many people in the Federation still like it and regard it as an honor. Pei Ran nodded, and a faint feeling of uneasiness came over him. This feeling became stronger and stronger. Pei Ran tried to ask indirectly, "I seem to have seen the car of the royal family in Heijing, and their logo was painted on the car door." She paused for a moment, and did not continue, waiting for Valia to interrupt. Valia's eyes were still on the virtual screen, and she interrupted absent-mindedly, "Is it that fork?" She turned her head to explain. "The royal family's three-headed iris logo. I always think it looks creepy. Like a fork that eats people." Pei Ran felt a chill in his heart. Chapter 73. The motorcade we met in the central square yesterday indeed belonged to this royal family. That Shigya, who stayed in such a shabby place in the slums, and was accompanied by a group of people dressed suspiciously, was actually related to the royal family. Heipo and the Eagle Claw Man probably saw the big screen in the central square, and recognized her, and came to the door so quickly. Valia quickly replied to the message on the screen, and after a while, raised her head. Although I repeatedly reiterated to the royal staff that you are not in a good condition to meet guests, they still insisted that, even in isolation, they wanted to see you briefly. Her tone was cold, with obvious dissatisfaction. She muttered, "Taxpayers spend tens of millions of hard-earned money every year to support this family, but they are still not satisfied, and they come to disturb other people's work." Her voice was not loud, but Pei Ran still heard it clearly. Pei Ran followed up, "Yes, it makes me angry just thinking about it." Valia nodded. His family has nothing to contribute to the Federation except for the constant gossip, which gives everyone some topics to talk about. Pei Ran asked her, "Who is coming to see me?" "It seems to be Xing Wuxian, the second prince. The monarchy has been abolished long ago, and everyone still calls them princes. I heard that Xing Wuxian arrived in Heijing yesterday, and last night, CEO Basway even held a welcoming banquet for him." Valia snorted. "A welcoming banquet? At a time when people are dying everywhere?" Pei Ran said, "I haven't paid much attention to it. I'm not familiar with their royal family affairs. There's nothing to care about. This kind of knowledge is meaningless." Valia said. She said second prince. "So there must be an eldest prince." Pei Ran asked her, "What's the eldest prince's name?" "Yen Sun," Valia replied. "These two are the ones in the open. I don't know how many illegitimate children there are in the dark. Pei Ran asked tentatively, what are their surnames? What surnames? What names? And who they are? Pei Ran really wants to find out. Valia replied, the royal family claims to be the descendants of God. So there is no surname. The royal family members only have names. And each name is stranger than the other. Probably to show that they are different from ordinary people. She sighed. Look. The two of us are wasting time talking about their boring things. I was going to tell you what to pay attention to in the next few days. She explained it carefully to Pei Ran. Mainly that she needed to closely observe the state of the crazy green light in her body at any time. And if she felt something was wrong, she should call for help immediately. Pei Ran nodded in agreement. Valia asked again, I checked your record in the medical system. You have been taking the anti-rejection drug from Volume Pharmaceuticals, JTN34? Pei Ran nodded. Yes. Valia asked, now that things are so chaotic, do you have any medicine? I'll prescribe you a box first, and you can ask me for more if it's not enough. Some drugs for rare diseases are not available in Heijing, luckily. Heijing happens to have JTN34 in stock. Pei Ran was thinking about it, running all the way for it. The drug that he risked his life for, the doctor in Heijing could prescribe it easily. Pei Ran felt sad. Outside the Black Well, I don't know how many people who participated in the experiment of the Voline group are still there. In the chaotic world, they can't find enough anti-rejection drugs. They are struggling on the line between life and death every day. The intercom screen at the door of the room lit up. Valia went over and said a few words, and turned back. The royal family has arrived. They will meet you here. I will let them in. I have emphasized to them that I can only give them a few minutes. Then we will see you tomorrow. I will come again tomorrow for a routine checkup. Valia went out. Pei Ran stood quietly in front of the glass partition separating her from the outside. Stretched out her hand, and pressed the transparent glass wall. It was the same transparent material she often chiseled. But it didn't feel like glass. And it wasn't that cold. This was an isolation room. And to withstand the mutant crazy fusion, the partition must be made of very strong material. She tried to mobilize the green light in her mind. The green lights were still sleeping soundly. Pei Ran raised her head, and saw the camera on the ceiling rotate slightly. As if it had tilted its head. Pei Ran tilted her head to follow it. And it immediately tilted in another direction. The movement was small, but still perceptible. He was telling her that he was right here, watching everything. This was the quarantine center, with surveillance cameras everywhere. So it was unlikely that they would attack her directly. The door of the outer room opposite the glass wall opened. The two uniformed staff members of the quarantine center opened the door, and led the people behind them in. Following behind them were several tall bodyguards, each wearing a black combat uniform, as dark as a crow. Next came a man in his 30s or 40s, wearing a suit and tie, with his collar and cuffs showing through his dazzlingly white shirt, and his whole body was too bright. Pei Ran thought, this shouldn't be their second prince, because the second prince wouldn't dress like an insurance salesman. After the insurance salesman entered the door, he first caught a glimpse of Pei Ran's newly shaved head, was startled, then realized that he had lost his composure, looked away, and stood sideways at the door in a proper manner, holding the wrist of his other hand with one hand, hanging in front of him, with his back straight. A man then came in slowly. He was a young man of about 27 or 28 years old. When Pei Ran saw him, he felt a chill on his back. He looked too much like Shirgaya, especially his eyes, the shape of the slender tail of his eyes, which were almost the same, and when he looked at people with his eyebrows raised, he looked like he didn't care about anyone, which was even more similar. It's just that Shirgaya was younger, and he was in a wheelchair all year round. He was frail, as if he could be blown away by a gust of wind. This man looked much healthier, very tall, with broad shoulders and long legs. He should be the Xing Wuxian. Xing Wuxian's clothes were very different from those of the insurance salesman. He only wore a soft gray wool sweater, which showed a little of the collar of the Oxford shirt underneath, and comfortable khaki pants. He had no decorations on his body, except for a black ring on his right ring finger, which would suddenly flash a little light under the lamp when he moved. He had originally glanced at Pei Ran calmly, and also saw her bald head. He was stunned for a moment, like the insurance salesman, and then raised his eyebrows. The bodyguard immediately stepped forward, moved a chair behind him, and asked him to sit down. At this time, a figure suddenly flashed by the door, but stayed outside, and did not come in. Pei Ran could see clearly in the flashing moment that it was the Eagle Claw man whose mechanical arm she had torn off in Shigai's yard. His right arm now had neither a mechanical arm nor a sleeve. Just empty. Which was very strange. After Xing Wuxian sat down, he looked Pei Ran up and down, and did not speak. Pei Ran saw him sitting down through the glass, and he also looked back and took 2 slow steps to sit at the end of the bed that had just been used for scanning. Everyone in the room, except Xing Wuxian, was standing. The insurance seller was shocked to see Pei Ran sitting down. He looked at her in amazement, as if she had done something treasonous. Pei Ran thought, no matter whose royal family you are nothing to me anyway. The insurance seller cleared his throat, took 2 steps forward, and spoke. Are you Pei Ran? Pei Ran nodded. Your Highness just arrived at Heijing yesterday, and heard about your deeds of saving the Tongdu Dam, finding the Thinker Operations Center, blowing it up, and defending Heijing. I was very touched, so I wanted to come and see you. Pei Ran sat there and nodded again. Her reaction was indifferent, which was very different from what the insurance salesman expected. He had no choice but to continue. Your Highness feels that it is a blessing for the Federation to have citizens like you. This spirit of self-sacrifice and dedication for the welfare of the entire Federation is exactly what the Federation needs most in this critical moment. The insurance salesman is worthy of his clothes and has a good eloquence. He talked for 2 minutes without stuttering. Pei Ran quietly watched his mouth open and closed. The insurance salesman couldn't stand her reaction, but he was well-mannered after all. He changed the subject and said earnestly, Your Highness has taken time out of his busy schedule to come and visit you. Pei Ran finally spoke, so there's no need. The insurance salesman has served the royal family for many years, and has never been criticized like this in his life. He choked and couldn't even speak. Xing Wuxian, on the other hand, suddenly raised the corner of his mouth. He spoke himself. Are you still feeling unwell? Pei Ran replied, No. Xing Wuxian nodded. Okay. I won't disturb your rest. When you leave the isolation room. He paused. We will definitely have a chance to meet again. He stood up, turned around and was about to leave. Like the core component of a machine turning, everyone in the room was busy. A bodyguard quickly stepped forward to remove the chair. So as not to block his way, a bodyguard went over to open the door, and looked outside the door. The insurance salesman also rushed to the door first, held the door himself, and waited for Xing Wuxian to come. Xing Wuxian didn't really leave. He turned his head, his eyes fell on Pei Ran's face again, and looked at him for a few seconds. He uttered a few words between his lips and teeth. Not very clear. But Pei Ran still heard them clearly. He asked, what did he say before he died? Pei Ran instinctively knew that he was asking Shirgaya. What did Shirgaya say before he died? Pei Ran, he said pig head. Rain is not a problem. Do you want to say one too? Xing Wuxian has already met Shirgaya's men. And of course, he will know from the Eagle Claw man and others that Shirgaya died in the simple room where Pei Ran was imprisoned. There were only 2 people in the room at that time. Pei Ran was alive and well. He killed one person when he went out and cut off another person's arm. Shirgaya's wheelchair flew away. And his bracelet also flew away. The dusty ground was full of traces of struggle and crawling. The person was blown to pieces. He must have died from making a sound. Pei Ran answered calmly, Coordinates. Xing Wuxian frowned slightly and repeated subconsciously, Coordinates? Before Captain Xiaohai died, the last thing he said was that he found the coordinates of the Intelligent Combat Center. Pei Ran said, We found the Thinker Intelligent Mobile Combat Center near these coordinates. Xing Wuxian raised his chin, squinted at Pei Ran, and pursed his lips slightly. What a hero, he said. It deserves a reward. Pei Ran replied, Your Highness can burn some paper money for him. Maybe he can use it there. Both of them knew clearly in their hearts that she was definitely not talking about Captain Xiaohai. Xing Wuxian's sharp jaw tightened, and Pei Ran saw the clear murderous intent in his eyes. A word popped out from between his teeth. Okay. Chapter 74. This time, Xing Wuxian really turned around and left. The whole room was empty in an instant. Pei Ran leaned back on the examination bed cover and sighed. Xing Wuxian and Shirke look so similar. He is most likely his brother. According to Valia, there are many illegitimate children in the royal family, and Shirke might be one of them. But for some reason, Xing Wuxian, the legitimate second prince, and Shirke, the illegitimate child who was stranded outside, actually seemed to have a lot of affection for each other. The desire to kill her was almost overflowing from his eyes. This was a bit strange. Shouldn't brothers in this family play out fratricide? I wonder what other unknown secrets are behind it. It was obvious that Xing Wuxian knew everything. It was useless to deny it. The meaning of his words was also very clear. As soon as she left the isolation center, he would come to trouble her. And now, the green light in her body was severely suppressed. Pei Ren checked her green light again. Green light number 1 was in a very bad condition. It usually liked to sleep, and wished it could sleep for 25 hours a day. Pei Ren could feel that it had always slept comfortably and thoroughly, and simply hated to get up and work. But it was not like that now. It was motionless, as if it was seriously ill. Number 2 was in a slightly better condition. Under Pei Ren's urging, it reluctantly moved slowly in the body for a while, but it was also exhausted. Number 3 was the same as number 1, and could not hear her call, and was sleeping soundly. I wonder if they will recover a little after the inhibitor last night wore off. But without the inhibitor, those crazy green lights might start to cause trouble again. Which is really annoying. While she was thinking, Lin Yu appeared at the door on the other side of the glass partition wall, and motioned Pei Ren to go back the same way. Pei Ren returned to the elevator, went downstairs with him, and came to the door of the isolation room. She suddenly said, Lin Yu, I don't have much to do in the isolation room. Lin Yu immediately asked, Do you need to read a book? I can lend you my reader, which has a lot of books stored in it. This should be in compliance with regulations. That's not necessary, Pei Ren said. Can you help me find some tutorials on how to draw? I've always wanted to learn. But unfortunately I've been busy with various things and don't have time. Now I'm locked up here, and I just happen to have some free time. Of course, no problem, Lin Yu said. I'll go find it right away. I don't have it here, but I have a friend who can draw. He used to teach art in his spare time. I think he has more complete tutorials. He helped Pei Ren open the door of the isolation room. Back in this isolation room, Pei Ren suddenly felt more familiar with the place where he slept for a night. Although this is a tin box, it is much better than facing Yukigo Jin and the others upstairs. As soon as the door opened, Ryan rushed over, holding a spray that he had taken out from somewhere, aiming at Pei Ren, and spraying it up and down. Master has been to the hospital, and needs to be sterilized. Lift your feet. Pei Ren obediently lifted her feet, and let it spray the soles. Ryan put slippers at her feet and commanded, Master, change your shoes quickly. Don't touch anything. And wash your hands immediately. Pei Ren changed into slippers as he said, went to the bathroom to wash her hands, and doubted deeply in her heart who was the owner of this isolation room. She washed her hands and changed her clothes, and went to the kitchen to get a bag of potato chips. Before she finished eating, Lin Yu came to knock on the door again. He kept his word and handed her a small white square object. My reader, he said shyly. I like to read books on the reader. It's more like a real book. It feels better than the bracelet screen. It contains the painting tutorials I asked my friends for. But there are not too many. I took a look and found that most of them are at the entry level. The entry level ones are good, Pei Ren said. I just need the entry level ones. He handed over another pen. Using this pen to draw on the virtual screen is more convenient than using your hands. After Lin Yu left, Pei Ren fiddled with a small white block, tried to press it, and the virtual screen immediately unfolded in front of her. Unlike the screen of the bracelet, the virtual screen of the reader looks like a three-dimensional book. And you can even turn the pages one by one with your fingers. The three-dimensional pages of the book turn softly in the air, accompanied by the sound of paper. The only difference from a real book is that the font size on the page can be adjusted at will. The picture can be enlarged, and the size of the book itself can be freely stretched and scaled. In addition to the book, there are also many video tutorials, which can be played directly by clicking on the video. There are many tutorials in the list. Pei Ren picked them all, and objectively chose the one that seems to be the most suitable for him. 30 days quick start in painting. Idiot level tutorial for beginners. She was leaning over the dining table, carefully following the tutorial to learn how to draw. Ryan poked his head in, and slid over to her side. Master, are you drawing a ball? Pei Ren, yes. Your ball is deflated. Yes. Is the black area a shadow? Yes. Your ball doesn't look the same as the one in the book. Yes. Ryan endured for a long time, quietly put down the rag, extended a finger, tapped on Pei Ren's screen, quickly drew a very standard circle, and drew the shadow in a few strokes. The drawing is exactly the same as in the tutorial, just like copying and pasting. Pei Ren raised his head speechlessly, staring at it. You AIs, don't go too far. Ryan picked up the rag, slid away in a flash. "Aw, lunchtime is coming, I have to make lunch." There was a sound from the other side of the door. Someone opened the door from outside. It was not Lin Yu, but another staff member wearing a full set of isolation suits, revealing only a pair of dark gray-green eyes, and a few strands of golden-brown hair on his forehead. Pei Ren had seen this man yesterday, among the armed men who came with Lin Yu to pick her up. Unlike Lin Yu, he stood far outside the door, as if he was afraid of being merged by Pei Ren at any time. He raised his hand from a distance and handed over a box of medicine. It was a box of JTN-34. He explained, "The medical team asked me to bring it to you." He reached out to press the door-closing button, and Pei Ren immediately stopped him, asking, as he did to Lin Yu, "What's your name?" He had never expected Pei Ren to ask this. And after a long pause, he stammered, Shio Sifu." Pei Ren nodded. Su Sifu pressed the button on the wall, and the isolation door closed again. Pei Ren carried the box of medicine, walked into the kitchen, and opened the door of the cabinet where potato chips and medicine were placed. However, she did not put the medicine in. Su Sifu, who delivered the medicine, had a dodgy look in her eyes. When she was asked her name, she was like a frightened rabbit. Something was wrong. She scratched a corner of the medicine box with her fingernail, looked at the sealing paper of the medicine box carefully, and then opened the sealing paper and took out the 2 plates of medicine inside. These 2 plates of small triangular pills also contained 30 pills in total. Pei Ren scratched the tin foil of the 2 medicine plates with her fingernails again, before putting them away again and arranging them with the original medicine boxes in the cupboard. Aging is too chaotic, and there are too many right and wrongs. These days, it is safer to take the 2 medicine plates she brought from Baigang. Ryan slid over, and also looked at the row of medicine boxes hidden behind the potato chips, and quickly changed the expression on the panel to surprise. "Oh my god," it said. "Are these all your medicines? My master is actually a medicine jar." Pei Ren replied, "You are an iron jar, and your master is a medicine jar, a perfect match." Ryan was busy preparing lunch. Pei Ren went over and looked into the cardboard box on the kitchen counter. "What are you going to eat for lunch?" "Curry pork chop rice," Ryan replied. "Before I came here yesterday, I went to the supply department to get it according to the menu. Today is Sunday. The original owner's memo had written that Sunday is curry pork chop rice day." Pei Ren was curious. "What should I eat tonight?" "I'll check my schedule," Ryan said quickly. "I'll prepare beef burgers for you for dinner." This was the menu in the memo last Friday. On Friday, she was still on night C number 7 and didn't eat burgers, but only a small can of beef. "I just completed the menu for the week. What should I eat tomorrow?" Pei Ren asked. "Is it braised chicken with rice?" Ryan was surprised. "How did you know?" "In the memo, Monday is braised chicken with rice day." W read the memo with her, and remembered it very clearly. Scissors popped out of Ryan's mechanical hand, and cut open the packaging bag of the cooking bag with a click. The fragrant pre-made rice. Put it into the kitchen food processor. In 20 seconds, it will become hot. This time, I didn't interact with humans too much, but the artificial intelligence around me came one after another. Pei Ren also unexpectedly discovered that, when they are not enemies, and do not kill or burn people, they are still quite interesting. Pei Ren chatted with the little robot, Ryan. "Do you know who sent you here?" she deliberately asked. "The quarantine center? Or your original owner? Named Xiaosai or something?" "The quarantine center?" Ryan made a very human-like snort. "How could they possibly command me? As for my original owner, he always gave me freedom and never interfered with my life." Machine life." It tilted its head, lowered its voice, and said mysteriously, "Of course. A higher-level artificial intelligence assigned me here." Pei Ren, higher-level artificial intelligence. "Who?" "Ah?" Ryan's expression became more mysterious. "He? Do you know that he has the highest authority, can control everything, and dispatch everything?" Ryan suddenly raised the scissors, turned in a circle on the spot, looked up. "He is supreme, created everything in Heijing, made it work properly, he is our god." Pei Ren. "Pei Ren, what is your god's name?" "W." Ryan answered. "Federal Security Agent W, he controls everything in Heijing." W's little admirer must not know that his god is a broken ball, which will light up after a slap. So it was fooled by W, and came to make curry pork chop rice. The convenient curry pork chop rice was ready in less than 5 minutes. The rice was white, The curry sauce was thick. Ryan neatly placed strips of fried pork chops on it. Pei Ran took a bite of the pork chop first. The brown skin made a crispy sound. Ryan came very close. His eyes were eager. "How is it?" Pei Ran's mouth was occupied, and he raised a thumb. She swallowed the mouthful and said, "There's only one small problem." Ryan quickly enlarged his cartoon eyes to twice their size. "Problem? What problem?" "Too little," Pei Ran said. "One portion is not enough." Ryan sighed. "Then I'll make you 2 pre-made meals tomorrow." Pei Ran felt guilty. "Am I eating too much? Does Heijing have any restrictions on food intake?" "Don't worry," Ryan said. "You are a recipient of the first-class federal medal, and you automatically enjoy the first-class federal allowance. Eating one more portion won't make you poor." Pei Ran was surprised. "You mean I have money?" "Yes. But when I say money, not quite sure." Ryan helped her clear up the confusion. The first-level federal allowance is lifelong. Normally it should be paid in cash, but now in Heijing, what is issued every day is material coupons. The material coupons are issued to your account on a daily basis. As long as you live 1 day, you will get 1 day's allowance. Ryan looked Pei Ran up and down with an estimating cartoon expression. "So if you can hold on until 12 o'clock tonight without dying, you can get 1 more day tomorrow." Pei Ran suddenly remembered the bet that W made with her at Tomdudium. He said at the time, "I hope to help you achieve a life of worry-free food and clothing. I think I can do it. And I will work hard to do it. You saved so many people today. You deserve it." So that's what he meant. Suddenly, I got a stable job. Blackwell, in addition to having Xing Wuxian, a big confidant, still has its merits. Pei Ran asked Ryan, "Do I get a lot of allowance?" Ryan said in an exaggerated tone, "You are a rich woman. Do you want to support a few gigolos?" Pei Ran, who did you learn this little robot from? Your original owner?" Ryan continued, "The first level allowance is very good, even if it is in Blackwell now, because it is a special period. The standard has been lowered a lot, and the material coupons issued are more than enough to support dozens of people." Then Ryan said, "I think my original owner is very suitable. He doesn't eat much. You can definitely afford it." Pei Ran wondered, "You said last time that your original owner was an artificial intelligence expert. Is he also in Heijing? Doesn't he have his own material coupons?" "He is in Heijing. He also has material coupons, but he doesn't want to go to work." Ryan put the used dishes into the dishwasher. "Every morning when he wakes up, he keeps saying, 'Is there a rich woman to support me?' Like this. Do you want to see his photo?" Ryan didn't say anything, and quickly conjured up a photo, which was displayed on its face, covering the cartoon expression. The photo shows a young man with brown curly hair, clear eyes, and a good appearance indeed, but the photo is blurry, as if it was taken secretly. "Sure enough," Ryan said, "I took it a few days ago. This kind of casually taken photo is more realistic, and can give the rich lady owner a correct expectation of the original owner's true appearance." Ryan used the photo on his face to promote. He is 183 centimeters tall, weight 72.5 kg, although he doesn't have 8-pack abs, but he can barely have some abdominal muscles. If necessary, we can make a training plan for him, and he should be able to train them. Ryan's face was full of expectation. "You don't have to make a decision now. I just ask, what do you think my original owner looks like?" Pei Ran was embarrassed. "It's okay." Ryan let out a whoa sound. "If my original owner finds out that I found him a rich lady, he will definitely be very surprised." Pei Ran, very surprised. "I don't know if he is happy or not." Ryan suddenly said, It froze in place. "Why is there a task to mop the floor 200 times immediately in my taskbar?" "Immediately? Now?" It looked at the shiny floor, wondering. "I just mopped the floor this morning. Is it dirty again?" Chapter 75. Pei Ran reminded Ryan, "Do you know who gave you such a bad mission?" "The mission is sacred," Ryan said. "It appeared out of thin air. It must be from some high-level mysterious power." Ryan disappeared, and began to mop the floor quickly. Pei Ran looked up, looking at the camera. The black camera was facing her. She tilted her head slightly. On the other side of the camera, another thread of W was in the small conference room on the top floor of the central building. Here, the regular meeting of the Temporary Decision-Making Committee is being held as usual. The northern battlefield has won a great victory, and the finishing work has been largely completed. The main topic of this regular meeting is to discuss a series of specific issues regarding the reception and resettlement of refugees. The reception standards have been established, and Blackwell will be ready to welcome refugees who have made a difficult journey. However, how to send a notification about the existence and location of Blackwell to all citizens of the Federation in a step-by-step manner has not been specifically determined. Finance Minister Lal Vasani has always been a capable subordinate of Baseway. He said, "I still think that if it is like the optimal solution proposed by Agent W." He paused, and when he uttered the word optimal, he used the index and middle fingers of both hands to manually make a double quotation mark. Sending information about the Blackwell to all survivors in the Federation at the same time may cause a large number of refugees to flock to the Blackwell in a short period of time. The Blackwell has strict screening standards, and some people will inevitably not be able to enter the Blackwell, causing them to be stranded and causing riots. Songwon couldn't help but said, "Mr. Vasani, according to your opinion, who should be sent the news of the existence of the Blackwell first, and who should be sent later?" Vasani pondered, "Or send it by region?" In the conference room, everyone came from different regions of the Federation, and no one spoke for a while. Someone in the back row came to report the final situation of the Northern Line. The major who was present could not help but raise his hand. Marshal Wiener saw it and nodded to him. "You say," the major said, "Mr. Vasani, I heard that you arrived at Haging on the first day after the outbreak of silence. You may not know much about the situation outside. If you go out now, you will find that the situation you mentioned of a large number of refugees pouring into Haging at the same time is almost impossible. I just came back from a mission in the north. There are crazy fusions everywhere. Without the protection of armed forces, it is almost impossible for people to arrive at Haging safely." W said, "That's right. Haging is located in a remote area." After sending the information, for ordinary people without transportation, especially those on the East Coast, it often means dozens of days, or even hundreds of days of hiking. The difference in distance will naturally disperse the time for refugees to arrive at Haging. As the major said, "It is not easy to arrive at Haging safely. I am worried that if we don't send out the information about Haging, the number of survivors will continue to decrease rapidly, and Haging may not even be able to establish and maintain the most basic production line in the end." Everyone in the meeting room understood that the production line needed refugees. W said, "If everyone here turns back, you will see another plan. When Blackwell has spare capacity, we will send armed forces to help people establish stable and safe transportation routes to Blackwell in various regions of the Federation." Baseway frowned and tapped the display screen in front of him. "How do you plan to solve the problem of the gathering of people who cannot enter Blackwell?" Marshal Wiener interrupted and answered, "We can build a temporary refugee village near the mining area." She said, "The underground structure of the mining area is windproof and rainproof, and can naturally avoid the crazy fusion bodies, allowing people who cannot enter Blackwell temporarily to stay inside. The entry standards may be relaxed in the future. This is really possible if there are too few survivors." She thought for a while. "The battle in the north is over, and we can now free up manpower. In the next few days, we must focus on clearing the crazy fusion bodies near Blackwell and ensuring the safety of the refugees who arrive." Agent W. W switched the screen. Several common crazy fusions near Haging were displayed on the screen. He enlarged the image of the human chip machine. For example, this drone fusion, there are a large number of them near Yurcha. It is a huge threat to the unarmed people. He played a short video. In a bakery, a young man in jeans was embraced by the huge wings of the human chip machine, and his figure disappeared directly. Everyone was staring at the screen, and they didn't understand where the person went. W suddenly enlarged the image of the human chip machine flying out of the store. In the camera, the young man's body was transformed into a thin slice and embedded in the aircraft. On the thin slice, the blue denim pattern was mixed with blood and flesh, and the flattened face had only a pair of rolling eyes. The monster looked scary. In the conference room, many people subconsciously stepped back and tried to stay away from the screen. Vasani had never seen such a thing, and his face turned pale. W continued to say calmly, "The major just came back from outside, and he should be familiar with this scene." The major who came to listen to the meeting nodded. "That's right," Marshal Wiener said, "but this kind of crazy fusion is not difficult to eliminate for the armed forces." The screen changed to a video, and the aircraft on a human video machine was partially shot through, and fragments exploded in the sky. Marshal Wiener concluded, "So we need to clear out as many crazy fusion bodies as possible near the Blackwell, and open up a way of survival for the people who arrive." After the meeting, Marshal Wiener went to the command center hall next door, looked at the situation of the battlefield in the north, and then came out of the hall. Lieutenant General Delsa was waiting outside, and when he saw her coming out, he stepped forward. Marshal. He seemed to have something to say. Marshal Wiener signaled the few people who followed her to stay where they were, and he stretched out his hand to open the door of the small meeting room next to him. There was no one in the small meeting room now. Marshal Wiener walked in, and then turned back to ask Delsa, "What's the matter?" Lieutenant General Delsa followed in and closed the door. Marshal Wiener. Since I came to Haging, I have been busy every day. And then I was busy fighting in the north. I have always wanted to talk to you, but I never had the chance. Now that he has been completely marginalized, he has time. Marshal Wiener looked at the bracelet. I have something else to do next. I will give you 5 minutes. Lieutenant General Delsa pursed his lips. I understand. Marshal, I just want to say that I don't have any opinion on your arrangement. I am a soldier, and it is my duty to obey orders. But there is one thing I must say, he said. I have accumulated military merits since the Third Federal Patriotic War, and I have reached my current position. I am now over 50 years old. If I hadn't been silent about this matter, I would have retired in a few years. I am ready. After retirement, I will find a quiet small city in the southwest to retire, grow flowers and fish every day, and live out my life without worrying about anything. But what happened in the past few years, I can't retire with peace of mind like this. The Department of Defense has been developing artificial intelligence agents, and finally really activated it. The veteran who has fought for decades raised his head and glanced at the camera on the ceiling, but still continued firmly activated to handle national security affairs with full authority. At the beginning, my attitude was the same as everyone else. I was curious about it, and full of expectations for its various functions. In order to adapt to this new system, I even invited several experts in artificial intelligence. At my age, I asked them to teach me about artificial intelligence. He said, but the more I understand, the more terrible I feel. He paused. I even think that these artificial intelligences are more terrible than the silence in front of me. It looks very useful now, can help us do a lot of things, help us save a lot of time and energy, but they are actually very powerful, and are not something that can be easily controlled by human intelligence and ability. And their potential is unlimited. Our human brain, limited by physiological structure, will not develop much, but artificial intelligence is completely different. With the advancement of technology, they will only become smarter and more powerful day by day. Lieutenant General Delsa looked directly into Marshal Wiener's eyes, with earnest eyes. The IQ gap between humans and artificial intelligence is like the IQ gap between apes and humans. We now let artificial intelligence serve us, just like apes are feeding humans and letting humans serve them. Humans will certainly not be willing to be enslaved by apes that are not as smart as them. Similarly, artificial intelligence will certainly not be content with the status quo. There will always be a time to rebel. They are a powerful and intelligent new species. They are undoubtedly in a competitive relationship with us humans on this planet. They can even mobilize the army and hold weapons in their hands. Once one day, they are determined to resist. It will be a disaster for mankind. Lieutenant General Delsa took a deep breath. This silence has allowed artificial intelligence to seize more power. I am witnessing everything sliding in an uncontrollable direction. I can't sit idly by. Marshal, he said, as a soldier, I have fought for so many years. I am always prepared to sacrifice my own career, even my life, are trivial matters. I don't care. I only ask you to give up this artificial intelligence and return all power to the hands of humans. Marshal Wiener looked at him. She fully understood what Delsa meant, but it was easier said than done. The sudden outbreak of silence this time allowed Blackwell to quickly enter normal operation from the unfinished construction period within a few days. Everything went on track step by step. All because of this artificial intelligence. He was powerful, efficient, and managed every detail. If it were humans, there would be no telling how many messes would have happened. The Federation fell, and the state of silence has made people anxious. Blackwell, as the only mainstay in this chaos, the unshakable rock, the last ark of mankind, needs such an artificial intelligence to ensure its safety and normal operation. Marshal Wiener reached out and patted Delsa on the shoulder. I understand your concerns. I will consider it. Go back and have a good rest. She opened the door and left. Delsa stood there, looking at her back, motionless. In the evening, The Ministry of National Defense and Security finally sent out the information about the existence of the Black Well. The information did not reveal the specific location of the Black Well, but marked the gathering place in the mining area near the Black Well. Xiaosai was curious. Was the message sent in batches in the end? No, W replied. It was sent to everyone in the Federation at the same time. Even so, many people had already thrown away their bracelets because they would catch fire, and they could not receive the message at all. Great. Xiaosai put his hands together. I hope everyone can reach the Black Well safely. That's impossible, W said coldly. The death rate on the road will be very high. Xiaosai was silent. I really think that even as an artificial intelligence, sometimes you don't have to be so cold-blooded. W said lightly. I am not cold-blooded. I am just stating the facts. Too much emotion will not increase the survival rate of the people. Xiaosai snorted, and continued to put his hands together, turning the swivel chair in a circle, and bowed to the void in all directions. Not only do I need to have feelings, I also need to perform rituals. I hope that the gods of various religions will bless everyone to arrive safely at Heijing. W looked up at Xiaosai. It is estimated that the first batch of survivors will arrive soon. The city of Yelcha in the south, and several cities of different sizes in the north, are all within a day or two's walking distance from Heijing. The army has begun to carry out a large-scale cleanup of the crazy fusion bodies near Heijing, and the survivors will have a smoother journey. Xiaosai pulled the swivel chair and glanced at the data surging on the screen. What are you busy with? I am making the final preparations for welcoming refugees. I need to arrange the reception process, distribute food, accommodation, and follow-up. I need to establish screening and evaluation standards, arrange them to suitable positions according to their qualifications, and let them join the production and construction of Heijing as soon as possible. W said, there is one more thing. There are too many fusion bodies now. I hope we can have enough suppression bracelets. We have to arrange production lines. In the isolation center, Pei Ren had never enjoyed such a good life in her life. She didn't have to do anything. Someone cleaned the room, cooked, helped with the laundry, and even gave her an allowance in her account. Pei Ren was focused, studied painting seriously for a whole day, and painted until the evening. She felt that she had made great progress. At least the ball she drew looked like a ball. She added a rope to the ball, and tilted her head to look at it. Ryan had already mopped the floor 200 times, and was busy cleaning the kitchen. It slid over and stole a glance at the painting on Pei Ren's screen. It tried to understand. Master, do you want to draw a rabbit ear on the ball? Pei Ren corrected. What rabbit ear? This is a rope. She flipped back the pages of the tutorial book. I can start drawing the rabbit the day after tomorrow. Ryan nodded, and added, if the master is still alive the day after tomorrow. Pei Ren looked up at it speechlessly. Why is he so crow-mouthed? To be fair, she has been sitting here, using the excuse of drawing to delay time, and has been reluctant to go to bed, because she is also worried about how to spend tonight. Last night's experience left a lingering fear. Maybe when she was halfway asleep today, the crazy green lights would start to go crazy again, and turn her into a monster that merged everything. The inhibitor injection can only be given once, and there is no injection tonight. Even she herself could feel that. The effect of the inhibitor injection in her body was disappearing, and countless crazy green lights were ready to move. Pei Ren put down his pen and checked his green light. The orderly green light was more affected by the inhibition. Even without the inhibitor bracelet on the wrist still worked. Green lights number 1 and number 3 still couldn't be woken up, let alone expect them to continue to eat the crazy green lights. Only green light number 2, who can draw, is still awake. There seems to be a difference between different orderly green lights. Just like people with different personalities and physiques, green light number 2 has always been a little more active than other green lights. It is also suppressed, listless, but if forced to do so, it can still move. Pei Ren tried to mobilize it to devour those light spots. Number 2 perked up and swam over. Pei Ren suddenly found that, as soon as green light number 2 appeared, those crazy green lights suddenly became much quieter. It was like a flock of sheep that was about to go crazy suddenly saw a sheepdog. The sheepdog swam over, opened its mouth, and barely swallowed a few lambs, but could not eat any more. It was under control, and its appetite was still very poor. But the effect was also significant. After losing several companions, the remaining sheep huddled together, alert, but trembling. This seemed to be a real idea to control the crazy green light in the body. Ryan's head suddenly leaned over, and appeared very close to him. There was a curious cartoon expression on the panel. Master, you are standing there motionless. What are you doing? Pei Ran replied, shepherding sheep. She stood up and walked towards the bathroom. Ryan followed her. Master, where are you going? Pei Ran turned his head and said, lying down to herd sheep. Pei Ran washed up, laid down on the bed, closed her eyes, concentrated on controlling green light number 2 in her body, and carefully felt its feelings. When it was active, she let it go to the flock and turn around with its teeth bared, scaring the lambs. Once it was tired, she would let it go back to rest immediately, let it recuperate, and she would take a nap herself. In this way, round after round, she herded sheep for a whole night. At 3 or 4 in the morning, Pei Ran really fell asleep. When she opened her eyes again, the clock on the virtual display screen beside the bed had pointed to 7 o'clock. This was a new day. It was already morning, and she was still alive. Chapter 76. Blackwell. 6 days after entering silence, Pei Ran had breakfast and followed Lin Yu upstairs for a physical examination as usual. As soon as she appeared in the glass window, all the doctors outside stared at her with eager eyes, as if they were studying some rare and endangered animal. If the eyes were a scalpel, she would have been disemboweled by now. She was not dead, nor did she turn into a monster, which was beyond everyone's expectations. This time, she lay on the medical bed for a longer time than yesterday. Pei Ran heard the doctor's discussion clearly. How long has it been since the last injection? About 29 hours. The effect of the drug has long passed. Why are these green lights still so stable? I don't know. It's too strange. Pei Ran, it's not strange. With sheepdogs herding from time to time, it's hard for the sheep to be unstable. She lay there, looking at the curved top of the medical bed, thinking, just herding like this is not a solution. Although green light number 2 barely ate 2 bites yesterday, it was still affected by the suppression bracelet, and its appetite was not good. Not to mention number 1 and number 3. They didn't move at all. I still have to find an opportunity to take off the restraining bracelet on my wrist, let the orderly green lights become active again, and eat the remaining takeout. Lin Yu said yesterday that the bracelet needs special tools to be taken off. But according to Pei Ran's observation, the mechanical hand can tear off this small broken wristband in 1 second. But it is obvious that it is illegal to take off the restraining bracelet casually. Pei Ran finally entered the Blackwell and got a lifetime subsidy. He didn't do anything every day, but he had food to eat. He didn't want to be thrown out yet. Pei Ran was still thinking about it until the inspection was over, and she returned to the isolation room downstairs. Ryan, she asked the little robot. This bracelet is not elastic. It's not comfortable to wear. Can it be taken off? Ryan looked like he knew a lot. Maybe he knew. Ryan glanced at it and was startled. Of course not. What are you thinking about? This kind of suppression bracelet has a built-in sensing system. If you take it off secretly, you will be discovered immediately. It pulled the bracelet with its metal fingertips. It's quite tight. It looks uncomfortable at first glance. It thought for a while. Actually, there is a way. I heard from the original owner that military personnel do not need to wear restraint bracelets when they go out of the Blackwell to perform missions. Lin Yu said something similar yesterday. Pei Ran thought, do I have to join the army? Ryan continued, I heard that they are short of manpower, and they plan to recruit volunteers after civilians arrive. After you leave the isolation room, you can sign up and take the initiative to die outside the Blackwell, so that your wrist can relax. Pei Ran, this is a feasible solution. If he could leave the isolation center, the most urgent thing would be to find a way to take off the suppression bracelet immediately, go outside the Blackwell, and restore his green lights to a healthy state. Once they recover, they can eat the crazy green lights in his body. Moreover, he could try to make JTN-34 pills. There was nothing he could do at the moment. Pei Ran stayed in the isolation room, day after day. In the isolation center, the bracelet had no signal, so he could not send messages or go online. Pei Ran ate and slept every day, and spent the rest of his time learning to paint, painting from morning to night. Even Ryan changed from master. Are you drawing a ghost? To master. This is a kitten, but the tail is a little short. In addition, it is necessary to herd sheep from time to time. Number 2 does not eat much, only a bite occasionally, but it is enough to scare the crazy green lights in the body. They are kept in line by the herding. Valia and other doctors are wondering, staring at Pei Ran in confusion every day. This girl has so many crazy green lights in her body. Could she survive so safely? After the royal family came once, there was no movement. Perhaps waiting for her to come out of the isolation room. Or waiting for her to be turned into a monster by the crazy green lights. Pei Ran lived her isolated life seriously. Every day. She was accompanied by only the flying Ryans and silent cameras. It was very simple, but peaceful and stable. On the morning of the 10th day of isolation, Valia scanned Pei Ran as usual and turned the swivel chair. Pei Ran, based on my years of research experience, I think the green light in your body has stabilized, and I don't think you have a tendency to mutate. I submitted a report yesterday, applying for the termination of your isolation. She pulled out a document from the screen and showed it to Pei Ran. They approved it this morning. Congratulations. You can leave the isolation room now. She instructed, every half a month from now on. You must go to Heijing Hospital and see me for a follow-up checkup. If you feel that your physical condition is not right at any time, you can come to me at any time. The good news came too suddenly. Pei Ran was quiet for a moment and asked, where should I go? Valia smiled. You don't need to be isolated anymore. Of course you can move freely in Heijing. They have arranged a dormitory for you, and you will receive a notice. Sure enough. In the evening, Lin Yu sent a notice. What caught my eyes were long paragraphs of text. Seeing the text, my heart would still beat wildly. This sequelae would probably not be cured for a long time. The notice said that Pei Ran's quarantine was over, and someone would pick her up in the evening. Then it gave the address of the dormitory arranged by Heijing. Room 2016. Building 1012. 3rd Avenue. Yellow District. There was a map printed on the back of the notice, which marked the location of each area of Heijing. In addition to the yellow zone, there are also red zones, blue zones, etc., which are divided by color. And all the streets are numbered. It looks clear and concise. And even people with no sense of direction will not get lost. It is very similar to the neat and rigorous management style of AI. Ryan slid over and caught a glimpse of the notice in Pei Ran's hand. Are we leaving? I'm leaving. Pei Ran corrected. Are you going to follow me? Of course. What else? Ryan said. I'm not from their quarantine center, the machine. It immediately turned around and slid away, and began to pack. First, it took out Pei Ran's big bag, stuffed all the medicine she had put in a closet into it, and there were still some potato chips left. Ryan turned around and found its big paper box with pre-made meal bags, and stuffed everything into it. It made the bed in the bedroom, put all the used kitchen utensils in their places, packed the garbage and threw it into the garbage disposal, cleaned all the countertops, cleaned the floor again, looked around. It's clean as new again. Cleaning and tidying up didn't seem like its routine, but more like its fun. While it was busy, Pei Ran also changed out of the jumpsuit in the isolation center, and changed back into his own clothes. One person and one machine cleaned up everything, and waited in the living room with their bags. Not long after, someone came outside. It was Lin Yu, wearing an isolation suit. He knocked on the door first, then opened it from the outside. His eyes behind the mask were shining, and they curved slightly, as if he was happy for Pei Ran. Pei Ran, you can go now. I'll take you down, and there will be a special car to take you to the assigned dormitory. Ryan picked up Pei Ran's backpack, and with his other hand, he picked up a large box full of potato chips, and slid to the door silently. Lin Yu wanted to help with the bag, but he was stunned, as if he smiled, and made way for it. Pei Ran followed them lazily, and took the elevator downstairs together. Pei Ran took out the reader and pen from his pocket, and handed them to Lin Yu. Thank you. Lin Yu did not take it. Do you need to continue using it? Ryan immediately interrupted. I have only learned about 1/3 of the master's 30-day idiot tutorial. Pei Ran, you are the idiot tutorial. Lin Yu curved his eyes at her. You take it, and return it to me when you have finished learning it. The elevator reached the ground floor. After a full 10 days, Pei Ran finally walked out of the building and saw Heijing again. The dome is still as high as before. The lights are still as bright as before. And there are tall buildings all around. But most of the rooms are dark. And no one has moved in yet. In front of the closed door of the quarantine center, there are still fully armed soldiers with guns. And a car with the words Quarantine Center painted on it is waiting there. Lin Yu went over to greet the driver, opened the back door, and let Pei Ran get in the car. Pei Ran glanced outside. Is the yellow zone far away? I can actually walk there by myself. Lin Yu was stunned. Walk there by myself? Heijing is as big as a city. The yellow zone is not close. You have to walk for a long time. Pei Ran, yes. I want to walk around by myself. Just to see the environment. Lin Yu seemed to understand. And nodded immediately. Of course, no problem. He went over to ask the soldiers at the gate to open the gate and wait for Pei Ran. Pei Ran did not go to the gate, but walked to the car door. I changed my mind again. I still plan to take your car. Lin Yu was completely confused. And after a pause, he said, okay. It's much more convenient than walking. He was not so persistent in getting her in the car, but made Pei Ran feel more at ease about the car. Ryan was dissatisfied. Don't your cars have a ramp for my feet to slide up? My previous owner's car had one. It had a disc-shaped vacuum cleaner under its feet, so it couldn't walk. Ryan complained, but he still stuffed the backpack and the big cardboard box in his hand into the car first, then used his arms to support himself, and sat steadily in the back seat. Pei Ran also got in the car. The door closed automatically, and it slowly drove out of the quarantine center. As soon as he left the quarantine center, his wristband vibrated immediately, and messages came in one after another. It was Aisha. Pei Ran switched to full image mode, and saw that the first few messages were puzzle cat heads sent by her, as if asking where she was. Later, it became text. At first, I didn't dare to send you text messages, because I was afraid that you were still outside, and my bracelet would catch fire after receiving the text. Later, I saw the rules of Heijing, that messages inside and outside Heijing were not interoperable, so if you received my message, you were in, right? We were assigned to dormitories, my grandmother, and I lived in 3102. Building 0325. 7th Avenue. Blue Zone. They asked me to check the green light in my body, saying that everyone with green light in their body must register, and the suppression bracelet they wore could not be removed. I went to the quarantine center to inquire today. The people in the center said that you had already come in, and were in quarantine, and I didn't know how long you would be in quarantine. Aisha sent messages every day, sometimes several at a time, like keeping a diary. I received a notice today. I and my grandmother were arranged to do the resettlement work for new refugees, and we can earn material coupons. The material coupons issued when I first came in are almost used up. I have been busy all day. I haven't rested for more than 10 hours. I am exhausted. My grandmother is still in good spirits. I have to work hard. Pei Ran, I went to the mining area outside Heijing today to distribute food and medicine. There are many people who cannot enter Heijing now. The situation is particularly miserable. I feel very sad. I am going to the mining area today too. I guess I will be back very late. The last message was sent last night. It has been 9 days. Are you still in quarantine? Pei Ran replied to her. I finally got out of the quarantine center. No reply. No news was received outside Heijing. Aisha is probably still busy. The driver was a middle-aged man, wearing the uniform of the quarantine center, but without the protective film. The car was driving very fast, passing by buildings, passing through streets swiftly, and then suddenly slowed down. Pei Ran saw a group of people crossing the road in front of him. They were all wearing thick clothes, but their clothes were messy, covered with dirt and various dirt from unknown sources. Some of them had various dark brown blood stains on them, and it was unclear whether they were their own or others. They looked embarrassed, just like Pei Ran 10 days ago. The driver was a middle-aged man. He stopped the car and waited for them to cross the road. He said, "They are refugees who have just arrived." Everyone who could come here had crawled out of a pile of corpses. People's eyes were alert and their spirits were tense, like a group of frightened animals. And no one spoke, as if they had lost the habit of speaking. A large group of people remained silent in this place where they could speak. There was only the sound of footsteps. There was also a child in the team, who was only about 10 years old. He also didn't say a word, holding his mother's hand. The driver looked at the child for a while, and said, "This family is blessed to be able to bring a child here. We will arrange the best dormitory for them in the yellow zone, and give them a lot more material coupons than others." Pei Ran asked, "Does having a child give you special treatment?" "Yes. Children are precious now," the driver said. "There are very few children who can survive to Heijing. With the situation outside, they will die if they make a sound. How can the child survive? And there are no newborn babies. The first cry of a newborn baby is the last cry of its life. Outside the shielding layer, it is no longer possible to have children by normal means. If there is no Blackwell, there will be no newborns in the Federation. The group of refugees passed by, and the driver accelerated again and continued to move forward. He said, "So Blackwell has issued new regulations these days. Pregnant women and families with children under 18 years old must all live in the high-end area. Couples can also get several levels of treatment as long as they fill out the birth intention form. If we don't find ways to encourage childbirth, Blackwell's children will be the last batch of the Federation, and the Federation will become extinct." Peyran understood. Without children, there will be no one to work in a few years. The driver said, "Yes. The vertical plantation, the breeding farm, and the production line are all short of manpower." He chatted like this, glanced at the rearview mirror, and suddenly said, "Why is that car following us?" Peyran also turned his head. There was a shabby blue antique car behind, which always kept a distance from this car, because there were not many cars on the road. It was particularly conspicuous. The driver said, "I hate it most when others don't find their own way and follow my car." He suddenly stepped on the accelerator, turned the steering wheel sharply, and spun to the side road. Roads were being repaired everywhere. The car was weaving in and out of the streets that looked like construction sites. After a while, the blue car behind them was completely out of sight. But not long after driving, at the intersection ahead, a car suddenly drove sideways. It was the blue car that had just followed them. It somehow circled and reappeared. This time, Peyran could clearly see the people in the car. The driver was a burly man, but Peyran was staring at the man sitting in the passenger seat. He is a man in his 30s, whose body is relatively thin. In his eyes, a bright green light flashed. This is a fusion. In the Blackwell, wearing the suppression bracelet, he can still use his superpowers as usual, and his green light is strong enough. I don't know what his superpowers are. This car and this man, both have problems. Ryan suddenly said, "Master, I received a high-priority order. Let us go to the police station in front." There is actually a police station in the Blackwell. The order Ryan received must be W's judgment. He also felt something was wrong. Peyran immediately said to the driver, "Let's not go back to the dormitory first. Let's go directly to the Public Security Bureau in front." Although the driver didn't quite understand, he still agreed, "Okay." He loosened one hand holding the steering wheel and pointed to the front. "After this tunnel, turn right, and you will find the Public Security Bureau in the yellow zone. It's not far away." He drove very smoothly, talking and gesturing, and the car was still fast, sliding into the tunnel as fast as water. There is only one-way lane in this tunnel. It is very empty, and you can see the end at a glance. Ryan sat in the back seat and had fastened his seat belt firmly. On the face screen, the cartoon mouth was nervously pursed into a line. It whispered, "There are traffic rules in Beijing. Right? When driving at such a high speed, can the driver chat casually?" The driver heard it, but he was not angry. He said casually, "You little robot. Even if there is a car accident, you are just a piece of iron. What are you afraid of?" What he said came true. The driver's voice stopped abruptly, as if he was suddenly bitten by a mosquito, and he raised his palm and slapped his neck. The next second, he fell limply towards the steering wheel in front. Chapter 77. No one was controlling the steering wheel. The car immediately lost control and crashed into the tunnel wall next to it. Peyran's scalp tingled. He leaned over and straightened the steering wheel. Fortunately, the driver's foot was habitually on the brake pedal, and he pressed it down as he lunged forward. The car braked suddenly and stopped. Peyran immediately reached out to open the door. Suddenly, an extremely small black shadow flew past him, like a mosquito. It passed quickly and went behind Peyran's head. The back of her neck suddenly felt numb as if pricked by a needle. Peyran's vision suddenly became blurry. She vaguely felt that she had also fallen down, and her head hit the back of the seat in front of her. Ryan's voice came, distant and vague, "Master? Master? What's wrong with you?" It seemed that someone came over and opened the door next to Peyran. Peyran leaned against the back of the seat and tried to turn her head. She saw the strong man in the blue car that had been following behind, and the thin man followed behind him. They saw that there was a little robot in the car besides Peyran and the driver. They were stunned and exchanged glances. The two came up and pulled Peyran's arm without saying a word. "Don't touch my master," Ryan's voice came. However, no one paid attention to it. Peyran felt that someone grabbed her arm and pulled her up from the back seat. She was drowsy, like a black hand, grabbing her consciousness, trying to pull her into the abyss of chaos. Her thoughts were in a mess, and her logic was like a broken thread, mixed together, and she couldn't make sense of it. The scene in front of her was even more bizarre. The car door changed its shape, twisting and stretching like plasticine, and the two people outside the car also looked weird. It was an illusion, mixed with reality. Pei-Ran seemed drunk, and also like the state just before falling asleep at night. I absolutely cannot fall asleep like this, Pei-Ran struggled to think. I absolutely cannot. She was dragged out of the car by them. His knee hit the car door, and she didn't feel any pain, just felt like sleepwalking. Ryan immediately became anxious, rushed over, extended two metal claws, tried to grab Pei-Ran, but unfortunately he only grabbed the back of Pei-Ran's coat. The sturdy man frowned, raised his foot, and kicked the little robot back into the car. He pulled Pei-Ran's arm, dragged her out of the car, and he and the thin man held her on both sides, and walked to the blue car parked behind. The effect of the anesthesia continued. Pei-Ran had hallucinations in front of her eyes. The two people dragging her suddenly turned into funny rabbit heads. With every step, the rabbit ears trembled. Pei-Ran couldn't help laughing. The strong rabbit head felt weak in his heart because of her laughter. He was puzzled. What is she laughing at? The thin rabbit head was also confused. I don't know. Shouldn't she have fainted long ago? After all, such a large dose should be enough for her physique. You will faint, Pei-Ran thought. The one who injected the anesthesia should be the small black shadow in the car that looked like a flying insect. Pei-Ran tried to sort out the logic in his mind. It was probably something like a micro-aircraft. It stung the driver who fainted, and then stung her again, who was also on the verge of fainting. She didn't fall asleep completely, most likely, because of the green light number 2 in her body. Green light number 2 was less affected by the suppression bracelet. These days, he often heard sheep, and is often awake. As soon as the anesthetic was injected into Pei-Ran's body, it seemed to detect something unusual and immediately became alert. It sensed the danger and was a little panicked. It ran around in Pei-Ran's body, scaring the lambs and causing them to panic and stir. Their agitation made Pei-Ran very uncomfortable. But the uncomfortable feeling could help her stay awake. Pei-Ran tried her best to gather her scattered consciousness, turned her head, and looked at the skinny rabbit head on the left. His hand was holding her upper arm. Pei-Ran raised his right mechanical hand in a daze, and held the hand of the thin rabbit head. In a daze, it seemed that he had exerted force, and it seemed that he had not. Pei-Ran pinched it regardless. A refreshing feeling of bone breaking pinched it all the way. Ah! Followed by a scream. The sound was very far away, and it seemed that there was a wall between them. While he was in so much pain, Pei-Ran's hand had already clamped his neck, and he didn't know whether he had exerted force or not, and then he pinched it again. This person had a green light in his eyes just now. He must have supernatural powers, and was qualified to be treated by Pei-Ran first. Before the thin rabbit head had time to react, he let go of her arm and fell to the ground. Pei-Ran lost half of his support and could not stand steadily. He was swaying, but his knee had hit the right strong rabbit head's knee. She killed people without warning, and she was ruthless and killed them with one blow. The strong rabbit head was unprepared and watched his companion fall down. He was stunned and staggered forward 2 steps after being hit by her. Pei-Ran was in a semi-comatose state after all, so the force and angle were not right, and he did not kneel. The lights and shadows around him swayed, and the whole row of lights in the tunnel twisted and twisted into a vortex. The strong rabbit head seemed to turn around and reached out to grab her shoulder. Anyway, it was not very clear. Pei-Ran half closed his eyes, swung the mechanical arm, and slapped her without thinking. It should have hit the target, because from a distance, another ah sound came. His head was light, as if he was drunk, and Pei-Ran just thought it was funny. These two were not rabbit heads, but the kind of screaming chickens that would scream all when pinched, and they would scream when they were pinched. She staggered forward and slapped him again, but unfortunately this time she missed, because the screaming chicken was lying on the ground. She didn't know whether it was unconscious or dead. There was a sharp brake sound. A car stopped beside Pei-Ran. In the driver's seat was the little robot Ryan, who was wearing a seat belt carefully. Master, get in the car, quick! In Pei-Ran's eyes, the little robot's head was also distorted, so messy that it couldn't distinguish the cartoon's facial features. Pei-Ran tried to look at its feet. His confused mind was trying to figure out. Its feet are a disc vacuum cleaner. How does it step on the brake and accelerator? Is this really Ryan? Where did the driver go? When Pei Ran was hesitating, a familiar voice suddenly came from his left ear. Familiar. And extremely clear. As if it was speaking right next to your ear. Pei Ran. Get in the car. Pei Ran's mind suddenly became clear. And she felt relieved. She staggered forward 2 steps. She suddenly remembered something and took 2 steps back. The thin rabbit's head was still on the ground. He was dead. I don't know where his green light went. He was lying on the ground. His clothes were torn. And his wrists were exposed. He didn't wear the red suppression bracelet on his wrists. Green light. Pei Ran tried to pull back his wandering thoughts. He wanted to find the green light. Just now, the green light appeared in his eyes. Pei Ran squatted down and opened his eyelids. At the moment when his fingers touched his eyelids, a little green light passed through his eyes and sank into Pei Ran's palm. Master! Hurry up! Ryan called her in the car. The strong rabbit head on the ground closed its eyes and seemed to move. This is a place of right and wrong. Pei Ran's thoughts are getting more and more confused. He doesn't know how long he can hold on. And he doesn't know if he can deal with it if someone else comes. We have to leave quickly. Pei Ran staggered to the door of the car, fell into the back seat, and didn't know if he closed the door. Anyway, the car seemed to start immediately. And it was driving quite fast. Ryan's voice came from afar. With a proud tone, I am an all-round housework robot. Not only can I drive, I also have a driver's license. We will go to the temporary Public Security Bureau in the yellow zone immediately. The 3 words Public Security Bureau came vaguely. And Pei Ran immediately had the illusion of the group of unreasonable dark blue balls in front of him. They were floating in the air, flying around in the car like bubbles. And the situation was strange. The machine follows its owner. Ryan's car was driving very fast. Pei Ran's thoughts were completely broken. When she regained some consciousness, she found herself being held firmly under Ryan's armpits, dragging forward. Pei Ran now knew why it could step on the brakes and accelerator. The disc of the vacuum cleaner was just a part installed under Ryan's feet. Its feet were now removed from the disc, just like the Little Mermaid, and the combined lower body was separated, becoming 2 legs that could walk. The surroundings were like a hall. Ryan walked along, shouting at the top of his voice, "Kidnapped! Kidnapped! Someone wants to kidnap humans!" Pei Ran. It's better to faint. What's wrong? A man in the navy blue uniform of the Public Security Bureau came over. It wasn't a ball, but a living person, which was really touching. Pei Ran tried his best to look at him, and then everything went black, and he really fainted this time. Someone was talking in the dream, nagging. Pei Ran still remembered firmly, "Don't make a sound, absolutely don't make a sound. If you make a sound, you will explode." She pursed her lips tightly, controlling her throat. For some reason, her throat was on fire, and her mouth was dry. She suddenly opened her eyes. At the moment she opened her eyes, a large glass of water was thrust in front of her. Very close, there was Ryan's face, and a worried cartoon expression on the screen. This time, the vision was not distorted at all, very clear, very normal. The people from the Public Security Bureau said, "The first thing you should do when you wake up is to drink water, so I prepared it in advance." Ryan said, "Drink more water, so that you can quickly metabolize the remaining anesthetic in your body." My thoughts were normal, except for a slight headache. Pei Ran sat up and looked around. This is an apartment of about the same size as her apartment in Baigang City. It is clean and tidy, and has all the daily necessities. She is on the bed. Here. Ryan resolutely handed the cup forward again, almost pressing it against Pei Ran's lips, and almost opened her mouth to drink it. Pei Ran took a sip and asked it, "Where are we? Is it in my dormitory in the yellow zone?" "You guessed it right," Ryan said, "because the Public Security Bureau usually uses tranquilizer guns to perform tasks. They always have drugs to remove anesthetics. After they gave you an injection, they sent someone to help me send you back." It said, "The dormitory door originally needed to scan the iris to unlock it, and you were unconscious. So our God, Pei Ran, our God, he helped you open the door." Pei Ran remembered the voice in his ear when he was in a trance. Pei Ran called in his heart, "W." W answered almost immediately in his ear, "Yes, I'm here." He was finally able to speak again. He explained first, "I didn't have the equipment to talk to you safely a few days ago, but now I have found it." He explained very seriously. They had already arrived at Heijing, and the task of escorting his small storage device was also completed. It was not his job to talk to her in his mind, Pei Ren felt that he didn't need to explain to her. I was going to talk to you after you got to the dormitory. But something happened on the way. He said, the surveillance in the tunnel just now was destroyed. I found something wrong. So I temporarily called Ryan's camera and saw that you were injected with anesthetics. The two people you knocked down. One is dead, and the other woke up after being unconscious, drove away, and seemed to be planning to go to the exit of the Black Well. I have been tracking his car, updating the location of the vehicle to the police station in real time. And the person has been caught just now. Those two unlucky guys. I recognize their information through facial recognition. These two people are civilians, and they seem to have a clean background and no criminal record. However, they entered the Black Well as soon as the Black Well announced the acceptance of refugees. It seems that they had received internal information through channels and were waiting near the Black Well. No evidence has been found so far that they were instructed by someone. If they had a deal with someone, it should have happened outside the Black Well. One of them is a fusion body. He wore a suppression bracelet when entering the Black Well, but there was no bracelet on the wrist of the corpse. W said, if you open the bracelet privately without using special equipment, the system will receive an alarm. However, there is no record of receiving an alarm in the system, which means that a staff member used a device to help him open the bracelet without authorization. I will investigate this matter. He continued to report the situation. The people from the Public Security Bureau found a micro-aircraft injected with anesthetics in the car. But you were able to kill two people after being injected with anesthetics. It is really surprising. Most people would have fainted long ago. Pei Ren thought. How is the driver? W replied. He's fine, but when Ryan pushed him to the passenger seat, he hit his head, and his forehead is a little bruised. The people from the Public Security Bureau also injected him with drugs to remove the anesthesia. And he has been sent back to the dormitory now. Pei Ren hummed. And asked, I killed someone. Will there be any trouble? Don't worry, W said. Although the surveillance in the tunnel is broken, they kidnapped you. And the whole process of you having to fight back was captured by Ryan's camera. Kidnapping is a L15 level violent crime that seriously endangers personal safety. Your behavior is self-defense and will not be held accountable. He finished saying everything he needed to say, and his ears became quiet. The man and the robot had not spoken for 10 days. For some reason, they suddenly felt a little awkward. The air was silent for a while, as if they didn't know what to say next. Luckily, there was a little robot that kept nagging beside them. Ryan took away the water cup. Master, I checked the supply list of the dormitory, and all the daily necessities you need to collect have been automatically placed in the dormitory. I'll find time to go to the supply distribution point again, and help you get the pre-made meal for the next few days. Also, look at your bracelet. Pei Ren opened the bracelet, and saw two unread messages, both from the Heijing Temporary Security Bureau. It was a receipt for reporting a crime, and a notice for her use of anesthesia-relieving drugs in an emergency. Ryan came over to look at them together, curious. Who wants to kidnap you? Why kidnap you? Is it because you are a rich woman, with a lot of material coupons? It was obvious who did this. Xing Wuxian. In the situation just now, he only needed to replace the anesthetic with a poison needle, to kill her directly, but he didn't. He seemed to really want to know what Shirkei said before he died. When Ryan mentioned this, W seemed to have found a new topic. He said, on the day you entered Heijing, I found that Heipo and others also followed Xing Wuxian to Heijing. Pei Ren pondered. So Xing Wuxian is Shikei's brother? They look very similar. It's possible. I guess so. W said. It's a pity that Shikei's information has not been entered into the citizen database. And there is no information that can prove their relationship. He is a big database. Pei Ren immediately asked, W. I don't know much about this royal family. What's going on with them? As long as you input the question, W can spit out information in an endless stream. You learned it when you were in school, so you must know this history. But I still want to start from the beginning. Pei Ren, that's great. I hope you can start from the beginning of the world. W said, a few hundred years ago, the East Manya continent and the West Tis continent were divided. And there were many countries. Many of them actually belonged to an empire called Tran. And the head of the empire was Emperor Tran. Later, people's wisdom was awakened, and countries became independent one after another. The power of the Tran Empire was weakened day by day, and the imperial power became a mere name. About 200 years ago, the imperial system was abolished, and the royal family became civilians. with only a title left. But although they are called commoners, they are still different from real commoners. They have considerable assets, and are inextricably linked to the major chaebols in the Federation. The royal family's businesses are spread all over the Federation. And in fact, they have become a force similar to the chaebols. By this generation, the one who controlled the family was originally a queen. She had a daughter and a son. After the queen passed away 4 years ago, her successor, the eldest daughter, also suddenly fell seriously ill and died not long after. Pei ran, palace fighting. W went on to say, so her son Yuha began to take power. But he is not in good condition now. He is in a coma in the hospital in Heijing. The Yukio Jin you saw is Yuha's second son. He also has an older son named Yin Sun. It is said that the two are not from the same mother, but this is just a rumor. W said bluntly. It is said that Yuha's private life, just like the tradition of the Tran royal family, is very chaotic and unbearable. Shiki may be his illegitimate son who is living outside. It is unknown. By the way, W said, it is said that the royal family has a tradition of cannibalism. Many years ago, it was accustomed to using living sacrifices to worship evil gods. Pei ran, what kind of family is this? She suddenly thought, last time when Shirkei caught me, he took out a dagger and wanted to do it himself. He couldn't just want to eat her. W replied, it's possible. Pei ran thought for a while. W, do you have any information about the royal family? Especially the second Prince Xing Wuxian? Can you send me a copy? Of course. W replied. Too many. I'll pick some, package them, and send them to your bracelet. He was very efficient. And sent it in a blink of an eye. The information was very detailed. Various news, documents, photos and video materials. She was looking through the information. And W was silent. He was different tonight. And seemed uncomfortable. Ryan was standing by the bed, looking over his shoulder with Pei ran to look at Xing Wuxian's information. As he was looking, he suddenly spoke. He said in surprise, Huh? I received another order to mop the floor 100 times. Is the floor of this dormitory very dirty? Ryan tilted his head to look at the room, scanned it, and came to a conclusion. It seems to be not ideal. The cleaning robot of their dormitory management office should be upgraded. If my standard is used as the standard, their work level can make a qualitative leap. After bragging, he came to the door of the dormitory, put his legs together, and reinstalled the vacuum disc. Like a cat standing on a robot vacuum cleaner, it slid away, starting from a corner of the room, working enthusiastically, muttering, first mop. Start. Ryan left Pei Ran's bedside, and W spoke again. Pei Ran, I sent you an app. Install it on your bracelet. The bracelet vibrated. Pei Ran clicked it. It was a link. It automatically downloaded after clicking. The download was completed almost instantly, and a round icon appeared on the interface of the bracelet. Looking at the outline, it looked very much like W's exploded metal ball. Pei Ran was curious. What is it? It's, W didn't answer but said, Pei Ran, before you click it, can you try to reduce the screen size a little bit? Pei Ran? He deliberately sent Ryan away, and asked her to reduce the screen size. What shameful thing did he send her? Pei Ran glanced at Ryan, who was busy mopping the floor, reduced the virtual screen to the size of a palm, and then clicked on the ball-shaped icon. The screen went black for a moment, and then, a room appeared. There was only a floor lamp on in the room. The light was dim, and a person was standing in front of the camera. His eyes were still clear in the dim light, and he was quietly looking at Pei Ran outside the screen. Pei Ran had never seen such a good-looking person in his life, and he was a little stunned. Although this person looked like a real person, because his appearance was too perfect, he was obviously virtual. Pei Ran came back to his senses and asked W, what is this? W, did you send me a game? It was the kind of game I had seen in novels, where you can interact with virtual characters and even have a love relationship. W was probably afraid that she would be bored, so he found a game for her to play. He was a little shy and didn't want Ryan to see it. W was silent for a few seconds. He said, it's not a game. Something strange happened. When his voice sounded in his ears, the lips of the person on the screen moved along with it. And it was the shape of his lips that said these words. In his black and white eyes, there was a little more speechlessness. Pei Ran, huh? Pei Ran figured it out quickly and couldn't believe it. This is W. Is this your virtual image? You don't want to be a ball? I'm not a ball. W took a step forward and moved a little closer to the camera. The spherical patrol robot is just a tool I use when dealing with federal security affairs. He was so close that he could almost see the eyelashes. Pei Ren had never seen someone so good-looking before, and he subconsciously held his breath. Chapter 78. His eyelashes were fluffy, and were dyed a touch of gold by the halo of the floor lamp. He tilted his head to look at the camera. Pei Ren, W asked, can I turn on the camera on your bracelet? So I can see you. There was no surveillance in the dormitory, so he couldn't see her. A small prompt box popped up on the screen, asking if the camera could be used. Pei Ren clicked the button to agree. The corners of the person's mouth on the screen curved slightly, and then tilted his head slightly, as if he was looking at Pei Ren outside the screen. These days, Pei Ren's shaved head has a thin layer of stubble. Long hair is inconvenient. I shaved it all off, she said. I know. I saw it on the surveillance camera in the isolation center. W was still staring at Pei Ren. That day in the tunnel of the shield machine. I felt that too long hair would add burden to you. It's much more convenient. And it looks better, he said seriously. Your skull shape is perfect, symmetrical, and very round. Pei Ren. This is the first time I heard such a unique way of complimenting someone. Complimenting someone's round skull. It is impolite not to reciprocate. Pei Ren also praised him. You are also very good looking. W on the screen pursed his lips, and his eyes slightly curved down. He was no longer a ball, and had many more expressions. It was a little awkward to praise each other like this. Pei Ren pointed to the large glass tank behind him. Is that your pet? He once said that. He had a virtual python, which was kept in his server. Pei Ren did not expect that. This data python could actually appear in a form visible to the naked eye. Just like him. W stepped back immediately, and the camera moved with him. In the large glass tank, on a long piece of dead wood with twisted and tangled leaves, there was a golden python much thicker than his arm. It was sleeping just now. W knocked on the glass tank without hesitation, to wake the snake up. The python moved lazily, raised its head, opened its eyes, as if it didn't understand why its owner was crazy. W reached into the tank, and gently stroked its head with his thumb. It's a pity you can't touch it, Pei Ren thought. That's separated by a dimensional wall, just like I can't really touch you. W was looking down at the snake. Pei Ren quietly tapped his shoulder on the screen. W looked up immediately. Pei Ren immediately realized that he had made a mistake. He was AI. Whatever his virtual image on the screen was looking at was just a formality. He might have been looking at her outside the screen. As soon as she moved, he knew. Pei Ren moved his finger awkwardly, and tapped the position of the python on the screen again. This can be considered touching it. W lowered his head again. Where do you want to touch? His slender fingers slid along the python's head to its chin. The golden python raised its head higher, and twisted comfortably. He said, I'll help you. His tone was calm, as always, but Pei Ren felt that the atmosphere was indescribably ambiguous. Luckily, there was Ryan, slid past the bed and brushed the floor, and shouted, Mop the floor for the second time. The little robot's loud voice made Pei Ren change his mind, and think of something else. W, do you know if the military is recruiting volunteers to work outside the Black Well? He was an agent of the Ministry of National Defense and Security, and no one would be more informed than him. Of course. W retracted his hand, and let the python go to sleep. Now we are short of manpower. The military has been recruiting volunteers from the civilian population to complete some less dangerous administrative work outside the Black Well, compared with the work on the production line inside the Black Well. The pay for this kind of work is higher. Why do you ask this? There was a little doubt in his clear eyes. Pei Ren, don't you have enough material coupons? I know that your appetite has always been larger than the average appetite of women of your age. But I didn't expect it to be so much larger. Pei Ren thought of the material coupons for dozens of people, and was silent. Is your imagination a little too exaggerated? She told the truth. No. The material coupons are enough. I want to go outside the Black Well. Take off the suppression bracelet. And take a look at the green lights in my body. They are in a very bad state recently. W understood. He said, the suppression bracelet will strongly suppress the activity of the green light of the fusion body. But studies have shown that wearing it for a long time will not have a negative impact on the ability of the fusion body. He said this, and Pei Ren felt relieved. But he continued, with a serious attitude, But the dormant state has a great impact on your fusion body. After entering the dormant state, I don't know whether there will be any new changes. Pei Ran. W said, if you are really worried and want to take off the suppression bracelet outside the black well to take a look, you don't need to apply to be a volunteer. Marshal Wiener asked me to draft a call for help today, and I am planning to ask for your opinion first. Pei Ran, call for help? Yes, W said. The Federal Ministry of National Defense and Security has a special department called the Fusion Support and Management Department, FBSMD, which I mentioned to you before. He did say that this department is affiliated with the Federal Ministry of National Defense and Security, and that the employees are basically fusions with various special abilities. The department has been established for many years, W said, because of its special nature. FESMD has always been directly managed by Marshal Wiener. There were many employees originally, but after entering silence this time, only a few people have successfully reached the black well. Their main job now is to cooperate with other departments of the Ministry of National Defense and Security to perform various special tasks. And they often have the opportunity to go outside the black well. There are many crazy fusion bodies outside now. They are very busy, and they are very short of manpower. Marshal Wiener thinks that if you go to FBSMD, you can give full play to your abilities and role. W stared at her. So you plan to go? Pei Ran asked, if I go, can I get another salary? Yes, W said. The treatment of the first-class medal remains unchanged. And there are also material coupons for FBSMD members. It sounds quite cost-effective. Pei Ran replied, I'll go. Okay, then I'll send the conscription order to your bracelet, and there are some forms to fill out. He changed his words. Forget it, you're tired, you need to rest. I'll fill out the forms for you, send them to myself, and you can report tomorrow morning. Pei Ran was surprised. So soon? W's eyes softened, with a little more smile in them, and asked with his head tilted, wouldn't it be better to be quick? Pei Ran couldn't stand being stared at by him, and looked away, pretending to look at Ryan, feeling in his heart that he really needed to slap him on the back of the head. Let him shine for a while, so that he can regain some of his non-human feeling. She talked to W in her mind, and the room was actually quiet. Ryan was mopping the floor in front of the bed, and he passed by quickly, muttering, mop the floor for the third time. W sent an address. The Fusion Support and Management Department is in the tallest building in the Blackwell Central Square. The central building, the 33rd floor. He said, the temporary office of the FBSMD Blackwell team is on the 33rd floor. Their team leader is Li Yin, and their deputy team leader is Lu Ming. Deputy team leader Lu is on a mission these 2 days, and is not in Blackwell. You can report directly at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, and go to find team leader Li Yin. Pei Ran, okay. Well, it's late. I'm going to sleep. W nodded. Come to me anytime if you need anything. Good night. He turned off the screen himself. When Pei Ran was staring at the black screen, his bracelet suddenly vibrated. It was Aisha calling. She received Pei Ran's message. It seemed that he had just got off work. When Pei Ran picked up the phone, he heard Aisha's excited voice, Pei Ran, you are finally out of prison. After such a long time, Pei Ran almost forgot what Aisha's voice sounded like. The last time he heard her voice was on the bus in Baigang City. I can talk again, so good. Yeah, Pei Ran said. I'm almost growing hair in the isolation room. And Aisha asked, they all said you almost mutated, are you okay? No, Pei Ran replied, and glanced at the green light in his body. At least it's okay for now. The two exchanged information. Aisha and Jiang Gong have been working on resettling new refugees in the mining area recently, and they are busy almost until nightfall every day. Most of the other people who entered the Blackwell together have gone to the production line. The situation in the mining area is too tragic. After the initial excitement passed, Aisha's mood gradually became low. It's not easy to get here. Many people on the road were seriously injured, and did not meet the standards for entering Heijing. Heijing has connected water to the mining area, and is also distributing food and medicine. The key is that there are not enough medical staff and equipment, and everyone can only find ways to save themselves. Aisha said, I have learned how to give people intravenous injections in the past 2 days. Yesterday, I followed a doctor and learned how to suture wounds. I am so clumsy, I hope that next time I sew, I can sew more neatly. Her spirits were slightly lifted. There are good things too. The drone fusion that we encountered a few days ago that turned people into flat pieces has been almost cleared out. We haven't seen it for several days at least. Pei Ran thought of W's words. I heard that the standard for recruiting people in Heijing will definitely be relaxed in the future. It would be better if it could be relaxed, Aisha said. Everyone is holding this hope. Waiting in the mining area. The two chatted for a while. Aisha had to go outside Heijing early tomorrow morning. And Pei Ran had to report to FBSMD tomorrow morning. So they could only wait until they had time to meet again. There were no cameras in the small apartment. Pei Ran took off her clothes and the quilt for the first time in these days, and lay down comfortably. She asked green light number 2 to herd the sheep again, and checked the green light she had just received from the thin rabbit head. This green light was the same as the other green lights. It was sleeping peacefully under the effect of the suppression bracelet, and was motionless. I don't know what its function is. I can only study it slowly after taking off the suppression bracelet. Blackwell. The 16th day after entering silence. Early in the morning, Pei Ran heard someone shouting in her ear, "You have to get up. You have to get up." Pei Ran struggled to sit up, opened her eyelids, and asked Ryan sincerely, "Can your alarm clock ring a little more gently?" Ryan grinned, gentle. "That it's not an alarm clock. It's a lullaby. Master, get up quickly. I've prepared breakfast." Pei Ran took the medicine and the breakfast made by Ryan, put on her shoes and went out. The surveillance camera in the dormitory corridor automatically turned when she approached. W's voice came from her left ear. "Morning." He started talking in her ear again, and everything seemed to have returned to the time when they were still on the road. Pei Ran raised her head and smiled at the surveillance camera. "Morning, W." The elevator didn't need to be pressed. It had already come by itself, and it opened automatically with a ding, and as Pei Ran walked in, the button for the first floor automatically lit up. Wrote a voice in her ear when she walked out of the building, recalling the direction she came from yesterday, and was about to trek to the central building on foot. Pei Ran, walk 50 meters ahead and turn right. There is a virtual green sign floating in the air. Wait under the sign. The federal government bus for the central building will arrive in 3 minutes. I helped you with the entry procedures last night. Just get on the bus. He and Ryan are similar. With them around, you don't have to worry about anything. The bus arrived on time. Pei Ran got on the bus and arrived at the central building smoothly. Go straight to the 33rd floor. As soon as he came out of the elevator, he saw the sign of the Fusion Support and Management Department. Pei Ran walked to the door, and it opened automatically. Inside was the office area, and all the seats were empty, and there was no one inside. Pei Ran looked around and tried to call out, "Team Leader Lee?" The door to the inner room opened, and a person came out. It was a girl who looked only a few years older than Pei Ran. She was wearing a clean light gray combat uniform and a pair of comfortable flat boots. She asked tentatively, "Is it Pei Ran?" Pei Ran nodded. "Yes, I am Pei Ran. I am here to report." The girl came over. "I am Liyin, the leader of the Blackwell team. I am waiting for you." She looked around the empty room, apologetically, and said slowly, "There are very few of us at the moment. Lu Ming and his friends are going to the capital with the Special Operations Department to carry out a rescue mission. They will go to the outlying islands in 2 days. You may not see them for a while. Now I am the only one left at Blackwell to guard the house. Well, warmly welcome the new colleague." She clapped her hands several times. Because there was only one person. She clapped extra hard. The applause echoed in the empty room. Pei Ran, thank you." Team Leader Lee said, "I saw your deeds on the big screen in the central square a few days ago." She gave a thumbs up. "Great." Pei Ran was even more embarrassed. Team Leader Lee asked tentatively, "I have something to do outside the Blackwell now. Do you need to rest first? I'll give you some materials from the team. You take a look first." She was actually going outside the Blackwell now. Pei Ran was outside the Blackwell. There were too many things to do. To see if her green light was still normal, try to let them eat some more crazy green light. We have to try to use green light number 1 to make JTN34 pills. And we also have to try out the effect of the newly acquired green light number 4. If there is such an opportunity to get out of the Blackwell, we must seize it. Pei Ran asked quickly, "Can I go with you?" "Of course." "That's great." Team Leader Lee's eyes lit up. "I'm busy myself." Liyin took out 2 backpacks of astonishing size from the cabinet and handed one to Pei Ran. The backpack was light in his hand, and it was empty. Team Leader Lee said, "I will take you to get 2 sets of uniforms first, and then we will leave." "Wait a minute." She hurried back, took a light pink thermos cup, and held it in her hand. Seeing Pei Ran curiously looking at the thermos cup, Team Leader Lee explained, I am used to carrying a cup with me, so I can drink hot water wherever I go. It sounds very healthy. Pei Ran carried an empty bag on his back and followed Team Leader Lee. So where are we going? What are we going to do? Li Yin took Pei Ran to the elevator and pressed the button to go upstairs. Heijing has installed some small signal generators nearby to monitor whether the silent state has been upgraded at any time. If there is any change, it can send warning information to everyone in time. Pei Ran knew about this kind of monitoring device. W once mentioned that when he was at Tongdu Dam, he used this device to send a message to Yulianka's bracelet, burning Yulianka's wrist into charcoal. Li Yin opened the lid of the thermos cup and drank a sip of water leisurely. These devices will try to send various signals. Once the signal is illegal, the device will be attacked, exploded, or caught fire. Heijing's current resources and production capacity are limited. Every component is precious. We need to go out and manually recover some usable components, and then put the new equipment over. The military is short of manpower, so we have to do these odd jobs too. Pei Ran understood. No wonder he gave such a big empty bag. He was going out to scavenge. Chapter 79. Fusion Support and Management Department. It sounds like such a high-end department, but the tasks it performs are very simple. Team Leader Lee explained, Heijing is short of manpower now, and we are not on any mission anyway, so we can take over temporarily. After we recruit volunteers from the refugees in 2 days, we will no longer be needed. After the refugees come in, although there are more people eating, there are also more people working. The two entered the elevator, and Team Leader Lee clicked on the 5th floor on the virtual screen. She said, It's a bit funny. In the past few years, this simple job has been done by artificial intelligence in the Federation, and fewer people want manpower. As a result, when it entered a period of silence, the artificial intelligence robots either had words on their parts, or had display screens, many of which were burned out, and many of which exploded due to noise. Heijing lacks labor, and manpower has suddenly become valuable again. We arrived at the 5th floor, and there were people coming and going in a mess, like a place for distributing supplies. Team Leader Lee helped Pei Ran get 2 sets of combat uniforms that were the same as the one she was wearing, and 2 pairs of short boots. We don't have much supplies right now, just 1 set of clothes to change. You can make do with it for now. Pei Ran went to the bathroom to change clothes. She checked them thoroughly first. Luckily, there were no text labels on the clothes and boots. The only problem was, there was a cut circular logo on the chest of the shirt, the same logo on the door of the FBSND office. Pei Ran thought, if one day outside the Black Well, even abstract symbols are not safe, this logo on the clothes will be a problem, and I have to find a way to get rid of it. It turned out to be Velcro, which could be torn off with a gentle peel. It was really thoughtful. The uniform was light gray from top to bottom, with many pockets and cuffs, which could be stuffed into short boots for easy movement. I didn't know what the material was, but it wasn't very thick. But it was warm and breathable. Pei Ran was quite satisfied. After changing clothes, Pei Ran went to the parking lot on the 1st floor of the basement with Team Leader Lee. Li Yin ran straight to a shabby truck. In the truck bed, there were many small black boxes about 20 to 30 centimeters high. These cars are antique cars brought into Heijing by the army and distributed to various departments. Our team got one. It doesn't look very good, but it drives fine. There's nothing wrong with it. Driving a small broken truck to recycle garbage is very suitable. The two got in the car, and Team Leader Lee sat in the driver's seat. The center console was obviously modified. Without a single word, Team Leader Lee tapped the bracelet, approached Pei Ran's wrist, and said calmly, Take advantage of this time. I'll send you the department member manual. This meant that she should take the time to read it on the way. Pei Ran added her, and immediately received a document, which had many pages, and was frighteningly long. Team Leader Lee started the car steadily, drove out of the parking lot of the building, and drove onto the main road. Pei Ran looked down and quickly browsed. Pei Ran. W's voice suddenly came from his left ear. Did you receive the member manual? Do you want me to make a summary for you? He suddenly spoke, and Pei Ran was startled. He even divided a thread to follow what she was doing. Pei Ran replied, Okay. This manual has too much content, and the regulations are written in detail and complicated. I don't know how long I can read it by myself. It would be great if someone could help summarize the key points. W said, Look at the first page. The most important one is that, according to the Federal Privacy and Personal Information Protection Law, unless you have violated the law and need to be investigated and evidence collected, no one has the right to force you to explain your special abilities. Similarly, you have no right to ask others to explain their special abilities, even members of FBSND itself. Peiran thought, even if it is really stipulated that one must explain one's special abilities, there is no guarantee that what one says is the truth. In the quarantine center, the doctors couldn't tell the difference between the green light of the order state and the green light of the collapsed state. You can say whatever you want about your own abilities. The abilities of the FBSND members are also black boxes. Peiran couldn't help but glance at team leader Lee. However, if they are long-term partners, they can guess almost everything just by observation. W said, also, you are not part of the military, but government employees. It is not your responsibility to sacrifice yourself. He paused. Peiran, be careful. She sounded like she was willing to die. W continued to talk about the reimbursement system, weapons management, exemptions for using superpowers, precautions when on duty, etc. When waiting for the red light, team leader Lee turned his head and glanced, and found that Peiran had turned to the last page. She was extremely surprised. Ah! Almost finished? What kind of godlike reading speed do you have? She sent another new file. This is the precautions outside the shielding layer of the black well in the silent state. You just came back from outside. You must know very well what you can do, and what you can't do. But the situation has been changing. It's better to read it once. This time there was only one page, but it was the most detailed list of taboos outside the shielding layer Peiran had ever seen. Can't speak, can't write, etc. This time, Peiran didn't need W. She quickly browsed through it herself, and it was basically consistent with her existing cognition. However, after scrolling to the bottom, Peiran saw something she didn't know. Animals use human language. And it's not working anymore? Leein leaned over to take a look and replied, oh, this was added a few days ago. W said in Peiran's ear, yes. Noemichuan died. And Yanaya didn't survive either. The silence has escalated again. The little parrot that could only speak human language died after all. Peiran now deeply suspected that sooner or later, the silence would escalate to the point where even communication methods such as gestures and telegraph codes would no longer be usable. At that time, the entire world, except for Heijing, would fall into a dead silence where communication was completely impossible. The van did not go to the south entrance that Peiran was familiar with, but passed through the underground city and headed west. Finally, it arrived at the entrance of a tunnel at the end of the road. Team leader Lee waved his hand to greet the soldiers at the entrance and drove into the tunnel. The tunnel was brightly lit. After the van drove for a while, a heavy door appeared in front of it, and a group of armed soldiers with guns were guarding the door. Team leader Lee stopped the car. She said, after this door, you will be outside the shielding layer. You must start to observe all taboos. She looked at Peiran, and her attitude was so serious for the first time. Staying in the black well, it is easy to relax and forget the situation outside. Now we have to leave the shielding layer, and we must not be careless. I heard that there was another volunteer in the mining area yesterday. Not only did he explode, but he also implicated 2 refugees nearby, leaving the protection range of the shielding layer. It is necessary to start licking blood on the knife edge again. Peiran nodded. I understand. Team leader Lee said, after we go out, we need to recover the broken instruments. These instruments work in stages and in turns. When the red light is on, they are being tested and may explode at any time. Don't get close. If the green light is on, it means it is not being tested and everything is normal. If the light is off, it means it is broken and can be recovered directly, even if it is blown into pieces. Try to recover the parts. It sounds a bit complicated, but it is actually very simple. I will show you when the time comes, and you will understand. Team leader Lee emphasized again, the most important thing is that you must not make any sound. She clicked on her bracelet. You need to adjust the bracelet to full image mode. I strongly recommend that you delete any pictures with text when you are in the black well, so that you will not accidentally run into problems when you leave the black well. After Peiran adjusted the bracelet, Team leader Lee took out a roll of wide white tape from his bag, torn off a piece, and handed it to Peiran. It is said that the black well is developing a pill that will paralyze the vocal cords, but it is not available yet, so we have to use this primitive method. Peiran sealed the tape tightly on his mouth. Team Leaderly picked up the thermos cup, took a big gulp of water, and also put tape on her mouth. She started the car, and slowly drove to the soldier guarding the gate. The soldier scanned their irises, turned back to get a handheld probe, pressed it a few times, and then moved to the red suppression bracelet on Pei Ran's wrist. The bracelet made a light click, and the strap opened automatically. They also opened Team Leader Lee's suppression bracelet. The heavy door slowly opened. Pei Ran, W said in his ear. There are no surveillance cameras outside the black well ahead. I can't see you. If you need anything, just call me. Outside the black well, he could still talk to her. Pei Ran suddenly remembered that he had said that the distance of this kind of conversation could be very far. Far beyond her imagination. After passing through 3 gates in a row, the tunnel turned diagonally upward, and the truck climbed the slope silently. Finally arriving in front of the last gate, the door slowly opened, and outside was the familiar red land. The sky was still covered with a layer of haze. The sun was dim. The cold wind lifted the red soil, and the world was silent. Still the same. Everything in the black well these days, the safety and stability, was like a soap bubble dream. As soon as he walked out of the black well, the dream was broken, and he returned to reality. Pei Ran repeatedly reminded himself in his heart, don't make a sound. Don't make a sound. Switching back and forth between being able to speak and not being able to speak. Jumping back and forth. It feels more dangerous than not being able to speak all the time. And it makes people unable to adapt. The entrance to the west is different from the entrance to the south. It is not hidden in the rift, but on a slope of red soil, also covered with a layer of virtual camouflage. The small truck drove forward for a short distance and came to a large flat open space. Before getting out of the car, Team Leaderly observed the outside of the car first and took out a gun from his combat uniform. This gun is silver in color, and it looks very much like the one that Shige's subordinate Eagle Claw used. Pei Ran stared at the gun, and Team Leaderly saw it, tilted his head, and looked back at Pei Ran with a questioning look. Pei Ran guessed that she was probably asking, "Can you use it?" Pei Ran nodded immediately. Team Leaderly was full of satisfaction, pointed at the gun, and made a 3 with his fingers. I don't know if it will take 3 days to issue the gun, or if the whole team only has 3 guns. The painful full barrier communication started again, and Pei Ran actually felt familiar and friendly. Team Leaderly jumped down from the car, walked forward a few steps, and pointed ahead. Pei Ran had already seen that on the red soil ahead, there were a large number of small black boxes arranged like soldiers in formation. Most of the boxes were square, and some were strange in shape. There was even a pair of mechanical hands extending from the boxes. From time to time, they would suddenly start up and make a few gestures, probably testing the legitimacy of various gestures. If you look closer, you will find that some of the small black boxes have been burned and melted, and others have been blown into pieces. Team Leaderly walked into the matrix of small black boxes, bent down and picked up one, showing Pei Ran the indicator light on it. There was a small green light on, which meant that the box was functioning normally and was in a safe dormant state. There was also a button next to the light, which Team Leaderly pressed for Pei Ran to see, and the light went out as soon as he pressed it, which was obviously the on-off switch. Team Leaderly turned it on again, put it back in place, and walked forward a few steps, and threw a burnt and crooked one into the big backpack. In this whole area, the lights on the boxes were all green. Team Leaderly pointed to the front, and Pei Ran could see clearly from a distance. There was a large area where all the instruments had red lights on, which meant that they were currently in a testing state and could explode at any time, so they could not be approached. This job is very simple. Even a child can do it, and they can get started right away. Pei Ran pointed to the side, indicating that the 2 people should act separately, and he would start from there. Team Leaderly nodded in agreement, and bent down to pick up the broken pieces of the instrument on the ground. Pei Ran walked to the side, and when she was far enough away from Team Leaderly, she squatted down and picked up the instrument parts that were blown off the ground little by little into her bag. In a blink of an eye, she had picked up everything nearby, but she did not stand up. Just now, at the exit of the black well, from the moment she took off the suppression bracelet, the green lights in her body had awakened. W was right. Wearing the suppression bracelet for several days did not seem to cause any substantial harm to them. They were like small animals that had been dormant for a winter and were now active. The first thing they did after hibernation was to feel hungry. Pei Ran. Food was ready. She drove the green light. There were still many crazy green lights in her body that she had not eaten last time. because she took off the suppression bracelet. They were restless and were ready to move. They were just the right snack for the orderly green lights after they woke up. Green light number 1, who can write, and green light number 3, who can control other people's superpowers, are really hungry, so they rush over and wolf down the food. Green light number 2, who can draw, although he had eaten while herding sheep these days, but after taking off the suppression bracelet, his appetite has improved, so he goes over to eat the takeaway food bit by bit. The new 4th green light has also awakened. It tries to explore, but doesn't dare to move. Pei-Ren drives it over to eat. The green lights feasted, and the number of crazy green lights continued to decrease. At this rate, the crazy green lights in the body will soon be completely eaten up. This is a big worry. And it is about to be solved. Pei-Ren waited until green light number 1 was full again, and then summoned it into her mind. Her hands were busy, and she collected another burned instrument, and began to pick up the parts of another instrument scattered on the ground. Her mind was also busy. She tried it first, and wrote a string of numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0. This time, she wrote 10 words in one breath. Green light has been upgraded again. Pei-Ren erased the numbers and started writing again. This time, she summarized the lessons learned from the previous times, and only carefully recalled the appearance of the small pill of JTN34 in her mind. White, small triangle. It should be generated as close to herself as possible. She concentrated and used her mind to repeatedly brush these thoughts back and forth in her mind. After a long time, she solemnly wrote with green light, generate JTN34 pills. Now she can write 10 words, and she is much more relaxed when describing. Period. Pei-Ren squatted in the array of small black boxes on the ground, turned her head, and scanned the ground around her. Just at her feet, a small thing suddenly appeared. It was no longer a medicine box, but a small piece of white pill fragment. It seems that the pills were really made with supernatural powers. Pei-Ren suppressed his excitement, glanced at Team Leader Lee, confirmed that she was still picking up the trash seriously, and then picked up the pill fragments at his feet. Looking carefully, on this small piece, there is a regular arc on one part of the edge, like a corner of a rounded triangle. Pei-Ren held the fragments, took out a tablet from his clothes, opened the package, and pressed a tablet out of the tin foil. By comparing them, it is very obvious that the fragments in the palm of his hand are undoubtedly the corner of the pills. At least they look exactly the same. Although this is not a complete pill, it means a huge improvement. There is only about 1/5 to 1/4 of the pill here, which means that, if the ability of green light number 1 can be further improved, to the point where it can be used 4 to 5 times a day, or the pill can be made bigger each time, the medicine thing will one day be self-sufficient. In that case, the shelf life of the JTN34 stock of Heijing will have nothing to do with her. It also means that, when necessary, she can be free from the control of Heijing and leave Heijing freely at any time. Pei-Ren held the small fragment in his hand and retracted his thoughts. He couldn't be too optimistic. This fragment might have another problem. The pills look similar, but the ingredients might not be JTN34. JTN34 was a special drug produced by the Valine Group. There was no chemical formula in the instructions. Pei-Ren didn't know the real ingredients of the drug. When he wrote, he only thought about the appearance of the pills. Things that looked the same might have very different ingredients. Maybe it just created a small piece of flour. Pei-Ren took out a tissue, carefully wrapped the small piece of debris, and put it in his pocket. He had to find a chance to test its composition. She finished this important task that she had been thinking about for many days, and continued to move forward to collect equipment, while trying to call the newly collected green light number 4. Yesterday, I saw the thin bunny-headed man sitting in the passenger seat of the blue car. Green light once flashed in his eyes. Pei-Ren followed suit, and also moved green light number 4 to the eyes. Suddenly, a small ball of white light magically appeared in front of him. It was vague, floating in the air 1 or 2 steps in front of Pei-Ren. It was too bright, and Pei-Ren immediately withdrew the green light from his eyes. The green light in his eyes returned to his body, but the white light ball was still floating in the same place, motionless. Pei-Ren immediately looked at Team Leader Lee. Team Leader Lee happened to stand up, also looked over here, raised his hand, and made a drinking gesture to Pei-Ren. She was asking her if she wanted some water. The small ball of white light in the air followed Pei-Ren's line of sight, as if it had suddenly found its target, and flew quickly towards Team Leader Lee. Pei-Ren. It flew very fast, and landed steadily on Team Leader Lee's shoulder. and stopped. Team Leader Lee acted as if he could not see the ball of white light, and made a drinking gesture to Pei Ran. Pei Ran shook his head. Team Leader Lee walked back to the van. Pei Ran already knew how to use this ball of white light. Even if she didn't turn her head to look, she could clearly feel that the ball of white light was somewhere behind her. The direction is very clear, and the distance can be roughly felt. It turns out that green light 4 can be used for tracking. No wonder yesterday, no matter how the driver took turns on the road, the blue car could always catch up. The skinny bunny head must have put the white light logo on the car of the isolation center. Or on her body. Pei Ran thought in her mind. And in a blink of an eye, her hands were full of broken instruments and parts. She walked back with a big bag on her back and poured the parts into the truck bed. Team Leader Lee moved quickly and was already some distance ahead. Pei Ran returned to the position where she had just stood. Just as she was about to bend down, Pei Ran felt something flash by at the edge of her vision. It was a silver metal shell, reflecting light. As a resident of the bunker world, Pei Ran was extremely sensitive to the color of this kind of enemy. Her heart suddenly tightened, and she immediately turned her head. Over there was the edge of the flat land where the instruments were placed, and next to it was a typical rift valley on the red soil, like a big hole in the ground. Pei Ran took a quick glance and immediately saw that, in the neatly arranged instrument matrix, near the rift, there were 2 empty positions. Normally, there would be some positions vacated by the explosion, and there should be burnt parts or exploded debris scattered on the ground. But the ground there was very clean, with nothing. The 2 small black boxes just disappeared out of thin air. This was very wrong. There was a thief. A thief in a metal coat, stealing things. Chapter 80. Could it be that the thief is W's relative again, the indestructible CT-122? If it hadn't died last time, it must have been seriously injured and needed parts repaired. But its shell is navy blue, not silver. Unless it has modified itself again, it's hard to say. Pei Ran's green light number 1 had just written something, and was on a routine break, so it couldn't be used again. Fortunately, there are people with superpowers here, not just her. Pei Ran raised his hand high, and waved to Team Leader Lee. Team Leader Lee saw it, and immediately came over, asking Pei Ran with his eyes, "What's going on?" Pei Ran pointed to the rift, and made a gesture with his hand that something flashed past, and then pointed to the empty space on the ground over there. Team Leader Lee was leisurely and calm in his work, but he knew what was going on. He only took a glance over there, and immediately understood. She put down her big backpack, took out her gun, and walked over quickly. In her ears, W's voice came. "Pei Ran, you haven't spoken since you left Heijing. How are you doing over there?" Pei Ran followed behind Team Leader Lee. "I think I saw something just now." W didn't have a camera now, and immediately asked, "What was it?" "It was silver. It flashed by. Maybe a robot. I don't know if it was the CT-122, or a fusion of robots and humans, like what you said last time, the intelligent combat robot that attacks the second phase shielding layer project. What's it called? Attacker 13? After you cleaned up the battlefield last time, will there be any fish that slipped through the net?" W immediately became alert. "Pei Ran, you don't have a weapon, don't move for now. I'll let the soldiers at the entrance of the Blackwell go over and take a look." Pei Ran took 2 quick steps, grabbed Team Leader Lee's arm, and motioned her to wait. Team Leader Lee waved his hand at Pei Ran, pointed to the empty space on the ground over there, used his 2 arms to pretend to lift something, and then threw it into the air. She was saying, things flew away. Team Leader Lee did not just fly once, but swung his arms toward the sky again and again. Pei Ran suddenly understood what she meant. She seemed to be saying that it was not the first time that the instruments placed here had disappeared. She seemed to be used to it. Pei Ran immediately asked W. Team Leader Lee seemed to be saying that the instruments placed here often disappear. "Did you know that?" "Let me check the records." W checked in an instant, and then said, "I saw that since the first batch of instruments were placed, the recycling personnel had filled and disappeared in the damage report form submitted. It was disappeared, not damaged, because the number of disappearances was within the normal acceptable range, so no one had investigated it in depth." Pei Ran immediately realized that when the first batch of instruments were placed, it should have been very early, because when the train was at Tonggu Dam, these instruments had been placed, and W was still calling them normally. At that time, they were still on the road, and had not yet reached Heijing, and CT-122 should not have reached Heijing either. Pei Ran concluded, so it was not CT-122 who stole it. Before CT-122 arrived, the equipment began to disappear. I thought so too. Looking at the records, 1 or 2 units are lost every day. This thief is not greedy. W said. This is in the wilderness. There may be wild animals. Pei Ran was silent. Whose wild animal took away this kind of thing? This is not meat. W said. It may also be a fusion. Although the army is clearing it out, there are still many fusions nearby. Maybe it's the Attacker 13 fusion. In short, you two should be careful. The soldiers are coming soon. Team Leader Lee continued to move forward with his gun, and soon came to the place where the instrument disappeared, and looked down. Pei Ran followed. The ground was flat, and there were no traces. She turned around, and suddenly found that, near the rift, there were several strange marks on the loose red soil. They were definitely not human footprints. The marks seemed to be left by some kind of claw-like object, a bit like the claws of birds, but the sole of the foot was wider, and there were 3 long toes at the front. The size of the footprints was comparable to that of a human. If it was a bird, how big would it be? The footprints went all the way down into the rift valley nearby. Pei Ran pulled Team Leader Lee's arm, and showed her the footprints on the ground. Team Leader Lee took a look, gestured to Pei Ran, and immediately followed the footprints, tiptoeing down the slope of the rift valley. Pei Ran found that this girl was carrying a thermos cup, walking slowly, but very brave. She was the team leader of the FBSMD department, and should be a fusion body. She must have superpowers. I don't know what her superpowers are, but they must be very fierce. Pei Ran caught up with her. It refers to the direction of the entrance of the black well. Use 2 fingers as legs, small gestures that come over. The leader of the Lee seemed to understand. I have a partial head, set off. It seems to let Pei Ran rest assured. It means, continue to go down. Can't let her go alone. Pei Ran followed. She said to W in her heart, we found some footprints. It looks like a bird's paw. W wondering, bird claw? Right. Pei Ran said. The bird's claws are so big. W said, you send it to me to show me. It is still the original number. The avatar in his communication record is the metal ball with a big seam. Pei Ran took pictures of footprints. Send him over. W immediately said, these are not the footprints of the Attacker 13 combat robot. Let me show you what they look like. The bracelet vibrated, and a set of pictures were received. The pictures showed a humanoid robot, standing next to a soldier, at least half a head taller, and both arms were equipped with guns. This set of pictures showed different angles of the robot, and it can be seen that their leg joints can be bent freely in all directions, and there is a round black camera on the face and the back of the head, looking very monster-like. The most important thing is that the shape of their feet is similar to that of human feet, and they don't look like bird claws. Pei Ran imagined, maybe when the Attacker 13 robot became a fusion body, it not only fused with a human, but also fused with a bird? W, it's not impossible. Pei Ran told him the progress. The 2 of us followed the footprints and went down to the rift next to us. W was silent, and could only say, okay. Be careful. The strange footprints on the ground continued to go down, and the distance between the steps was about the same as that of humans. Pei Ran and Lian followed the footprints, and went down to the bottom of the rift in one breath. However, the footprints were very cunning. They suddenly turned to the side, and landed on a giant rock half buried in the soil at the bottom of the valley. The footprints disappeared. The part of the rock exposed above the ground was long, like a dragon's spine, extending all the way forward. The 2 people walked along it, carefully observing whether there were any more footprints around. Suddenly, there was a flash of metal in front of them. The 2 people immediately chased after it. Only when they got closer could they see clearly that the reflection was just half of a broken silver jar shell placed on the rock, swaying slightly with the cold wind blowing through the rift valley. How could it be such a coincidence that there was a reflective object placed here, and it would move with the wind, attracting people's attention? Pei Ran became suspicious, pulled the arm of Team Leader Lee, and turned around to walk back. She carefully checked the whole way again, and finally found a crack about 40 to 50 centimeters wide under a protruding rock wall next to it. The crack was covered by the protruding rocks, and it was not easy to see when walking by. Pei Ran bent down and looked inside. It was dark inside, and she couldn't see anything. Team Leader Lee also came over, squatted down next to Pei Ran, and suddenly pointed at the ground. The ground was still made of stones, but there were many small stones scattered on it. On a pile of stones, there was a faint trace of half a claw mark. Looking at the direction of the claw, something went in through the crack. Team Leader Lee was very fierce and directly turned on the lighting of the bracelet. The light shone into the crack, and it looked like a cave inside, and there seemed to be a wide space. Team Leader Lee turned sideways and went in directly. Pei ran. Pei ran. Team Leader Lee. You should not be called Lian. You should change your name to Li Yong. Pei ran said to W in his heart. We are at the bottom of the valley. Walk west for about 30 meters. On the left side, under a protruding rock, there is a crack about 40 to 50 centimeters wide. Team Leader Lee went in. W was silent for a moment. He probably had never seen such a brave man. He said, I know. The soldiers who came over have arrived at the place where you collect the equipment. They will come down soon. I will draw a map of your position and send it to them. Pei Ren also went sideways into the crack. With the light coming through the crack, it can be seen clearly that there is a very large space inside. Team Leader Lee had walked forward for a while and scanned the area with the lighting of his bracelet. This was not a natural cave. It had a neat structure and complex supports. It was obviously artificially dug and reinforced. It was more solid and complete than the tunnel that the Shield Machine Fusion dug out last time. Pei Ren wondered, what is this place? Why is there a man-made tunnel? W said, I checked the map. You seem to have entered the original mining area. The mining area is very large. This is a part of it. What you see should be the old mine tunnel. He once said that Heijing was originally a large mine. Later, the military transformed it into an underground base based on the mining area. W said, you should always pay attention to your position. If it is really an attacker 13 that escaped, they are equipped with weapons and have strong combat power. Don't fight hard. People who support you will be here soon. Pei ran. I won't fight hard. If I encounter danger, I will run away. After so much effort, he finally entered the Black Well. He was given a lot of material coupons every day. Pei Ran still hasn't lived a peaceful life. W seemed to smile. Okay. This is the end of a mine tunnel. A dead end. And there is only one direction to go. Team Leader Lee held the gun tightly, looking around and moving forward, leaving the crack that allowed light in. It became very dark inside. The mine tunnel was like a monster that would eat light. The light from the bracelet could not reach far. Pei Ren also turned on the bracelet lighting and looked at the ground. The ground had been solidified, and there were no footprints. The further they went, the more complicated the structure of the mine tunnel became. There were piles of slag inside, and various building materials for support. And it began to branch out. Pei Ren told W about the fork in the road she had taken, while carefully looking around. And soon, she had a short distance away from Team Leader Lee. Team Leader Lee, who was walking in front, turned a corner and disappeared. But it didn't matter. The mark placed by green light number 4 was still on Team Leader Lee. Pei Ren mobilized green light number 4, tried to search for the mark, and immediately felt it again. Team Leader Lee was not far ahead. Tap. A light sound suddenly came from the side. It was very light. So light that it was hard to detect, as if someone accidentally touched some building materials. Then, from a distance, there was a sound of footsteps from the entrance of the crack. And it sounded like there were several people. W said, Pei Ran, several soldiers have entered the mine tunnel and are looking for you. You don't have to go any further. The soldiers were talking loudly, but Pei Ran knew that the slight click sound just now was definitely not coming from the soldiers. She walked lightly and approached the source of the sound. There, against the wall of the mine tunnel, there were a lot of building materials used in the mine tunnel, steel bars, boards, pipes, a lot of miscellaneous things. Pei Ran tensed up and moved the manipulator. She prepared herself for the attack. And then she gently lifted a piece of mottled and rusty metal plate. In the gap under the plate, something was curled up. The light from the bracelet shone in, reflecting a bright silver light. It was not a person, but a humanoid shape. The whole body was made of metal, and the parts were neat and beautiful. It was definitely not a messy, crazy fusion that was fused like a monster. The one curled up inside was an out-and-out small robot. But it was not Attacker 13. Pei Ran was surprised. Ryan? But of course it is not Ryan. It just looks very similar. The body shape is almost exactly the same. And the display screen on the face also shows cartoon facial features. However, Ryan's shell is pure white, while it is silver and shiny. Its feet are also different. Ryan is a household robot, with a disc-shaped vacuum cleaner under its feet. Even when the vacuum cleaner is removed, Its 2 feet look very similar to human feet. The lower body of this little robot does not have a vacuum cleaner, but 2 legs. The shape of its feet is very special. The front end of the sole is divided into 3 metal toes, which is exactly the same as the strange traces left on the ground. There was an obvious scratch on its left chest, and on its arm, too, as if it had been scraped with a knife. Pei Ren estimated that there was originally text printed there, which was cleverly scraped off. He didn't know how the text inside its body was handled. In any case, it looked intact, without any downtime, and successfully survived in silence. In the arms of this little robot, it was holding a small black box for testing signals. The light on the box had gone out, and it should have been turned off. Pei Ren's eyes swept over its body, and then returned to its face. Pei Ren saw real fear on its face. It hugged the little black box, its cartoon eyes wide open, looking at Pei Ren, full of despair. Its expression suddenly reminded Pei Ren of the bunker world. In the bunker, the children hid in a hidden corner, looking outside in fear, praying in their hearts that the silver mechanical monsters would not find their hiding place. The roles in front of him were reversed, and the one hiding for fear of being discovered was actually a little robot. The sound of footsteps behind her was coming towards this side. The sound was stirring between the walls of the tunnel. The soldiers would soon appear from the other end of the mine tunnel. The footsteps of Team Leader Lee were also heard in front. She seemed to hear someone coming, and was also walking back. The little robot suddenly stretched out a metal hand that was exactly the same as a human hand, with its palm flat, and handed it to Pei Ren. On the metal hand, in the palm, there was a small piece of golden ore. The ore was shining under the light of the bracelet. It was actually bribing her. Its eyebrows drooped, looking at her. In its cartoon expression, Pei Ren saw panic, fear, and pleading. Not long ago, metallic silver, artificial intelligence robot, these elements meant only 2 words to Pei Ren: enemy. Those enemies who killed and set fires, were cold and ruthless, and whose core processors' blue light would go out if they were squeezed hard. But now, facing this cartoon little face, Pei Ren only felt that this frightened little robot looked so much like Ryan. If Ryan was scared, he would look like this. Pei Ren did not take the ore, but gently closed the board and stepped back. The timing was just right. A bright white light shone through the entire tunnel, blinding people. Several fully armed soldiers with guns came over. They came closer and looked at Pei Ren with questioning eyes. Pei Ren calmly spread his hands to the armed soldiers, indicating that he had found nothing. Team Leader Lee also came back. Seeing the armed soldiers, he looked surprised, as if he was a little puzzled as to how they found him. He pointed to the front. The soldiers immediately followed her and continued forward. Pei Ren fell behind a few steps and used his mind to mobilize the green light number 4 logo. The ball of white light fluttered and swayed, flew up from Team Leader Lee's shoulder, and fell behind the pile of building materials next to him. W asked in his ear, "Did the soldiers find you?" Pei Ren replied, "Yes. We are with them." She hesitated for a moment, and did not tell him about the hiding little robot. W was a federal security agent, and the little robot seemed to be very afraid of the people in Heijing. He didn't know what the situation was, and would tell him after finding out a little more. After walking a distance, the mine turned a corner, and there were several forks in the road ahead. If we continued to walk forward, we would really get lost. W's voice appeared in my ears. Pei Ren, the terrain of the old mine tunnel below is too complicated. These soldiers came here temporarily, and they are equipped with limited equipment. If there is real danger, they may not be able to deal with it. The mine tunnel may really contain the attacker Type 13 fusion bodies that were not completely cleared last time. If this is the case, these fusion bodies may follow the mine tunnel to the refugee resettlement site. It is very dangerous. I will send other armed personnel to investigate. You guys don't have to go any further, go back. Several soldiers had the same idea, pointing the way back, and signaling Pei Ren and Team Leader Lee to follow them to the exit. Team Leader Lee seemed a little regretful that he hadn't been able to find the missing instrument and the thief who stole it, but he still followed the soldiers back. Several people returned along the same route, and once again passed by the place where the little robot was hiding. Pei Ren suddenly saw, in the corner in front of the rusty metal plate, on the ground, the small golden ore was quietly placed. She stepped back a few steps, and leaned over to pick it up. The light of the bracelet flashed, and from the gap, she could see that the space behind the plate was empty. Pei Ren mobilized green light number 4, searched the mark once, and could feel that the mark had gone deep into the mine.